is hot. Now you got a hole in your throat. Oh no, just call your boss. Take the crust from out your eyes. So tasty, not a coffee.
Good morning, you knuckleheads. Happy Thursday to you both.
Hello.
Oh, we got casual size here today.
Look at you looking like a marshmallow peep.
Looking like a little pumpkin latte or something like that. Pumpkin spiced latte.
Looking like a coconut cream. Yeah. Like an egg cream. You guys had matched almost every other day because, like, when he wore black, you wore black, and then he wore gray, you wore
I decided
gray.
not to wear black today.
Who said?
I decided not to wear black.
Oh, good for you.
I decided to wear
And that's what you decided to wear?
It's new. It's out of the Kenneth Cole collection.
I probably should have stayed there. Probably should have stayed in that collection.
Is it warm? Is it cozy?
Cozy, look, it's got a little...
Is it tight? Like, it seems like it might be a little strict around the neck there.
No, it's perfect.
He's
It's
good.
okay? Yeah.
I can see.
He's
All
good,
right.
yeah.
Got a
I
little,
don't want you choking over there.
got a little hand warmer.
Yeah, is that what
Put
they call it
snacks
now?
in there?
Uh-huh.
Snacks in there?
Put snacks in there.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
All the 14-year-old kids are going to school like that now, by the way. Just hoodies and shorts. I know you're not wearing shorts today, but I'm sure that'll come.
It is
soon.
prime hoodies and shorts
Yep,
season here in
yep,
the Midwest.
Yep.
Gotta love it.
100%.
I have,
Would you like me to get you a high school representation? You
Uh,
sure?
I mentioned it's Kenneth Cole from college.
Kenneth Cole.
You did from Nordstrom Rack?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, from Nordstrom Rack.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course, girl.
Thought it was
Kenneth,
awesome.
Kenneth spelled with a C. Right, Cole. Right. That's, you got it from China. Mhm.
No, it's very nice. You should wear color more often.
Right, I know.
Yeah. It shows off your highlights so much
Yeah.
better. It looks very nice.
Yeah,
What were you up to last night? What'd you do, Tom?
highlighting my hair.
You wish.
Oh, before we get to that, I have to thank Tom. And Beth was coming in the same time I was into the parking lot today. And, we have to do the same thing that Tom does. We have a card that we have to put out to the reader. And when you put that card out to the reader, you can really pull your bicep. She's like, be careful with your bicep. I'm like, oh, great. Didn't extend as far south enough. You're helping us out. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you. So my bicep.
How's the flipper?
Oh, it's good today. Yeah. I haven't.
Ready for this
Other
weekend?
arms. The other arm, dummy.
Yeah, it was the left arm.
I know.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't stretch it. I mean,
Oh.
careful.
And there goes all the...
We okay?
No. So far this morning, all good.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I got 2 flippers working, and
2 flippers, no rudder.
yeah.
Yes, got it. Perfect.
So what'd you do last night?
Oh, last night, nothing.
Oh, well, that's boring.
I mean, I was here very late, and then
You weren't serving coffee or something? Tea,
No.
cake, nothing?
no, I was busy doing other
3
things.
days into it, you just let it run by itself now?
Is your
That's it?
your coffee shop's open every day now?
Oh yeah, it was slammed yesterday, bell to bell.
Slammed, so 2 people wandered in looking for the metro station. They're like, is this the Ravenswood stop? How do I buy the tickets for the metro?
Where's the bathroom?
Yeah.
It's for patrons only.
Yeah. No, but you're open. I'm being sincere. So you're open every day. Are there any days of the week that you're closed?
Monday and Tuesday right now. We will be open 7 days a week.
Oh, okay. No, it's okay. It's normal.
We just have to hire more people.
No, some businesses, most restaurants, food establishments have at least 2 days that they're not open.
Never understood that, but whatever.
We'll be open 7 days a week in about another couple weeks.
Oh, once the rest of us get our staffing assignments. Cool. Can't wait.
Now we have to put a few more people through the Chicago training. They have to learn how to wash their hands.
Yeah, the sanitation and training and all the other stuff. That's good.
Oh, they were busy all day yesterday, bell to bell. Not kidding.
That's good. That's wonderful.
Come like the neighborhood place.
You're never gonna make a profit, are you?
No,
Okay. Just as long
we're
as
never going to make a profit, but hopefully,
it's a passion project.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you can't mathematically. You can't make money.
Have you considered adding cats?
No, but we do have pup cups.
I know.
Yay.
It could be like a cat cafe, though.
We
I could get you a load of cats.
do have pup cups with
Milk bone sprinkle.
milk brown sprinkles.
Yes. Have you had any
Good.
pups yet?
Oh yeah,
Oh, how much do you charge for a pup cup?
free
They're free? Wow. See, that's why you're not going to make any money.
and with bacon bits.
Wow.
I gave my dog. I can give my dogs. I gave Case's dogs.
I was like going to say you don't have any.
Yeah, I know. I
dogs.
gave Case's dogs bacon bits.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Bacon bits,
Like crack for
Big one?
dogs.
big seller.
Yeah.
Big seller.
Are they organic artisanal bacon bits?
They're real bacon, according to Costco. Real bacon.
Oh, you get them from Costco. They're
Yeah.
Kirkland bacon bits.
Kirkland bacon bits. And dogs are all over Kirkland bacon bits.
Okay, that's
I'm
good to
sure.
know.
Yeah.
That's good.
I'm all over bacon bits. Although, you know what? I haven't had a fake. Well, you said it's real. Yours are real.
These are real.
I haven't had the Bako bacon bits since probably Brooklyn. Like when they
I think
first
those
came
are
out.
vegan even.
Hey,
Oh,
you
they
know,
really
salt, you know,
think
puts those on their salads. Blue Malnati's. When we get it here, they put it on.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah. I don't. They're crunchy, which
They're crunchy.
Bacos are vegan. They're made with defatted soy flour and hydrogenated soy.
Soy boy. Never mind.
yeah. But the
Well, explains a lot about you then.
I ate too many.
Costco sells real bacon, so
It's very luxurious.
Yeah.
Nice. That's a good job.
Good to me,
yeah.
Um,
We're rated #1 on Google with dogs.
You're not.
Ready?
Dog reviews are in.
Okay, that's not true. But okay.
It is true. From the few dogs that were there, they wrote good reviews.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
All right, that's good. That's good.
Yep.
I have noticed though, after the pandemic, like people just bring their dogs everywhere.
It's
Like,
ridiculous.
They just don't.
I
I
agree
was
with
in
you.
Target and I was at the self checkout because I don't like to talk to people.
I can
And-
understand dogs
Wait,
being in Target, but I
wait,
was in
no,
Nordstrom's.
Listen. I was at Target and I was doing the self checkout and I turn around. And yeah, I understand like little dogs or whatever. There was a Siberian Husky, and I was like, "Oh!" And it just startled me.
Mm-hmm.
I love dogs, I'm not scared, but I didn't expect to turn around and see a Siberian Husky.
But it had the vest on it that was a service dog.
Oh, he had a whole sled on.
Yeah.
Did I tell you what happened on my flight home from Dallas? I'm sorry, from
Miami?
Miami on,
Remember
Oh,
where
what
you were
happened,
now?
puppy?
on Saturday.
What happened?
So when I'm flying home, I'm sitting next to this woman, and she has a little white dog in a container.
Oh, I love a little dog in a container, in a
bag, but
carrier.
Yeah, carrier. It was like a canvas carrier, right?
Yes.
And so she's like, she takes the dog out of the carrier. She's nice, and dog's just
This is in first class.
yeah.
Yeah. So this
Not-
dog is
This dog be bougie.
this dog has a
Dog's-
better life than I do.
Dog's sitting on her lap.
Huh?
And so he's kind of on the middle, the middle rest, the hand rest.
Yes, use your words. The armrest.
The arm-
Yes.
So he puts his paws up there, or she puts her paws up there. And then I put my hand out, so she licks it. And then she
The
jumps up.
dog, not the lady.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the dog jumped on me and just sat on my lap for the next hour.
Oh my God, that's my dream come true.
It was like, do you mind? I mean, because
Was it like a Bichon Frise, or was it like a Doodle, or like
No,
was it like
it was
a
the-
West Highland Terrier,
No.
a Havanese?
it was a white Bichon.
A Bichon Frise. Oh, yeah.
It was about maybe like, I don't know, maybe 5 pounds, 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was tiny.
Oh
And
my God. See, you should get a
Sweet.
little dog.
that dog slept on my lap for basically half the flight.
And you fell in love. You should get a
No, but it
little
didn't. Like the
dog.
woman was like, I can't believe that dog's not like, she's like, she should be, she kept calling it over, and he was like, and she was like, nope, I'm.
No, that is crazy because dogs can sense evil.
That's true. They can't. That's right.
But you should get a little dog. Why don't you get a little dog?
I
They'll
like,
live longer.
I
You
like.
can take them places.
I know.
I miss dog. I think I'm gonna start volunteering again because I miss having a dog. But since you're hell bent on us coming back to the office all the time, I don't really know that I should get another
Yeah,
dog.
I wouldn't
but
do that if I was you.
Nah, I'm gonna volunteer though because I miss dogs.
Better that way.
Because we can't have dogs here in this new office, so there's no dogs here.
Overlord.
Yeah,
I think that's a good rule.
I know.
I do
but
too.
Also, Buddy, R.I.P.
Yeah, well, Buddy was kind of easy, but Josh's dog was heavy.
Oh no, that dog is a menace. But Buddy's a sweet puppy.
But
angel.
Josh's dog is a real service dog. Well, service dog reject.
Was.
Yes. Yeah.
But she was a great dog. She's just
Awesome
out
dog.
of control.
No,
Yeah.
that dog went to the Caribbean Medical School of Obedience Schools.
She did. I mean, you could bribe her with food. She would do anything. She would do anything. She did it well, though. She did.
You could bribe that dog.
As they say in the South, something about that dog ain't right. Something about that dog just ain't right. Anyway,
right,
but
you're
all
right.
dogs are precious. Callie's a good dog. She's a good girl.
Yeah,
She
sure.
just
sure.
needed some home training. But
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah,
the
yeah,
point is
yeah.
there's no dogs in the office. And I
You want well-trained dogs, you get a Batista dog. Those dogs are well-trained.
What, in their little costumes that your wife has purchased? Oh, I forgot to send her the thing about the matching Stanley bowls. I'll send it to her.
Oh God.
What is it?
I did a story from Target. Target has Stanley bowls that match the Stanley cup.
Keeps your dog's water.
They got it for babies too now. Little Stanley baby cups.
I don't
too.
care about babies.
They keep your dog's water cold in case your dogs don't want room temperature water.
Yeah.
It's still filtered, the water though, right?
Yeah, of course.
I will guarantee you your wife only gives your dogs filtered water.
I can guarantee you she does not
Does not
Really?
what?
give them filtered water. Well, I mean, everything from the fridge is filtered. I mean,
I will guarantee you it's filtered.
no.
I would only give my dog
Now,
bottled
she
water.
makes the food for the dogs.
Of course,
comes
you
from
have
the
to.
tap.
You have to.
You have to?
You have to. There's
My
some-
wife will not give her dog tap water.
Come on.
Like, are you
You don't have a filter on your well, city water's pretty good.
Yeah, city water's good.
But the pipes though aren't good. Like the lead pipes
Yes,
that the
that
city
is
water
true.
comes
That
through.
is
It's
true.
not
That is
great. Anyway,
That is
what were you up to last night, Bat?
It was my daughter's birthday. So
Oh, that's right. Happy birthday, Sasha. I saw the beautiful
the party
tribute.
ended by 7 because that's when Tristan goes to bed at 7:30. So.
Your first grandchild.
Yes,
Your daughter.
yes,
Yes.
Oh, so where was this so-called party?
The house. The house. It was the 5 of us. We were 3, they were 2, and Tristan makes 6. So that was it. Very
How
simple.
is
Where'd you bring food in from?
Little Lon's. Haven't had it in a long time.
What is it?
Little Lon's Chinese food. Remember Lon's? Remember Lon's? Lon's on was it Division? No, Lon's on Diversity. Remember Lon's? They had D's and Lon's. You don't remember D's?
Yeah, I remember D's.
Okay, well Lon's was the sister one. D's was the guy. Lon's was the
Lon's.
wife. Yeah, Little Lon's is now out in Winnetka by Hoity Toity Pete.
I do not remember it. Long.
Yeah. Oh no, very good.
Sounds
Remember
good.
D's?
Yeah, sure.
Same thing. Same thing.
I like D's.
Yeah.
I like D's nuts. Okay.
Yeah. I like D's.
Have-
I like D's. Chinese.
She used to make a Szechuan
Szechuan food's very good. I like Szechuan.
pork and string beans.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Spicy,
Good pork with eggplant too.
spicy pork and string beans. Hers was great.
Mhm.
Huge fan.
Good pot stickers too.
I like how your only concern is not his daughter's birthday or his grandchild, but you're like, oh man, those string beans.
Oh man, those
Pork
string
and
beans
string
and
beans.
pork spicy. How
How is T-Mac I care
That's
about. How's
that
T-Mac?
that spicy.
Oh no, he's still talking about it.
Yeah.
How is he on the growth chart? He's big,
Very,
strong.
very tall. 95%. Mom and dad are tall.
Yeah,
so-
that's what I was wondering.
Yeah,
How he
yeah.
is.
Very, very tall. 95%.
I think it's bonkers to be literally all of my friends' kids taller than I am,
Yeah.
and I'm like, what the hell are you guys feeding your kids?
Not a big stretch, by the way. I mean,
Yeah, but-
you know.
But these kids are like 10 years old and they're
Yeah.
bigger than, and I'm
yeah.
like,
Yeah, they're growing them big now. They're growing them big. I don't know what
No,
they're going to blame it on. Can't be the
yeah,
milk.
I
It was
don't
the
know
milk
what's
when I was a
happening,
kid. I
but-
don't know what it is now with the big
hey,
ball.
we got a great show for you today. There's a lot of really good content headed your way today. A thrilling Thursday here, Tastylive, whether you're in the 95th percentile or not. We got you covered. We don't care. At the top of the 8 o'clock hour, fan favorite, Trades from the Research Team, the world's greatest financial think tank, presents their trade ideas to Tom and Bat. Then 8:40, we got Victor Jones in the house. Hear me out. Tom, what are you talking about with Victor today?
Oh no.
Okay. We'll figure
Good
something out.
question.
It'll be something that he will wind you up about. Then 9 o'clock, got a market measures. Months leading up to the election, we are inside of 50 days before the election starts. I think less than 45 days now. But we're going to talk about the trading side of things and what that means in the months leading up to the election for your account. And then at around 9:30, we got Scott Sheridan in the house. Big boy Scotty S counting down all the top trending tickers over at Tasty Trade. Programming note, tomorrow is hashtag Fan Friday. If you have a trade idea, we would love to hear from you. You already know what to do. You could submit our trade ideas, and we get trade ideas from all over the globe, which is really kind of cool.
That's right. If it's not a long delta trade, do not send it because the market only goes in one direction. You know which way it is.
Yeah, I did appreciate the viewer this week that was Sam Tasnoff. I thought our viewers are really funny. Like they come up with creative cities where they are
They're
from.
cute. They're cute. No
and
doubt
things.
about
So,
it.
Anyway, all good there. Hey, do you guys want your daily dose?
Sure.
Hit me with my theme music. Let's go.
Our leading story,
today's
breaking
headlines.
news,
Breaking
coming across the wire. Our leading
This
story,
just in.
top stories, jump in.
In today's headline,
Our leading today.
Breaking news.
All All right, everybody. Today is a thrilling Thursday. It's September the 26th. This is the part of the show we like to call the Daily Dose, where we talk about today's financial news and headlines. My name is Vanetta. Are you ready for the news?
Ready for the news.
We had a nice little down day yesterday. Kind of. Sort of.
You sound like him now.
What?
The S&Ps were down 8 handles. I don't think that was a big down day.
I said a nice
Well, when they were down
little
15,
day.
they were crashing.
I said a nice little down day. Well, the S&P and Dow were lower yesterday, but guess what I have for you today, honey? You're getting PCE.
Yeah, you
In
know
like
me.
15 minutes. Are you excited? What? It's the Fed's preferred measurement of inflation. And so, no, yeah, you're getting PCE today.
I need bonds to go down to 122.
Okay.
Bonds 124.18.
I know.
Up 11 ticks.
I don't have any bond position on. I just need them to go down there.
And then are you going to buy? So if they do get down there, then what are you going to do?
If they do get down there, I'm going to buy them.
Oh, okay. What about, let's talk about your index positions, like your Russell versus your Qs and your S&P and how that's shaking out this morning.
Nothing is shaking out good this morning.
Okay.
SPY IV rank of 15 / VX volatility only down 16 cents, 18 and change. A little light on volatility contraction this morning.
All right. Well, like I said, PCE going to come out in around 15 minutes. Hey, we are going to talk about the months heading into the election at 9 o'clock for market measures, but U.S. election risk is also hitting corporate investment plans. Nearly a third of company financial officers say the risks around the November 5th U.S. presidential election have caused them to delay or scale back investment plans. Are you surprised that number is high, low, whatever? So a third of corporate CFOs.
I'm surprised that they even asked. The only reason.
This is a survey, that's all.
Yeah, it's probably the only choice.
What do you mean that's the only choice? It was conducted by the Atlanta and Richmond Fed. Like, it's not like they have a dog. Like, they're just.
I know. I'm saying, but what else is
Most
there?
people are honest.
Oh, I see.
Like, what else is there?
Yeah. How much existential risk, if any, does the election pose to corporations? I mean, some corporations are getting called out in this election, whether that's U.S. Steel or John Deere or some other corporations. But like, what?
As you're going to see, we did a market measure on this topic today.
Okay.
The answer is 0.
Okay. Well, we will.
The answer is that the results of an election have very little predictable impact on the market one way or the other. And so there are certain times.
What about maybe the potential for a less than peaceful transfer of power?
That's not a risk.
It's a given.
That's not a risk.
That's a given.
2024, that's not a risk. That was a risk. It will never happen again. It will never happen again.
Okay.
There will never be another 2020.
I love your
So
optimism.
there will be, it will be it'll be a peaceful transfer of power no matter what happens. The risk in the election is, election risk usually happens when there's corresponding economic risk at the same time.
Okay.
Which would be like 2008, 2000.
Mm-hmm.
I would say really rare. Was be even hard pressed, even though 2020 is mostly more about the pandemic than it was about the election.
Sure.
I don't think you can find another time when you could actually, when there was what we call election risk. And you're going to see today that the simple answer is that the results post-election are very random. Mm-hmm. And unless you're in the middle of an economic crash going into the election, it's very little impact.
Well, I will stay tuned for.
That is why our volatility right now is so low, by the way.
I will stay tuned for that survey. Hey, PayPal is going to allow cryptocurrency buying, holding, and selling for U.S. merchants. PayPal announced on Wednesday it is enabling U.S. merchants to buy, hold, and sell cryptocurrency for their business accounts.
Yeah, it's a PR piece by PayPal.
PRP, okay.
Don't think this will be, you're not going to buy a hamburger using crypto, I don't think.
No, I don't think so.
Let's see what crypto's doing today and what PayPal's doing.
Crypto's up small today. It's up pretty good today. It's up $1,300 in the futures market.
It's a big move, but it's 64,500.
Yeah.
It's still in that really tightish range, but it's at the very high end of it. Yep.
PayPal I haven't traded in a while. I'm not sure.
Okay, PayPal.
Yeah, PYPL, and that's something we trade a lot. Trading 78 and change on its highs.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We had two earnings last night. Are you going to talk about them?
Oh, yes, I am.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
cool.
yes.
Cool.
Just also Coinbase. Haha.
Oh, now I didn't look. You got me this
Gotcha,
time. I'm not
bitch.
gonna
Coinbase
lie.
it's up $3 per month.
It is 3.5. But Coinbase is more at the lower end of its range,
Sure.
surprisingly, with Bitcoin at the higher end of its most recent.
Sure. Well, Coinbase is fighting for its life every day.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing in Coinbase, Tom?
24 IV rank in Coinbase earning November 7th.
We're short some vol. That's it.
Hey, here's something crazy. Despite China's official ban, underground cryptocurrency trading is booming, with over-the-counter brokers attracting $75 billion in inflows over 9 months as investors in China seek alternatives amid a struggling economy. Does this number seem high or low to you? And because we thought this was going to have a devastating sort of kill shot to the crypto space, like once China, banned it effectively, because we didn't know.
Challenging thing in China is that at some point there's some number. I don't know what the number is because it's a Chinese government thing, but there's some number where they shut this whole thing down. So
Well, they tried to they technically have shut it down.
China can shut down anything they want. The question is, they obviously decided not to shut down the underground crypto trading.
Yeah.
But it's some number, when it reaches some number, it's going to get shut down. So I don't know. It's like a pyramid scheme.
All right. Does this number seem high or low to you?
I don't know.
75 billion for
Doesn't
all of
seem that.
China? I mean, it seems like a lot. I mean, I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know anything. Okay.
I can't say.
Okay. All right. Keeping it moving. Are you doing anything in China else tech space
No,
related?
unfortunately, the stocks are up huge this morning, but we're out. We got out yesterday and the day before.
When'd you get out?
Yeah, Bob up around $7.
I didn't know there was going to go to a.
That's a big move in Baba.
Oh, yeah.
Baba was trading $80 like three days ago, and now it's 100.
How's the IV?
I do 100 now.
How's that? Maybe you trade for option trades.
Trades
today?
for the research team every Tuesday and Thursday. Today happens to be Thursday. Lucky you. You know
Not
that wherever you
trades from
find
the
your
research
podcast.
team. Boomer option trades today.
What is it?
Option trade. It's your podcast
We're going
suite.
to change the name.
Okay, it's option trades today. Yes, but maybe Baba. How's the IV rank in Baba?
34 at the moment. We'll see what happens, though. Earnings November 19th, which is after expiration, which would make it a candidate for what show?
Option trades today.
That's right, every Tuesday and Thursday.
There you go. Hey, little manster move in Micron on earnings last night. Micron shares surged after an upbeat first quarter forecast due to AI demand for Micron's memory chips. Shares surged roughly 14% in after-hours trading after the memory maker forecasted higher than expected first quarter revenue.
Well, they killed it last earnings cycle, and this one stocks rallied about $20 or $25 in the last like 3 days. I'd be very careful here with that.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's really 25%. And
What did you do in Micron?
112 Micron. It closed at 95. It's up about 16, 17.
I
bucks.
bought the 100 calls once and sold the 115s 4 times. I think it's going to be a small loser here.
Another 105, 6 would be Nirvana.
108 would still be a winner. 112 is a loser, but we'll see where it goes.
Okay.
I think it's going to be a small loser.
Anything else in the chip sphere, like NVIDIA, AMD, SMH?
My biggest problem.
Don't they all move in tandem?
My biggest problem this morning is going to be SMH.
Okay. Isn't that your biggest problem every morning?
Oh, some days it actually is good for me.
Okay.
SMH up about $8. South Africa, everything's up.
Yeah.
NASDAQ up 1.5% on the NASDAQ. $301.
Hey,
We're trying to go.
big moves in OpenAI. OpenAI has removed the non from its nonprofit title, and they're going to give Sam Altman equity. The Chat GPT maker is working on a plan to restructure its core business into a for-profit benefit corporation. They're also removing any caps they had, profit caps, because they didn't want to be driven purely by a need for profit. But they had another high-level executive, their chief technical officer, Mira Mirati, has left. So Ilya Sutskever left, Mira left, all the executives have left. Sam Altman's the only one who's left. He's gonna get a 7% equity stake at the current value of OpenAI at $150 billion. That's $10.5 billion. I had to get my calculator out and I had to turn it sideways because the numbers were so big. No, I'm serious. And I was like, how much is that? Oh my God. But are you concerned? Like, everyone else has left because they've seen things and heard things and they don't like it. So he's the only one. They're going for profit now. Microsoft is competing with them now in the space. What are your thoughts?
I don't have any thoughts.
Well, that's clear.
Last one left, close the lights.
I mean, he's got $10 billion in equity. Good for him.
But you don't think it's odd that everyone around him has left for cause?
I don't know why. Everyone's left because they think they can probably do better somewhere else. My guess. I don't know.
Well, because they tried to remove him because of their concerns around. Remember?
Well, if somebody tried to remove me, I'd want them to be gone too.
Okay, well, we have meetings about it. You can't trade OpenAI, but you can trade Microsoft. What's Microsoft doing?
Microsoft up around $1 or so. Google's up around $2 or so. But again, the whole market's
Sure, everything's
quite strong
up.
today. Yeah.
Hey, a new study from Bain and Company says the AI product market could reach $990 billion just as soon as 2027. Bain forecasts substantial growth in the AI product market in coming years, and this could also lead to a shortage in chips because of the demand. Like everything is high, low for this number. What are your thoughts? By 2027, that's not that far away. 3 years, 2 years away.
I mean, what else are they going to say?
But $1 trillion, that the AI market's worth $1 trillion?
Well, it's
$2
already,
trillion. What
it's
difference?
already worth way more than it. It already has market cap of.
But these are just AI products. Like
I understand. Well, but the AI company's already trading at 20 trillion or something, 10 trillion.
50 trillion.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah.
But if their research is true and this could cause an AI chip shortage, should you just get net long all the chip stocks?
I don't think so. But
But why not? Like,
the other side of this is I've never seen one thing Bain's ever done that's been impressive.
Okay, great. There it is.
So
Hey, guess what, girl?
that's my take on them as a private equity firm.
Guess what, girl? Costco is going to have earnings today after the bell, and they're projecting another quarter of sales growth after a membership fee hike. The wholesale giant will report fiscal fourth quarter results today after the market close. Wall Street expects revenue to grow 1.29% to $79 billion and earnings per share to increase 12%. What are you going to do in Costco?
I got
We actually have a man on the street from Costco. He's there every week. Sadnov, take it away.
my check last night from Costco.
Oh, did you for your executive membership?
How much did you
Like to
make money?
make a market on my check? The membership is 130.
225, 275.
130.
It's 130, yeah.
Would you like to?
What's the percentage that you
man.
get back?
No,
Is it
now
1%?
the way he's saying it, I'm lowering expectations.
2%.
It's 2%. Okay.
Of only in-house, by the way. I know he doesn't shop.
But also
online.
gas, and you don't pay for gas, so
I used to. So what do you think I got? I know exactly the number.
Originally 250. I'm going to lower it now just by the way you said it. I'm going to say 175.
you got $100 back.
Pretty close. 167.
Wow.
That was a good $40 investment you put right there, right in your pocket.
What do you mean?
You paid 130, you got 170. It's $40.
67. $37 credit.
She's so pedantic. It's
Trading.
fine.
You're trading for a credit.
Fun
Well,
at
if you buy,
parties.
how much is the regular membership?
60 something dollars. So
I got paid $37.
Okay.
okay, but it's like I don't know if it's 60 something dollars, but you paid an extra $60. So they borrowed your $60, $70 for a year, and they gave you back 40. I guess it's pretty good, but
I got $167 back. That's.
Hey, boomers, your PC's
But you know what? You can't get the money. It's not cash.
cash. You got to use it.
It's credit.
Yeah.
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 Are you gonna do anything like that at Bad Coffee?
No. We're gonna charge you extra. That's what we're gonna do.
Even the S&P is going to the number up 47. Sadnov, Nasdaq up 302. Russell up 22. Dow up 183. Bonds up 9. I see a little bit of flashing. Number comes out. Survey says
Boom.
non-event at the moment.
Survey.
Second, it's got to percolate.
All right, nothing to see here.
I
Everybody go
want
back.
bonds lower, please. They moved 2 ticks.
Come on, bonds.
Come on, bonds.
Come on, bonds.
It was a little bit more than that, but sure, 4 ticks.
4 ticks. Yeah. Bonds are up 1 now. They were up 9.
1 tick. Yes.
1 tick.
Yep.
Pretty boring. I would expect the biggest move you're going to see right now is volatility futures going to get smashed.
You would think 118.05. They're hanging in there pretty good.
Yeah, you would think volatility futures are about to get smash-oled. But this is pretty much a non-event, I would say.
I
Okay.
would say it was about as non-event as you can get.
Yeah, bond.
Vecchio is going to be so upset.
Bonds
So
are
upset.
bonds are unchanged, and S&Ps are basically unchanged from where they were prior to the number.
All right, back
Okay,
to
nothing
our
to see here.
regularly
Keep
scheduled
going.
program.
Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see. Hey, Meta had their big event yesterday, their Meta Connect, where they unveiled a bunch of new gadgets and features for the Meta Instagram threads. Meta unveiled a $299 Quest 3S VR headset and Orion AR glasses prototype. This would be the most affordable VR headset coming in at a sub $300 price, as well as an augmented reality glasses. But everything was just prototype. Nothing works yet. Nothing's available. I don't know why you.
Aren't they used to be like 3,000? Now they're down to 300.
Well, the Apple Vision Pro were 3,500, and then
Like, do you want to be a pro or do you just want to be like a kid gamer? I mean,
Have you used one of these yet?
no. Well, yeah. Vinny had. He never used it anymore. Vinny had like this kind
Like
of
an
thing.
Oculus,
Yeah,
yeah.
like an Oculus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But Meta up huge yesterday. Not sure if it's up.
Up huge again.
Okay, yeah, it's up. It's just.
It's just up huge every day.
No, we're just gonna say Meta up huge. You got it. Up around $9.
That's a lot.
$5.78.
What are
New
you
high.
doing in Meta? Yeah, new highs.
I've ranked 25 in Meta. Earnings are coming October 23rd. So not October
Yeah.
23rd. What will you be doing October 23rd? Even the S&Ps, 43 now. They've down ticked $4.
Ooh. Hey, Google is complaining to the EU about Microsoft's cloud practices. Google filed a complaint to the European Commission against what it said were Microsoft's anti-competitive practices to lock customers into Microsoft's cloud platform, Azure. Google, whose biggest cloud computing rivals are Microsoft and Amazon Web Services, said Microsoft was exploiting its dominant Windows Server operating system to thwart its competition. I think it's funny when the tech companies tattle
do
on
too.
each other. They're like, he's being anti-competitive.
I like when Google and Microsoft go at it.
Yeah.
Who doesn't? Two behemoths, right?
Some judge has to go, what the hell?
It's like, come on, kids.
Yeah, work it out. Work it out in the playground.
I'm gonna turn this car around. What are you guys doing in Google? The Goog.
Google 163 up $2. Now Google is now nowhere near its highs. Google 190 was near its highs. It's 160 and change, right?
Yeah, it's kind of been lagging some of the other tech stocks. Hey, Ford and GM shares fell yesterday after they got downgraded by Morgan Stanley. Oh no. GM fell around, shares of Ford and GM fell around 5% after Morgan Stanley analysts downgraded the U.S. automakers, citing a challenging market environment and falling prices. Ford and GM
Ford and GM.
got downgraded.
We don't have positions on in either one.
Okay. Well, then how about Tesla? Let's talk Tesla then, because again, they're going to deliver their delivery numbers, I think, maybe next week.
Ford is a $10 stock.
Tesla 261 up around $5 or so, to almost 262.
Yeah.
Up near its highs that it made back in July, which was around 270 and change.
And how's the IV in there?
Ivy rank is high.
Yeah.
90. It's probably one of the highest. Earnings October 16th.
Yeah.
News coming out, as you said.
Yeah.
Robotex also, sure. Lot going on in Tesla.
A lot going on in the automotive space today. Hey, this is interesting. U.S. holiday spending on buy now, pay later services are going to hit a record due to debt-laden customers. U.S. shoppers are expected to spend $18.5 billion using third-party buy now, pay later services like Affirm or Klarna. More Americans are using these services to fill a gap as we continue to see high inflation or just price gouging from retailers. But you do have to be careful, because unless you absolutely make all of these payments on time, you will be hit with exorbitant fees and interest rates. But more people now, even studies are showing, are using buy now, pay later services. Not just for
credit card debt and everything else like that. This says red flag, right?
No, well, yeah, more people are using these buy now, pay later services for just day-to-day good, like just for groceries and for like other things, not just like trips or travel or, gifts or things
I've
like
never
that.
used one, but
Well, of course not. You're a friggin' billionaire. You're not putting anything on layaway.
Which could put time. This no, I say this is the death of us because they're taking everything away from the Gambino crime family, which usually would do this, on the corner of.
Yeah, you're loan sharking. Yeah,
Correct.
yeah,
That's
it's really
correct.
it's really biting
Borrow
into
now,
that.
pay later.
But no, 18.5 billion just for the holiday season for a firm. Klarna, not sure what a firm is doing. You can't trade Klarna here in America. AFRM, a firm. Anybody?
Don't try. I haven't traded it in a while. Last time I saw it was about $45, but I'm not sure what it is now.
I was just curious.
No, we're not gonna talk about. Not gonna talk about. I don't
I
know.
want to talk about. Hey, this is crazy because I think we had them on the show and they were a scrappy little startup and they just had a hope and a dream. And that's Stitch Fix. Well, their stock had their worst drop ever. SFIX. The stock was down 40%, getting straight annihilated in the markets.
Trading.
Um,
What?
SFIX. We had them on the show.
I don't think so.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, Stitch Fix trading $2.30 on the offer. It's become a $482 million company.
God, I got burnt in this. I was gonna say I got burnt in this stock around $60 or $70 once.
It traded
A couple years ago or something.
Oh yeah. It
Yeah.
traded above 100 back in
It did.
2021. Not that
Yeah.
long ago. I mean, yeah.
What does Stitch Fix do again?
So they
They
curate
package-
clothes for
Right.
you and they pack them in it so you don't have to go shopping.
Yeah. Remember they had the big warehouse here in Chicago, I believe. There was a bunch
No, you're thinking of a different company. You're thinking of the company that was bought out by Nordstrom. You remember the name? They were bought out by Nordstrom. They used to be called Trunk Club.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Trunk Club, we
yeah,
had them on
maybe.
the
You're
show.
thinking of.
Maybe.
Trunk Club was on Tasty.
Yes. Okay.
Stitch Fix, I remember Trunk Club being on.
Sure.
I remember the CEO,
Sure.
but I don't remember Stitch Fix ever being on the show. I think they were similar companies.
Yes. Yeah. You're right then.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is not a good move for their stock though.
No.
Brutal.
What happens when you squeeze me? Stitch Fix.
Okay. All right. Who squoze you?
Stitch Fix. Stitch Fix squoze me.
Hey, keeping it in retail space, American Eagle, AEO Bat, is suing Amazon over alleged knockoffs. American Eagle filed a lawsuit against Amazon alleging that Amazon infringed on its Aerie trademarks. The complaint accuses Amazon of knowingly deceiving shoppers by featuring Aerie branding in its sponsored ads and organic search results, and American Eagle calls foul.
Even a lawsuit can't get them higher. AEO hanging out at $20 and change. Looks like unchanged this morning.
What about Amazon?
Ooh, Amazon's another story. AMZN trading at 194 and change, up around $2. Also near its highs back in July, a little over 200.
Amazon's second Prime Day will be October 8th and 9th. So maybe.
Not the big push to the stock as it once was, the Prime Day.
Sure, yeah.
October 24th, the earnings also.
You are right about that. Hey, Disney is
I
officially.
remember you used to annoy the crap out of me when you would come up with that and say, it's Amazon Prime Day, stock's going to be up $3. Next day it was up $3. Like, how does she know this?
It's because I spent a crap ton on Amazon. I'm good for GDP and the economy. No, Disney is cracking down on password sharing, taking a page out of Netflix's playbook. They are cracking down on password sharing on its streaming platform, Disney Plus. This is also ahead of a price hike. Disney is charging more for that service. They will unveil a pricing tier where you can have a shared plan, but I don't know. It's just annoying. Like if you're all in the same family, you should be allowed to share a password. But I actually canceled my Disney Plus because they just kept raising the price, and I had watched the Taylor Swift Eras Tour an ungodly amount of times already, so I just canceled it. You guys don't care. I'm just talking to fill time.
That's okay. Talk to you
Disney, what are you
real
doing
time.
in
It's fine.
Disney?
It's fine.
I don't have a Disney position for the first time in a long time.
Okay, what do you
Disney, $94.50, up 50 cents. Earnings on November 13th. Disney Ivy rank 17. Really can't get out of its own way, although it is off its lows of the mid 80s,
Sure.
trading mid 90s.
I think Deadpool and Wolverine will be on streaming services
seen them
next
yet?
week.
Oh, they
I
come
haven't.
out?
It's coming out next week. I wanted to see it in the theater because I guess there's like a lot of really good cameos.
So I don't know if you'll be seeing it in
It's
the
really
theater.
funny.
I will not.
It'll be on streaming though next week, so you can Hugh
I
Jackman.
don't have Disney streaming.
No, but it'll be on Amazon Prime and it'll be on other streaming.
Yeah, I don't watch TV if I don't have to.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's fine. Nope, I'm just gonna keep it moving.
As long as I don't have to watch TV, I'm good.
Okay. Hey, guess what?
Because you got TikTok.
Yeah.
Guess what? Chicago is home to 2 airports, and Chicago's Midway Airport is getting its first ever lounge, Club MDW.
I like it.
The club opened yesterday. It's 3,265 square feet, and it will be open from 4 a.m. to 10 p.m. If you have a priority pass, which you get from certain credit cards, like Capital One or other credit cards, you have like priority pass membership. But you can also buy a $50 day pass to go into the club.
I have that priority club. I've never used it.
Okay, I don't know what you want from me.
No, I never.
So you have Priority Club, but you've never used Buy Now, Pay Later. Interesting.
No, I got a
Plot thickens.
priority club. They sent me the
Like the ARP card, it comes
Card,
with it.
yeah.
Like you get the
You get ARP card.
you get the ARP card, and you get
I just
priority.
never knew that
That's
it.
your AAA card, yes.
Never knew there was an airport in the U.S. that accepted it.
There's like
Never seen one.
There's a website that you can go to.
I saw it. They're all like in Africa, South America.
Okay. Those
are
are
in-
continents, sweetie, but okay.
They're
Don't bring facts into the story.
Those are continents. Okay.
It's the funniest thing. They send you this. They go, here's a booklet of all the different places you could stay. I mean, you could visit clubs, and they have the U.S. like in the U.S. and there's like 3 airports in the U.S. and I've never been to any of them.
Des Moines, Iowa.
Oh man. Oh man.
Like, I mean, who would think about it? Just Midway.
Yeah.
Like where what airline unless you're flying Southwest, that's
I'm gonna
it.
say, when's the last time you flew out of Midway?
Porter flying to Toronto was last time.
Oh, okay.
Midway's good to fly to Toronto
Yes.
because
Porter's right downtown.
Porter's right downtown, and coming back into Midway, customs there's nobody else.
Ah, that makes sense.
There's no line.
Yeah. But you got global entry, so it doesn't matter.
I have global entry, but for the pedestrians,
For the peons that are with me, may not have it.
Okay.
you have global entry.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, you say it like I don't know.
I just got
$120 or something
I just
like
got
that.
global
Oh,
entry.
I just don't.
No, but
know.
you have to go for an interview. Like, if there's all these.
You don't go out of the
other
country
steps.
at
I did it years ago.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not out of the country at all. You don't let me leave, but I'm changing that, Sadnoff. Oh, wait until you hear.
Ooh, let's go. Where are we going? Hey, this is crazy. And I sincere sending out good vibes, thoughts to anyone who's in the path of Hurricane Helene. The storm is coming up over the Gulf of Mexico into the Big Bend area of Florida and Georgia
Going
and
up to
Carolinas
Tallahassee.
and yeah. So because of this storm, the Braves and the Mets are probably going to have to play a doubleheader on Monday to determine who's going to get into the National League final wild card spot, and then they have to start the postseason on the road the next day.
Ruh-roh.
The Braves and the Mets will likely have to play a double header.
Because the storm is brewing right now, right? So the storm
We're going to
is
feel it
coming
here in Chicago. they
through.
said.
Yeah, it'll hit like Tennessee, Kentucky.
So they'd have to play a double header because they're
Because they can't play. They're supposed to. Let's say they're supposed to play
Atlanta's
Saturday.
going to be hit with a lot of wind.
Right, so
it's right up at the
right, so say they're supposed to play-
trying to think what could it be that you'd have to be hit with a double header.
So they were. Let's say they're supposed to play Saturday.
I got it.
Or
I got it.
Friday and Sunday or something, or I don't know. Here, I can explain it to you.
I'm just trying to think what the math would be that you'd have to play a double header because of one of the teams who's
So they were supposed to play the 25th and the 26th.
unless they're exactly tied right now,
Yeah.
and I don't understand why I have to play double header, but we'll see.
I don't know, but again, just please be careful if you're in the path of the storm. They said the storm surge could be like 15, 16, 18 feet in some places. Please get out. Please don't try to.
Now where?
In Florida, in the Big Bend area of Florida, but Dr. Jim too, like in Tampa.
Oh, yeah, they're
St. Pete
going to
area.
get hit. This could be a cat.
Like it could be, yeah, and it's
Going to affect your
water.
place?
No, I'm further south than east than them.
But it's good
and
that
they
you're
are-
not going to Florida this weekend.
We still got swells. The Mets are 87 and 70. The Braves are 86 and 71. So they are right there.
Yeah.
So you got to have a doubleheader. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And so, yeah, both teams had an off day Monday, so that's going to be used to do that. I don't know. Anyway, finally today for my viral
I sure
video.
hope Stevie Cohn gets it.
Me too.
Finally for my viral video of the day, Tom is prepping for foliage weekend this weekend. Yes.
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 You're not going to wear that there, are you?
I think we have.
That's not
some-
going to get it going. If
I
you
think
know
we
what
have
mean.
some live footage of what you can expect for foliage weekend.
Oh,
Watch this.
Pussycat. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be it.
Yeah, that's it.
Don't poke me with that.
Oh, that cat needs its own haunted house. Anyway, hey, that's my time. Look at me, right on the dot today.
Oh, you're so good. We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tastylive after this. You know, confirm and send. We'll be back in 90 seconds. Followed by trades from the research team. You're not going to want to miss it.
I'm on the road for work quite a bit. In fact, I've been on the road crisscrossing the country for much of the last 25 years. Yeah, I've logged a lot of miles and met a crazy number of people along the way. Strangely, I remember emails and trades better than names and faces. So when walking through another airport this past weekend, someone with a familiar face stopped me to say, hi. He said he was a longtime Tasty fan who met me years ago at a Traders Expo. Before I could say, you look familiar, he told me his email address, and it was like we were old friends. I even remembered the last trade he emailed me about over 3 years ago. I'm not sure if it's a feature or a bug, but my brain is just wired differently. At Tasty, we have worked really hard to make finance fun and engaging for our clients and our employees. Much of our success has come from turning a generally perceived negative industry into a positive and challenging experience. So why does it seem that nowadays everyone is so angry and so negative? And it's not just in the financial world. People are angry everywhere, whether it's social media, politics, sports, news, entertainment, and even travel. People are mad about something. I always wonder why more people and more companies don't try to use more kindness, humor, and smarts. It's not that complicated. People think angry sells, but it really doesn't. Nasty is not a feature. What I've learned from years of traveling is that angry doesn't make you smart or rich. Angry just makes you into an insecure fool. Contrary to the mistaken old adage, nice people do finish first, and that is our lifeblood at Tasty.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
90% goes to S&P index funds. You got to double 10% straight to bank.
Is 20th Century Advice driving your 21st century portfolio? Tastylive has joined forces with the CME and SIBO to offer the industry's first multi-exchange trading collaboration. Our new live event, Building a Complex Portfolio, puts active traders on the path to modern portfolio creation. Tom Sosnoff and other Tastylive personalities will cover strategies that'll help you integrate futures and options in your portfolio. Sign up at tastylive.com/events and see where we're headed next.
We built Tasty Trade's web platform for today's traders. See it, click it, trade it. Research with fundamentals, endless forecasts, and more. Drill into data, find opportunity, and track the action with hundreds of indicators. Track your options profit and loss history over time per symbol. Note your progress and plan your tactics with a trading journal. See probabilities, max profit, and Greeks in one click. Fund your account and start trading right in the app. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, click it, trade it. Join the club. Tasty Trade.
Beat the opening bell. Get trade ideas and market insights before the open. From the creator, Tom Sosnoff, and our chief market strategist, Tom Preston. Every weekday. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
We are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit of confirm and send. Before we get to that, Sadnoff, I just had my correspondent in the deep woods of Wisconsin write into me and said, bad weather for foliage weekend, Sadnoff, meaning that the colors have not changed on the leaves yet.
That's so horrible.
Said the only colors you're going to have to stay in bed to get, Sosnoff. Otherwise, you go outside, you're not going to see any changing of the color or changing of anything, Sosnoff. So, what do you think? You'll be coming home early this weekend? You'll probably, I mean, you go up there Friday afternoon, you're done by Friday before dinner. You eat dinner at 5:30. You could make it back in time for Saturday morning's game.
We could be home by Friday night.
That's what I mean. Yeah, for sure.
We do the round trip.
Right? I mean, no need for,
No need to extend the.
Yeah. So, I mean, does she get like overtime pay? Not going to be going outside? Well, if you have gone outside, you'll see the mini S&Ps are up $47.20.
Don't tell her that she could get paid.
No, I won't. She has no idea. Even the S&P is up 47.25. That's about where they were when I woke up this morning. You can see here they're just about $2 off of their highs. NASDAQ up 315. I think it was up around 300 the first time I looked at 5:30 this morning. Russell up 26. Dow up 194. You can see here that the NASDAQ is the leader of the clubhouse, followed by the Russell on a percentage basis. Volatility only in by 17 cents. Almost looks like it's stuck in the mud, Sodnoff, here at 1806. Bonds down 4. You wanted them red. You got them red. 124.05. They traded under 124 to 123.29, which is just a few ticks off of that right now. Bitcoin was up around 1,300. It's up around 1,100 right now. You can see here on the right side at the high end of its range. It's been in a very tight $64,000 to $62,000 range for the last week or so. Oil down $1.70. Gold never goes down, up $15 and change here. You can see this last week or so in gold when it went from under 2,600 to now over 2,700. Sosno. If you bring out the 2,700 hats for gold, up 15.50. Silver up 60 cents, actually a bigger mover on a percentage basis. But you see gold here flirting with new highs. Gold is already at new highs. Nat gas continues its rally too. Just buy everything, Sodno. Pick something and buy it, my friend. On the earnings front, we talked about it real quickly. MU up around $16 or $17 outside the expected move there. And CarMax, I know you didn't do anything in there. CarMax going the other direction, down $4 or $5. That's all I got.
Yeah, I didn't. I regret trading MU, but whatever. I thought I had it.
It's on you, boo.
I played the upside small.
I know you did.
Just didn't play it up 2 times the expected move. Anyway, confirm and send. Thursday, September 26th. Let's see what we got here.
So I'm going to save you a little bit of money because I know you're always into saving money. If you go to Costco, I'm told, and buy something for like $25, I'm told, and you use your check, you can get the balance back in cash.
Buy at Costco for $25.
Your I don't know, your little bites that you buy. I don't know.
No, I like when I go there, I like to
spend big.
No, I just like to pick up a bunch of stuff. I'm not going to go there for like,
How much toilet paper you need?
I don't buy.
You don't buy toilet paper? TMI. What do you got for us? Go ahead. Confirm and send, then we can get to trades from the research team. Go ahead.
This person writes, emails that came into us last night. I now manage close to $1 million in 4 different accounts. I'm starting to trade more based on math and Greeks. With so many open positions, I sometimes have a tough time prioritizing a position that requires managing. I'm using days to expiration, pop, and theta to sort through and analyze. But I'm wondering, how do you do it, since I'm sure you have a lot more open positions than me?
What do they mean, tough time prioritizing the positions that requires managing? I mean, you don't know which position is going to require until the stock moves in a direction that you don't want it to, or you do want it to, so that you could take your profits. For me, I'm just looking at the delta of the position. I'm not too sure about the question. I don't understand it. You're looking at all the things I would look at too.
So you're looking at things that we would look at here. Days to expiration, not so much pop, because pop is something you look at when you put a trade on, and I'm not looking necessarily at after I put it on. I'm also looking at the total of my theta and the total of my delta, but I'm not looking at an individual stock. Individual stock delta, yes. Individual stock theta, probably not. But to sort through and analyze, I think you're missing a couple things here. First of all, you're clearly missing delta because you don't want your delta to get too out of line in any one of those positions. You're also one of the things that we do is we're always watching P&L because we want to know if there's something going on that we're, we want to be aware of. There's definitely P&L is something you can't necessarily control, meaning that if you have a position that's going against you, it's good to know that why it's going against you. And sometimes there's nothing you can do, like it's premium expansion. Sometimes it's direction, whatever. And direction you can adjust. Premium expansion is really hard to adjust. But you do want to be at least aware, cognizant of your of P&L. So I think it's easier to sort using P&L and using P&L and delta. And then when it comes to closing, we will sort we're pretty consistent at 21 DT, but we also sort by IVR. And it's easy on the platform to sort by IVR because you can just go to, on the watch list, you can go to positions, and then you can just click and you can do it in descending order. So anything that has a really low IVR, you can sort by that. Anyway, that's what we would do. So normally we just sort by delta, and we're going to essentially sort by delta and P&L. And then when we're closing trades, we're looking at days to expiration, and we're looking at IVR. Let's go to the next slide. And you can do literally hundreds of positions that way. I know you have had this question a million times, but listening to the last call, you referenced getting hurt in copper. Yeah, I did get hurt in copper, a little yesterday, a little today. Then you bought the guts and sold the wings. It sounded like a strangle, and you referenced selling 30 deltas. Did you do that for a credit? And do you always do that for a credit only, or will you pay a debit and keep it alive? Those situations, you are 100%. I want to get rid of the confusion here. Anytime you buy the guts and sell the wings, 100% of the time, you are doing that for a debit. You are never going to be able to buy the guts and sell the wings for a credit. So you're always doing that for a debit.
Never say never. If you were very close to expiration, you could, but
there might be,
you're going to do it at 20 some odd days or before, you're going to do it for debit.
Yeah, there might be some inverted, whatever. But let's say this, 99+% of the time, you are doing this for a debit. And usually it's a pretty substantial debit. But as long as there's still some positive theta coming out of the position, that's why we're doing it. We're recentering the deltas. We're recentering the trade. We're flattening our deltas. We're normalizing the trade, essentially, just kind of almost starting over because it's still attractive to us. We just don't like where we currently stand on it. So yesterday, copper had a big rally. I was short an in-the-money call and an out-of-the-money put. I recentered by buying the in-the-money call back, the out-of-the-money put back, and then raised the put a little bit, lowered the call a little bit, did it for a debit, and boom. And you move on to the next thing. Did it take away the loss from yesterday? Of course not. Did it take away the loss from today? No, but it made the loss this morning because it's up again a little bit smaller.
Right.
A lot smaller, probably. It's called just managing. That's all it is. Let's go to the next slide. Why do put spreads trade cheaper than call spreads?
Why, Sosnoff? Why? Typically, it could be cost to carry. It could be dividend is coming or looming. Skew, volatility skew could be there. Probably the top three answers.
It is almost 100%. In most cases, I shouldn't say, but in most cases, the reason put spreads trade cheaper than call spreads, and it's consistent, it's strictly because of skew. So in all the index products, the puts are more expensive than calls. And because of that, put spreads trade cheaper than call spreads. It's just, if you think about it, out of the money puts are very expensive. So if you sell one put and buy another put, you're paying a lot for the out of the money put, that makes put spreads cheaper.
I think a lot more relative for that out of the money put. It's always going to be cheaper.
It's not mispriced.
No.
It's not mispriced. It's just put spreads are cheaper than call spreads in index products. So if you're looking to buy a put spread, they are cheaper. If you're looking to sell a put spread, they are cheaper. And if you're looking to sell a call spread, they're more expensive. If you're looking to buy a call spread, they're more expensive in index products, primarily in index products only. Let's go. And it's all because of the pricing skew. Let's go next slide. You say you love trading natural gas. I'm a bit of a junkie. What is your approach? Do you do any supply and demand modeling, or do you not follow fundamentals? Do you trade volatility on futures or options on futures? How do you in particular approach it? I've been told it is a highly manipulated commodity. Do you think that that's true?
Manipulated? I mean, if there's a two-sided market and it's a half a tick wide or a tick wide at mid price, I mean, I don't know how it could be manipulated. So I would say that no, it's not manipulated. I don't think anything is manipulated that has very tight markets, whether it's natural gas or anything else. I mean, we do this the same way we look at anything else. We do look at high IV rank. We look at liquidity. Both are usually there. Thing that here is it's a very big product. You're usually trading NG/NG or NG options, not really trading UNG or any of the other kind of equity side of the coin here. Prefer to trade it from a longer point of view, meaning if the stock if the futures gotten beaten up, prefer to sell puts or covered call kind of strategy in there, or just long naked futures because we feel that there's an artificial floor to it. It can't go to zero, although oil did go to zero or below at one point. We know that it can't. Storage costs and stuff like that. So for us, it's business as usual, basically the same thing as always. But we have a harder time selling it than buying it.
I would say, first of all, I wouldn't say if I said I love trading natural gas. That
would not be a fair.
I love trading. Right. Natural gas is in the mix. I mean, lately it has not been too bad for us. I like it when it's in the twos because for some reason it doesn't have that kind of hyperbolic upside. My approach to trading natural gas is essentially stay small and sell strangles. When natural gas gets super cheap, like around $2 or something, I tend to sell out of the money puts. And so far that strategy has worked, or put spreads, but mostly puts. When natural gas is where it is now, I tend to sell strangles. I stay very small because the contract size is quite large and the risk in natural gas is probably larger than virtually any other futures product. We do not do any supply and demand modeling. That is not our business. We could care less. We are efficient market theorists. Everything is built into the price already. We do not follow fundamentals at all, like you said here. We of course trade volatility because that's all we essentially trade. So we're looking, if we have a natural gas position on, it's all about IV rank in there. I don't know what it is off the top of my head because I'm not looking at it right now, but
that gas IV rank 34.
So the 34 is like it's
good, not great.
It's good, not great. It's good enough to trade, but not something that we would like say this is an unbelievable opportunity. We don't trade the futures in natural gas. We trade the options on futures. I mean, occasionally we trade natural gas futures, but we're not right now. We're just trading options on futures, and that's how we approach it. I like undefined risk. When natural gas gets very cheap, I sell puts. When natural gas gets into a range, like now, I sell strangles, puts, and calls. I rarely ever sell naked calls in there. It's just not something I do. And I think the key to natural gas is stay small, stay wide. Don't be afraid to adjust your positions. Whether it's highly manipulated or not, I don't care. I have never found natural gas to be highly manipulated, and we keep our positions small. So is it a good trading vehicle? Yes. It is absolutely tradable. 100%. Let's go next slide.
Next slide we go.
How do you decide when it's time to buy the guts and sell the wings?
When I'm getting close to a straddle would be my answer to you, or my delta has gotten out of line and I can't roll up. And well, I mean, you can always roll up. I don't want to go inverted. I don't want to go any closer to at the money. So me, it really comes down to I could have a delta neutral position on that's close to at the money that started as a far out of the money strangle, and that's the time I would roll, or 21 days till expiration, or that time frame. Matter of fact, if I'm thinking about buying the guts and selling the wings and it's 24, 25, 26 days before expiration, I would probably roll to the next month, then keep continually rolling closer to at the money.
Anytime that I'm uncomfortable with the strikes that I have on, meaning anytime that I'm really wide on strikes, I'm not going to buy the guts and sell and recenter because I can just adjust the untested side. Anytime that I'm wide, I can adjust the untested side, and that's good enough for me. Mm-hmm. Anytime the strikes get very narrow, like around the at the money or I'm inverted, whatever it is, that's when I buy the guts and sell the wings. Anytime we get close to at the money, and there's no more room left to adjust, I don't want to be at the money just because I want to reduce risk, that's when I adjust. Or that's when I buy the guts and sell the wings and recenter. That's all it is. It's just, it's instead of adjusting by rolling up or down the untested side, it's adjusting by buying back the original strangle and selling another one.
And doing it for a debit, as you explained.
Yeah, and it's a single trade. They're both one click.
Yep. All four legs.
It's either 2 legs or 4 legs. 2 legs when you're adjusting on untested side, 4 legs when you're doing all four things. It's all electronic. It's all through a spread book. It's super simple to do.
Even Tom can do it.
Yes, even I can do it. Let's go next slide. And the last one. If you have a strangle that's tested and you move the untested side, do I have to cut the deltas by 30 to 50%? I feel that is putting me in a tight position and increasing my risk. Is there anything wrong with cutting the deltas by a smaller amount?
Listen, there's nothing wrong with any of this as long as you're aware of it. Like, you could keep the delta and play for price reversion to the mean if you're, have an opinion that, corresponds to that product going back into your middle of your 2 short strikes. Like, we show you what we do. I like to reduce my delta by 50%. Tom likes to reduce his delta by 50% or more. Again, I'll go back to what I originally said. Nothing wrong with anything here. You can certainly do it less as long as you're aware of it. You could do nothing as long as you're aware of it. The worst thing you could do is not be aware of what's going on in the product or the position that you have.
If I have a strangle that's tested, just like Tony said, we like to cut the deltas by
50% or more.
50% or more most of the time.
Yep.
But if you want to cut the deltas by, of course, these are all just suggestions. These are
the research that makes
we're just trying to optimize our mechanics and get you back into, closer to a neutral position. But if you want to still maintain some risk, we do it all the time too. Like, we'll sometimes, we'll tweak it a little bit, yeah, of course. Listen, there is no wrong answer here. We're just trying to get you back to neutral. If you want some directional risk on, which is totally fine, yeah, don't change.
You do you, boo.
Yeah.
We'll take a quick 90-second break and come back. We're going to do more with trades from the research team next. This is Tasty Live.
Dear Chad, thank you for trusting me with the workload of 5 people this week. It was an invaluable learning experience. All 97 hours.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
You made me print out something for you in 40-point font.
From the smart mouths at Tastylive.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
I see you. You've been very quiet. What's going on?
I think I'm injured.
What'd you do?
I think I injured my. Blue? I think it feels like a rotator cuff.
What'd you do? Lift up a bag of coffee?
Something like that.
Did you try to wave your hands in the air and you tried to wave them like you just don't care?
I think I'm injured.
Vanetta, I see.
I was doing a lot of manual labor, working out, doing a bunch of stuff, and it just,
It's the mason jars. The mason jars took him down.
Guy from California that was on the show once. Remember that guy?
Mark Sisson?
Mark Sisson.
What's the company?
Oh, there's Sean.
Just have to say that so that it sounds like you're ordering something, like, I was ordering something fancy, pork shoulder. So
it was
Tony?
A pork shoulder.
This is what he told me too.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't know to believe him or not.
Do you have a photo?
Oh my God! I will tell you exactly what this thing is. Webs. It's called pork shank. Pork shank. It's called Stinko.
Oh my God.
Tom, can you get in frame, please?
You promised on Wednesday that you would tell us where you got the Bears tickets from.
Go ahead. I told you I was going to ask you.
Go ahead. I got it here.
Please,
you said
please.
I don't
This
forget.
is $75,000.
I don't forget things. Was it Goldman Sachs or J.P. Morgan?
Now he's got to tell me. He doesn't remember the lie he told me right now. That's what he's trying to figure out right now. There's no way he remembers the lie he told me. Go ahead.
Let's hear it.
To him, it was J.P. Morgan.
God.
I can get up there and slap that stupid beret right up the head. Go ahead, admit to him that you lied to me during the show earlier. Go ahead.
I didn't lie to you. I didn't say anything.
Yeah, you did. Go ahead, tell me.
What did I say?
I'm not telling you. No freaking way.
I didn't lie to him.
How'd you get the tickets?
Where'd you get tickets?
I was gifted the tickets.
Sure you were. From who?
Just clean it. It hurts only for a second. Go ahead, J.P. Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in my car, so I'm going home, can buy the tickets, and then somebody emails me and says,
"Who is this? Is it from J.P. Morgan?"
I'm not telling you. Somebody says to me,
how come he gets the stuff from JP Morgan? I don't get anything from JP Morgan.
They like me better than you.
Apparently.
Unbelievable.
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
It was a great show. It was very inspirational and motivating.
I feel like you got to know each of the traders a lot better on a personal level. It was awesome.
This is my 10th or 11th live event. I thought the math would be really complicated and it wasn't, and then it just made sense.
They've opened my eyes to many different strategies.
And I realized there's a reasoning and strategic planning that you could do to be successful. I love all you guys.
Shake it up, stop when the clock hits 13. Sing 1, 2, 3, 4. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, 4 large, 4K, 4 grand. Get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Tomas, we're back, my friend. So enough out of you. Who's our first researcher from Trades in the research team?
Baby shark, do-do-do-do-do, baby shark, do-do-do-do-do, baby shark, do-do-do-do-do,
Baby Shark, my man. What's up, brother?
Not much.
How are you?
I'm doing good.
My dad, your dad wants me to do a wellness check on you.
A wellness.
How well are you?
I'm doing well.
Very good, very good, very good. What do you got for us today?
You can tell I'm doing well.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
BMY Pharmaceuticals.
Ooh.
New Jersey Pharmaceuticals.
Ooh, BMY.
Is BMY New Jersey based?
Yeah, Princeton.
Oh, got it. Okay.
45, 55 strangle.
Speaking of Princeton, why didn't you go to Princeton?
Why didn't I go to Princeton? It's a good question, Tom. If they would have accepted me, I would have gone. Okay.
Don't worry, they didn't accept me.
Actually, I don't know about that because my whole thing was getting out of New Jersey. So for Princeton, I would have probably stayed. Yeah.
Understood. Understood.
Yeah.
It's not an easy school to get into.
No, not.
This is coming from SUNY Albany and John Jay College of Criminal Justice.
I
don't know.
I was like, Rutgers is a tough school to get into, I heard nowadays.
Nowadays, yeah. Because they changed, so there's a thing called the Common App where all the colleges are on now, and Rutgers just joined that, so their application numbers just went up. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
I don't like now we're living in a world where Rutgers is.
I have a buddy.
It used to be a school where we'd be.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I can't think what other schools are in New Jersey right off the top of my head. Those would be the two that come right to mind.
Well, yeah, that's the state and then the Ivy, and then there's local schools around.
Yeah, there's state schools. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so give it to me. What do you got? What are you doing in Bristol Myers? A stock that is not very easy to make money in, man.
Ivy ranked 75, right?
Yeah,
October 31st.
It is a good Ivy rank, so I thought haven't traded in a while, so why not? Good for good.
We have not traded this stock in a long, long while. Probably since. Oh boy, I don't know. What are you doing? The 45, 55?
Yeah, 45, 55. It's $50 close yesterday, so it's $5.
How are the markets in here? I wonder if they trade. Okay, let's check it out. Yeah. Looks like it's, what do you have, mid-price, 147?
147, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to change here. Okay, got it, Sahil. Thank you.
Beautiful. That was quick, easy. Who else we got? Who's next?
Every girl crazy about a shot as me.
sharp dressed man. Look at you with your tasty on. Beautiful, beautiful.
Someone have this one?
No. Where'd you get that?
Ah, that's right. You gotta have connections. That's right. That's right.
Does that say anything on it?
Yeah, it says tasty.
Only tasty.
So what does it say under tasty? Anything?
No,
Nothing
just tasty.
else.
Not tasty FX. Just tasty. What you've been
When did
looking
that
for
come
your
out?
entire life.
I don't know.
No, that's right. Don't reveal your sources. I got one too.
I have never seen that before.
Right now, you're
Really?
on a need to know basis. You don't need to
I
know.
don't have that one.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a new
Good
one.
one, dude.
It's a new one.
Yeah, it's a new one and good one.
Mm-hmm.
Very comfy and
Very comfy.
yeah.
Very comfy.
Looks good on you.
Thank you. Yeah.
That is the definition of a sharp dressed man.
That's right.
I do not have that one.
You have to get this one.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Heads are gonna roll. Heads are gonna roll.
More heads are gonna roll.
Yeah.
More heads are gonna roll today because I have not even seen that one. I did not approve that.
Really?
Yeah. All right, what do you got here?
Perfect.
So I got Meta.
Oh, I got Meta too, unfortunately.
Yeah. So
I want to get short Meta so bad I can't see straight.
So Meta was probably 10 up this morning, right? Or 9.
Meta's up $10. Yeah,
It is. Well, if you want to get short meta stuff, it's never been higher.
I know. $9 up. It's only up 9.
Yeah.
It's gonna probably. I think it's gonna close down in the day. What are you doing?
So I'm doing short on kind of.
November.
Yeah, November.
Okay, what do you got in here in November?
500, 510 for put side, 665, 675 for
500, 510.
and 665, 675 for calls.
What's the expected move? $65. So you're a little outside of that.
Yep.
Stock's up $10. Let's just move these strikes $10 away. Let's see where you be.
Yep.
9, and the other side you'll be. Yeah, it'll be about delta neutral, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Got it. I want to be a little bit short in here. So I'm going to move this. I'm going to move it down $10 because I want to be a little short.
Okay, good.
Beautiful.
That should be good.
How much do you correct?
I don't know. It says 333, but with the stock up $10, I'm guessing.
Hard to price.
Yeah.
It's hard to price. I'm
You
guessing.
roll the strikes $10, and then you adjust from there, right?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's going to be about 350, but I'm going to put it in at $4, and then once we open, I'll adjust it down when I see the price.
Correct.
It's easier to adjust it is to reset it up. All right, thanks. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Who's next? Next researcher, that is. It's Kai in the house. How's it going, Kai?
Not much, not much. How are you?
What do you got for? I'm doing well.
I'm gonna show you guys a little bit of love.
Oh,
look at you coming with jokes.
Gonna show us a little love. I love that.
Love's actually up pretty big this morning.
Everything's up pretty big this morning, Sal.
Everything's up.
Mr. Obvious. Up $1.50 to $30. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm doing a normal strangle, 25.35. This trade is actually even smaller than Sahil's position. Only 77 cents.
It might be 25.35.
Yeah, 21.35. I think that's the only.
Might be a little. I don't know where this thing's going to trade this morning. It's going to trade 55. Yeah, I don't know.
The delta shows small on the put side, but actually the premium is higher on the put side. So I think it's fine. It's actually 50 whatever on the put side.
I got to get a little more premium.
October 24th.
Yeah.
When earnings?
October 24th.
So yeah, it's good. It's as for
It's a really high IV rank. I think you got to go 27.5, 32.5. Just got to collect more premium.
What? Really? That's very close to at the money.
I know. $2.50 away. I need.
So you're bullish.
No, nothing.
Huh?
The stock's opening at $30.
Okay.
Dead smack center. It's gonna be a little bit bearish. All right, we're gonna see what happens here with this trade.
Beautiful.
The money.
Good job out of you. We'll let Sam fumble around the platform a little bit.
I'm gonna fumble around with it a little bit. See where we can get filled. Okay, thanks.
I don't know about you, but the moment I've been waiting for. Who's our next researcher? I've been waiting how long to get paid? How long have I been waiting to get paid here?
You've been waiting a while.
And you paid me in $2 bills.
I did. You got to do it.
$10 bet for about 3 years on this on this jail time with
Carolyn Ellison.
That's correct.
Yes. She got the 2 years.
Very morbid betting on somebody going to jail.
Yeah, she probably should have got more.
20 years, easy.
Yeah, but she got 2.
It should have been a 0. The judge didn't read it right. It should have been 20, not 2. I agree.
But I didn't think she was gonna. The bet was I didn't think she was gonna go to prison.
That's correct. That's correct. Kind of a BS win, but I'll take it.
She wasn't the mastermind behind it, but still, 2 years is.
2 years is it's ridiculous.
She was
a slap in the face to the public.
Well, she was guilty, so.
Yep.
Anyway, what do you got here?
So look at Coca-Cola. This is not something you know most people would normally trade, but they had their Coke, spiced Coke. That was kind of nasty. So they pulled
horrible.
it off the
Then
shelf.
they had the Oreo Coke, which is disgusting.
Never had that one.
Yeah.
But I did have the spiced one. I didn't think it was that bad. But you know, I do like the lemon ginger Coke.
Horrible. But we're going to let you slide in that. So what are you doing with Coca-Cola?
But
We're going to let you slide because you're in good standing.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm selling the 70 put. Looks like it's going to open down here just a couple percent on the open. 7105 was right before I went in.
Yeah, Coke down about 50, 60 cents. Yep.
Okay, so which one are you doing? You're selling the
70. This is November. Annualized.
November 70 put.
Yeah, so you do have to put up quite a bit of money, about $4,800 for this. So it's not not the best use of capital, but if you're thinking about possibly getting into the stock or just moving some cash around, which is kind of my situation.
You can use significantly less buying power if you wanted to. You can bring this down to $700 or less if you go out and buy like the 62.5 put for 12, 13, 15 cents. Again, you are giving up that 15 cents if that's what you end up paying for that put, but you save a lot of buying power.
It probably would be worth it.
Yep.
Do something like that.
Yep, I agree.
What do you think?
Not my favorite trade by any stretch, but it's a cheapie.
It's on the radar though.
Yeah, it's on the radar.
Yeah.
High IV rank. It's okay. Yeah, it's probably the only stock I've found this morning that's down.
Dad, have you learned your lesson?
I'm
Simple
glad
yes or no?
I'm glad I didn't go with the 20 bet. I'm glad I went with a 10.
Let's see who our next researcher is. Thank you.
Thanks.
Sounds like we have 7 researchers. My man Antune in the house.
How you doing?
Doing good, brother. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. I know that it's very difficult to find stocks that are down, which is why I brought to you a stock that was actually down right before the open, but has since climbed a little bit higher. But I think you're going to like it. I think you've been waiting for this opportunity, Tom, so I'm going to hand it to you on a silver platter and call it my idea. Long bonds.
I like it.
I sold some naked puts in the bonds this morning.
In ZB, not TLT.
In ZB.
Tom, don't you see the IV rank is 9.4?
I know. I just sold it for directional. So I sold them at 40. They're 34 right now. I could take my profits and just close up shop.
So I'm going to give you the proper mechanics for this trade. We're going to do a long at the money debit spread in TLT. Risk one to make one. One side's in the money, one side's out of the money. Basically get 0 theta, goes till November. Low IV rank trade. This is how we construct it generally. But I'll just be honest. You do what you like.
Tom's a rule breaker. You are 100% correct, Anton. You've never been more correct.
We were actually already long TLT. We're short the 97 puts naked, and I'm not upset with that trade. And what do you got there?
When did that happen?
I've had the position on, but 95-101. Okay. Remember.
Yeah. Okay. I just asked you Monday, and you said you had no bond position.
I had no bond position on. I had a TLT position.
That's the same thing.
I'll try to explain it to him, Anton. I've been doing it for 12 years. He does not.
95-101. What's your price?
It's pre-market 290. Well, it was closed at 297. I'm sorry, 295. But it'll trade maybe a little bit higher, but around there. I mean, it was trading. Stock was down this morning. Now it's up. So I didn't see that coming. So
Markets are dynamic, Anton.
Okay, we got it.
Beautiful. Let's see who's next for our researcher. Ooh, fan favorite. That's right, Mr. Pulp Fiction himself, Jajun in the house.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Look at him, all dressed for success. I like it.
Me too.
Yes.
Me too. Oh, Q's bullish. Oh, are you gonna?
Jajun.
Oh, how the mighty have
Killing us
fallen,
here.
Jajun.
NASDAQ's up 320 this morning. There's no chance. We're selling puts on the opening today.
Let me explain.
Let me explain.
You can explain till you're blue in the face.
Yeah, I know this is unconventional. The IV is very low, but I think all the Nasdaq Magnificent Seven are really strong. I think you shouldn't fight the momentum. We should ride with the momentum today. So we're doing 482 sell put on November 1st. QQQ. Yeah.
Well, we appreciate your thoughts, but we are going to pass on this trade.
That's an excellent idea. Let me look into it.
I mean, the NASDAQ,
all dressed up and nowhere to go.
NASDAQ futures are up 300 and change. We're not going to sell puts into this. We're going to roll up some puts against some short calls that we have. But we won't be. No, we're going to take a pass. I don't hate the play if we were down today, but since we're up, now we're going to take a pass.
Off with your head. Who's our next researcher?
Thanks, Jajun. Thank you.
Finally, last in this joint. Julia in the house.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Hello, Miss Julia.
Oh, you were so mean.
Wow.
You could have been meaner, but that was kind of mean.
Why? What did I do?
Nothing. Never. You guys are the nicest. You wore a suit and everything.
XOP. What do you got here?
You know me.
Yeah. In the sea of green, I'm looking at XOP. So this one is down this morning, and I put the strikes around 115, 110, 140, 146. So I kind of want to see where this is going to open a little bit, but this is adjusted. So collects $1.29 in credit for 371 in buying power. Could be kind of interesting. It's been having these ebbs and flows and lower lows. So I'm decided to pull it out a little bit more to the put side, but honestly, I want to see where it opens a little bit before actually putting this on.
115, 110, 141. Oh, you're going wide.
Yeah.
141, 146.
Energy products give me very serious trust issues. So yeah, I'm going wide.
Yeah, the stock, it's down about $3, right? Or $2, $2.50.
Maybe it's moving around a little bit, but yeah, like 2.5.
All right. I mean, I think it should open high, hopefully higher. The Iron Condor. Let's see. All right, Julie, we're going to run out of time here. We ran late. There was a bunch of people. Everybody was in today. So
there's a whole crew. It was great.
That's
a real party.
BS. That's BS. We're going to take a quick 90-second break. Come back. We got more Tasty Live with the opening bell next. Thank you, Julia.
What's up, everybody? Check out my new series, Life Cycle of a Trade, where I show you my real-time trades with insights into strategy selection, adjustment mechanics, all the way to the closing order for all of the Tastylive core strategies.
Tomas from the powers that be. We are back in under 90 seconds. I don't know if that's how tight this ship runs. Even the S&Ps are tight too, so I don't know if they're up 47. That seems to be the number I quote all the time. NASDAQ up 313, Russell up 27, and Dow up 237. We are set to open here in about 20 seconds, Sadnov, which means, you know what? I'll take a look at those markets when we open. What say you? What's on the agenda for today? Let me mention just for lunch today, you got Dave's Hot Chicken. You're going to love that. It's going to be a good day.
And today's not going to be a good day no matter what happens, but Dave's Hot Chicken will help ease the pain.
I tried. I was shooting from strength. That's the best I got. There's your opening bell, my friend, as they come spinning out of the turn. Let's see what's the first thing to be higher today. When you look, MU up 16 and change. That's for earnings. SMCI up 16. Look at these Chinese stocks. PDD, Sadnov, up $14. That's a 10% move. Baidu up $10. Another 10% move. SMH up $10. Lulu up $7 and change. Qualcomm up $7 and change. Buy everything. So let's see what a few buckers are. Lilly, which was mentioned today on trades from the research team, down $3.73. And then you got a little bit of the oil-related products like XOM, you know it as Exxon Mobil, down $3 and change. Costco, which has earnings after the close today, down $2.60. Walmart down 54 cents. That's all I got. Sadnoff. Gold up $6 and change, off of its highs by about $20. Interesting.
I am taking a look at some of the underlyings here that we are going to have to do something.
By the way, this is your complimentary downtick in the market for the first 5 or 7 minutes of the market. Even the S&Ps will sell off about 7-10 handles and then sit up 50 for the rest of the day. I'm just kidding. I have no idea.
It's very possible that this could be your
downtick. This is the hook. You didn't sell them when they were up 50. Now they're only up 40. Better get them now while you can. And it's gone.
And it's gone. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Ooh, boy, these are some. Ooh, boy. These are some big ass moves this morning.
Yep. Apple only up 50 cents, if you can believe that, sound enough. But AMAT up $14. Where'd that come from?
Yeah. I'm going to adjust some, roll up some Qs.
Roll up this, take down that.
Roll up the spiders. I do not like any of this stuff here. We got problems everywhere.
Yeah, you know what? You've been on too long of a streak anyway, so.
I got problems everywhere. I'm rolling right now just to take advantage of this tiny little sell-off here.
Volatility 18.15 down 8 cents. Enough, a little odd. Oh, you scalped your bonds, which were nice for 6 ticks this morning.
Hey, had to do something.
It's not how you start the race. It's how you finish it. Sound enough. You'll be okay.
That's exactly right.
Don't you usually get banged up before you go to foliage weekend? If I remember correctly, you do, because we almost canceled foliage weekend.
I've almost canceled foliage weekend a couple times.
For a magnitude of reasons. Sometimes self-inflicted.
Usually self-inflicted. Yeah,
we gotta get into this foliage weekend thing. Is there any? How do you present it?
How do you present it? You couldn't handle it. You couldn't handle it. Mm-hmm. You're not strong enough. Okay, it's not. Mm-hmm. I mean, I feel bad for you.
I believe that.
Yeah,
I believe that.
We've been doing this for 20 some odd years.
Wow, poor thing.
I'm telling you.
Talking about you.
I'm telling you, she should ask for more money.
I'll let that go. Even the S&P is up 38. South of Bitcoin up 1,000 and change. I'm talking about the cash here. Corn, wheat, and soybeans basically unchanged. Let's take a look at your NASDAQ Russell. You want to? Probably not, but we can if you want to.
NASDAQ Russell?
Trading lower. So I don't know if you loved it in the area that you thought it was going to get to, it's lower than that area now.
If you loved it at X price, you're going to really love it
here at negative X.
You're going to really love it at negative X.
Yep.
Let's take a look here and let's take a look at MU. I didn't do that yet.
Okie dokie.
Talk about a problem child. So what do you think this MU thing? Let's see, how bad do we do? Not too bad.
MU up $16, 112 and change.
I've done worse.
You have done worse. I would give you that.
MU, let's do this. So we're in October. We're short the 115 calls. So I'm going to, they're currently trading for 390. So I'm going to sell the 108 puts. And that
makes you're long in the money or at the money calls, well in the money now by $12, and you're short the out of the money, first strike out of the money on a whole number 115s. You got a ratio 1/4.
Unfortunately, I don't think they MU filled. Wow, shocking. So I am going to.
So what do you do to neutralize that position? You could buy a little stock if you wanted to, right? You could sell some puts if you wanted to.
I did. I sold puts.
Okay, makes sense.
I sold puts. They just dropped the stock a little bit.
Mhm.
So neutralized the position. I mean, saw my long calls, and
If the leaves aren't changing, what will she have to stare at all weekend, Sadnov? If there's no colors in the leaves.
that's a problem.
That's a problem. That's a problem. That's a problem.
Big problem.
It could be a small problem too. I mean, but either way, it's going to be a problem. Mm-hmm.
It's a big problem. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
But if it rains,
It's not going to change colors by itself.
okay, I'm done with this.
One more day. One more morning.
MU done.
MU. What do you mean you're done?
I mean, I
Will you close the position or
didn't close the position, but basically took my loss.
you took your loss? How did you do that? So you sold the 100 calls and now you're just going to be short a strangle?
Yeah, no, I'm a short strangle.
Okay, so you're going to short like the 118, 115 strangle.
Yeah.
108, 115.
Exactly.
A little bit of delta short strangle, correct?
Exactly.
Got it.
And what I'm trying to do in other positions is roll them out a little bit.
Roll them out.
Roll them out a little bit in time. So in other words, take like rather than adjust everything in the front month, roll things out to November.
Understood.
Okay, so Julia's trade, she wanted to do it at $1.50. It is currently trading, that's XOP, it's trading at $1.37.
Not $1.50 is what I was going to say.
No, not $1.50. Stock's only down 68 cents. So it's trading at $1.37. XOP, not my favorite.
No.
We got a partial fill in love.
Yeah, on those on that. What are you trying to do there? Strangle?
Yeah, strangle. In Meta, which is up 690, I thought it was going to be up a lot more than that. We're a little bit away from the market, so we'll see what happens.
NASDAQ only up 250, Sadnov.
It sold off 50 points.
Mm-hmm.
And in Bristol Myers, we are a penny away. Well, I made the adjustment, so if they want to crash and burn now, entirely
You want to crash and burn and torture you? They can do it now.
they can do it. Let's see. So in MU, it's virtually impossible for us to get back to even today on the earnings play, but we didn't lose that much because it was a good adjustment. Biggest loser so far this morning is
Will be
SMH.
excluded? SMH?
SMH. I've rolled out to November. Second biggest loser is the Qs, and then it goes kind of right down the line.
And then right down the line to every other position you have?
Qs, spiders, no, all the
ETFs.
all the ETFs.
The delta that you're having there.
Yeah.
Maybe rank a 16 in the Qs, all delta.
It's all delta. All delta.
Let's talk about the positive side. Now, if you had a positive in your account, could you tell me what it would be?
No, I don't have.
I'm looking. I'm having a hard time finding it. So I was just wondering if you could.
Hold on, let me just make one more adjustment, then I'll help you out here. The positives.
Would you say you're back to your normal trading now? Because you're on a little bit of a bender there. We had like a 6 or 7 day win streak going on. Would you say you're back to normal now going into this foliage weekend?
Yeah.
Yes.
Looks like back to normal.
Yes. Not happy this one happened. Are you watching the Golden Bachelorette, Sadnov, and our friend Pascal?
I am not.
Sell. You're not?
No.
Too bad.
I'm not watching it at all, and I really don't care about your friend Pasquale. I'm not a Golden Bachelor watcher.
You might like it.
No.
Golden Bachelorette.
Oh.
You could be the next Golden Bachelorette, Sadnov.
Oh, what do you mean Golden? Oh, it's a Bachelorette? Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, she's the queen bee.
Oh, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
This weekend doesn't go as I expect it will go. You could be the next
Anthony.
Golden Bachelorette. You'd be a catch.
I would be.
I've seen your nipples just recently, too, when you took off your hoodie the other day. I mean, they're special.
Beth
is beside herself.
Beth, make him stop.
Are you done with
can't.
whatever it is you're doing over there? Even the S&P is only up 35. Sadnov, crash and burn, close all watertight doors.
I'm pretty
Be the
much
first move.
I'm pretty much done. I don't know. What do you think here?
Volatility has not moved all day, and I know it's low, but on a 50-point move, you would have thought it would have moved a lot more than this. It's basically unchanged. I'm going to say you've seen the top for today. I don't know if we're going to go red today, but you've definitely seen the top. Definitely, which means it's a 50-50 shot.
They look a lot worse than I thought they would.
Mm-hmm.
They look a lot worse than I thought they would.
If you've noticed, you've been watching option trades today with, that's right, my guy right here, Bob the Trader on the follow page. You know, we're doing a lot of iron condors trying to reduce that risk of volatility. That's right. More for you to come today on option trades today around noon. Or you can see it right there on the follow page if you have a Tasty Trade account. You ready to take a quick 90-second break?
Yeah, sure.
We will, and we'll come back with, oh, joy, my man, hear me out with Victor Jones next.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply. Join the club, genius. Tasty Trade.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
I will pay for the first bar mitzvah that has eggplant parmesan as the primary dish.
Can you throw weddings in? I'm done with bar. I'm done with bar mitzvahs. If you throw weddings, right? If you throw weddings in.
Wait, hold on. Cancel the quinceañera. You're in show now. All right, we got it.
If I got married again, I would have eggplant parmesan as my dinner.
If I get married again, how stupid are you?
Not if I get married again. If I was
exactly
already
what
married.
you said.
Don't cut that out, Beth, for him.
If I got married again, I would have eggplant parmesan as my dinner.
We just ripped higher up to 50 points, and I just thought we would stay there, but...
The thing the market does best is it keeps you very humble.
You get paid a lot for being right, and you lose a lot for being wrong.
So give me, I don't know, a couple hours, and I will give you everything that you need to start trading options. See you inside.
Hi, I'm Tony Batista, and I've been trading for more than 30 years. I've picked up quite a few shortcuts along the way. I call them trade hacks. Traders for all eternity have been looking for the reason to make a trade. Whether they were looking at charts or they were looking at fundamentals, they just had to figure out what direction the trade had to be. With the research that we provide now, we kind of take the direction out, because it's just a 50-50 shot, and say, what's the best strategy that we can apply? By the nature of the strategies I pick, I'm going to have a high probability of success. And I think my expertise comes from managing those trades, when to take them off, how to maximize the profit on them. I think that's what sets me apart from the novice trader. People are always asking, where can they find my podcast? There it is, son. Look at that. Option Trades Today. You can listen here. And everybody's waiting for my podcast tomorrow. Option Trades Today, every Tuesday and Thursday around noon. If you want to learn, sir, every Tuesdays and Thursday, Option Trades Today. You can find me on YouTube or wherever you find your podcast. Option Trades Today. You listening to me? Option Trades Today comes out every day around noon. Every Tuesday and Thursday. You too can stick with the bat.
Are you on a quest for trading enlightenment? Driven by an unquenchable need to find the twin flame to your chosen strategy?
Our Where's Bat live event is the search for trading's ultimate holy grail.
Do you have what it takes to find the elusive bat as we visit 3 cities?
Join 6 Tastylive speakers
as they present 6 unique strategies
and 6 unique clues using games and probability
to lead to the ultimate prize. Sign up for this free event today at tastylive.com/events.
Got trader's block? We've got the cure. Get data-driven trade ideas with Cherry Picks, our weekly newsletter that gives you insights into the market. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Enough out of you. We've got this, man. Hear me out. Victor Jones in the house.
Oh, yeah. Tom, Tony, Tasty Nation, how you doing? Tom, you got a big smile on your face? It's a good day. It's a green day for you, I'm sure. China's up. You're smiling ear to ear.
The worst reason for the market to be up, China's up. No, this is actually not going to be a good day for the good kids. I have too many short. This is what happens, Southern. You don't listen to the young kids. Too many short deltas in some of like the AI stocks. I think that's going to hurt today.
Oh, you just get off of that. And well, on first call, I asked you what you thought about Micron. You said you were going to look to sell some puts today, so I'm sure you're happy about that. Smiling ear to ear.
No, because I messed that up too.
I'm just messing with you.
He likes a challenge. You know. I don't like it when I start when I'm too far ahead going into the weekend. I like to be happy for foliage weekend. You know what I mean? He likes to, a challenge. Yeah.
I hear you. I want no parts of that foliage weekend discussion. I'm going to put that. Let's just start with that up top. Gentlemen, today is all about China. It's not. I want to talk about a couple of different topics, but I'm going to start with Chinese stocks for just a second, because I'm curious about the different ways that you two think about price extremes based on narrative. I got tired of coming in here and arguing with Tom, and I don't think I argue with Tony as much about politics, but with Tom on politics. So I'm going to go a different route. I want to talk price extreme, but in the context of narrative, and you can poo-poo on the narrative all you want, but at the end of the day, what I want to know is what you're doing with these underlyings. So Chinese stocks, I think we've all known that these stocks are cheap relative to their U.S. counterparts. They're cheap on an absolute and relative basis. Some have argued that there's a reason for that. There's not enough accounting on these stocks, that there's geopolitical conflict, yada, yada, yada. But if you were being honest and objective, it was pretty impossible to see the cheap relative value in Chinese stocks. But you need a catalyst. And it seems like over the last couple of weeks, we've gotten a catalyst. Just a couple of days after central bank's surprise stimulus, there was a 24-man team over there with President Xi. They just had a meeting, and the official readout came from that meeting overnight. And they effectively said they are willing to deploy any necessary fiscal spending to meet this year's economic growth target of roughly 5%, of which they've been a bit soft on. Reuters reported late Thursday that the Ministry of this is late Thursday Chinese time, that the Ministry of Finance is planning to issue 2 trillion yuan, that's about $284 billion worth of special sovereign bonds this year, evenly split between stimulating consumption and helping local governments tackle debt problems. Again, this is the second announcement on top of the PBOC surprise stimulus a couple of days ago. And these Chinese stocks today are going absolutely insane. Even the dogs, Xpeng, JD.com, Li Auto, Baidu, Alibaba, all this stuff is up nearly double digits, if not well into the double digits. So, gentlemen, I'm going to ask you, starting with Alibaba. Alibaba is now at I think a yearly high today, if I'm not mistaken. We're at 101 and change. If you look over a year's time, these things are relatively expensive. If you just look at 1 year's price action. But if you look at Alibaba relative to its U.S. counterpart, or Baidu relative to its U.S. counterpart, JD.com relative to its U.S. counterpart, so on and so forth, these things are still relatively cheap. And over a longer time frame, like 5 years, on those price charts, these things are still nowhere close to price extremes. So I'm sort of curious, Tom and Tony, how you guys feel about the risk reward in these Chinese names. They're going absolutely crazy. So in the short term, you can make an argument that they're extended, but over a longer period and on a relative value basis, they're still cheap. So how do people like you who are trading price extremes, you don't care about the narrative so much, what do you do with these things if you've got a net new dollar to invest?
Well, what's so interesting is, and I would prefer that you go back and start talking about politics because you're better at it. I told you your happy time was gone.
No, he's got to get one in because he knows what I did. I gave him 2 straight digs. I gave him a left and a right. I gave him a 2-piece I gave him a 2-piece combo coming in. So he's got to get his one back. I get what he's doing. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm not in Chinese stocks today. I've been in them for the last couple months. It's been a
what? Are you serious?
If you didn't have bad timing, you'd have no timing at all.
No, I mean, I got out of everything in the last 2 days because into the rally. I mean, how do you know it's going to be, they go from, a 10% rally, 15% rally, that's about all I can hope for. When they get 20%, that's probably more, 25%, that's more than I can play for. But I played for, at least a 10% plus rally. It worked. I'm not going to
maybe you're better.
10% rally the next day.
Of course not.
Maybe you're not upset at politics.
I'm not upset about it. I love it in hindsight.
And that's a jab.
All the market geniuses in hindsight go, what do you mean you didn't know they're going to go up another 10%? 10% is a huge move, especially when they haven't moved all year 10%.
Mm-hmm.
I have been long China since the beginning of the year. And I have stayed, I've been selling puts and buying stocks the entire year in China. And the last couple of days, we've just taken profits. That's what trading is. I don't care what the reason is. You gave all these ridiculous reasons. The reasons to me, the Chinese government's going to do whatever. It is a manipulated marketplace, and they will let things get to a point on either side. When things get too rich, they crush it. When things get too cheap, they buy it. And it's all I care about is that China is one of those marketplaces you can almost count on that more so than the U.S. market is really kind of a free market. We will let stocks go from $100 to $2,000 if they can. In China, they don't like that. Everybody wants to maintain control. So stocks can go from $100 to $300, but then I promise you're going back to 100. And that's just the nature of the way business is run. So I think I've never done a study to see if there's more reversion to the mean in China than there is anywhere else in the world, but it's entirely possible. Regardless, I felt that Chinese stocks were cheap compared to US stocks for a long, long time. And none of that has changed even today. But Chinese stocks relative to their own pricing have gotten very expensive the last days. They picked up, 25% in the last 2 weeks. That's not a number that I'm comfortable with. I wouldn't be long China here. I'm not going to get shorted yet. Maybe another, 6 months or a year we can get shorted. I'm not going to get short China. It's probably a decent short premium play, but we are not. We're not going to get short China. We're just going to play it from the probably short premium side. There's nothing. The play's done for me, Victor. Like China was over yesterday, and now it's really over today.
Yeah. I can't, the trader part of me wants to dump some of these deltas, and I think I will a little bit today. But the investor side of me says that if they are going to continue to dump money in the economy and try to help support things, it's probably going to blow up at some point in the future, but it's probably not in the near term. So I got to save something. I got to keep something on. Tony, have you avoided all these Chinese stocks like the plague?
Like the plague. I think there's just, and not because of the fundamental reasons that you may have brought out, or not because of the price reasons that Tom brought out. I avoided them just because there's so much going on in the market. Why do I need to put my money in strategies that I don't have full confidence that everything is out there? Like Tom said, they could be $300, they could be $100. Like, I would rather, there's so much going on in the NVIDIAs of the world, the Apples of the world, the Microsoft. Every stock.
That's not the reason that we weren't bigger into China is that they don't. They're as trading vehicles, they're okay. They're not great.
Yeah, the markets aren't that awesome.
Yeah, Baba's okay. Baidu's a little bit worse. FXI is too cheap to really trade options. So there were limitations. PDD, JD, they were all okay. None of them were amazing. So we stayed long deltas for pretty much all of 2024. But once you get the move, then it just becomes, why is it any different? Why is it any different? It's just It's just a 3.5 star liquidity underlying now that lost its, what I think was its either oversold edge, price extreme edge, whatever you want to call it, to people like me who are contrarians. That's all. We move on.
Fair enough.
They actually become interesting to me now.
Yeah, because they still have high vol. Now
They have high vol. They've had a huge move in one direction, in a very short period of time. They have earnings after expiration in November, but markets are still relatively wide for $100 stocks with 30-cent wide markets. It's still not not good. But they do. But on a price basis, they become a little bit more interesting.
I agree in the short. I do agree in the short term. It's just, do you want to play the counter trend? Are you brave enough to play the counter trend? But I agree with you.
I'm not brave enough to play the counter trend now. And I mean, we played the counter trend there for the last 2 years, but I'm not going to flip the cards over and get short. That's for sure.
All right. If you didn't like that one, you're going to have a field day with this one, Tom.
That's not a good setup. Okay, I'm telling you right now.
Well, the thing is, he doesn't. I figured if I'm not going to talk politics, I got to give him something that he's going to want to argue over, or at least get his licks in. So I'm definitely giving you a toss up here. All right, here we go. I'm going to talk. First of all, I want to send thoughts out to all those in Florida and around the Gulf Coast, all those who could be potentially impacted by the storm. I do not want to make that storm just. I don't want to deduce what's happening to just numbers on a screen. However, my job here is to look at the events that are taking place around the world and look at them through the lens of trading. So I want to set up the premise. So the next one I want to talk about is the Hurricane Helene. And I want to understand how the efficient market theorists think about price, because what I think is very likely is once the hurricane hits, every major financial media outlet is going to start to run articles about the damage, and they're going to run articles about the disaster recovery efforts, and all of those things for new traders are going to start to spark the idea that, oh, I wonder if I should buy Home Depot, or if I wonder if I should buy Lowe's, I wonder if I should buy, Caterpillar, all of these different things, because that tends to be the repeated pattern of news flow off of disasters. So let me set up the premise, and then I'm gonna let you do your thing here, Tom. So what I want to say is, going into the hurricane season, starting in June, there is a National Oceanic of Atmospheric and Administration who forecasted an 85% chance of above average hurricane season. They have predicted 17 to 25 total storms, 8 to 13 of those expected to be hurricanes, 4 to 7 of those expected to be major hurricanes. So that's category 3, 4, or 5. I think Hurricane Helene is between 1 and 2, expected to make landfall at 3, and could be as strong as 4. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep. Yeah.
But it will be the 8th storm of the Atlantic hurricane season since June 1st. So we're in the ballpark of those estimates. The damage could be between $3 and $6 billion in private insurance losses and $1 billion additional in flood insurance and crop insurance programs. So my question to you, Tom, is likely after this hits and when people start to see these types of articles, how should they think about trading opportunities like Home Depot and like Lowe's, who are both at and above or at or near their all-time highs right now?
I wouldn't think about that for 1 second. The dumbest thing people can do is to think that, oh my God, there's a hurricane that we're not the first people to know that there's going to be a hurricane. And for some reason, we're going to buy Home Depot stock because there's going to be a hurricane in Florida. If you do that, you should take all your money out of the stock market and just buy a treasury bill. And you should never again trade or invest.
Well, just put it in your backyard.
Or bury it in your backyard, because you are far too stupid to ever, be involved in the world of finance.
I would say far too risk adverse, but that's just me.
It's not risk adverse. I mean, that's just like anybody that thinks that way, you've missed the whole point of everything that finance is about.
I don't disagree with that at all. I think it's 100% true. There's some delta between whatever the market is priced in terms of expected damage and what the real damage will end up being. And I think that small delta becomes, it'll move markets in one way or another. But I would agree with you that since the reason I set it up this way was to sort of expose the idea that people have had an understanding of what this hurricane season would be, given the warmer oceanic temperatures. That has been largely priced. And so the more interesting thing, Tom, I would ask you is this an interesting fade in your opinion? Home Depot and Lowe's, you've seen the long end rates move higher, which isn't necessarily going to give, or it has the potential to not give mortgage rates the easing that I think some people were expecting. You've also seen what this hurricane is going to make landfall. All of this, to me, sets up the potential for a contrarian move. We're at a price extreme as well. Again, so I'm asking you, you weren't ready to make the counter trend move on Chinese stocks. I wonder, as Tom and Tony, is this an interesting price extreme to take a contrarian position against, in your opinion?
Well, first of all, Home Depot and Lowe's weren't even up today. Last time I looked, they're like unchanged. They're up a few pennies right now. They were down this morning.
Home Depot's up 30 cents, nothing in this market.
I mean, the market obviously doesn't believe. The market's saying that there's nothing there anyway. I don't know why. If you're going to sit here, if you can sit here and quote weather patterns to me from the changing due to climate change and everything else, then if you're interested in trading some form of weather, then you can trade weather looking out a year from now. Right? Like in other words, people knew this a year ago, and so you would have already played for it. There's no play here, is my point. Efficient market theory suggests that there is no play. It's not even a topic of conversation for me. I mean, the only thing I would care about is, do you have a trip? Like last week, we were in Miami, and so we're like, are we going to get caught in hurricane season? And we're like, no, we missed it by a week. Great. Right. Do I have a trip planned to Disney in the middle of hurricane season? I don't know. I don't know why anybody. I mean, you can ask Tony why somebody would buy a house in Florida.
Let me pick at this.
Because every other day it's 80 and sunny.
So
every day when you can find your house.
You've often said you've advocated for the efficient market theory, but you've also said that there is a portion of the marketplace that acts as the emotion in pricing.
There is. Yeah, sure. Of course.
So let me ask you, can somebody like me believe that inefficient market theory, but also believe that the emotion of a marketplace, or that in the short term that the demand for some instrument has been overdone?
Of course.
And that's what you're fading. So what I'm saying here is that the demand for things in home builders is overdone for two reasons, for two catalysts, that I believe that emotion, once this settles out, I believe that emotion will settle. And I think this is an interesting opportunity to fade. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with you. Efficient market theory,
but you're saying there's no opportunity here.
No.
So you're directionally
I'm saying there's no
neutral
opportunity
selling
to think of here's how efficient market theory works. Efficient market theory just means that eventually everything gets to be fairly priced and all the information gets disseminated and everything's priced into the market. But efficient market theory doesn't mean that everything's always efficient. Like, it doesn't mean that prices are always exactly right. Prices can be emotional. Prices can be order flow can change prices. Emotion can change prices. There can be natural events, binary events, acts of God, all the things you're talking about that are going to have some impact on prices. They will normalize very quickly. That's why you have to take advantage of certain moves and opportunities when those things arise. But I would just caution people to not think about markets in the sense that you have to guess what's going to happen in some macro sense. Just think about markets differently. Okay, just realize that you're not alone. Again, the easiest way to think about markets, in my opinion, is for me to say to you, if I told you what was going to happen, what would you do? And I don't think that that's an easy question to answer. And that should satisfy everybody's who has this thirst or this desire to understand, the macro part of every scene. If I told you when the hurricane was going to hit 6 months ago, what would you have done differently? Would you have sold crude oil knowing it down $2.50 today? I doubt it. You probably would have bought it. Would you know that Home Depot is going to be down $1.15 this morning? I mean, of course, with the market up, the S&P is up 30 handles. My point is, any single time that somebody has a question about, tries to bring up a macro story, a fundamental story, just say, listen, if I told you what was going to happen, how would you play it? Which is why I think what we do at Tasty is so important, because it gives you a different perspective of looking at the markets. Whereas, we can go to things that are coming up. If I told you who's going to win the election, if I told you what the Fed's going to do next time, if I told you this, that, whatever, I don't know how you would play it, even if you knew. And because of that, it should immediately take your focus onto the things that you can actually, apply, that are practical. That's the only difference. I think that's the really critical piece here.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you. I don't know if I've allowed a quick response, but I've never disagreed with your point of view there, Tom. I think though, macro can, if you told me 6 months ago that the Fed was going to be cutting by the 2 year was going to drop to 3.50 while Fed funds rate was at 5.25, that the market would be anticipating lower mortgage rates and we were going to have an 85% chance of above average hurricane season, then, I think there would be a case for what you would do with your money. If you told me that we were going to be in an election where the two candidates, given the structure of our economy, need to promise the people more because austerity will be painful, and though inflation is painful, it's easier to get elected handing stuff out than going through fiscal austerity. I would say on a nominal price basis, you probably want to be a stock owner. However, there's a big question mark of how the bond market is going to handle that. And I think 6 months out into the future, or 9 months out in the future, Tom, I think if AI is a real thing, I think how are you going to power that? Because right now, the only thing that we've thought of is building data centers. And I don't think we've ever considered the material constraint or the energy constraint in powering any of that stuff if this thing actually takes hold. And I think just now the market's starting to wake up to that fact. And I think that's why you're starting to see some of these nuclear stocks start to wake up. So yeah, I agree. In a week from now, knowing what the hurricane's going to do, is that really going to change the outlook of your investing? No. But thinking 9 months ahead, which is what the market is discounting constantly, and thinking what are the conditions 9 months ahead, does it matter for a recession today? No, because the market's discounting 9 months. And if you can get yourself out of the headlines, which are structured around today, and look to 9 months into the future, which none of the headlines are talking about, and see that world, I do think there's value in the macro construction of thinking through those types of exercises versus what do the headlines tell me and how do I trade this stuff? I think that's nonsense in the same way you do.
Okay, that's fair. I'll give you that. I'm okay with that. I'll let you live.
That's a small win. I'm taking
that. That's fair. That's fine.
Oh my God. I think I'm done. I think I'm going to retire.
You just got him at a weak moment when even the S&P's up 30, but I would run with it, Vic.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this with a market measure next.
Peace.
Shake it up, stop when the clock hits 13. Sing 1, 2, 3, 4. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
Your crypto needs a wallet. And crypto is better when it's tasty. You can now do more with your digital currencies with the Tasty Crypto app. We're proud to offer a self-custody wallet for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Polygon. Transfer your digital tokens directly in-app and access thousands of tokens available only on-chain. Your wallet is your key to decentralized finance.
Download the Tasty Crypto app and get started today.
%90 goes to S&P index funds.
You got to double your
10%
initial
straight to
investment
bank.
every 7 days.
Is 20th Century Advice driving your 21st century portfolio? Tastylive has joined forces with the CME and SIBO to offer the industry's first multi-exchange trading collaboration. Our new live event, Building a Complex Portfolio, puts active traders on the path to modern portfolio creation. Tom Sosnoff and other Tastylive personalities will cover strategies that'll help you integrate futures and options into your portfolio. Sign up at tastylive.com/events and see where we're headed next.
I'm on the road for work quite a bit. In fact, I've been on the road crisscrossing the country for much of the last 25 years. Yeah, I've logged a lot of miles and met a crazy number of people along the way. Strangely, I remember emails and trades better than names and faces. So when walking through another airport this past weekend, someone with a familiar face stopped me to say, "Hi." He said he was a longtime Tasty fan who met me years ago at a Traders Expo. Before I could say, "You look familiar," he told me his email address, and it was like we were old friends. I even remembered the last trade he emailed me about over 3 years ago. I'm not sure if it's a feature or a bug, but my brain is just wired differently. At Tasty, we have worked really hard to make finance fun and engaging for our clients and our employees. Much of our success has come from turning a generally perceived negative industry into a positive and challenging experience. So why does it seem that nowadays everyone is so angry and so negative? And it's not just in the financial world. People are angry everywhere, whether it's social media, politics, sports, news, entertainment, and even travel. People are mad about something. I always wonder why more people and more companies don't try to use more kindness, humor, and smarts. It's not that complicated. People think angry sells, but it really doesn't. Nasty is not a feature. What I've learned from years of traveling is that angry doesn't make you smart or rich. Angry just makes you into an insecure fool. Contrary to the mistaken old adage, nice people do finish first, and that is our lifeblood at Tasty.
Beat the opening bell. Get trade ideas and market insights before the open. From the creator, Tom Sosnoff, and our chief market strategist, Tom Preston. Every weekday. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Today's episode of Market Measures is brought to you by SIBO. SIBO is partnering with Tastylive to provide educational opportunities for traders at all levels. Did you know index options like these can provide opportunities for diversification, lower volatility, liquidity, and other benefits? To continue your education on some of the mechanics learned in today's Market Measures, check out SIBO's Retail Trader Suite at www.sibo.com/minis.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with this market measure. Even the S&P is up 32, holding steady.
It's been a pretty narrow range today, wouldn't you say?
We've had a 100-point move in the NASDAQ. 100 points up, 100 point down.
100 points lower than where we opened.
Right, yeah.
But I mean, in general, it's been a pretty...
It's very orderly. Yeah, totally agree with you. Totally agree with you.
Yeah.
Once the sticker shock, it was like buying a new car. So enough. Once you got the sticker shock, it basically just been there. That's what it is. They didn't get you for the up.
Netflix down $4, Amazon down, Microsoft down.
You see CarMax?
No.
CarMax looked like it was lower this morning by a couple of bucks. It did open lower. KMX, it's now up $2.90. It was just up $3.90 a moment ago. Open down $3, up $3.
VIX one day, to give you any idea of what the rest of the day is going to look like. VIX one day, 820, the lowest I've seen it. Some of the stocks that big movers on my board, Dell. I don't have a position on there right now, thank God.
I don't either. Tom's looking at VIX 1D for those who are questioning what the number is.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we've made a bunch of adjustments. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I took a lot of my risk off, but I'm going to roll positions today and tomorrow, and we'll see what happens. I think we've already choked down most of the losses. Not much else we
sources.
Yeah. How much else we can do here? I rolled most of the stuff. Today's move was big. Big. Anyway, especially in SMH. That's our worst position.
Ready.
Bunch of stuff coming up. For starters, we're going to be in the UK November 11th through the 15th. And if you haven't checked it out yet, go to tastylive.com/events. Tastylive.com/events will be in Edinburgh, Manchester, Birmingham, London, and Dublin doing live trading events.
Bang.
Doing live trading events at 6 o'clock at night. We'd love you to come on out. So you can sign up at tastylive.com/events. Also, on October 19th, we'll be in LA doing our doing an option show, all 6 of us. Julia is going to be joining us along with Katie, Nikki, Jamal, and Pete. And all of us will be out at the Fonda Theater in LA. Again, sign up at tastylive.com/events. And then 2 weeks after that, we're going to be in Dallas for the last show of the year. For the last one of these building complex portfolio, we'll be in Dallas, Texas on November 2nd. It's a Saturday morning. And looking forward to our first trip it's our second trip to Texas this year, our first trip to Dallas. So, and by then, most Cowboy fans would have given up. That's what I'm thinking. You're that close. I watched the game last week. You're that close. We have to blow up the Bears. We're going to have to blow up the Cowboys, too.
Fair. I think it's
Yeah, I think it's fair. I don't think Cowboy fans would disagree. I can't imagine sports radio in Dallas right now I just can't imagine sports radio in Dallas has got to be one of the most brutal bashings I can imagine. Anyway, LA on October 19th, the Saturday, and then Dallas on November 2nd, 2 weeks after that. So really looking forward to seeing those are our last 2 of those events. Then we have one more event in Phoenix at the end of the year. But here's something cool. So that both of these events we've done all year, we just are in the process of recording them digitally so you can see them. We just changed the names to give them so more people will, check them out.
To protect the innocent.
But
Dragnet.
6 must-know skills for active traders is building our portfolio, and that's the show we've done. So all that content's in there. That's Jamal, Pete, Nikki, Mike, and Kate. And then 7 option strategies, which is the Where's Bat show. That's Liz, Jenny, Dr. Jim, Julia, Anton, myself, and we've even allowed the bat to come on board. So it's going to be a 7th strategy.
That's right, my friends. You asked for it back by popular demand.
What strategy are you doing?
I'm not telling you. You're going to have to sign up to find out.
Okay.
I can't tell you these things.
I didn't even know.
It's patent pending. I'll let you know. That's all I only hid.
Patent pending.
That's right. Those are the no.
Yeah, I don't believe that. But these are all digital. They super simple. I signed up for both these. It literally
super simple strategy. Super simple to sign up.
Super simple to sign up.
Mm-hmm.
I signed up for both these. It took me less than 15 seconds.
Most of us took less than 5 seconds, but you're an overachiever.
Some of mine didn't all fill in with one click. But super simple to sign up. It's yours forever, both of these. These are really crazy expensive to put together and crazy expensive to do. We rent a stage in Chicago. We filmed everything.
Crazy expensive, but all free to you.
Yeah. And we're the only firm in the world that does this. So stream them, own them, whatever. They're all yours. We'll be playing November 16th, the 6 must-know skills for active traders, and December 14th on the 7 option strategies. Those are both Saturday mornings. After that, as long as you sign up, you can watch them anytime you want.
Like it.
As long as you sign up, you can watch them anytime you like, forever. We're holding them. We're holding them on a private blockchain. You can watch them anytime you want. It's just eventually they'll fit really nice into your wallet. So, please sign up. Okay. Everybody signs up for those. We'll keep doing them forever.
Yep.
Because this gives a chance for people all over the world that missed our live shows. to be able to see these at the end of the year. Live shows to me are more important because you get a chance to meet and see people and network and everything else. But sometimes having a digital copy is really cool. And these are produced, so they're just done. All the slides are in there. They look great. All right, let's go. Ready?
I'm ready.
We're going to cover elections today. And we're going to cover the months leading up to the elections. August, September.
Oh, market moves. Whew. Okay, thankfully. Yes. Sponsored by the CBOE, by the way.
August, September, October. Ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Months leading up to the election. Do you think that there's some kind of trend that we should know about? August, September, October.
You know what? I think it's almost like a buy Rosh Hashanah, sell Yom Kippur, or sell Rosh Hashanah.
What does that mean?
Buy Yom Kippur.
Okay, what does that mean?
We have these sayings out there in the market that I don't think have ever been really tested, tried and true, and you have enough of the...
Okay, so what are you saying? August, September, October.
It's like every other Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I think it's going to be random. I don't think there's going to be any kind of trend or something to follow here. Maybe there's a volatility thing, but I don't even think even that's going to have anything to do with the markets for election.
Octobers have been crazy throughout.
Same as it ever was.
Octobers have been crazy throughout history.
Yes, it has.
But they've been crazy for reasons other than elections. 1987, the crash was in October. No election. 1989, the mini crash was in October. No elections.
There were elections looming, but no.
Well, not really. In the point being is that we rarely see election activity move the market. 2008, we were in the middle of a meltdown, so that was an election thing. And then I would say in 2016, the market definitely ran up after the 2016 election, but in October, it was a little weak prior to it. So let's see if we can come up with anything that looks really interesting. Being an election year, implied volatility has remained quite average so far, with an overstatement rate of 86% over the last 12 months. All right. That sounds, here's the S&P's historical volatility. Here's the S&P's implied volatility. So you can see the implied volatility has overstated, but, generally speaking, the implied volatility is overstated. But I think that's what you're looking there is a pretty normal chart of implied over historical. Let's go next slide. So what should we expect in terms of price volatility and implied volatility in the months leading up to a presidential election? How typical was August and September compared to past election years? And how does the volatility compare to any other year? We're going to see. Let's go next slide, Beth. So we went all the way back to started trading on the VIX just after 2000. So that's about as far back as we can go. We observed the days in August, September, October in presidential election years in 2000, 04, 08, 12, 16, 20. We computed everything you wanted, everything you ever wanted to know and more about historical volatility, implied volatility, price change, monthly price variation, and then compared to the same months in non-election years. Let's keep going. Next slide. All right, here we get into the meat. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
August and September of election years tended to exhibit average implied volatility, but low historical volatility. This suggests that the actual price volatility was significantly muted despite an election coming up. That is your first big takeaway. Initially, the numbers suggest that price volatility was muted despite an election. October before elections were more volatile than August and September although 2008, was a large outlier that may have thrown everything off. Because 2008, if you remember 2008 of October, volatility ran up to about almost 80. And that messed up like historical numbers forever. But you can see here that normal election years, SPX, average implied volatility, historical implied volatility are pretty much in line. And October is different. Again, 2008 really messed up that skew. But still, is what it is. Let's go next slide. The actual average monthly
price variation was so small back then. It's surprising to me.
Yep.
The average price changes for the month leading up to the election seem to suggest that August was a strong bullish month and September and October were very bearish. However, the variation is also very large. This means there is no statistical evidence to any directional trends that may be observed. That's pretty interesting because when you think about it, August, very bullish. September and October, very bearish. This is since 2000. Again, a lot of this is skewed in 2000 and 2008, but it is what it is. And the monthly price variations obviously go up.
Messenger.
Yeah, obviously go up. Interesting stuff. Let's go to the next slide. For non-election years, August and September are actually more volatile than election years. That's all you need to know. For non-election years, August and September are actually more volatile than election years. A non-election October was less volatile and was very similar to August and September. Even when comparing to election years, the volatility difference between these months is quite insignificant, and that is really the key here. When you take away when you go to the non-election years, it's basically no change. I think this would be more about, let's talk economic meltdowns than election years.
Yes, right.
Okay, yeah, because I think that's the big difference. And let's see, hold on a second.
Even the S&P's up 26, NASDAQ up 173, Russell up 16, and Dow up 139. It's been a stair step lower, so I don't know if just kind of easy does it.
Yeah. Let's go next slide, Beth. The monthly price variation is larger than the size of the average, meaning there is no directional trend in any month. This was a really critical takeaway for us. And again, for a long time, we wanted to do this study. So we looked at non-election years since 2000, and you can see here the average monthly price change and then the average monthly price variation. And I don't think that there's much in there that suggests anything different from an election year.
Right.
Let's go next slide. So some of the takeaways from this very extensive study. When looking at expectations for implied and realized volatility for August and September, the presence of an upcoming election presented very little difference. So a lot of the talk about the elections, again, very little difference.
Mm-hmm. So
very little difference.
What did you? I should have asked, what did you think before this all happened? But from these results, do you change any of your?
No.
Business as usual doesn't mean
business as usual.
Every 4
It's
years.
almost like you're trading an earnings play. It's business as usual up until the earnings.
Sure.
The election in October, the October in election year was more volatile on average, but not because of the election itself. The capitulation in 2008 occurred mostly in October and was the main contributing factor to the higher average. So, bottom line, there is no significant directional trends in any month, regardless of an election.
Ba-dum-bum.
Yeah, that is a ba-dum-bum.
Let's take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this with Oh Joy, your friend and mine. That's right, Mr. Scott Sheridan from the Scott Sheridan Studios. We'll be back in 90 seconds.
To my trusted financial advisor, let me know your thoughts on reinvesting what very little remains of my money into ramen noodle stock, now that I'll be eating it for every meal until I die. Best, Cynthia.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live market insights and insults.
They're all freaking losers. There's no skill.
From the smart mouths at Tastylive.
I'm like the Tupac of economists, going out on top. And will I ever really be gone? Say bye to Ben Bernanke. Cry your eyes out past the hanky. Gone from the Fed, but still looks swanky. Bye-bye, Chairman Ben Bernanke. Ben Bernanke, hardly knew ya. Ben Bernanke, glad we're through ya. Sayonara, Mr. Yankee. Closing bell tolls for Ben Bernanke. Now, say hello to Janet Yellen. New blood, maybe start some selling? All around the world like a market Magellan. Hello, Janet Yellen. Janet Yellen, Professor Shady. Janet Yellen, new chair lady. Welcome in the new Miss Yellen. Different from the old, there's no telling. And I'm out, like Tupac, in a peaceful transition.
Are you on a quest for trading enlightenment? Driven by an unquenchable need to find the twin flame to your chosen strategy?
Our Where's Bat Live event is the search for trading's ultimate holy grail.
Do you have what it takes to find the elusive bat as we visit 3 cities?
Join 6 Tastylive speakers
as they present 6 unique strategies
and 6 unique clues using games and probability
to lead to the ultimate prize. Sign up for this free event today at tastylive.com/events.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with 0 commissions, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it. We get it. Join the club, genius.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
What happens when 2 titans of trading come together to harness the power of their prowess? Yes, let's watch these 2 dominate this popper shop. Wait a minute, I thought these guys were traders, not contractors. They're putting up a lot of bricks. Well, lucky for us, Tom and TP are better at writing than they are almost anything else. Subscribe to Tastylive Cherry Bomb to get piping hot takes on the market delivered right to your inbox. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
The delta of paper is equal to the partial derivative of rock with respect to rock, paper, scissors. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with this man. Tasty Trade World Headquarters, your friend of mine, the very popular, extremely handsome, always eloquent, Mr. Scott Sheridan from the Scott Sheridan Studios. Welcome to the show. Thanks for classing up the joint.
Appreciate it. Glad to be here, but I have a question for you.
Sure.
From friend to friend.
Oh, boy.
Because
I got about $250 on me.
It always rolls off of your tongue. You always say he's your friend.
Yeah.
I question that sometimes. Isn't there a time where you're like, you know
Keep
what?
your friends close, your enemies closer.
See, that's what I thought. Right? So it just rolls off. So it's complete BS that you say that. But you have to, because as annoying as he can be.
Contractually obligated.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm just here not to get fined.
I appreciate that.
That's what I'm trying to do.
I appreciate that. What are you wearing? Hold on.
See, now time out. Did I put you up to that? Did we talk about this before we came
No, but I've been in here for a few minutes. I didn't even notice. First of all, it's not a napkin, so don't wipe the nuts on your shirt. That's not
a brand new Kenneth Cole.
Kenneth Cole. He still makes clothes?
I like it, Tom.
With a pocket. I have a
Beth, no sucking up, okay?
No,
Even if
it's nice. It's a nice color.
Let me see the pockets.
Pocket here's like.
Are they here on the side? Because the new thing's on the side. So
yeah,
you
no.
really see them.
This is
like front and center.
Circa 1998.
Yeah. See, I'll wear one of my new hoodies. Right. It's nice because
because they're slenderizing.
Yes, and it's on the side, so they're there, but they're hidden. As opposed, do you have the pouch? Like you
Pouch.
Yeah, you got pouch. Yeah,
Like
you got the kangaroo pouch.
I like pouches. Yeah, I like pouches.
What do you stick in there?
He likes them like that. He likes them.
Yeah, you like them like
He knows what you're talking about. He has no idea.
What do I put?
He likes
my
them.
hands. I put my hands in there. That's what I
Put his hands in there because so the
Like in
ball
between-
so the ball doesn't
in between pitches.
cold. Yeah.
In between pitches, you stay warm.
Yeah.
Did you wear one of those like the hand muffs, whatever the things like the quarterbacks wear? Did you wear one of those back in the day? You probably did.
Oh, I would have if I had one, but I didn't have one.
Yeah, for sure. That'd be nice. You'd be standing out there calling.
A lot of games of football in the snow, you know.
Billy Moskowitz, and you got your hands in there. You go and listen, just stick them in.
Stewie Musk.
Sorry, Stewie Moskowitz.
Eddie Musk.
Sorry, Stewie and Eddie, the Moskowitz boys. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was just saying. Yeah. Anyway, forget it. Let's go. Should we go to some business? Got anything you want to talk about? By the way, I did turn the Sox game on last night. I have to say, it's something fascinating to be about sports. Not that I'm rooting for them to lose, although a Sox fan, if the Cubs were going to break the record, all Sox fans will be rooting for the Cubs to break the record.
Mm-hmm.
As a fan,
of most losses.
Well, most losses.
Yeah, right.
But the Sox fans were booing when they didn't break the record.
Right. So I'm watching and I'm like, you know what? I'm actually fascinated to see this. So I put it on for an inning. I'm like, yeah, I can't watch this. But after the game, this morning I saw an interview. They're really they're leaning into it. You know, they're going, all right, they're kind of having some fun with it. Like, yeah, we're horrible, but, you know, it's good. It's good for TV. I don't know. It's good for sports.
Well, I mean, it's something to talk about.
Yeah, it's something to talk about.
Worst team ever.
Worst team ever. You don't want to be that team. I was just saying, so Virginia lost as a number one for the first time ever, you know, in the NCAA a few years ago, 5, 6, 7 years ago. Didn't another one go down? Haven't there been two?
Ooh.
In the first round.
I don't
16 beat Virginia like 5, 6, 7 years ago. First time it's ever happened. For some reason.
Last year, a 16.
Right, didn't a 16 beat a one last year?
Yeah.
Purdue 2 years ago? Was it 2 years ago?
I don't remember who it was. It was weird.
I think for sure Virginia. Like, you just don't want to be that trivia question.
I mean, DePaul was lost to a 2. I'm sorry, they lost to a 15 when they were a 2. They lost to St. Mary's, St. Joseph's. Whichever one's outside of Philly, St. Joseph's.
What year was that? Like in the 80s, 90s?
Yeah, in the 80s. When DePaul was like.
That was when Mark Aguirre, they lost.
Yeah, there was Mark Aguirre. That was the.
No, they lost. Mark Aguirre, they lost in the final. They lost in the Final Four. They didn't make it to the finals.
Anyway, one year they lost with a great team. They had like.
They had some good teams.
That's Ray Meyer's day.
That was Ray Meyer, the dad.
Yeah.
You know, he didn't quite have the same skill set. It's all recruiting. It's crazy that you think like a city school, although I think they made a mistake not building the arena somewhere in Lincoln Park.
Where are you going to build in Lincoln Park?
I don't know, go over where the steel mill is, over on Marcy. I don't know. Something.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's places.
who wants to go?
DePaul owns half the city.
Who wants to go down by McCormick Place to watch a game? I mean, better than going out to Rosemont, but sorry. Don't mean to step on the suburbs.
What property around there? I need this thing to move.
Speaking of suburbs, I need some help. Who do we talk to? This whole pay tolls by license plate.
Yeah, I have that.
Why
You
can't
don't
it?
have that?
When you say have it, explain to me what have it is. Can't you you should be able to automate it so you put your credit card to your license plate and it just charges you.
You do.
No.
I think you already do.
No, you need the transponder.
Yeah, you need the transponder. Otherwise, it doesn't know. How is it going to pick up a signal from your license plate made out of metal by guys in
It does it. That's how I do it. I just go through. I don't pay, and then have 2 weeks to log on and pay.
Yeah, that's
you
right.
go online.
Right?
You
pay, but they charge you. They get your license plate and they go, you owe us this, and you log in and then you pay it. Why can't
you wait a couple of years to pay?
And they triple it. They take your car.
It's like $200.
Right.
125 turns into 200. I can tell you.
Why don't you want the transponder? It doesn't look good on your window.
No, they don't work. Like, I've had them and they just, I don't know.
They work.
And don't go on the Skyway because they never work. Everybody.
Yeah, but if you have the transponder, they contact you and they let you know that, hey, you know.
I have the transponder and I have money in the transponder, but it doesn't cross.
Your money's no good here.
Right. So why can't they just say, you don't need a transponder. We're just charging your license plate. Put money on your license plate. You know what? Might have to have the 6 get on that with
I like it, Scott.
Thank you, Beth. She might have to reach out
Why
to
don't you
Alexa.
build this?
Yeah.
See,
Whoa. We want it out sometime soon, right?
Oh, really? Beth, I'm done.
I know. I'm sorry.
You know
I'm
what?
in a good mood. I can't talk
the
to my
day,
Make that your next project.
the day that Tony
Places-
turns on me, which apparently is today, the 26th of September.
We came off with the friend thing. Very, you put me on the defensive. Usually
I was very friendly. I didn't ask for anything.
No, I
said
know.
I said a real friend.
I know. Listen, when we go play golf, are we going to throw up balls or are we going to pick teams?
So here's the question, because we're gonna have 5.
Oh,
Ooh, 5.
Five.
I'm not riding alone again. You can't make me ride alone again.
JJ hasn't confirmed, but we're gonna have.
Oh God! Can he get his own street corner? Must he come on my corner every time?
So do we do 3 and 2? How do you do it? You play
We
wolf.
strap him to the roof like a deer. We strap him to the roof like a deer, and we ride around with him.
I'm free.
Beth, we could do a 6-some.
No, I'm not. No, thank you though.
I can't be embarrassed by Beth again. I'm not gonna beat 3 of the 5 of us. I mean, please, must she?
So in Mexico,
Oh, you played a 5-some. What game do you play?
they play is a 5-some.
Yeah, so how'd you play? Well, they must gamble.
That's all they do. That's why they play a 5-some. It's for gambling.
Yeah, so what do you play?
I'll find out how they play it. They throw up balls.
Uncle T, if you're watching this, send me the rules. I can't trust Tom. He's never going to remember. He's going, yeah, I got this. And we're going to get out.
Or he'll skew them.
And then we're going to get out. We're going to say, you're going to get, I don't really remember. So Uncle T, if you're listening, send me the details.
They throw up balls.
Yeah.
And they throw up balls, and it's 2 against 3. But I have all these crazy rules. I'll figure out how they do it. But
you can't figure it out, Uncle T.
They only play 5-somes.
It's really weird. And you said they stopped for lunch or breakfast.
And I like the way Tom said they do it because that's all they do. They do gamble, so they needed 5.
Like you can't gamble with 5.
Right. I don't know. They have
4.
some crazy game that requires
We already have
some crazy game that requires. But here's the problem: you're gonna play a 5-some.
Yeah.
You have Steve.
It already makes it a 6-hour round.
It's a 6-hour round. Steve.
We play. You got to play in 3.5, 3:45 tops.
Okay. You couldn't play with Steve in 3:45 if it was just Steve.
It gets dark at 6:30. I mean,
We're gonna go off at 1.
Here, how about this?
Going off at 1. So
it would be tight with Steve.
I don't think Steve, without even swinging the club, could walk the entire course in 3.5 hours. Like, he just doesn't move that fast.
Don't pick on my friend.
Hey, don't pick on my friend too. Steve's my friend too. He comes to my kids' games.
I'm defending Steve right now. Now, I will say you don't want to get into a car with him.
He said he would call you up. I asked him that question. You were the person he would call up.
Here's what Steve
On the
does.
highway, you do not want to because he'll find the slowest car and get behind him. And I'm like, Steve, why are we going 30 on the highway? He's like, I don't know, it's behind this car. I'm like, all the other lanes are open. They're going 80. Just go.
He has to smoke. He has to pee. He has to talk a lot. He's not gonna.
Wait. These are all factual statements. He actually said
He doesn't drink anymore. He's good there.
He had to pull over on the way in. It was so bad. Traffic coming in. He left at 6. It took him an hour and 15 minutes. He left his house at 6.
I told him he's got to leave at 5:45.
He left at
right
6.
Right now with him, you're gonna have to leave. We tee off at 1. Be done.
He should be.
Gets dark at 6:30. So we're gonna be.
I have Rosh Hashanah dinner, so I gotta be home.
Oh no, you have to feed us. Oh no.
There's no food.
You're gonna have to explain to them about Elijah how he was on the golf course.
There might actually be a Rosh Hashanah dinner if you guys want to stay.
What does that consist of?
I
would like to hear what delicacies are on that menu.
You'll have brisket, nice whitefish on a plank, probably.
Oh my.
You'll probably have some hot dogs wrapped. I like them.
Hot dogs?
The little hot dogs wrapped. I like them. Pigs in a blanket. Nice. Good. Nice.
Pigs in a blanket.
Yeah, pigs in a blanket. I like that.
I'm gonna need food.
I can't help you. Listen. There's only so many things I can.
You're not getting out of there.
Said
You're not getting out of there, but
I'll just leave my. I'll leave my number. They'll charge me. That's okay. You can
put it on the Underhill account.
Yeah, put it on the Underhill account. I think you guys will do well with the Rosh Hashanah crowd.
Yeah, they'll be looking for me to serve them. Why is he sitting there? Why hasn't he brought up food yet?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll go to EJ's.
This will be good for you.
The immediate seating. Night of the immediate seating.
Oh, Wednesday night, no problem getting in.
Right in.
It's no problem anyway. Wednesday night, we're right in.
No problem anyway. We got Sosnoff.
Yeah, we'll go right in.
They know who he is? No. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But
what time you got to be at this dinner?
6:30.
There's no chance.
By 6:30?
I'm telling
that means
you,
you got to travel.
We will play in 4:15 tops with 5 people.
Sure.
Because can we just tell Steve to pick up?
I would like to buy that.
I mean, no, because then you'll intentionally slow down.
No,
No, he won't. He's gonna. When he picks up because it's just.
I'll just tell Steve keep it moving.
It's just to be
out of necessity.
It's just for the.
I don't have any
think of
more
the-
balls left.
Yeah.
If I lose this one, I won't be able to play anymore. I've already lost that dozen.
Good news is it's really hard to lose a ball in this course.
You can't lose.
Yeah, no, I know.
No, you can. Water. You can put it in the water. A couple holes with water.
10th holes.
You know,
No, you could on 8. You could go 8. You go water.
on this course, I lose more balls because Southern goes, I'm not going there to get this ball. You know that, right?
That's why you get your own cart.
Yeah. That's why we need 5. I don't know.
All right. Well, I'm not counting you. I'm not counting on you for the details of how this gambling game. So I will reach out to.
I will find out exactly how you do it. I don't think it's very complicated.
Yeah.
I mean,
you picking on Uncle T?
Not picking Uncle T. I just saw the way those guys gamble. It's not that complicated, you know.
My guess is they were into it too.
No, they're really good golfers. That's why they. I don't know what the money was.
Is there a lot of trash talking?
I was the worst golfer there, so they told.
I felt badly for you.
So they did. They just said, well, they did what I did with Tony. They go. I go. How much do I owe? They go. We took your action. I'm like, I'm not that pathetic.
Nice shot.
Yeah, evidently you are.
What do you mean, nice shot? I hit it 80 yards. Yeah, for you, that's pretty good. Nice shot.
We took your action. That was the most heartbreaking thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, we took your action. Like they felt bad for me.
They obviously don't understand the history of Rocco and all the grifting.
They do not understand my history. They just felt bad for me.
Well, you know what? They just took him on appearance. And if you just look at him for the first time, you're like, all right, we're just going to have to cover his action, right? Yeah, I don't want to hear this.
But since I changed my swing last time out at Harborside.
Killer.
So, I mean,
He's unstoppable now.
Unstoppable.
It's a little bit scary how good I hit the
scratch.
I can't wait till we're on the 3rd hole and he goes, I hate this game. I don't know.
I'm just telling you, I changed my swing last time
How many
out.
strokes you lay me?
You're giving everybody.
You stop, okay? You come up with the.
You're giving everybody.
Oh yeah. Okay. Sure.
3 aside.
Okay. 3 aside. I'm legit. I have a legitimate handicap.
Saz does too. His bicep is hurting him.
I have I stink now. That's my
his
handicap.
bicep is hurting from trying to get the card into the garage parking lot.
Oh, by the way, I had a disaster yesterday, and I was thinking about the barcode versus the wave.
Yeah.
I need the wave. I'm up there. I'm leaning out. I'm doing this,
I know.
and it
He
fell,
laughs
and
at me
I
sometimes.
dropped it right into a puddle. I'm like, oh God! So I got to get out in the puddle,
and it's too tight,
and I can barely.
Back
It was
out.
a situation.
People are there.
Yeah, I need to know who to talk to get one of the.
It is very embarrassing to drop it out of your.
It's bad.
Out of your
are
car.
honking, like, what are you doing? Although I will say, there was a situation. I don't want to call him out, but I guess I have to. There was a situation like a week ago. I was trying to pull out. Cars were backed up the whole way.
Who, JJ?
Jamal.
Oh no!
I looked at
him. No!
And he's bitching.
Oh no!
And I'm looking at him.
Oh my man!
And he's bitching, so he backs up. I'm like, "Is that one safe?" He's like, "I don't know." He's like,
Oh no!
I wouldn't let him out.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Yeah. Didn't know. He's not out there, so I can say.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a tough.
Jamal, sorry. Just kind of happened.
That ain't good.
All right. Should we get to some business?
Sure.
I'm assuming that Mike Ryan had earnings last night.
Yes, sir.
And I'm
nice.
assuming they were way out of the expected range.
Mm-hmm.
I would say yes.
MU up $14.26. Yeah.
Well, it was just up 16 or
It
something.
was up 16 moment. Even the S&P's up 26 on the lows for the day since we've been on the show.
Meta is up $10 pre-market.
I'm not talking pre-market. I said on
Nasdaq's dropped 200 points.
Is 26, is that trading 05?
Say
They
again?
handle 05?
Which one?
They are 58.06 so far.
The Nasdaq was 200 points higher.
That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Obvious.
Strong to quite strong this morning.
Yes.
So that's what happens.
Somebody
You
said
get-
fade the opening, but nobody listened. But God.
All right.
Somebody, not you, that was for sure.
Oh, God. Somebody said top is in. That's it.
I agree with you.
I know.
They got some problems
Yep.
today. This was their
And is the worst reason for the market to be higher.
Oh my God, who's writing your content now?
Oh my God.
You know what? That friend comment.
Don't worry. Every Tuesday and Thursday we have option trades today where I do a podcast all by myself.
Wait a minute. Did your son tell you what I did for him yesterday?
He did not, but I haven't had a chance to talk to him in private.
On air, I came over and I showed him the ribs on a plate with a note.
Oh, you gave him ribs yesterday?
Nicky Bat. And he even said it out. He's like, look at that, Scott. Actually,
My family is forever indebted in you.
And I left him. Now, when I put him on the table, in fairness, somebody who will not be named, Tom, said, I'm eating those. So I don't know that Nicky actually got them, but I have proof that I did it. Because I said I was going to get him ribs, and I did.
I didn't want those stanky ribs.
No, but he did lick them.
For sure, he licked them.
He licked them. Definitely licked them.
A flick and a lick.
It was a little bit like the toast story. You know what I mean? Like, he had handled it, he had touched it, he had done everything, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I take care of yours.
Uh-huh.
There you go. So I told you what I did it.
You're the man. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
All right. Top 15 symbols going through the system. First 40 minutes of the day. No broad-based indices or futures. Tom, for you, number 15, Dell. At a 25. For everybody else, MU at a 38. NVIDIA at a 25. Tesla at a 102. AMD at a 39. SMH at a 41. SMCI at a 25. Meta at a 28. Baba at a 54. Intel at an 86. Amazon at a 24. AVGO at a 32. Apple at a 26. SOXL at a 40. PDD at a 24. And number 15 for Tom, Dell at a 25, rounding out the next 10. TQQQ at a 32. FCX at a 48. TSM at a 55. USO at a 63. GLD at a 78. Nike at a 53. And AMAT at a 44.
Sadnov, what do you have to say about that?
Nothing about that list? Nothing.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I just have to tell a story because you were there.
Sure. What happened?
Sitting at the table. To prove that Tom never listens to anything I say, he didn't listen to one thing I just said. True or false, we have a conversation the other day, and I explained the whole thing, and then he comes over and says, why aren't you doing boom, boom, boom? And I said, I just told you the whole thing.
That is true.
Right? Beth, you were there. Come on.
Yes, Scott.
See?
Yes, Scott. Yes.
Because he doesn't listen. I start talking, and his ears just turn off. Who do you listen to less, me or the missus?
No.
Oh, don't answer that.
No leaves changing. No leaves changing.
He's got a big
foliage
weekend.
I've already got multiple.
See, I told you.
It's too early.
Well, it's also no rain. I guess you need a lot of rain to really get the
sugar flow in the trees.
Right?
So the
no rain.
Gonna be dry, Sadnov. Gonna be dry.
Oof.
So wrong.
This is going to be...
The only color changing might be in the hook.
Now, I will say, I now am very confident that I'm getting a cherry pie because somebody...
Oh, son of a...
Frankie reached out.
I was supposed to bring you one today, and I
Frankie
I'm
reached
so
out.
sorry.
Frankie reached out. He said, I got you.
No, I got him. I got a place that has Door County cherry pies.
Here, you know what Tom's going to say? They're not really Door County. They're going to say
You
that.
got a
You can
place
only get Door
that-
County in Door County.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
I got a place that says they make Door County cherry pies.
Right.
They advertise Door County.
And I believe him. And thank you for thinking of me.
Oh, that means like I got a guy sitting across from me that says he's a trader.
Sick. Things when you roll up when they're up 50 and now they're up 18. This is what happens.
Somebody says yeah, no, I'm not buying this.
You seriously? Whatever the thing is that your mom and dad instilled in you, it's getting worse.
I say this all the time.
It's getting worse.
Oh my God, it's getting.
You're honing the skill, you're getting better, and it's getting worse. Tony, thank you for thinking about me for the cherry pie, and I am sure that they're
I
Door County.
will bring it to you next week. I promise.
And if they happen to have Maine blueberries,
Oh my God.
I don't know if we'll be able to get Maine blueberries. I haven't seen that.
just
one.
tell me they're Maine blueberries. I'll go with it.
I'm not gonna do that. I don't lie. No false advertising here.
All right.
I'm going to be there this weekend. I'll get you cherry pie.
Oh, that's right. Now you're gonna have it already. Darn it.
Apples?
I wanted you to taste it too.
Yeah, but
I'm so
Apples?
sorry.
Apples? What kind of apples do you want?
You going picking?
He would like Washington State apple.
I will tell you. So first of all, I learned more about apples at Case's wedding. Unbelievable. Did you go on the apple tour?
No.
So Paul's got a.
He was too busy practicing foliage.
Paul's got the facility.
An apple orchard.
Yeah, but it's not like, to me, you think of apple orchard, I'm thinking there's like, I don't know how many different types of apples. There's like 8 gazillion different types.
Raw apples?
Do I like raw?
Yeah, I mean, like,
good honey. I will say a good honey crisp.
I like
an apple.
Good honey crisp. But I'm also like,
apple I can do.
But only if it's a, what's the green one? The
Granny Smith?
Yeah, Granny Smith. To me, God, because you get the tart with the sweet. Like Red Delicious and a taffy apple. And they can't be mealy.
Excited about
They can't be mealy. Mealy apples.
It's like being with Tom Sadnoff all day. We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this.
NASDAQ's up 30. Sold off 300 points.
Right to tell you. Peace.
Rock, paper, scissors? He just played paper. He'll do it again. No, rock. Men statistically play rock, but he played paper and lost, and the mind works in patterns. He's going scissors. He knows I know he'll go scissors, but knowing I know he knows.
Scissors, shoot. Thought we were doing rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
It's always rock, paper, scissors. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
Are you on a quest for trading enlightenment? Driven by an unquenchable need to find the twin flame to your chosen strategy?
Our Where's Bat Live event is the search for trading's ultimate holy grail.
Do you have what it takes to find the elusive bat as we visit 3 cities?
Join 6 Tasty Live speakers
as they present 6 unique strategies
and 6 unique clues using games and probability
to lead to the ultimate prize. Sign up for this free event today at tastylive.com/events.
We built Tasty Trade's web platform for today's traders. See it, click it, trade it. Research with fundamentals, endless forecasts, and more. Drill into data, find opportunity, and track the action with hundreds of indicators. Track your options profit and loss history over time per symbol. Note your progress and plan your tactics with a trading journal. See probabilities, max profit, and Greeks in one click. Fund your account and start trading right in the app. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, click it, trade it. Join the club. Tasty Trade.
The beauty of Thinkorswim was that we were different. From the name to the front end technology was clearly what we wanted as traders. Second time around, I think we did a better job. Yes, we are known for our ability to support complex derivatives traders, but we also have the tools for somebody who's brand new who wants to come in on the first floor and work their way up to the top of the building.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, 4 large, 4K, 4 grand. Get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
I see you. You're very quiet. What's going on?
I think I'm injured.
What'd you do?
I think I injured my.
Blue?
I think it feels like a rotator cuff.
What'd you do? Lift up a bag of coffee?
Something like that.
Did you try to wave your hands in the air and you tried to wave them like you just don't care?
I think I'm injured.
Vanetta, I see.
I was
right
doing a
through
lot
his
of.
whole-
I was doing a lot of manual labor, working out, doing a bunch of stuff, and it just,
It's the mason jars. The mason jars took him down.
Guy from California that was on the show once. Remember that guy?
Mark Sisson?
Mark Sisson.
What's the company?
Oh, there's Sean.
Just have to say that so that it sounds like you're ordering something, like, I was ordering something fancy, pork shoulder. So
it was
Tony?
a pork shoulder.
This is what he told me too.
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't know to believe him or not.
Do you have a photo?
Oh my God! I will tell you exactly what this thing is. Webs. It's called pork shank. Pork shank. It's called Stinko.
Oh my God.
Tom, can you get in frame, please?
You promised on Wednesday that you would tell us where you got the Bears tickets from.
Go ahead. I told you I was going to ask you.
Go ahead. I got to hear.
Please,
You said,
please.
I don't
This is
forget.
$75,000.
I don't forget things. Was it Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan?
Now he's going to tell me. He doesn't remember the lie he told me right now. That's what he's trying to figure out right now. There's no way he remembers the lie he told me. Go ahead.
Let's hear it.
To him it was JP Morgan.
Go ahead.
I can get up there and slap that stupid beret right up the head. Go ahead. Admit to him that you lied to me during the show earlier. Go ahead.
I didn't lie to you. I didn't say anything.
Yeah, you did. Go ahead. Tell me.
What did I say?
I'm not telling you. No freaking way.
I didn't lie to him.
How'd you get the tickets?
Where'd you get tickets?
I was gifted the tickets.
Sure you were. From who?
Just look clean. It hurts only for a second. Go ahead. JP Morgan?
Mm-hmm.
I'm in my car, so I'm going home, gonna buy the tickets, and then somebody emails me and says,
Who is this? Is it from JP Morgan?
I'm not telling you. Somebody says to me,
How come he gets the stuff from JP Morgan? I don't get anything from JP Morgan.
they like me better than you.
Apparently.
Unbelievable.
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Liz and Jenny Show. I'm Jenny. That beautiful blonde in red is Liz. Happy Red Shirt Thursday, Liz.
Happy Red Shirt Thursday, Jenny Andrews. Every Thursday we put a smile on our face and wear red, and we've been doing it for 13 years now. I've actually been doing it for, is it wrong if I say 25 years?
No, that's absolutely correct, because I just had my 30-year reunion for high school, and 4 years after that, we started working on the SIBO floor. So
yeah, and I've been doing it for a long time on the SIBO floor. I was there for 12 years, doing this for 13. So for 25 years, I have the wall of red in my closet. I had to get a walk-in closet just for my wall of red.
Oh, well, the first time I went into her closet in your current house, there literally is an entire section of just red.
It's the whole right wall. So it's a walk-in closet. It's the whole right wall. Pants, tops, dresses, red.
Now you have to transition to blue. Now that your son's going to Kentucky, you've got to get a blue section.
I know. I got to get a blue section. And I got to say, Frank the Great, he's awesome. He's been emailing me tons of fun stuff. And he just sent me this. UK is going to have an interactive or an LED floor where they're going to be the first ones in the NCAA where the floor will change. Now, I know a lot of the pro teams do it, but they're the first in the NCAA. So I was like, yes.
You know that my husband is a huge college basketball fan. We will be coming to a game. We'll be tagging along. Coming to a game.
Perfect. Come on out. Come on down. The water's fine. So it'll be fun. Jenny, it has been a crazy, 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 crazy day because we were up as much as 50. Now we're only up 14. Spoos are up 14. VIX is still, if we can pop in the platform so Jenny can see, VIX is up.
It's right. VIX is up 30 cents. So this morning when we were up 50, and Tom rolled up his puts, and Tom said, well, I rolled up all my puts. Now the market can turn around. The hair on my arm stood up, and I thought, I think it might. And look, we're only up 15. I feel like we could be red by the end of the show.
We could be.
Red Shirt Thursday, the market could be red. Who knows? VIX is keeping his wings up.
There's a real good possibility of it. We don't, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of interesting. So kind of taking a look around. Let's address our futures first, just because, I mean, it's not like we have segments anymore, but on Thursdays when we're wearing red, we usually do address our futures situations. This is M6. We just sold it. This is nothing. We're down $21, but we did take off yesterday, all symbols yesterday.
We took off our wheat position.
Yeah, our wheat that we thought about maybe getting back into. Where's the
I saw it. Go down again.
Oh, there we go.
It is. So we had an October wheat. If we want, I don't mind. We can go take a look at some of the futures, see what has a high rank. I think wheat's rank isn't that high. I think it's only like a 20. Oh, 45? Now it's a 45. It's a 45. Not bad. I don't think it was that high when we took it off yesterday. Look at the chart. What went on between yesterday and today in wheat?
Let's take a look. So yesterday it was up. Today it's up. And I think wheat's, commodity like gold where, your rank can go up when it moves up. But I don't mind jumping back in. I know we had 50% yesterday. That's the reason we closed it. But we were in the 29 day. Mm-hmm. And so we can go out to the 57 day and do an iron condor. What do you think?
Sure. We could do an iron condor.
I wanted to see how wide ours was. So it was $10. Actually,
it was $10 by 5. It was $10 by 5. And I was going to say, I don't mind that again, because I don't mind the $10 wide put spread and $5 wide call spread. Kind of like, I don't want to call this a Jade Lizard. It's just, we're taking more risk to the downside than we are to the upside.
I'm fine with this. And keep in mind, you got to have everything, right? So here you can make 150. You're only risking 350, which means that this is a $5 wide.
Right. And if the top spread is a 250 wide, so $5 wide cut in half, 250 wide, and we're taking in $150, there's only $100 in risk on the top. Not bad.
That's not bad at all. All. So let's ship this, and we can stay within the wheat range. Any other futures you want to look at while we're doing this?
No, we tried a couple days ago to put the pair on the M2K MES. When we put that on, I put it on, it was a loser yesterday, but today it's coming back. So I don't know if it was like a loser yesterday and a loser again today. I would say, let's get into that. But today it's actually coming back. And so
coming back, but it's still a loss because take a look at this.
You've got to have 2 to 1.
To M2K, sorry. There we go. It still looks the same. It's still a loss.
It's not bad, but today, if you go to the percentage, you could see Russell is up like double the percentage as the ES. If you go to the percent, you can see Russell's up 5% and ES is up 3.3%. 0.5%, 0.3%. So it's making a little bit of it's making back today a little of what it lost yesterday.
But yesterday was a bloodbath because it was the exact opposite.
Yeah, I can look at mine because when we did it on the show, I did it. I can tell you exactly what it's down right now.
And what day did you put it on? Because yesterday it would have looked real bad because yesterday it was flipped.
Yeah, so two days ago on Tuesday, we tried to put it on the show. We did not get filled. I did. Right after the show, I put it on. I did get filled. So net, the whole 2x1 M2K MES is down $250.
That's not bad. It's not a bad place to put it on.
No, but it's making a little money back today.
Yeah, and this holds up quite a bit of capital. It's not so. Right. This isn't bad. Just kind of keeping an eye on it. To your point, we're gonna wait until you're losing more before we put this on.
I'll let you know when I'm down about 400 or 500. Then we can jump in. I don't mind. We could get in because it's better now than it was when we were going to put it on Tuesday. So we can. We're going to get some buying power back. We're going to close some positions.
Let's wait until we get some buying power back because otherwise it's going to look pretty bad. But guess what else is up today? China stocks, all of them. JD to the moon. Our train conductor is going to be very happy. I wish we could talk to him.
Okay, Pinduoduo. We don't have JD in here, I don't think, but we have Pinduoduo, which here's a $10 wide diagonal. This is a good example of if we had a zebra, it'd be up $1,000. We have a diagonal, it's up, $222. Here's a $10 wide.
I agree, but that's not a fair example. If you had a stock, you'd be up $1,000. But zebra is only compared to stock. The diagonal versus zebra is not a good example.
No. But here's a way to make a directional trade using less buying power, but the reward is less if it has a huge move. If it doesn't have a huge move, it doesn't. The diagonal can work out okay. But if it has a huge move, the diagonal is never going to make near as much as just being long 100 shares of stock or having that long call zebra. But the long call zebra would have cost at least twice as much.
At least twice as much. Yes.
So
we're going to take this off because if you look, I'm going to go to our trade page. Take a look at this. So this is our short. The 120. I'll be, for those of you listening on the radio, in the October 18 with 22 days left, our short was the 120. It is now, $4 in the money.
We
And
can
then our
still
long,
make $300 on this trade. You could see that.
Oh, I know. But what I do when I want to continue, I just want to show you can do ratchet-esque things with diagonals. So keep an eye on this. So you can close this position. Keep in mind, we're up $250, right? And kind of reestablish with more room, more runway, meaning you can, if it continues its plight up, you can kind of reestablish with more runway by just kind of going out in time. What did I sell? The 30? And you can take in. So very similar. I just wanted to show very similar to like that ratchet where if you're up $2.50, you can reestablish it. You can take $2.25, $2.50 in risk off the table if you reestablish a diagonal as well. They're very similar in that nature. So your choices are take it off and take your 250 or take 250 and risk off the table with more profit potential.
And it's very similar to the ratchet of a zebra in the same concept of whatever profit we have is essentially the credit we're taking in to reestablish this diagonal, give us more room to run, more profit potential. You also could just sit on it and let that $300 decay out of the October if it stays up, but your risk is it falls and you lose your profit. Or you could if you're shorter term, because I have some of these and my short is shorter term, you could roll just the short further out in time to take in a larger collection. There are lots of choices when you're managing a diagonal.
It's just pretty interesting, Jenny. Just like this is just me talking. There's no research behind this at all right now. This is just, hi, my name is Liz Derking. This is just me talking. But it's, sometimes Pinduoduo has been beaten down. Chinese been beaten down. Now finally it's showing some light that it's coming up. But interestingly enough, with these, my slow and steady wins the race. If you just want to be long something, you can actively manage a diagonal too. So then when it drops down, you're going to sell it out and reestablish it. It's very similar to the zebra without the 1-for-1 profitability. And so if you want to still be long China, you're taking $2.25 and risk off the table and you have more profit potential. Because in this example, you'd have from 120, which is what we're long, up to 130, which is what we're short. So another $10 in profit potential, and you're taking $2 in risk off the table.
And I don't mind keeping it going. So yesterday we adjusted our Pinduoduo position yesterday, and I'm glad we did because we had short puts that were worth $2. We'd made less on those short puts than we made on this diagonal. We made more on the diagonal than we would have made on the short puts. Yesterday I had those 21-year-olds ask me, how do I get long Temu? How do I get long? And I said, and we showed this diagonal as an example in Pinduoduo. So let's say someone put this on because they wanted to be long Pinduoduo, and then today they're like, well, I'm taking it off for $220. No, to your point, you could keep it going.
Yes, and that's just it. So you're eliminating your risk. And I'm not saying that you're going to get to this point because this is only a 23-day, 50-day diagonal, but very similar to the ratchet where you could keep establishing this and keep rolling it out in time and keep your long position and keep taking risk off the table.
Right.
If it keeps going up. So I'm going to shift this.
What did we pay for the original?
We paid $6.
$675. So if we take in $225, then we're looking at like $450. Then we have $450 in a Pinduoduo diagonal. Now, if you think the market's going to be choppy, you can take it off completely and wait for it to pull back a little bit and get back in. It's kind of like it's up to everyone's assumption.
Yeah, it is. It is. I just kind of glanced, and people in the chat think that some of the Chinese stocks are going to continue to rise, which I mean, so we put our money where our mouth is there too. We just reestablished that Pinduoduo. Jenny, the other thing that is up, Micron. Now it's come back. Micron has come back into the stratosphere at least because the high was 114 and the low was 108. So we're now at 109. We actually want it down. I know that sounds crazy, but we want it down.
So, and yesterday we said, okay, if it goes up to 102, perfect. If it goes up through our spread, this trade will make $100. And look at this trade. It's $100, $96, $104. And why is that? Because our spread is, the 94, 102. So that spread is $8 wide. And then
quick, hold on. Is this $5 wide? The one thing you could do would be close your spread for full profit. You know what I mean? The 102. I was just playing with this.
Oh,
you could close the 102, 107, not the 1x2, just the spread, like a legit spread, and because that should be worth $5. It's worth $4.60, and hold on to your
Yeah, you
short.
can see there's still 60 cents left in the 7 day. I mean, this kind of is similar to a butterfly where we could just leave this till Friday, see if a micron pulls back a little bit, and maybe it will.
I agree. Ooh, and this is breaking news from Frank the Great. Because he is my, I silenced my phone. He's the only one that can get through. He said, take a look at super, it keeps halting. He said it's been halted. Really? It keeps halting. Let's take a look. Thank you very much, Frank the Great. I appreciate the breaking news. Yeah, take a look at that. With the market up, the market was up across the board. Super microcomputers down.
What was the news? What's the news in super microcomputer?
I don't know. But yesterday, our favorite floor official, Gary, had given us the circuit breakers. So if it keeps halting, it's down a certain percent. And that looks like it's going to be about 10% right there.
Yeah.
So
and I had thought it was 7%. What did it say on Gary's sheet?
It was 7%. It was intraday, it changes. So, and he gave me the exact numbers, but it was 7%. I think it was like 7%, then 13%, then 20%. And I have the sheet, but we don't take a break anymore, but the sheet is, and I keep pointing in that direction. It's over there down the hall. Yes. Like the sheet is in the vicinity and it's down the hall to the right, and I can go get it if we need to. But I mean, it sounded 7%, 13%, 20%.
It sounded like it was almost just multiples of 7. Like you can, so you go 7 and then 7 more and then 7 more. Close to. Because if it was
it went down by a little, like 7 and then 13. So it wasn't full, and then it was another 7. But that's intraday. So SMCI, thank you very much. Let's see. I'm gonna look at. Hold on. I want to see the news.
That's what I was going to ask. What is the news? Supermicrocomputer falls after report says U.S. DOJ probing server maker. Okay. Oh, and I guess there was some kind of, so it was yesterday. I also read the news yesterday. It was I don't know if it was a lawsuit or what. I can't remember exactly what, but it was Ford and GM, like somebody versus Ford and GM. That's why Ford and GM were both down yesterday.
Yeah, all the automakers were down yesterday. We looked at that. We looked at both of them yesterday.
They have a little bit of a pop today. And look at Love today. Love is up $3 today. So that's a big move for Southwest. I did read, they're working on.
Why are we not alphabetized? Hold on. I got to alphabetize because I was like, how do you even find Love in this mess? Okay, here we go. Love is up. That's a big move for Love.
Yes, definitely.
Do you think it's because they no longer have open seating?
No, it said they're working on doing something to help their profitability. They're working on something. Yeah, it was in the news. I read something in the news, but big move for Love for sure.
There's a huge. I just watched this. Like for some odd reason, I've been getting all these these things on all the airlines, and there's another they're like, this is going to be the nail in the coffin for Love, and then it was like a 20-minute YouTube clip about it Love's destruction. So I was like,
and now it's up.
But that's what I'm saying. So yesterday I watched a 20-minute. This is why, and Tom and Victor were talking about this today. If you had that news, you'd be like, oh, it's going to be down today, even if the market's up. Do you know what I mean? Nobody knows anything, and that's just the proof in the pudding.
But I really think they should assign seats. I hate the you gotta pay unless you're probably still gonna pay to pick your seats or pick a better seat. I don't know, but I do hate the concept of lining up trying to get your seat.
You never know why they did it?
No.
It saved them a ton of money, which is why they were the number one in customer service. I watched this whole thing about it. So the in and out, they had a 10-minute turnaround time for their planes when they didn't have assigned seats. It increases your turnaround time significantly, where they could get in, I think, 3 more flights per day than the other airlines.
That makes sense because you're just going in and sitting down instead of waiting. People are stopping. Here's my seat. Hold on. I got to find a luggage bin for my luggage. Hang on. I'm coming back to my seat. I get that. That makes sense.
Yeah. So that was why. And I didn't know that until yesterday. But Jenny, think about it. When you and I have been on those United flights or the American airline flights where we're getting on first because we're number seat 7, but there's nowhere we're not getting on first. We're getting on last, and we're in the 7th row, and we have to go all the way to 50 to put our bags down and then come back up to 7.
Oh my gosh, I hate it.
I know, me too.
So I prefer Southwest if I'm just going local. If I'm just going local, if I'm going around in the United States, I prefer Southwest. But if I have to take United, the only time I ever take United is when would be going to Europe or going to Hawaii or somewhere like that.
The other thing, breaking news. I don't know if you listened to Vanetta this morning. Midway, speaking of Southwest, is getting a lounge.
And Tom's like, who goes to Midway? I do. I go to Midway probably 10 times a year, and I'm so excited they're getting a lounge. I think it's already opening. This is great news.
I think it opened. Yes, I think it opened. It's funny. I mean, we've made the switch to be a United family only because my husband travels so much, and you got to be loyal to where you get the points. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I'm still loyal to Southwest because I go to Florida more than anything. But
oh, and I don't know if this is true or not, Scramble Everything, but hold on, just because I got the YouTube chat up. So Carvana is down a little bit, but it says
let's look at our position.
It's going to build a skyscraper vending machine.
No. Let's go. Let's look at our position.
Okay, so we have in Carvana, we have a bearish position where we made back 25% of that diagonal.
Okay. So we made $124 back so far. This is from our bigger loss. Okay, so what's our net in Carvana now over the last 60 days? I just want to see what
we've had in Carvana. Activity, Carvana, not yesterday. I'm just going to go for like the last 17 days.
I'm just curious our P&L now that we've made a little bit of money back because we had that position.
Oh, yeah. We're still down $500 in Carvana.
Yeah, let's just hold on to that.
We were down $600 yesterday. Today we're down $500. So we're going to hold on to that.
Yeah.
And that's the reverse. That's the diagonal in reverse. I mean, not reverse. It's just the put diagonal instead of a call diagonal.
So like Intel's not even up anymore. DraftKings isn't even up anymore. All these stocks that were up this morning, not even up anymore.
Yeah, that's crazy. I rolled a bunch of my stuff. I mean, when I say rolled up, I'm not rolling puts up. I'm rolling zebras up. So now I'm going to roll them back down because that'll actually be helpful for me.
I went into my son's account because he had like no buying power and I couldn't figure out what was wrong in there. And he had gotten assigned on a few things last week and I didn't know and he didn't know. So I went in there and he had quite a bit of stock and he can't afford quite a bit of stock. So.
Well, that's usually your telltale sign. If you and I are lacking in buying power or notice it looks funky, it's typically an assignment.
Right. And that's what happens. That's what happens when you've got an account, and you're not in it that often. You maybe don't realize you've got something and so I had to go take care of things in his account this morning because he had been assigned on a few things.
Okay. So let me ask you this, only because we just opened it up and I want to put the nail in the coffin. We made 42% in love. Let's close it. There's only 50 cents left to get.
If someone was like, oh, I really want to be in love, you would just roll up your put. At this point, I would roll that put up to 30 if I wanted to, but
yeah, you can.
So we don't have to. Should we stay out of it?
So no, let me ask you this. Would you ever want to do something? So this is, it does have earnings. Would you ever want to switch it? And it wasn't expensive. I'm not going to try to say this is capital preservation or anything of that nature, but we were in the 50 days, which is a long time out. And so it's holding up only $275. But I just want to see if you wanted to be long love, right? Just because I kind of like these diagonals, I just want to see how much an earnings setup diagonal would be because 22 days, not an earnings.
So much for the Nove. We're paying so much for the Nove.
Not really. You're only putting out $1. Now you've got $1 wide and you're paying $1, but there's a bunch of rolls built in.
That's true. But our long is $1 out of the money.
Yeah, I mean it's a bullish trade where you're only putting $1 into it. It's just something to look at. It's hard here with the 250 wide strikes.
That's not bad. What I thought you were going to pull up when we got out of our Nove, I thought you were going to pull up just like a real tight big lizard in the 22-day. Keep it on almost like a butterfly.
You for sure could. It's got a 62 rank.
It has a big rank. You could probably do $1. You can do even $1.50 wide. So there's $1.50 wide and use that 20 cents. Use that.
You don't even need to use that 20 cents, but you could.
Because look, you've got then max profit 150, max loss 200.
I almost like, if I'm going to be bullish, just kind of pulling it in.
Yeah.
That's not bad. Let's ship this. But then we're staying in. We're taking advantage of that 63 rank, but I am going to put a GTC in for that.
The only reason I said buy something is because because we can look at this like a butterfly or a broke-wing butterfly. If we didn't buy something, we would say like, oh my gosh, 21 days till expiration. We have a naked put. We got to roll it out.
Yeah. Well, it's 22 days till expiration. So tomorrow.
Yeah. So that way, by defining our risk and turning it into more of a butterfly, we can just leave this till the bitter end.
Yeah. Speaking of, it is 22 days till expiration, and you are out of town. I've got the fabulous, the amazing, the curly hair. Jenny calls him a redhead. I know he's a brunette. TP on tomorrow. So it's going to be a jam-packed show, and we're going to go through a lot of stuff. But because of that, do you want to look at roll it, hold it, or close it? I'm only just showing you where my eyeline's going. CCJ, we've had it on for 3 days, and it's also 44%.
Yeah, I would take CCJ off.
CCJ, I would like to be long some of these nuclear stocks though. So here's the conundrum. Here's a high class problem, Jenny. High class problem.
I'm just gonna raise myself because I'm feeling like Beetlejuice over here.
Why?
Because I was like this.
Oh, you
Did
were?
you see my head?
No, but Beetlejuice. They okay, so this is a high class problem. So say I'm Liz, Jenny, this is me. Like, I'm going to write you an email and be like, hi, Jenny, thanks. Long time listener, first time emailer. I want to be in CCJ and I want to stay long it, but I'm selling premium. Well, because there's a 23 rank, I thought there was a higher rank and I'm taking 42% out, but I want to be in it. What would you suggest me do? And it's easy for you to give advice versus like actually just doing it, right? Not advice.
Sometimes if it's something like we want to be in and we don't want to get rid of, we will put a zebra on in like January and then sell out of the money calls in the shorter term. That's one type of trade for something that you're like, oh, I just want to be in it. And then okay, my zebra's in Jan. I'm going to keep selling. I'm going to keep it. I put it in Jan for a reason. I want to stay in this.
Okay.
I don't know how expensive a January zebra is.
Let's take a look at the January zebra. I think it's going to be pretty.
It's $5 white strikes though.
So, but let's go into November and do a zebra, the one we just got out of, and then maybe sell some or then stuff it in front of it. Okay. So we just got out of. We had the 42 put. Option A would be get $2 and go to a 30 delta put.
Roll it up. Yeah.
Roll it up. Okay. So you can get $2, 46 put brings our break even to 44. Okay. Or we can sell a zebra. I'm going to try to make it cheap. So 50 delta, 70 delta. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. So
$800.
And then if you want to sell short-term options against it, you could sell the October 51.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
That's how much the put was to put on. So, but
the problem is you only have 2 sales here. You've only got October and November.
And if I were comparing these two, I would actually do the put because the only profit potential you have if it gaps up would be $2.50 or whatever. And we were getting $2 on that put.
I have a question though. I see your Nova is the 45.49 and we had $5 white strikes in Jan. How much more is the 45.50 in Jan? Because our strikes are almost $5 apart. You're almost at the 45.50. So how much if we did the Jan 45?
Hold on, Jan
45.50. Because then it's like then we at least have October, November, December, January. We'd have 4 sales against our.
You want to do the 45.50?
In Jan. Well, in Jan for the zebra.
I'm sorry. I was thinking October. Okay, let's close this.
I just want to see how much more it was. So if you sell the 50, buy 2 45s, and then you have and then you sell 1 October, then you've got October, November, December, January. You've got 4 months of selling calls against it.
It's not bad. I don't mind this. And that's why I thought it was a good discussion point because there are some things I love selling puts. I do. I love puts. We were talking about that today while I was walking the dog. That puts are neutral too, and those are great trading vehicles. They really, really are. But it's hard because sometimes you just want to keep a position, and it's harder to put the put roll in to roll up if you just want to be long something.
There are some days that I love selling puts. There are some days that I hate selling puts. Like today in Pinduo Duo, when, I like Pinduo Duo. I've been talking about gaining long Pinduo Duo. When you look at something like Pinduo Duo and you sell a put for $2 and Pinduo Duo is up $13 and you make $2 on a put.
You don't even make the full $2 on a put. You make $1.60.
Then I'm like.
Yeah.
Then that gets me mad. That got me very mad this morning.
Well, it will make you mad if this happens too. Let me tell you what else will make you mad is I said I want to be long CCJ. Do I need the extra $1 from the 51? It's the right thing to do. But if CCJ pops up, what did I make? $2.
We're in a bizarre market where we have things kind of like skyrocketing. We don't expect things to skyrocket. We don't expect things to shoot up wildly. So, to get that $1.16.
We're doing it. And that's the right thing.
Why don't you, instead of the 22 days, see if there's a weekly with dollar wide strikes. See how that goes from 51 to 55. Maybe we can give ourselves a little more room and get like 80 cents. There we go. There we go. 53, 52, 53. We can give ourselves a little more room and still chip away at our outlaying capital.
Okay, I'm shipping this. I agree with that. Smooth run 13. Okay, so we're back in CCJ, and that's very similar to you were talking about that in Pinduo Duel. You want to take a look at a crazy move? I want to see if it's still up. I can't actually move you, so hold on.
It's up 30.
Yeah, so that's a big move for a $37 product.
Yeah, 10%, more than 10%, 12%.
So do you know what I have been doing? And I don't know if this is right or wrong. This is what I love about this. You can tell me I'm wrong, but it's a product that I want to stay in, right? Emotionally charged product that I trade zebras in. I don't have a lot. I only have like a handful of zebras in it. But you know what I've been putting on top of the zebras as premium selling? Jade lizards. Yeah. So this morning I closed all my jade lizards for a scratch because they were $3 through the call spread. But I don't care because it gapped up. Like it's just something on top of it.
Right. No, I don't think that's a bad idea.
Yeah. So it would be kind of if we
and people can always do that if they don't want to cap their upside, but they want to get premium in case we sit there. You can sell a spread. That's like selling a spread over it. Selling a call spread over it.
Yeah, but it's real hard to get. So I was just going to show if we tried to do it this way. If I tried to do a zebra here, a jade lizard here. I guess that's 33 cents, and then you can go down and sell the 45.
But then you're adding on the naked put. You're adding on the buying power of the naked put. So instead of spending $800, then we're spending like $1,300.
Yes, it's true. That is true, and especially in this account. But if it's something that I'm bullish because I don't like paying extrinsic value, so I would rather sell the Jade Lizard against it, which has that put component, than sell the call against JD. I was totally comfortable putting as many Jade Lizards as I could on there.
So when I don't want to pay extrinsic value and I'm bullish in something, I'll go like, let's see, whatever you want to stay in. But I usually go shorter term. You can just open up a trade page and anything. Say you go to, I don't know if Boeing has if Boeing might have like $5
What are you looking for? Are you looking for lower price products?
You can go to JD. You can go to JD. Let's see, JD. And go open up the 8-day or the 15-day. I'll usually go shorter term. Okay, so I might like give up a little bit. Let's say I buy that 30. I have been buying spreads. So let's say I buy the 36 and sell the 41 call spread, or 42, sell the 41 or 42 call spread. So and that's $1.80. Oh, you got to make it cheaper. Buy the 37, move the 36 to the 37. And then sell the 37 put to pay for it. So I've been buying call spreads and then selling a put to pay for it. So you have the upside potential in the short term. But I guess then if it drops down, you are getting long. But usually when you're in the short term, you can make it a put spread, and I will do that and give up a little. Like you can buy at 33 put and give up 20 cents. So you have here, $380 in profit potential, but you have defined risk of $400 in case the market turns and it falls.
I mean, so I look at that more as capital preservation, but it's so Jenny, what I love about options, but I do love about this is I don't mind this trade at all. I like it, but it's very similar to the zebra with a jade lizard wrapped around it if you're going to buy a fat tail.
Yeah,
everything's kind of versions of the same. You're capping yourself up there, but so you've got a cap to the upside and you've got a cap to the downside. This isn't bad.
And I guess is this any different?
What did we do in this? This is a Super Bowl. You have a Super Bowl. This is a Super Bowl.
And this is probably no different than just buying the 33.41. If I can make $380 here, just buy the 33.41 call spread.
33.41. Yeah.
Same thing. It is the same thing and less legs.
Yeah.
But I end up kind of, as the stocks move around, because they're shorter term, oftentimes strikes will become very cheap. So like sometimes, let's say there's a bounce up, I can buy my short puts back very cheap, or it drops down, I can buy my short calls back very cheap. So like I'll kind of make adjustments to it, and then I could end up with like longs on both sides.
I got to tell you, that's what the greatest thing about being an overtrader is that I mean, we're a support group for overtraders. I overtrade my account every single day. The commissions on my account do not.
My commissions are insane. because I trade so much.
I love the ability to be able to overtrade, so it makes me happy. But I'm gonna, Jenny, I'm actually gonna go into Twitter because we haven't been looking at it yet, and I'm gonna go top down.
Yeah, and I'm gonna ask the Twitter peeps. Okay, I have to go to a disco party. I have to go to a Saturday Night Fever party tomorrow. Saturday Night Fever party tomorrow. Did they wear sequins? Because I have a ton of sequins. That's all I can find. Do they wear sequins?
I told her you're fine. Wear whatever you want to wear. Like you don't, Jenny. Hold on. What you're failing to mention is that it's a college party, so the kids there don't really care what the moms come in wearing.
Well, the invitation was very clear that you weren't getting in unless you had.
It was your son's voice saying that if you're not dressed, your entry will be denied.
So, all I could find are sequins. That's it. I got a whole New Year's Eve section in my closet, all sequins.
I love it.
Is it gonna pass for the Saturday Night Fever party?
Yes, I don't know. Sure, you're gonna be fine. But what photos or it didn't happen? Okay, so Frank Walsh comes in, and this is, I believe, from the YouTube chat. When you did the trade for CCJ and the profit and max loss is at 0, but that's not possible. I tried chart view too, but I'm not fully understanding. Okay, let's go back to our CCJ.
So, okay, when you do something over multiple expirations, like we bought Jan and sold October, the analysis tab isn't really going to work.
And neither is your profit and launch. I'm just going to put another one in. I'm just going to show. What did we do? What did we do in CCJ?
No, okay, here. I'm going to make it really simple.
No, watch this. I'm just going to go to JD, and I'm just going to say we sell a diagonal. Here, I'm just going to go diagonal.
We did a zebra and sold a call against it.
Okay, then we'll do that in JD. I'll go.
It's just a covered call. It's like a covered call.
Yeah, but it won't give you that profit potential is what Jenny's point is. So we've got a zebra in the December, and we're going to sell this call against it. So we know our outlay of capital. This is exactly what we did in CCJ. So zebra in the longer term, sold a call nearer term. So our outlay is $641. There is no max profit. There is no max loss. When you cross streams or cross months like that, it doesn't know what you're going to do.
Right, because we're out in Jan with our long. That's just synthetic stock. So the zebra in Jan, a zebra is just synthetic stock. So, and then we sold a call against it like a covered call. It would essentially be the P&L of a covered call, except our risk isn't undefined to 0. Our risk is what we pay for it. So what did we pay? Like $8 or something for it?
Yep.
Our max loss is what we paid for it.
But here our max loss, if you get hit by a bus, is $6.30. I have 41 cents right now if we get there, but midpoint price is 31. So yeah, but it will not give you max profit and max loss. And Grumpy Mike, she is going to. Why is she going with her kid to a college party? Because it's Parents Weekend.
It is the fraternity. Okay, and it's going to get wild because it is the Theta Tau engineering fraternity. I know people always ask me, like, what fraternity is your son in? The engineering fraternity. It's all engineers. It is the engineering fraternity's disco Saturday Night Fever party Friday night for Parents Weekend. So there will be other parents there. We're all told we have to dress up like we're part of Saturday Night Fever. That's all I know.
Did you ever see the movie Weird Science?
I mean, 30 years ago.
You got to watch that because I feel like that was like the house of the super smart people where they put all the popcorn in the house. They're the engineers. They're the engineers who got like the satellite that comes down and hits something to pop all the popcorn in the house. This is the party she's going to.
All right. I'll have to. Well, you know what? It is good. So my son lives in a house. They don't have a house. Like they don't have, at some colleges, the engineering fraternity actually has a house. Like at Ohio State, their same fraternity has a house and it's all boys. But at his school, it's co-ed, the engineering fraternity is co-ed, and they don't have a house. But my son lives in a house with all people from the engineering fraternity. So that's kind of their house.
That's where the popcorn's going to be popped.
And, but it is good. A house full of engineers. They fix everything. Like fuse broke, change the fuse. This breaks, change this. Electric problem, they got it covered. They take care of everything.
Rewire, toaster, got it done. Polyelectrical engineer. I love it. Okay, the Polish warrior. Yes, we were just talking about you on the train home too, Mikey. Wait, a redhead on the show tomorrow? Does that mean Frank Caberna sighting? No, Jenny thinks that TP is a redhead, and he is not. He's got brown hair.
Okay, all I'm going to say is everybody, and I think this is true, like everybody sees colors slightly different, right? If you look at a green shirt, that green might look a little different to you than it looks to me. So when I look at TP, for many years, I've known him for many years, 13 years, many times when I would look at TP, his hair looked red to me.
I will tell you, TP does not claim to be a redhead, nor does he have any redhead genes or redheads in the family, but that's okay.
I'm going to go back in history, not now, but later, and I'm going to try to find a picture of TP when his hair looked slightly red.
Okay, you do you. Okay, but I was also wondering to myself, where in Liz closet? Oh, it is hung up, pressed. The red shirt that came a couple years ago with Mikey's face on it. I've got that in my wall of red.
Mikey, hang on,
she's
I
in
got
her
it.
closet. My closet's over there. And she's gone, ladies and gentlemen. But I believe, Mikey, I'm hoping that she's rummaging through her closet right now. One can only wonder where Jenny Andrews wandered off to or what she's going to wear when she comes back on. But I will tell her that this is a live show, so please don't.
I was trying to find Mikey's shirt, but I think it's in the wash because I wore it last week.
That's probably accurate. But yes, mine is hung up, pressed, and dry cleaned in my red shirt bin, Mikey, and it's my favorite, by the way. Now this is Gilbert. I love your show. Does it make a difference to go narrower than 50 to 70 deltas on a zebra? It does. It absolutely does. Number one, thank you very much. I feel like you're a new tweeter, and we super appreciate it.
Welcome. We're going to go to something and show another way to look at it if you're not looking at delta. Another way to set up a zebra if you're not looking at delta. All we're trying to do is wash extrinsic value.
So I will tell you, Gilbert, I've never, in my infinite wisdom, looked at the deltas on a zebra, and I'm about to talk about it, until Jenny and I had to film a video. And we kept saying, you wash extrinsic value, you wash extrinsic value. And the person who was filming the video kept being like, what delta, what delta? And I was like, it's not a delta. Just look at the extrinsic value. And then Jenny just finally goes, it's 50-70. It's close enough.
Okay. Every time, it's not, if you keep pushing me and pushing me and pushing me and pushing me, at some point I finally snap. Like,
She snapped. I snapped. But she was close. So it doesn't matter. So even if you remove this delta column, I'm gonna put this as Vega. Okay. So we don't know what the delta is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we don't know what the deltas are. I removed the delta column. The whole point is to wash extrinsic value. So if I were going to do this, I'd say, okay, I'm going to sell this one because it's cheaper, the 38 call. So I've got about $2.80 in extrinsic value. Cut that in half. That gives me about $1.40 in extrinsic value that I can buy. So I'm going to go down and I'm going to buy 35 because the extrinsic value of the put is about a 40, right? I'm going to buy two of them.
So basically you're buying two calls that have $1.40 in extrinsic value. So you're giving up $2.80 in extrinsic value, but you're getting that $2.80 on the short. So that's what we're looking for. Basically a theta of 0. Now I know this says theta -2, and the zebra always says like a slightly negative theta usually, but what we're looking for is to eliminate that theta decay. Now, if you're willing to give up a little bit, if you're like, you know what, I don't mind giving up 50 cents or something, you can make it cheaper. You can make the zebra cheaper, but then no, you're giving up a little bit of extrinsic value. You're having a little bit more of a negative theta on the trade.
And the other way to validate it too, to your point, Jenny, you can. The other way to validate this is keep an eye on that green bar. Now, I adjusted it to make sure that it was there because sometimes when you pop them in, they move. So I will toggle it back and forth. But watch this. To Jenny's point, if you want if you want to pay less extrinsic value, so here we're buying 140. If I want to pay less extrinsic value, I can bring it down to the 34, and then I'm only paying $1 per each option. Or if I want it cheaper, to your point, I can pull it up and then I'm selling two. So it went from $6 to $4.80. But look at that green bar. It's as if I'm giving up a little bit of extrinsic value where it has to move all the way to the 39 level before I start making 1 for 1. It's a give and take.
I feel like this is just like a known fact. The more money you have, the easier it is to trade. The more money you have, the easier it is to trade. That is, I think, pretty much a well-known fact. Now, smaller accounts, to make these cheaper, sometimes have to give up a little more, right? So smaller accounts will try to make them cheaper so they outlay less capital, but they're giving up a little more. Larger accounts can adjust them so you're not giving up anything, but then they're paying more for them. And, even to that diagonal discussion, smaller accounts might have to find an even cheaper trade and they're doing that diagonal instead of a zebra, but the zebra can make more money faster. I think it depends on account size.
I agree. But I mean, as you were talking, it is easier to trade when you have more money. But when you learn how to trade with little money and then you have a lot of money, it becomes dangerous because you are like the best trader in the world. When you can learn how to trade with handcuffs on of a capital account and then those handcuffs are released, look out, world, right?
So if we had unlimited funds and unlimited capital. I don't know that the Jade Lizard would have been invented. I don't think the zebra would have ever been invented. All these trades that were invented were because of, capital constraints. Like the zebra was invented because we had short in the money puts that were using too much buying power. We wanted to keep a long position going, but we didn't want the buying power of the short in the money put. The Jade Lizard happened because we had too tested on short naked calls, and we didn't want to roll up those puts, and those products were getting too expensive to keep those naked calls going. They all invented because of capital constraints.
Yeah, necessity is the mother of invention. Fun fact, TP claims that, I'm sorry, not TP. Frank the Great claims that TP is absolutely a redhead.
Frank said that?
Frank did. And then, the chat is amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. And then Peter Ledge, I wonder if that's Ledge from Trading Floor, asked if your son has a particle accelerator in his basement. That's from the movie.
So I'm glad, Frank, thank you very much that you confirmed this. And now, I hate to be on my phone during the show, but I'm going to try to find a picture of TP.
No, that's going to take you forever. You can just
No. I'm just searching Texas. That's all. I'm just going to search pictures from Texas.
Okay, and while she's focusing on that, I actually changed it back from Vega to Delta because so you could see what we were doing. And I changed it. We washed extrinsic value in this, and it was close. It's a 53 Delta and 69 Delta, so it's as close. With a 50 Delta, 70 Delta is loose. The ultimate goal is to wash extrinsic value. So I'm really glad that we got that tweet, and thank you very much. Number 2, Jack. Okay, enough market talk. You mentioned Beetlejuice. Do either of you see oh my God, I want to go see the Broadway show, the Beetlejuice Broadway show. A couple years old at this point. I want to go see it in NYC. My daughter, a huge thespian, she runs like 9 plays a year. We 100% want to go see Beetlejuice. It's supposed to be fantastic.
I have not seen the Broadway show Beetlejuice, but what about the new movie that's out, Beetlejuice? Is it out yet?
No, I think it just came out. Michael Keaton's back in it. They're all back. They're all back, and it's going to be awesome.
There's a little store that I walk by. It's right next to the dog treat store, so I constantly walk by it. And all of their clothes are Beetlejuice clothes, like every sweatshirt, every t-shirt, every it's got like a whole Beetlejuice line of clothes. Would you like a Beetlejuice sweatshirt, Liz?
No, I'm good. Although I do love the show Beetlejuice. I thought it was very inventive and awesome. And one of my favorite Smart List episodes was with Michael Keaton on it, talking about Beetlejuice. It was pretty cool.
I have always liked Beetlejuice. It is a fun show, fun movie. So I would find the Broadway show.
And look at this, Will Ferrell up here, because Jack JT knows that's my dog's name, who's snoring right next to me. Are we dancing? I think I should be dancing this morning. I had to close a few short puts in MU.
Hey, Jack JT, hopefully you were big by big in MU, your darling. Hopefully you've made a roaring comeback.
And Jack JT believes he is an actual ginger.
See, okay, so when you look at that picture of Will Ferrell, do you think that's brown hair or red hair?
Brown hair.
I see a slight red tint to it.
I think that's brown hair. Will Ferrell is definitely not a ginger.
Yeah, Will Ferrell does have brown hair, but TP, maybe not now, but back in the day, I think TP's hair was red, or maybe in the summer when he was out in the sun.
You and Frank the Great have the same opinion. I have an opposite opinion only because I asked TP and he said I am not a redhead. So that's the only reason.
Okay, his hair is not like the color of my mother's, but it's still.
No, I know, but when the person tells you they don't think they are, I kind of got to go with it.
Like this is brown hair. TP's hair is not like the color of my hair.
Really?
Yeah. We're gonna next time we see it. Well, tomorrow I don't know what he's using.
Tomorrow he will be on camera tomorrow, and I'm gonna make him get so close to the camera it's not even funny.
Liz, I can't say what his hair is now. I don't know what he's using. I don't know if he's coloring his hair. I don't know if he has gray hair. I don't know if he's got just for men color dye on his hair. I don't know. I don't think it's red anymore, but it was at some point in time.
Okay, we're going to take it to the tape tomorrow. We have this watch list coming in, but I did want, and I appreciate the watch list very much so, but I would like to go today's earnings. There's only one potential earning plays today, and I appreciate Bob for doing this, and it's Costco. So let's take a look at that. If you don't mind. Hold on. So we'll go to Costco, COST. Now it's $900 product.
I know, can you believe that? $900?
$900 in Costco. $34 expected move overnight.
We
can't sell a put in it. I mean, it's too expensive.
No, I'm not even trading it. I'm not even trading Costco earnings.
No, I mean, you really can't. I just am going to show, like, you can't do a diagonal in it because you have
to either just sell a call spread or sell a put spread or sell. I'm not interested.
Yeah, this is something. It's too rich for our blood. Did Costco ever split? Was that one of the ones that split?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, so I kind of agree with you. I'm not trading Costco either. We'll go back to the list, but I want to make sure we get to everybody too. I will go back to the list from there.
It's going to be good. It's going to be a good show with TP tomorrow. I will miss you, but it's going to be a good show with TP tomorrow.
He's always a wealth of information. He's fantastic. And then Mikey comes back in. Your son is studying engineering. He must be fighting off all the girls with a stick. Engineers are sexy. That's awesome.
That's funny. That's funny stuff.
Retweet that.
He's had the same girlfriend since freshman year. Same girlfriend.
Real Genius, not Weird Science. Thank you so much, Uncle B2. It is Real Genius. And Real Genius is where they take. That's what it is.
That makes a lot more sense to me because I was kind of like, when you're like, oh, it's going to be like Weird Science. I'm like, that's when they made that woman.
Oh, yeah, that is how they made that woman. But Real Genius is the one with Val Kilmer, where they did the popcorn. And then they also had those rolls of like, what was it that they would cut that quarter so they never paid for anything? The nitrous rolls that they never had to pay for anything. Yes, it's a Real Genius.
So Real Genius, yes, because I was hoping I wasn't going to go and it was going to be like a Weird Science.
Where they're wearing the bras on their head.
Thank you for the clarification.
Both movies were very good, by the way, though.
But so as far as getting a girlfriend, he's had the same girlfriend since freshman year. He met her freshman year, and he's a junior now, and she lives in Ohio, and we live in Chicago. Liz, what is going to happen if your son goes to Kentucky and he meets a girlfriend who later becomes his wife who lives in Kentucky?
Oh, he already told me.
What did he say?
He goes, I'm meeting a girl from Kentucky with a huge horse farm. That's where I'm going to live.
Yeah.
I said, good, I'll come visit you. It's a short flight, as long as you're happy.
That's really nice. That's very nice.
Yes, as long as he's happy. I mean, honestly, it's a double-edged sword, because as long as wherever they are, they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you just want him to be happy. As long as he marries a very nice human, and they're happy as a clam, I'll come visit him on a horse farm. I'll get a horse.
You know what? It's tough. It's tough because my friend, she had one kid who ended up in New York, one kid in LA. So she has kids on both ends of the country.
Yeah, but your kids your job is to set them free and then hope they want to come home when they want to come home. You know?
I know.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of crazy. Okay, so Jack JT, I'm on hashtag Team Overtrader too. Welcome to the team.
Welcome to the team, Jack. Welcome to the team.
We are official. We need a support group, and we're going to have
Overtrader.
Yeah, Overtraders. We're going to have maybe monthly meetings or maybe twice a year meetings.
Listen, if you're doing zebras, you're an overtrader because you're constantly adjusting them.
Yes, and someone is asking to push out the trades, girls. So just a little FYI.
I forgot. I forgot. Who asked?
It's on the chat.
I totally forgot. Thank you for
keeping her in line. I appreciate it.
Totally forgot. Let's do it now.
Here. Did you put this up?
What?
This picture of TP? Chris.
No. Just
Chris.
Wait.
Put a picture of TP up. I say
wait.
that. I mean,
don't show me yet because I'm pushing out everything. Wait till
it's already up. The world can see it. I believe you're saying it's red. I could go either way, but I actually have to go with what he thinks because it's his hair.
I'm telling you, it might not be red now, but it was.
And I also think your hair looks red sometimes in photos. So photos can make hair look red too.
No. Okay, so hold please. Everything's pushed out. Now I'm coming back. Yeah, it's red in this picture. Yes, that's his hair and it was red. Now, it might be gray now and he dyes it and the color he chooses is more brown than red. I have no idea. Ask him tomorrow if he's coloring his hair or if it just turned brown because it used to be red.
Ask him if he's coloring his hair. But I can find pictures of yours where yours is more red. I can find pictures of me where I'm more red. But hey, listen, I've got ginger roots. Like my kids could all have red hair because like we have recessive red genes in our family. 90% of my cousins are flaming redheads. Flaming redheads.
Dude, if TP showed up for the running of the gingers, would they kick him out?
Yes. Because
I'm
that's
glad I
definitely
have some people on my side. Thank you very much.
Wait,
Chris.
let me ask you this. What do you think the definition of a ginger is? Because Annabelle's got very strict definitions. Ginger is not a redhead.
Oh, I don't know.
A ginger is definitely not a redhead. There's a ginger and then there's a redhead. Like my cousins are redheads. Gingers are like the light orangish
hair.
Yes.
Okay.
And this is coming from
let's get back to the trading platform.
This is coming from a 16-year-old who has very strong opinions on ginger versus redhead. Very strong opinions.
Let's just get back to the trading platform. We have a few minutes left to make some trades. I did see on that list wants to know if Tom, he's asking Tom Preston. And then Julie says, Love just emailed that they are introducing assigned seating. Oh, right. Well, Julie, they just emailed right now. Let me see if I got that email.
Meaning that they emailed her, but it was breaking news a while ago. We're not that psychic.
So I'm curious, though, if I have, and this is what I'm wondering, I booked some plane tickets for my parents, and my brother and I were arguing about this. This is usually what happens, like for gifts or whatever, or for Christmas. I'll book my mom's ticket and he'll book my dad's. So I booked my mom's ticket for January and paid for early bird. He booked my dad's ticket and did not pay for early bird because he's insisting, why pay for early bird when they're going to assign the seats and then are you going to get that early bird money back? Like when you book a ticket now, are you paying for early bird? Or are you just waiting to hear about the assigned seating?
Me?
In general, if you were to book a Southwest ticket for the future, are you going to pay for early bird or not, assuming it's going to be assigned seating? So I'm curious as to what that email had to say.
I can't answer that question.
And how much money are they going to lose by not charging for early bird anymore?
I think they're going to lose a lot of money by not having the open seating.
I think they're going to have to raise the prices of the seats.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. But hold on, wait. I just want to keep an eye on the time because I can't see it anywhere. It's 56. So let's do this one last. Frank Walsh comes in. This is from Texas. Hey girls, if you were going to, what would be your? Okay, this is a good question. 11:30 a.m., which is right after our show, 30 minutes after our show closed. 0 DTE trade.
So my 0 DTE trade, and I don't have an 11:30 a.m. 0 DTE trade. I don't really want an 11:30 a.m. 0 DTE trade. My 0 DTE trades have been working out, and I start them around 2 o'clock.
And those are from Anton. Anton's the one who told us the 2 o'clock trades. But if I had to, and I used to do this, to be honest with you, at 11:30, because this was a big study, you can sell the Iron Condor at 11:30. That was a study. That's what I used to do. I don't do the Iron Condors anymore because I don't think they decay from 11:30 on. But that used to be my go-to trade.
Pick a direction and try a Brooklyn butterfly. Like we did this the other day, which wasn't bad. Buy one, sell two, and then make sure we take in a credit.
You're risking too much.
So you're risking, I don't want to risk $1,000 in the 0 DTE. But I have been around 2 o'clock buying them and trying to get a quick $100.
Yeah, I know. But their question was, what do you do around?
I don't know that every study about selling them says it's best to do it on the open, 8:39.
But there is, so I'm just throwing this out there. If somebody wants an 11:30, there's a thing called the noon balloon, right? So buy one of those. Like that. What I think is interesting about your 0 DTEs is anything goes. So you could do a quick, if you think it's going to go up, you could do a 260 spread and then put a GTC in to take $100 out of it.
What I think is so funny.
Make it.
You know what I think is so funny? We have asked for a study
and asked
for a study of give us a 0 DTE trade for the 10 to 11 time frame, and we have not gotten one yet. Then we keep asking the research, someone from the research team. I'm not going to name any names, and
I will. It's the guy who comes on Fridays.
And so I'm wondering if this person asking is really them in disguise.
It could be.
Looking for an answer.
Asking for a friend. All right, Jenny Andrews, we are out of time on this crazy Red Shirt Thursday. Everybody out there, remember to trade small, trade often.
Laugh with us, learn with us, and watch the Liz and Jenny show. We'll see. I won't see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful show with TP. I will be doing the Saturday Night Fever dance.
I will be on with a redhead tomorrow, apparently. So everybody tune in to see TP live.
Goodbye, everybody.
I'm on the road for work quite a bit. In fact, I've been on the road crisscrossing the country for much of the last 25 years. Yeah, I've logged a lot of miles and met a crazy number of people along the way. Strangely, I remember emails and trades better than names and faces. So, when walking through another airport this past weekend, someone with a familiar face stopped me to say, "Hi." He said he was a longtime Tasty fan who met me years ago at Traders Expo. Before I could say, "You look familiar," he told me his email address, and it was like we were old friends. I even remembered the last trade he emailed me about over 3 years ago. I'm not sure if it's a feature or a bug, but my brain is just wired differently. At Tasty, we have worked really hard to make finance fun and engaging for our clients and our employees. Much of our success has come from turning a generally perceived negative industry into a positive and challenging experience. So why does it seem that nowadays everyone is so angry and so negative? And it's not just in the financial world. People are angry everywhere, whether it's social media, politics, sports, news, entertainment, and even travel. People are mad about something. I always wonder why more people and more companies don't try to use more kindness, humor, and smarts. It's not that complicated. People think angry sells, but it really doesn't. Nasty is not a feature. What I've learned from years of traveling is that angry doesn't make you smart or rich. Angry just makes you into an insecure fool. Contrary to the mistaken old adage, nice people do finish first, and that is our lifeblood at Tasty.
90% goes to S&P index funds. 10% straight to bank.
Is 20th Century Advice driving your 21st century portfolio? Tastylive has joined forces with the CME and SIBO to offer the industry's first multi-exchange trading collaboration. Our new live event, Building a Complex Portfolio, puts active traders on the path to modern portfolio creation. Tom Sosnoff and other Tastylive personalities will cover strategies that'll help you integrate futures and options into your portfolio. Sign up at tastylive.com/events and see where we're headed next.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, 4 large, 4K, 4 grand. Get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
I'm on the road for work quite a bit. In fact, I've been on the road crisscrossing the country for much of the last 25 years. Yeah, I've logged a lot of miles and met a crazy number of people along the way. Strangely, I remember emails and trades better than names and faces. So, when walking through another airport this past weekend, someone with a familiar face stopped me to say, "Hi." He said he was a longtime Tasty fan who met me years ago at Traders Expo. Before I could say, "You look familiar," he told me his email address, and it was like we were old friends. I even remembered the last trade he emailed me about over 3 years ago. I'm not sure if it's a feature or a bug, but my brain is just wired differently. At Tasty, we have worked really hard to make finance fun and engaging for our clients and our employees. Much of our success has come from turning a generally perceived negative industry into a positive and challenging experience. So why does it seem that nowadays everyone is so angry and so negative? And it's not just in the financial world. People are angry everywhere, whether it's social media, politics, sports, news, entertainment, and even travel. People are mad about something. I always wonder why more people and more companies don't try to use more kindness, humor, and smarts. It's not that complicated. People think angry sells, but it really doesn't. Nasty is not a feature. What I've learned from years of traveling is that angry doesn't make you smart or rich. Angry just makes you into an insecure fool. Contrary to the mistaken old adage, nice people do finish first, and that is our lifeblood at Tasty.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the show. This is Option Trading Concepts Live. My name is Nick Batista. Got my man, Mike Butler, and of course, Katie McGarrigle in the house with us today. And if you want to come join us, hop over to YouTube, type in Tastylive, come to our channel, give us a like, and subscribe to our videos because that helps us immensely. But more importantly, just come chat with us live because we'll be taking questions throughout the show. Whatever you got questions on, from strategies, concepts, trade ideas, trade management, whatever. Just come hang with us for the next hour of the day. My favorite hour of the day. I get to spend it with my buddies, Mike and Katie. We're back.
We back. Are you recovered?
Yes. Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Are you recovered?
Yeah. I was fine on Sunday.
It takes like...
It takes like a day and a half. 2 sleeps in your own bed.
I feel like you got to have the day off to really get it. Like once we get the weekend, then we'll be off. You know, like the straight 12 days on the clock is like, it's a drag.
It's a long one.
I think the big thing was the hotel we stayed at. They had those flavored waters.
Oh yeah, the spa water.
The spa water,
yeah,
like they had
nice.
the cucumber or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they had the next day. The best
Orange
one was like
one.
the mango. What was it? Mango
Grapefruit
orange
or
something.
mango orange.
So I was just I was just in the lobby filling my 32-ounce bottle with that stuff.
Yeah.
And they probably were looking at me like,
This guy.
I shouldn't be doing this, but I did.
Yeah.
Let me tell you.
You're paying to stay there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we had a great time in Miami.
Yeah, Miami was great.
We're going to miss you in LA.
You've got a little Miami flair today.
I do.
Yeah, I like it.
Very
Like, hit me to
flowery.
be.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
That would have been
gallivanting.
perfect for the promo that we did.
I know, yeah. But Vanetta caught me on a day when I was looking like Farmer Kate.
You know what
What are you gonna do?
I realized last night is I was watching the Dodgers game last night.
Okay.
Shohei Ohtani is like the best
Yep.
of all time.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna be in Japan when they're playing the playoffs,
Ooh,
which is
that'll
gonna
be
be
sweet.
absolutely sick.
Yeah, I'm sure that's their team there.
Oh,
I
100%. It has
can
to be.
imagine
Yeah,
that is
I mean,
like,
I will not see a jersey that's anything other than Ohtani.
yeah,
I'm sure.
But I feel like they have such a huge baseball thing going
Yeah.
there on their own too,
Mhm.
like their own league.
Yeah, but he's like a demigod there.
Yeah,
Naturally.
of course.
He is here too.
Yeah,
I mean, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of demigods, okay, what are the picks tonight? What are you thinking?
Stock beside is headed. Daniel Jones over 1.5 Cowboys TDs. Yeah, I actually really like Singletary in this spot. What I'm going to do is
Cowboys defense has been like
terrible,
not good.
They're dead
Not
last
like-
in running back efficiency allowed. So I think
That's the alpha we need when
Yeah.
Mikey unlocks that.
I've already
for us.
looked at it. But the bet is over 100 scrimmage yards for Singletary, rushing and receiving combined.
Is that an alt line?
Yeah.
Plus 200.
Plus 200, close to it. And then over 100 for CeeDee Lamb. He hasn't hit that yet. I think this is a good spot for him to do that.
Okay.
And then 70 for Neighbors.
Yeah.
You could bump it to 200 for Neighbors, but I kind of like 70 for Neighbors. 100 for Singletary, 100 for Lamb. That's like plus 1,100.
Neighbors is awesome.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah.
Do you like
think
this?
that's
It's just like
Neighbors is sick.
Yeah.
Neighbors is sick.
But I think that's the bet. I don't really like picking winners and losers because I always lose those. Scrimmage yards are easy to predict when you look at the data. At least the usage of these players.
Yes. Speaking of losing, FanDuel had their earnings, I think, which is the ticker FLUT. We don't really trade it.
I was gonna say,
if you've been watching DraftKings has also been rallying. But I was telling Mike, the FanDuel conference call and the conversation as to what led to their good earnings was lots and lots of parlay bets, which is multiple bets together. They're very low probability bets.
Right.
So Mikey is contributing to such things.
Oh yeah.
Congratulations.
Not on FanDuel, but DraftKings for sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, I think this little 3-legger tonight could smash.
The one.
Are you guys going out for it? You staying home, behaving?
I might go out.
Man.
But that Dallas is in despair when the one Dallas friend that we have won't even go out because he thinks they're frauds.
They're always frauds.
Yeah.
Every year they're frauds. Every single year.
Yeah.
So it's America's team, but every year they're just meh.
Yeah.
I thought the Patriots were supposed to be America's team.
Oh, they are.
That ship sailed.
They are the worst team in the league.
Yeah.
I think they're the worst team in the league.
Yeah, they're bad.
Like when you watch them, it's just like really hard to watch.
He got a good win week 1 against Cincinnati.
Well, Cincinnati's also hard to watch.
They're just dumpster fire.
Yeah.
That's a dumpster
And
fire.
where do you put the Bears?
Dumpster fire.
Yeah.
Dumpster fire. The absolute dumpster fire.
But it's just the same thing as last year. It's confirmed that it's not a player issue. It's a coaching issue.
It's always a coaching
Exactly.
issue. Every single time. It's Tressman. It's
Like when
Nagy.
they re-signed Eberflus, I was like, what are you doing? Like, and it's crazy because it's like, you think that they'll be able to hide it. They'll be able to hide their little like horrible decisions. And then you get, it was like 4 yards to a touchdown on the goal line. And they did the opposite of what you should be doing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's a dumpster fire.
It
But
really
we
is.
still have faith.
But we have fun, you know?
Yeah.
We do have fun.
It's not always about winning and losing.
Nah.
Sometimes it's just about eating the food, drinking the beer,
If you ain't first, you're
chumming it up
last,
with your
Katie.
mates.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know
But
if
yeah.
I agree.
What's not a dumpster fire is MU.
Yes.
Yes,
Nice
and
little
I
earnings
quote Mr. Batista this morning. What did he say? I'm seeing the Matrix, or I am Neo.
I am Neo.
Yeah, there
he
might
just
have
told
been
me this 2 minutes ago before we got on the show.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're seeing it. Sometimes you see the writing on the wall, and the writing reveals itself.
Well, I also did give both of you the golden ticket yesterday after the close. I did chat you.
You did.
The things that would happen, and
Yep.
you know.
I know, and I was too caught up to act on it.
It's all right.
Okay.
Well, MU, I did an earnings preview on MU. I also did an earnings preview on Costco. They're reporting after close today, but I think the big thing with MU is that last quarter they had a 50-cent earnings per share expectation on $6 billion in revenue. This quarter they had a $1.11 earnings per share, so over double, and they beat it by 6%. So even after increasing by 100% their estimation, they still beat it.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
You could chalk that up as a W for them.
Yes. Well, we both had call diagonal, so
Naturally.
it worked.
Okay.
Because why is that? Because market will go up only.
I won't say it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
Maybe you
I just have a
should.
hard time playing tech stocks to the downside these days. So
Yeah, well, the
Regardless.
stock has come down significantly.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
gone from 150 to 100 in the better part of the Q2.
yeah.
So.
But yeah, we were fortunate to place it. Got the move. We weren't playing for this big of a move, of course.
No, I think this is like 2.5, maybe 3 times the expected move.
Yeah, I think it was about twice. I think it was like a $7 expected move, $6 expected move.
I think it was more than that because I had the 105 short call, and I think that was right around as part of my diagonal spread. And I'm sorry,
95.
I had the 9,500. Oh yeah, so 105 was probably 2 times the expected move. So it's you're right. Because I had it like right around the expected move on the upside. Is usually where I put it.
But yeah, close that. I had the 95, 105 call diagonal. Close that for a $500 winner.
Woo!
And then FedEx.
Dinner on you tonight, Mikey.
Yeah.
That's right.
Some steak sliders with Parmesan truffle fries.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, the burger there is good.
Yeah, it's easy.
Burger there is
Easy
very
smash.
good, too.
At what, Renali's?
No.
Black Barrel.
Different spot, yeah. So close by.
Can't dox yourself.
Yes.
I mean, whatever. It is what it is. But yeah, love the food there.
Yes.
But yeah, FedEx got into it yesterday, $8.55 debit. I did the 260, 270 call diagonal, and then today had a $5 rally at the open. So I just took that and closed it.
Do you scratch-ish on the net?
No, still down on the net because the other FedEx position.
Yeah, but it was like you took a couple $100 loser to a much smaller.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I got 170 out of that, 160.
Yeah, there you go. It's not
So
too
yeah,
bad.
we'll see if we can keep chopping at the FedEx bit. But yeah, other than that, only other thing is MicroStrategy. For me, this is like completely blown out. I had the 120, 130, 140 call crab trade, and it's at 165 now.
Yeah.
25 points above my longest option further south of the money.
There you go.
Huge rally.
Yes, I am enjoying this.
Yeah. I like the way it's moving though. I'm not going to get long here, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it come back down to 150, 140, and then maybe I'll throw something on that.
Well, I'm playing for 175, so I'm on the other trade.
There you go.
Got the one. I have a crab trade that I put on here that's up a couple $100. I'm stubbornly holding on to. The mechanical me would close the trade, but you know.
Sometimes
The mechanical you is way over there somewhere. He's
keeping him
Neil
locked
right now.
up today.
Locked up. When is bowling starting back up?
Soon, I think like mid or late October.
Okay.
So we're back on.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
I haven't played in quite
Do you bring
some
your
time.
bowling shirt to like a dry cleaner's?
No, it's so gross. I think it's actually in my bag right now.
Oh my god.
It's been in my
It's
bag.
disgusting.
And I
It
never
probably smells like a
washed.
high school gym locker.
Yes, and it gets like the bowling ball oil all over it. It's pretty gross. Yeah.
Yeah, you should
I
figure that out.
I should take care of that
before
when
the
I get home
season.
today. Yeah, I'm gonna do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, you should probably do that.
Yeah.
Well, fun. Very
yeah.
exciting.
Yes.
Before we get into some trade ideas, really quickly, as we kind of alluded to, we've got LA and Dallas still on the docket. So
The last two.
tastylive.com/events. The last two for me, Nikki, and Mikey. There are some others. There's Phoenix, and then there's a handful of UK spots,
yes.
as I hear
Yes.
Mr. Sosnoff trading right now.
Yes.
Handful of UK spots, but you can sign up for all of them at tastylive.com/events. Come hang.
If you would like to hear and see those dings live on air, you can head out to the UK
Yeah.
for those.
Yeah,
with
live
Mr.
trading
Tom.
happening in the UK, which is great.
Yes.
And then, of course, in LA and Dallas, we're continuing to build complex portfolios, which, if you didn't know, there will also be a digital collectible version of that presentation. So you can sign up for that. But we'd prefer for you to be there in person.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
rub elbows,
Yeah.
shake hands, kiss babies.
And shout out to Jessica and our design and production team that somehow makes our stuff work,
Yes.
whether it be my awful performance at which
recording?
turned out really well, and
Yeah.
I'm very happy with it. I told her, I'm like, you are a magician.
Yeah, I said I'm a certified yapper.
Yeah,
Thank you for making me sound smarter than I am.
so good, so good. And the life cycle of a trade videos, new one out today.
Ooh, what are you talking
Short.
about?
Well, it was a short put in CrowdStrike.
Okay.
Yeah, and how I managed that one. Turned it into an Iron Condor. Did some, fun little stuff with it. Gotten a lot of great feedback on that series. So, trying to keep it rolling.
Cool. Dope.
Yes.
Tom's gonna be in Edinburgh.
I know.
Yes, he is. Did you just say Edinburgh?
Edinburgh.
Okay.
Edinburgh.
I was gonna have to call you out on that one. Need him to bring me back some tablet, some tatty scones.
Or some, what's the meat thing?
Haggis.
Yeah.
I could
I'm
stand
all
for
for
him
haggis.
to bring back some nice gin as well.
I do have some nice scotch. I've got some smoky scotch.
Good stuff.
Maybe that's
Smoky.
what you pop off when you hit your parlays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Ardbeg 10 year, smoke, pure smoke.
Pure smoke.
It really is. It's wild. I got to figure out a way to make like a smoky Paloma with scotch.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very nice.
But yeah, I just put a link to the Tastylive digital collectible. So yeah, for anyone that wasn't able to attend the live seminars that we've been doing and have a couple left, we will be releasing that in about a month. Nope, 2 months.
Always a fun time in person, though.
Totally.
So if you are close, come on and hang. Just make a weekend out of it.
Yeah.
A little staycation.
Yeah.
Yeah. See if Tom is taller than 5'6". Did you know that Google has Tom listed at
Yes,
5'6"?
somebody
That's
messing with him.
amazing.
Somebody's messing with them. I like it.
That's
I don't want to tell
awesome.
anybody
Yeah.
because
just
I don't
in
want
case
that
they'll
change.
change it.
Yeah, I don't want that change. Just leave it.
That's incredible. I love that. Me and Tom the same height.
Tom is not a short king. He's a tall king.
Yeah. He's not a short king.
Yeah, not a short king.
Yeah.
But that's great. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be a fun time. And I did see you, deliver the chimichurri live on air.
Yes, it made it. It's one very expensive chimichurri for Tom.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't got the feedback from him. I thought he was going to put it on because the tacos yesterday, you get the steak. I was like, you should just get like a little bowl of steak, put some chimichurri on there, and eat that. But I didn't get a review
see any steak
from him. Oh, we did. Did we not?
I only saw chicken and al pastor.
Oh, I thought maybe because we miss the good stuff, so
Yeah.
I figured there was steak.
I didn't see any.
Oh,
but
okay.
could have just been me.
Yeah.
Regardless, should we get to some trades?
Yes, let me give a quick little market update. E-minis up 16 right now. We've been floating around the 5,800 mark. They were up like 50 at one point in the early morning session, so definitely been a nice little pop to the upside here. NASDAQ up 880. You've got the Dow up 267 and the Russell up 20. Right now, the Russell is strongest of the group. It was the NASDAQ earlier today. Oil giving it up a little bit, /CL, down $1.59. It had a big move yesterday, 68.10 here. Volatility futures have remained very sticky around this 18 handle. Be interesting to see if they come in at some point today. Bonds down 9 ticks. You got gold hitting 5,700 this morning, 5,708, the high of the day. It's at 2708 was the high, not 57. That would be wild. 2708. It's sitting at 2690. Silver being the more volatile of the group, up 32 cents, a little over 1%. And then Bitcoin having a nice little day here as a risk on everything day. $2,400 on the futures, $1,800 on the spot.
Very nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
As the kids would say, just send it.
Yeah.
To the moon.
Send it.
Just send it.
Sailor Moon Boys.
That's right. Sailor Moon Boys.
Love it.
All right. If you want to join us on the YouTube channel, we're streaming live there. Just go to Tastylive. You'll see this video. And you can throw your trade ideas and questions along the right-hand side chat. But yeah, let's get to some trade ideas here. A quick little run through of 1-2 tree trades. Let's do it. So Costco has earnings after the close. It's hard to trade this thing because it's so expensive. We need them to announce a 10-to-1 stock split and see this thing go straight to the moon. That's the
goal.
That's the brain play.
That's one of the possibilities.
You would think, it's probably a $400 billion company, $900 stock price. You would think it's probably.
It's in that sweet spot.
Yeah.
Over 1,000, you should expect a split at some point. But yeah, we'll see what happens. It's selling off right now, which is interesting. But I'm going in and I'm just doing a straight up iron condor.
Okay.
I had to let this one work a little bit because I wanted to get that cool $200 flat for this trade. But going to October monthly, the 22-day, I don't like going to the 1 day just because if you get blown out in the 1 day, you're done. You have to book that loss. You can't really. You have no time, obviously. So I like going to the monthly. Still only 22 days, but if this thing gets blown out in either direction, I can just leave it.
Yeah.
And I have a 100-point window for the stock to come back to, whether it's the downside or upside. So I'm selling the 950 and 850 options in October, 22 days out, and I'm buying the 5-point wide wings. So the 955 call, the 845 put. I listed the calls here. Great. Good job. 850, 845 put spread, 950, 955 call spread. Collected exactly $200. The risk is $300. So this is just a chicken iron condor, but covers a nice wide range. This stock has been within this range for pretty much since August. So we'll see if we get a little inside move. The expected move is 35 points. So this range covers more than the expected move, about 1.5 times the expected move. If we get a really inside move, like a 5-10 point move, this can come in pretty dramatically. You might get $100, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. But we'll see what happens with the implied volatility. But really, this is just kind of like a set it now. I plan to hold it for maybe a week or two, unless there's just a non-move and it just gets crushed overnight. But that's the plan.
I just joined you.
And frankly, you're not wrong with the in-the-money call spread being the same as an out-of-the-money put spread.
Technically,
it's not in the image there. But The big difference being that the in-the-money call spread, so if you did the long call spread, 845, 850, you got like $2 or $3 wide bid-ask spreads on each of those options, just to give you an idea. It's marked at 80 cents at $7.25. So an impossible fill.
Yeah.
If you look at the put spread is marked at 30 cents at $1.60. So you got a $1.30 spread versus $7 spread in those options. That is why we use the out of the money short put spread instead of the in the money call spread. So not wrong, but
Yeah.
So,
Nice.
So yeah, just a cookie cutter chicken iron condor for earnings.
Were you inspired by lunch today?
What do we got? Fried chicken?
Yeah.
Yeah. Chicken day.
I guess so.
Dave's hot chicken.
Subconsciously affected my trade idea.
Very nice.
Love it. All right. What are you looking at, Mr. Batista?
It's a shocking day that we are both doing iron condors.
Look at that.
Truly.
Did something
Should I
happen
take
to
you guys' temperature?
Yeah.
Or
Is there something going on?
Don't take his. He's red hot.
is there like a doppelganger thing happening that we don't know about? Evil twins?
Yeah, we're very connected, like it, I guess it's like
I think so.
Like a.
Well, it's only going to get stronger based on what I know is happening. So we'll save that conversation for off air, though.
Yes. NVIDIA, $125 right now. It's had a nice little rally, bounce back. It's been trading in the, the low being around 100-ish. We had like a day or two where it was at, or not even a day or two, maybe an hour or two that it was in the 90 handle. But I think it's an interesting range or an interesting trade to play this range bound, given that it's had a nice little bounce between these two little spots here. So trading at 125 right now. I'm looking at the 110 put and the 145 call. I was looking at a strangle, but the strangle used about $4,000 in buying power. So very big position, especially in this size account. So I'm trying to make this into like a synthetic strangle type position. I'm buying the 90 put, the 165 call. So it's a 20-point wide iron condor. So I'm only using $1,500 in buying power versus $4,000 for the strangle.
Okay.
Cuts it down significantly. The long options probably cost you about $1.50-ish or so. So it's not super cheap to buy those, but relative to the $2,000 or $3,000 I'm saving in buying power, it's definitely something that I have to do in this size account. So the 110 90 put spread, the 145 165 call spread. I sold this at $4.65. Volatility in here is certainly high. I'm going into the November expiration, so you got 50 days to go till expiration. Max loss and buying power around $1,500. I'm kind of light on positions right now, not using a ton of buying power. I look at this as sort of a core position.
Yeah.
I would be okay, leaning a little bit short into the 145 handle. That would be new all-time highs. I'm okay leaning long into the 110 handle. We'd be getting near the lows. It's one of those trades that I'm going to kind of just put on, pick my spots. If we get to those spots, I'm going to lean directional. If we don't, it's going to be a winning trade, and I'll take it off for a profit. So that's kind of my thinking with this trade.
Sound.
Thank you.
Sound thinking.
Thank you.
I've still got on that 130 calendar that I joined somebody in.
Well, that's got to be good now.
It's getting better. I'm still down on it. But that said, like if we see a little bit more of a green shoot in NVIDIA, then I'll probably look to roll one more time. Like you can still pick up like $1 by extending by another week. So that one is definitely on my radar just to see if I can keep chipping away at that cost basis. But
I like it.
I like this one too.
Yeah.
Not too shabby.
I figure if you don't have a position on, you got to do something in there. It's, it's a hot stock.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, I'm kind of going simple-ish too, with just a short naked put in a stock that has been an absolute dog. Talking about Boeing. And not to jinx myself, but this thing is already working out in my favor since I got filled this morning. So I got filled right when Boeing was trading around 153. We are currently trading 156.70 or so. So seeing a little bit of a pop since I placed this morning. I picked up $247 in credit for this. Buying power, is a little bit on the higher end for me, but I figured like it's a tenth of the credit that I'm picking up, which is why, I kind of continued forward with this one. But just a pure play just to see if we get a little bit of a bounce in a stock that has just been beaten up. I know there's a lot of discussion about Boeing in the news and the headlines, but I'm not saying this is like a long-term investment for myself. This is just something that is flexible enough for me to manage over the next 22 days if we do continue to see some weakness in here where I can keep rolling it out, picking up a credit.
I like it. Already up $80. So.
Yeah. So I will be trying to cover this, if not today, because of, I'm right around that pattern day trading teeter.
Yeah.
So maybe if not today, then in the morning, if we continue to see a little bit of strength here.
Okay. Very good.
Got to call it out, right? I mean, it's something that a lot of people deal with. So
for sure, I can give you a little, trade hack of sorts. If you wanted to lock in the value, one of the things that you can do is spread off the risk. So you're short this put, you have naked risk to the downside. If stock falls out of bed, it's, you give everything up.
Yeah.
The Boeing has $1 wide strikes, which is really nice here. So if you were to buy the 146 put, so you're short the 145 put, you buy the 146 put, it's trading about 20 or 30 cents more than what you would buy back your short put for, about 180, we'll call it. You buy that put, it turns it into a $1 wide long put spread. You're long the 146, short one of the 145s, and closes your position essentially. Tomorrow, you can close it out and not get the pattern day trade issue. You also have a lottery ticket if something crazy were to happen. Maybe you get another 30 or 40 cents out of it. But if you are trading, in any smaller size account, and that's, you do a trade and it's very, very profitable, but you're trying to avoid the PDT rule, that's one way that you can get away from it. It does story.
Yeah, for sure.
Unfortunately.
You can turn it into a debit spread. You can turn it into a calendar by like buying the same strike in one of the weeks past it. Yeah.
Sure.
So lots of things you could do, but yeah, nice trade.
Yeah, a cup of 2-tree trades.
I forgot that I did actually. So NVIDIA, I had that long naked call on NVIDIA, the 130 strike.
Well, that's nice. What expiration?
October. So the 22 day.
Beautiful.
So into the rally today, when it was up like $2, I closed it for 420. Nice. And
we both said that.
See?
As I'm like drinking.
But I closed the 130 because there's only 22 days left, and I restructured it into a 125, 135 call diagonal, long November, short October.
I love that.
Yeah.
Dope.
So just got rid of that really sensitive near-term long premium. It went from like $1 to 420.
Yeah,
so
that's a home run. I mean, that's
you got some value back there. So
you can't win them all, but if you get a couple $100 back.
Yeah.
It's great.
But
know when to walk away.
What's
know when
not,
to hold them, know when to fold them.
That's correct. That is a song. What's not fun is oil. Crude is down $2 today, down to 67.66.
Yes.
I bought a contract yesterday at 69.43.
Is this a Westwater Wednesday play?
No, it was a road play.
He is slinging them.
I know.
This hasn't stopped the whole time we've been on.
I think it's because he's got to get his fix in before he goes on this trip.
Oh, yeah. Well, this weekend is foliage weekend, too.
Yeah.
You know what that means.
Yeah, okay. Not the visual I want.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway, I'm sorry I interrupted.
But yeah, I like crude here at this level. I mean, it's been two-sided for the last 5 years, so I like buying into these dips here. But yeah, taking some heat on that, but it's only one contract. I can hold it perpetually, not worried about it. Trade small.
Trade often. I did a little iron condor instead of being super directional there.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I was actually looking at this morning too. Maybe like a broken wing butterfly.
Oh, yeah.
Something along those lines. Maybe just the long, like, call spread. I don't know if I wanted something just a little more low maintenance. Not that either of those require a ton of maintenance, but Yeah, I'm looking to nibble in crude as well.
Yeah, I went to the 50-day expiration, but there's some juice there. IV rank at 63, so things have popping off.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Cool.
YouTube chat popping off as well.
Yeah, for real.
Thanks
for watching.
Let's kick it with the peeps. Brett, we've been seeing the chips run up pretty well. My portfolio has quite a bit of bullish exposure to tech. Considering a hedge with SMH, just never been sure about a proper way to do that. So hedges for us are always defined risk and smaller positions. Usually, we just go the diagonal spread route normally because you can define the risk, but you can still get 100% return on capital on your debit paid. And SMH has relatively low implied volatility. 39% isn't super low, but it's not crazy high. So for us, maybe something like 250 November, and then short the 240 or 235. That's what I would do.
I had to roll up a put. But go on.
SMH, yeah. So a 250 long in November, 235 short in October for 970. You have a 15-point wide spread. If you get a sell-off in the next couple weeks, this thing, the 970 can turn into $13, $14, $15 of total intrinsic. And then you have whatever extrinsic is remaining in that November long. So could be $1,000 hedge to the downside if there's a sell-off to the expected move.
Yeah.
Something like that. But something that's small enough to where even if this expires out of the money, you're offsetting it with your gains on your bullish positions. That's the idea.
You don't want your hedge to put you at basically zero where, going forward, you're just tying up capital. It's always got to be an under hedge so that, you have the opportunity to make, to hedge yourself a little bit on the opposite side, but not hedge yourself so much that you don't participate in the same direction that you're leaning.
Yeah.
So you always got to have risk. You can't do no trade with no risk,
True. Emmy got caught with a strangle in MU, October 86,105. How would you manage this?
86,105.
Okay.
The 86 basically zero.
86 is zero. The good news is
I didn't change all that much. I mean, you're
couldn't have been.
Yeah, so this is
down $100 maybe.
$100 on a $12 move. I mean, that's volatility for you when you look.
Yeah, that's the collapse.
That's the collapse. I pulled up the change column. This 86 strike put went from 220, 30-ish down to basically worthless. And this call went from $3 to $6.50. So, you're really only out up $150, pretty manageable position.
Yeah. You can literally move this. You can move this from October to November and move it to a 100, 120 strangle for a scratch. You can shift this to a new strangle at the current price if you wanted to, or a straddle, a 105 straddle if you wanted to lean a little short, pick up $8. You can do anything. You can really do anything you want here because there's still plenty of premium in November, and the vol crush was big enough in October that it offset a lot of this move that you're realizing.
Yeah, you have a lot of flexibility here.
So yeah, if you want to keep it a strangle, you totally could. But yeah, we would buy back October and move it to November while it still has a little bit of elevated IV there.
Yeah. And if the stocks come down, it got as high as 114. So it sounds like $6.
Yeah.
At this moment, it's probably about as, I don't know what's going to happen through the end of the day, but you waited, you got paid to wait.
Right.
So it's it might be time now.
Yeah. All right, who's next?
H. Montero, does interest at zero make the efficient market theory inefficient since it keeps it above the natural market price and it interrupts the relationship between cost and price? JETS, Jets, go Jets.
I mean, it's still going to,
I mean, I'm not sure if you can give us an example of what you're referring to, because what I'm thinking of right now, interest rates are whatever they are, but they're priced into the call side. If you look at long-term long calls in SPY, they're twice as much as the put side.
Yeah.
If interest rates are zero, you're going to see put skew instead of call skew.
Yeah.
Excluding the drift premium that's priced in there.
Yeah.
Like you'll see more, it'll be more visual in long-term options. You'll be able to clearly see the put skew more. Where right now in long-term options, you see the interest rate baked into the call side.
Yeah.
So you see the calls trading for a higher value to a certain point. Once you get to a certain strike, you start to see the put skew come back into play. Yeah. So, I mean, markets are going to still be efficient.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of what you're looking to do and what strategy you're looking to deploy, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And the changes in like speculation and rates are priced in as well. Like the rate component of the Black-Scholes model it's not like static. It's based on, like the market prices in as speculation happens, that change in rates. Like, right now it's the probabilities are that they're going to cut another 50. That's not fully priced in. The 50 basis points isn't fully priced in.
But the uncertainty or the probability.
Yes. If it's, let's say it's a 60-40, 60% of that, just for,
Yeah, cleanliness' sake.
Yeah, is priced into the options. It's not like, the day before the interest rate cut from JPOW on stage. It's not like the day before those options are, cheaper or more, in this case, more expensive because they're cutting. It's not like those options are more expensive and then all of a sudden JPOW takes the stage and says, oh, we're cutting, and now they just come down. That's already been priced in. There's no like free money trade to that.
Yeah.
There's not, it's already in the model.
Right.
Delta Airlines mooning today, just like everything else.
DAL.
I have 45 shares.
Change. Nice.
Thinking about completing the 100 shares and selling a November 52.5 call to complete the covered call lot.
It's tough to do at highs. But.
Yeah. I mean, your basis, it depends on where your basis is. Like if your basis is at 38 or 39, like I don't really like that because you're bringing your cost basis up and you're selling a call that's worth pennies on the dollar relative to how you're increasing your basis.
Yeah.
I might just, if you don't want to exit the trade, you could sell a call spread against it.
That's what I was going to point out.
Like you don't need 100 shares just to sell the call naked. You could sell a call spread against it and have that same feel. Like the 55, 57.5 or 60 cents or something like that.
Yeah.
If you want to hedge a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah. And that'll only you'll still use more buying power because you'll be $5 wide. Oh, the sneeze that you held in. Mike, you didn't see that.
I didn't.
Yeah. There you go.
Stealth.
You are very stealth. Very, very sneaky, sir. Can I change your socks? Mr. Deeds. Come on, it's classic.
I got you.
Yeah, you could sell a call spread, like a 55, 60, something like that. It'll give you 20 deltas of 20 short deltas. Cut your exposure in half for the time being. And only use, $300 or $400 buying power.
Cute. All right. Hi, guys. What are the key factors to consider to optimize rolling options positions in terms of IV rank, timing, and others? From Mani.
Question.
If it's defined risk, it's all about timing.
Yeah.
Because if you're selling a spread, you can only roll it for a credit or a scratch if it's out of the money or at the money. If your long option is, if it's fully in the money, you're rolling for a debit, and we're likely not going to do that unless it's a minuscule debit. If it's undefined risk, then you can do a lot of different things. But generally speaking, we like to roll when the stock price is still near our strike price. Because if you have an option that goes completely in the money, deep in the money, you're just rolling intrinsic value. You're not collecting a lot of extrinsic value to offset that intrinsic value.
Yeah.
So I would say if there's still a lot of extrinsic value left and maybe we're at like 30 days, 35 days, we're not going to do it. If we're at 21 days and we're seeing extrinsic value decay and we can roll into the next cycle and our strike's being tested, like that's when we're going to roll. But I don't really have a hard set rule. Like the example in MU, the October strangle was like you can do anything you want.
Yeah.
You can buy back October, go to November, and you can move. You can have a ton of different setups where you're still collecting a credit.
Yeah.
And I probably would have rolled that earlier this morning. You know, like if it was my position.
Right.
So like, you just kind of have to take action. It's hard to kind of wait for the perfect stars
Moment. Yeah.
aligning.
Yeah.
You just kind of got to do something and sit with it, and all comes down to sizing and being able to hold a position, not have to, worry about it.
Yeah.
Missing the perfect timing. The only other thing I was going to add is like, changes in volatility. Like if you're in Tesla right now and you were waiting to roll yesterday or a couple days ago or whatever, you've got a pop in volatility. The 5-day IV change is one that I love to look at. And, you just look at IVR and IVX, like, volatility being high again doesn't tell you if it's, the high point, but it tells you that relative to the recent memory, you're getting paid the most to take the risk now than relative to yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah.
So, those are, again, it's just like you got to kind of make a decision.
So you're looking at the 5-day IV change, but you also are looking at dot IVR when you tack it onto the end of the symbol.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
I just don't know if that's like a hack that we normally come or discuss in conversation regularly. But yeah, so if you take a stock symbol and put dot IVR at the end of it, it will show you where that said stock's implied volatility rank has been.
Good call out.
Yeah.
Rome.
Odunze?
Potentially Rome Odunze.
That would be amazing.
New to options. Appreciate the content. We appreciate you, Rome. Get another 100 yards for us this weekend. Haven't started trading futures or had my account approved for it yet. Am I disserving myself by not trading futures? Not necessarily. I mean, it just depends on what you're trading.
Adds tools to the toolbox.
Yeah. Like I trade micros a lot. So like I like micros a lot because it just gives me the ability to participate in these big moves, like in crude oil right now. Like it's just another avenue to get involved in the markets without having to be in tech. Like I feel like in the equity space, it's all tech.
Right. Well, and to that end, like if you're new to options and maybe like there's an asset class or something you want to participate in, but like the ETF of that is like illiquid and impossible to trade. If you've got the foundations of the options trading mechanics just in an equity option, all of those same mechanics overlap very, very well into the world of futures options. So to your point, crude oil, USO, like we like have kind of gone out of like fashion in terms of really trading USO, and we would rather, I mean, when I say we, I mean the three of us, like often trade the crude oil futures options, not only, because of like the liquidity that they provide, but also, you've got the 23-hour access as well, and that potentially higher return on capital because of span margin in futures options. So yeah, not necessarily a disservice, but like you're saying, some other lever that you can pull to stay engaged if, I apologize to the inanimate object. That you can participate with.
What would be your top 3 starter futures to get into?
Top 3 starter futures or futures options?
Futures options, both, just like the ones that you would pick. Do you think, you guys probably won't be shocked by any of these, but even S&P futures options, so ES, gold, and crude would probably be my 3 from a liquidity and or like contract multiplier perspective, being relatively straightforward. I agree.
But in that same vein, if you wanted something that was probably a little bit lower volatility to kind of get your feet wet, the currencies tend to be pretty low volatility.
Which one? Like
Euro? All of them are pretty single digit. So Euro
would probably be your most.
Would probably be my starter.
Yeah.
But great question. Sorry for hitting the mic, if that scared anybody.
I sold a put spread in Boeing yesterday for November. I'm up like 15 to 20%. Should I keep it or take profits?
Nice.
I would say it depends on your monetary profit. Like if your profit's 20 cents, 30 cents, then I would not take it off, because I feel like you're just, when you do that, because it still costs things to trade. Even though at Tasty it's low commissions. If you're at 10 cents or 20 cents, like you're still eating up a lot of that profit potential.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a narrow spread, I'm probably holding it. If it's a wider spread and you're up like $1 or $1.50, then it's definitely in consideration to take it off.
Yeah.
Let's see. Wow, people are just popping off today in the chat.
Yeah, Stonk's coming after me. Destroying Tokyo. Makes me sound like I'm like Godzilla.
Godzilla.
Katezilla.
There you go.
Katezilla. Dronin, MU double versus single diagonal. Would you turn the put into a calendar into an October bull put spread? No, I mean it's just so we like to keep things simple. If you had a double diagonal on yesterday, you're probably profitable.
Yeah.
We would just take it off. Like for double diagonal specifically, like you need a big move because you need to offset the full loss on the other side.
Yeah.
With gains on the other side. So, we wouldn't manipulate it further. We would just take it off, really.
Yeah. Those trades, because you're playing both sides, so you need a tail or an absolute non-movement, where your long options and your short options basically go to zero. If you get a move to either of your short strikes, the amount that you make or lose can be minimal.
Yeah.
Mishala with a how does daddy do it? Love it.
There you go.
MU crab.
Nice.
100, 108, 116. Yeah, that's a perfect spot.
Yeah, it's
very nice.
As good as it gets.
Very, very nice.
260 to 460. Or I'm sorry.
660.
660.
Nice.
Love that.
Do we have an indicator specifically to monitor the intraday volatility versus typical volatility? And how would this be a more useful IV rank indicator when trading 0 days?
You'd use the VIX 1 day.
Yeah. VIX 1D, baby.
Yeah. So you got to type it in VIX 1D. And it is not just 0 day.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 0 plus 1. So so it's 2 days in terms of trading days. But this will tell you everything you need to know about pricing of those options.
Beautiful.
And I think they have like VIX 7 day too, or like 9 day. I think they have 9 day VIX.
1Y, 3M. You can kind of see them in the drop down there. 6M.
Oh yeah. There we go. The new.
Oh, you got them all.
Down. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Monthly,
Love to see
9
it.
day, 6 month, 3 month, 1 year, 1 day.
So they all work just like the VIX itself, where it looks at the option pricing around that time frame.
Mm-hmm.
So these are just different time frames.
I wish the VIX was the VIXY.
The VIXY?
Yeah. The VIXY, the VIXY short-term ETF.
I don't know what.
Imagine people on TV like, the VIXY's going crazy today.
Yeah. It's almost like getting into British territory with the FTSE.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm. How would you get into a December TLT trade for a bullish move?
I think Anton pitched one today. I don't think it was December. I think it was November. I think he just did a call spread, maybe. I think it was like the 9,500 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But with something that's got, 16% implied volatility, I'd probably just lean towards this sort of setup.
Yeah.
It's a good risk reward. It doesn't use a ton of capital. 50-50 shot.
Yep. Nothing wrong with that.
Any thoughts on the pot stocks?
Oh, God.
MSauce, Tilray, since we're in the pump everything phase. Usually they're the last ones to rally in the phase along with biotech.
I've not touched these in a while.
I just feel like they're the forgotten ones, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's like pot stocks are the old uranium stocks are the old AI stocks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You get like the changing cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The changing bubble. That's what it's really like.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I'm not interested in any of these. I mean, both of these are so small priced.
Just buy the shares.
Just buy the shares. That way you don't have to deal with it. You don't have to think about it. If one day it pops from 7 to 11 again, like you'll be happy, but still risk involved.
This was a Ryan Grace favorite back
Oh yeah.
I think it had to have been 5 or 6 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Where he, put this on my map and
I think we all were hot on them for a while.
yeah.
Because there was Tilray, Cron,
CGC,
MSOS, CGC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tilray was the first real squeeze that I saw.
Yeah, that was our first one.
Yeah.
Good days.
Fun days.
The good old days.
And then you would Google Tilray's
the
headquarters, and it's just a little shack on the side of a highway.
Yeah.
That was the best. Michelle, any Costco earnings suggestion for something so expensive? I did an Iron Condor in October.
Yep.
I did the 850, 950 shorts, and then defined risk 5 points out of the money.
Definitely a tough one.
Yeah, $900 stock. It's just hard to do anything that's to keep it within $1,000 unless you're doing credit spreads or debit spreads. Calendar spreads even are expensive, so. Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but hopefully they'll split it and then we'll be able to trade it.
That'd be so funny. If they announce a split and it goes up 20 points, 30 points, it'd just be so funny.
CMG is one that we've traded a couple times, but I was hoping that volatility would be higher here.
I know.
I think maybe because it was such a big split that it kind of people just aren't that interested in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was hoping that this would be a higher vol, very liquid. I was hoping in the DraftKings, PayPal realm of volatility changes.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
It ain't.
Yeah, I mean, it's also speaking of stock splits, so Super Micro supposed to split, but it was halted this morning.
They got some bad stuff.
I think they were cooking the books.
Naughty.
Wow.
10-for-1 stock split though, coming.
Yeah. I think they pulled the stock split. I don't think they're doing the stock split anymore.
Oh. Because of everything that just shook out?
That could be fake news. I don't know for sure. I haven't looked into it. But I think that was part of kind of the move here.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, maybe you're right. I just have not fully checked. I just saw a little halted tag when I was looking at it earlier.
Yes.
Wild.
Any last questions? Or is it chicken time?
Chicken time.
I'm
a hungry boy. Growing boy.
Michelle, talking about butterflies, since tomorrow's expiration of butterflies. Yeah, I mean, we would do a long butterfly, unless a short butterfly is just playing for a tail move in either direction. Yeah. Long butterfly, you're playing for an inside move. So, yeah that's possible too. It's just, it's a shot trade. We would usually place the shorts near the expected move and then just do the wings depending on the risk we want to take. But I like the Iron Condor.
Yeah.
Gives you a nice wide range.
Yeah. Great. All right. That wraps up this edition of Options Trading Concepts Live. If you want to see anything in future episodes, just tweet at us. I'm at Trader Katie, Mike at Trader Mikey B, Nick at Trader Nicky Bat. Go football. Go
Go
gambling.
NFL.
Go NFL.
Sports.
Good luck. Good trading. Peace.
Go President's Cup.
How we respond to the most difficult situations is ultimately how we learn to build on our successes.
It takes the guesswork out of retail trading.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tastytrade. Make your move.
The beauty of Thinkorswim was that we were different. From the name to the front end technology was clearly what we wanted as traders. Second time around, I think we did a better job. Yes, we are known for our ability to support complex derivatives traders, but we also have the tools for somebody who's brand new who wants to come in on the first floor and work their way up to the top of the building.
I'm running Snow Leopard with this. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. G. Multitask MacBook handler, brother. iPhone in one hand, iPad in the other. Pop open top, Apple logo shining on the back. That's why all these player haters know that I'm the Mac. Easier to see a nun with VD than to see me ever typing on a PC. So if you got one, you can play a sad tune and play it back later in your room on your Zune. Windows made to break, and I'm here to crack it. And if I'm a Mac, that means that I'm immaculate. Style so clean, like it's disinfected. Clean surfaces where white light is reflected. Plastic case, Apple Store, keep my phone protected. Check my toolbar to see if networks are detected. Use my side swipe, applications hidden in it. This is Mac world, bitch, you're just living in it. I'm a Mac. 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 Roll into the coffee shop, know I'm on a power trip. Strapped with my laptop and my own power strip. Eye outlet, about to make your cable drop. Apple logo shining off the marble on the tabletop. So if you see me, then you see a star. Any place I sit down, call that the Genius Bar. Looks like I'm working hard, but to really know the truth, just taking pictures of my fine self in photo booth. Interface simple, why I need a Kindle. Working on that pad keeps my fingers mad nimble. So if you think I come up short, you must be wrong. More than one reason that these ladies call me Justin Long. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. Yeah, Justin Long, son. You catch that? Known by the ladies as the toolbar. 10-hour battery life. Force. Quiz.
We are back. It is still Thursday, September 26, 2024. This is Futures Power Hour, sponsored by CME Group. I'm your host, Chris Vecchio. He's Jamal Chandler. We're here for round 2 of China stimulus.
Oh, God. More of it. More of it. And the market seemed to love it. At least they did this morning.
They did this morning. And then that pesky Biden Department of Justice came in and said, we're actually investigating SMCI. And the market says, wait, isn't that a big name that's related to NVIDIA? So we're pulling back in a little bit here, but that's an equity story. The broader asset story, when you look at what's happening in metals, what you're seeing in currencies, the headlines overnight, we're actually seeing a little bit more than what just occurred at the start of the week. Jamal, between the Fed and the PBOC now, it seems like it's full throttle for flooding the zone with liquidity the last few months of the year.
Yeah, it really does. I'll be honest with you, though. I'm not necessarily sure if I trust any of the movements, like a lot of the movements that I see. Not any of them. Obviously, the gold story makes sense to me. The bond story, I'm still trying to figure out. But I mean, again, like you said, we know that more stimulus came, but we had stimulus the other day. We didn't see quite the move that we saw. Again, this morning, we saw a major move, and now we're seeing a little bit of uncertainty. So I don't know, Chris. This is a weird week. I'm trying not to read too much into some of the things that I'm seeing. I really am.
This is a weird week. It's so interesting because September's supposed to be bad. Everyone says September's going to be bad, so maybe that was just a crowded opinion. But that's what the seasonality suggests. The week after OPEX, it's supposed to be bad. But let's talk about why this round of Chinese stimulus is so different. We can go to the slides here if we haven't already done so, gentlemen, and lady in the production booth. Spotlight. China's easing again. Red highlights, courtesy of the Bloomberg terminal. Love when I see those little red flashing headlines. I mean, something important's probably happening. In this case, this is the important one. China will ensure necessary fiscal spending. That's been the problem in China. They've had all of this liquidity in the system. Chinese government yields have been sitting at all-time lows. Money is plentiful. The problem is no one's spending a darn thing. Velocity of money in China just hit its lowest level ever. What's velocity of money? How frequently yuan changes hands within the economy effectively. When you see surveys for how Chinese citizens intend on spending their money, you have an incremental yuan going into your savings account or into your pocket because you've been working. How do you plan on deploying it? And 56% of people in recent surveys were suggesting that they were just going to put it into the bank. So it doesn't matter if you flood a zone with liquidity if no one wants to spend the money. And that was all supply side reform, right? Lowering interest rates, making it easier for home buy. That's supply side, hoping that if you lower the barriers to the exchange of goods and services, demand will increase. This is a direct promise to do something to lift aggregate demand, however. Fiscal spending is not a supply side reform. It's directly pushing on the economy to grow. And so now you have both of these things coming together. You see Chinese equity names exploding to the upside in recent days. Support, right? Stresses support on mergers and acquisitions of listed companies, making efforts to boost capital markets. They are waving a green flag to come in right now, Jamal, and the world has responded, minus the reaction we've seen here in the NASDAQ S&P since those DOJ headlines about SMCI.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I mean, the moves and the Chinese names, they've been stunning. I do have a couple on in a long-term account. And I think, I certainly don't have a problem with anybody having a long-term look on some of these. I mean, some of them have been really beaten down. And that part makes sense to me. My thing I can't reconcile with is trading of them, any of them near term. That's a tough one. So I haven't been able to jump on that train yet. But if you've had some long-term Chinese plays, you are like jumping to the ceiling over the last couple of days because there's been some enormous moves. Baba, Baidu, JD. I mean, it's been incredible.
We were talking about this, or should say, Victor and I were talking about this a few days ago on air. When you look at like the price to free cash flow multiples of some of these Chinese companies like Baba or Baidu, they're trading like 6, 7. And if you're to look at their corollaries here in the US, the price to free cash flow multiples were like 40, 50 times. So there's obviously a discount that's being applied to Chinese equities, but the valuation there has been appealing for a long time. David Tepper was out on CNBC this morning. He went beyond his typical risk limits, he said, which are about 15 to 20% of where he will put any of his capital. And he said the hedge against such a big trade is the valuations because they have been so low, which may mean that we could be still at the early stages of a significant rally. Has there been a lot this week? Yes, but we're also rising from a very low base because the Chinese equity market has been hammered for several years at this point.
Yeah, for sure. That's the thing. I mean, these things can be pretty volatile. I remember in 2007, example, like early 2007, these names were just getting absolutely hammered, and then maybe like a couple of years later, they were on the run. So we do see this type of movement and volatility in these names at times.
Jamal, we can effectively top tick when the market opens up here today, 9:30 a.m. Eastern. We try to get a little bit of a rally back there. And then we get the news about SMCI. And that really put us down on the lows. Granted, the economic data that came out this morning was quite good. Jobless claims continue to trend lower. We just got our estimate for second quarter GDP, the final revision of second quarter GDP, and it was 3%. That's probably not a recession if 3 is bigger than 0. Yes, still. So it's not a recession. The trackers for third quarter GDP are still positive. We're also seeing that we finally have the revisions for the 2022 GDP outlook, which this is a bit of a throwback, right? We have time to talk about this today. The IVR 16.2. Jamal, in 2022, everyone was screaming back-to-back quarters of declines in growth. This is clearly a recession. First quarter, second quarter, back-to-back. How could it not be? This is the definition that we use. And then there were some people out there saying, well, that's GDP. If you look to GDI, gross domestic income, you'll see that gross domestic income really hasn't fallen. James Bullard of the St. Louis Fed that summer was talking up this perspective. And he was saying, with adjustments, it's possible that we actually weren't in recession. The data, once the accounting is all wrapped up, years from now, we'll find out that the tally doesn't show us that it was actually that big of a decline. Sure enough, the debate is now officially settled. We see that the second quarter of 2022, we were not in recession. We grew at a paltry 0.3% growth rate. But that goes to show right now, in second quarter of 2022, if you started layering into stocks that summer, did you deal with a drawdown for 3 to 4 more months? Yes. But once the economy was clearly not in recession, the market started to rebound. So the data here today showing that we're not in recession, the labor market's not cracking, the Fed's going to continue to cut for maintenance reasons. That's all wonderful news. A DOJ antitrust lawsuit against an SMCI, or an investigation into accounting practices or malpractice, 15.58% lower here in SMCI and NVIDIA. This is a now 0.45% loss, but we were trading north of 126, 127 at the start of the session. Jamal, I don't think we should be too concerned about the indexes because of a DOJ lawsuit.
No, not at all. But I mean, when you go back to ES, that's exactly kind of my thing. I mean, 47 handles that initially this morning we were up. And I mean, again, like you said, it's not the DOJ that's the reason why we started the fade. What's up with that? The kind of price action, I guess, is kind of strange to me. I just seeing that type of move this morning, it's like, oh wow, like where's this coming from? But oh my God, like this is, I think a lot of shorts were covered up there. I thought about it myself. I didn't, but it was, I think that's the kind of price action you're starting to see especially on thin volume for the most part, right? I mean, what is thin volume still in our markets? Really?
The volume is higher today than it's been the past few days, right? We've been on Futures Power Hour here right after 1 o'clock Eastern, and you're looking at like 600, 700,000 contracts traded. I mean, real light. We like to be north of 1 million by this point of the day, and we're not quite there yet, but 911K is a bit more improvement, one might surmise. Those long upper wicks look ugly.
Yeah.
Those long upper wicks look ugly, right? As the story of the day is being written, the market rallied up and the collective us said, no. You had no business being up there. That is a shooting star with the NASDAQ trying to climb through the high from August 22nd, 20,251 and a quarter. We're back below there. Now, if we can progress through there, ultimately that gives you a very even left shoulder head, right shoulder, break out of your symmetrical triangle target closer to 22K for the end of the year. Not that different than the S&P 500's own inverse and head and shoulders pattern that calls for 6,100 or so, depending upon your measurement points. But this is ugly and would definitely warrant a little bit more caution for the next few days, perhaps going into the new month.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely should. But the thing is like we've said, I mean, things are fairly good in the economy, which we've been saying for a while, it would seem. Your biggest worry has to be, why did we do 50 basis points? And obviously, you look at the percentages now; it's fairly tilted towards doing another 50 basis points in November after the election. Why do we need to do another? I mean, that's pretty much the wall of worry, as we've said. At least it seems like to me.
Yes. Now, is this enough price action to vindicate a bearish bias? No. And quite frankly, the past few days, we've seen that the market has been just ebbing and flowing, kind of squeezing to the upside. I can't look past the timing of this public announcement about an investigation into, semis, right? Because if SMCI is guilty of this, then okay, then what else don't we know? And that's going to be a real bummer for the semiconductor industry. A simple technical filter works well here. And this is the drumbeat that we've been talking about throughout the month of September. Once you get your close here on the 10th in ES, we have not seen a close below the 1 week moving average since then. There's lots of little tests along the way, especially the past few sessions, but that's really where the lows have been found. And so until you get a close below there to suggest that momentum has been broken, it's difficult to suggest that, yes, the single candlestick here means that we're at a top. And I'm reminded of that because of what we saw in the NASDAQ recently, where the Fed meeting last week gave us a bearish outside engulfing bar at the top of a recent rebound. You might want to call it a key reversal. And even then, that's a much stronger topping candle than what we're seeing here, in my opinion. And that found zero follow through. That 1 week moving average still holds up in that event. So bears should look at this and now say, okay, maybe actually I will have my time in the sun, but I need a little bit more to substantiate calling today's price action reversal the top. Not that much, but a little bit more.
So do you think core PCE gives the bears a chance tomorrow?
No, I don't think the PCE report matters whatsoever. We have 90% of the inputs between CPI and PPI.
Yeah, I know you said that.
Yeah, it's to be surprised by it would have to be an outlier, and it just doesn't look like that's going to be an outlier. Does that change my long-term plans, right? I think that's the bigger story here. If you are an equity market bull into the end of the year like I am, where I have my calls laid out months out in advance so that we can see a rally towards 6K and ES through the end of the season, that doesn't prevent me from taking something short-term that's looking to the downside, right? In fact, that would be a good way to potentially, I don't want to call it a hedge, but reduce the downside that I'd experience in the longer term call spreads that I have out if we do see a little bit of a break. I am going to trust the stats here, right? If the Fed cuts rates with stocks within 2% of all-time highs and the 20-odd occurrences that happened previously, the longer you go out in time, the higher the hit rate. A year out, 100% of the time, the market's higher. That's obviously not this time frame, but sprinkle in the maintenance cuts and how the markets perform thereafter, I'm more than comfortable to say I can be short-term cautious and longer-term still bullish in the event that we see some of this momentum break down. I would really only start to get truly bearish if we broke below like 19,500 in the NASDAQ. So hopefully we don't have to go down there. Talk to me about volatility though, Jamal. When I think of the vol experts here on Futures Power Hour, this is the part of the conversation that I want to talk to you and Anton about. VIX gapped open lower today, and now it's back to 1570. It's only a 29-cent bump. What are you reading in terms of the differences between the spot VIX and what you see as you move out along the vol curve, where there's still a fairly significant premium in front month vol compared to the next month?
Well, again, I think it has to do with the few catalysts that we have, right? I mean, I don't know if end of the quarter has much to do with it, but I do think obviously the non-farm payroll for September has to do with it, and of course, VIX looks 30 days ahead, so I think we're just getting the. I don't know if we. This future certainly does. The V future that's October certainly looks at the November election. I mean, that has it encapsulated in it, but it's kind of interesting to see these two so close when you look at November, October and November. I mean, they're really not that far off. Typically, there would be a bigger drop off between October and November. When we saw this last election, they were kind of close, and I remember being confused as to why October and November were close. And believe it or not, at the time, there were people saying, well, what if for some reason the election isn't conceded? was like, what are you talking about? Why would that not happen? Well, obviously that's what ended up happening. So that was an issue at the time. But here, I don't know. These two are there's a little bit of a drop off. There's not that much. You don't imagine that's going to be the case. Who knows? But again, going back to the difference between regular VIX, as I said, VIX index, and whoa, what was that? Oh, that was a reminder I had something on. Oh, well, markets just fell through. Negative. Just went negative. Yes. Looking at the difference.
In a hurry.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. I forgot I had it on. I was like, wait, what was that? Has to be something interesting. Yeah, that's not good. I mean, it's not a huge drop, right? But it's still not good. Slowly, you kind of saw this coming, right? I mean, this is as soon as you figured we were at 47 early in the day, and you figured we were going to keep going. But as soon as you started to see the fade throughout the day, you figured they were going to have trouble holding on to them. That's why I was like, well, let's see if we go through the low of the day. That's what that was for. Anyway, this is another thing, obviously causing volatility to pick up throughout the day. If you're seeing this type of move, we've erased basically 50 plus handles, right, at this point. And I think that's another thing that's going to cause volatility to bounce up just a bit.
Yeah, I didn't see anything on the newswire to suggest that there was an announcement. Anything a little interesting?
I don't either. This is what I'm talking about, Chris. This is so
slippery,
weird.
slippery.
So weird to me. I mean, why were we up 47 handles this morning? I'm still trying to figure it out, dude. I woke up and I'm like, holy
China
cow!
Goes burr.
Like, what?
China goes burr. What else?
Yeah, but I mean that we had the similar. I know it's not the exact same stimulus, but still, why on the second round did we need to go? I just don't get it. I really don't. Telling you, this whole week to me is multiple. I just don't care, except for gold.
Except for gold, that counts. Anything else that's not working, let's rewind those trades. Which this is total non sequitur. I don't know why it just popped in my head. Speaking of rewinding trades, there is a guy in France who has French, Italian, German banks, like these have been around for hundreds of years, right? Like Monte dei Paschi in Italy has been around since, I think, 1560 something. I could be off by a few decades, but it's been around for hundreds of years. And there are French banks that are like that. And there is a French bank that wrote a contract to this guy's great blah, 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 that has been passed down in the family that basically allows him to place something akin to like a contract for difference, a CFD, on indexes and allows him to backdate the trading tickets by a week.
What?
And so this guy has like an infinite money printing press. This bank has had this liability on its balance sheet for years. It stipulates he can only take out positions of certain sizes, so it's not like he's bankrupting the company. It was covered in the Financial Times a few years ago. I have to find that and bring it up and recirculate. It was a really fascinating story. It's like, so this guy has the infinite money cheat in life?
Yes, seriously.
What? That's not fair.
That's like video game cheat.
It's like, okay, this came out like right after Occupy Wall Street. I was like, oh yeah, eat the rich. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying there. All right. Jokes aside, though, Nasdaq here. Let's keep an eye on 20,251 and a quarter. The Russell 2000 here, 0.56% higher. These moves intraday, Jamal, they mean nothing to me about the broader scheme of things. Maybe it's a drag because of this concern around NVIDIA. Let's look at the global liquidity gauge, the risk-on gauge here. That's higher by 3.81%. Baby brother Ethereum's up by 3.09% itself. A bullish engulfing bar here in BTC, holding the 1 week moving average. This could be the start of something beautiful. We know that crypto likes to track liquidity, loves tracking liquidity conditions. Let's outline an argument here, Jamal. The Federal Reserve's assets are going up in value, in part because they've lowered interest rates. When you lower interest rates, duration-sensitive assets increase in value. The Fed has more long-term assets than short-term assets on its balance sheet. Thus, one would surmise that the value of the balance sheet is increasing. We have liabilities that the Fed owes out, which if they're on interest payments, they're replacing the liabilities with now cheaper outflows. Liabilities are going down. It's easier for them to service their liabilities. Reverse repo usage, that's come in. So we take that as one side of the equation. U.S. liquidity net is going up. if we want to measure the impact of the PBOC's actions, the assets on the Chinese balance sheet, net assets, and do that in yuan terms, is the yuan rallying? Yes, they are. Why? Because the market sees real yields in China going up. So the value of assets on the PBOC's balance sheet is now increasing. How about the yen? Has the yen increased recently? Yes. What does that do to Japanese liquidity? How about the euro? So we do this across the board here. There is clearly a rising tide of global liquidity in recent weeks, and it's likely to continue moving forward. This looks like one heck of a bull flag that's been forming in crypto for the past several months. I have exceptionally strong inclinations to think that the movement we're seeing here in BTC today is far more informative and instructive about the risk environment that we find ourselves in than this paltry reversal in equity markets predicated around a DOJ headline about investigating SMCI.
Yeah, but does the Fed have Bitcoin's back?
Yes.
That's always been the question, right? You think so, wholeheartedly? Or are they still trying to work on their own coin at some point?
Okay, so we heard from Canada that they abandoned their CBDC project. I imagine the Fed is going to have some sort of crypto payment system because the payment systems that they back are sclerotic. This is technically bullish engulfing bar to punch through and close above the last major swing high. That's outlining a move to 70. Okay, in the very short term. But the Fed itself, I think the U.S. government, like you really want to go down the conspiracy hole with me? I totally think that Satoshi Nakamoto is an NSA or CIA guy. I think that Bitcoin has done more to cement the dollar's role as the world's reserve currency than any single policy action that any administration has taken over the past 10 or 20 years. Why? Because now you've given any individual with an internet connection in their pocket an ability to store their funds in the safety of the world's reserve currency. I can be a Turkish citizen and convert my lira into crypto and put it into Tether now. And I don't need to worry about the 19 or 50 or 100% year-over-year inflation rates. Same thing in Argentina. That's how a lot of people rode out the storms. They have a black market for dollars down there. People started going into crypto. Why? Because I can get those US dollars and have them in my pocket now in a digital ledger. So I think that crypto and Bitcoin in particular has done more to make sure that the US dollar is now in every country and every individual's pocket if they want it. And there is no way to take that genie out of the bottle. The bricks can go kick rocks as far as I'm concerned. Good luck with that project.
I think that's exactly why when people ask, like, what do you think about this Bitcoin and where's it going? It's too tethered to our market. I mean, our economy or the world economy in a way that you can't really just get rid of it. There's no possible way, I don't think, at this point.
Nope, can't do it. 65, 455. I know it's not part of equity markets here, but the liquidity risk gauges here. It is a future.
And it's a CME future. So, yeah.
That's what we're here for. Jamal, let's talk about bonds leaking lower. 8:30 a.m. Eastern rolled around and bonds said time to go back to sleep. Why? Because they were trying to rally, and then we get the good news. Good news is good news for stocks. Good news is bad news for bonds. Here's your good news for the market. We don't need more Fed rate cuts. There was over a 56% chance of a 50 basis point rate cut priced in for November earlier this week. And if we still have continued good data, it's going to slowly burn off. There's like a theta decay, kind of, maybe a bad analogy. But no, either way, right? Like if you need to have more bad data to get the market lifting bonds in the short term if we're locked in on 50 for November. Otherwise, that recedes. And if we're in the middle of a reflation environment where the central banks are pumping the markets full of liquidity and commodity prices are rising, that could be something that lifts inflation expectations. So bonds here in the rough and tumble the past few sessions, we're not seeing that type of recovery here off that 1 month moving average. Momentum has deteriorated. What say you about holding on to any long bond positions moving forward?
That's why we went further out, man, because this is going to happen. If there's anything that we have known and we have seen a lot throughout this bond trade is that we're going to have some times that we're going to have to kind of hold on to the roller coaster. So the hope is that the roller coaster isn't as the loops aren't as bad and as nauseating as they were in 2022 and maybe even early 2023. So that's the real hope. I mean, this is going to happen. I'm still willing to be long until I, sort of see otherwise, but I'm still interested in the trade.
Long end of the curve. Technically, it is a slightly lower open than where we closed yesterday. Closed 124.09, open 124.07. So while it is a green candle, it's really just an unchanged kind of day. That stability perhaps is welcomed a little bit. I got to tell you, with the moves that we're seeing in oil the past two sessions, I would have thought that bonds would have done a little bit better. Oil is is dealing with now something new. Saudi Arabia apparently floated a news report today. They were abandoning their $100 per barrel target because they want to take back market share. If Saudi Arabia wants to take back market share, they're going to have to flood the zone with oil because they're going to have to knock out a bunch of competitors because you're producing oil below your break-even rate. Break-even rates here in the U.S. are 45, 50 a barrel, depending upon where you look. So could that mean a lot more pain here to come? Right? Saudi Arabia did this in 2014, 2015. That's why we get the shale revolution at the end of the day, because they had to figure out how to do more with less. In any event, bonds 8.7 IVR, right? Time is your friend here if you're going to be a bond bull. I think I want a little bit more time than 57 days. I'm very close to just kicking this out to 92. It's a little bit cheaper given the IVs, but I don't know. This runs afoul of basically all my other positions, which are pro-reflation. This is to say, reflation's not going to happen.
I might wait until 50 days, somewhere between 50 and 45 before I actually move it out. So I guess I'll give it another week or so before I actually kick it out to December. But eventually, I'm probably going to kick it out of December anyway. I wouldn't blame you for doing it early, but I mean, there's a good chance. Yeah, why not give more duration? Because what we know, especially considering we're in options, right? Again, the 45-day window is a big deal. And so once things decay a little bit faster once you hit that 45-day window on the way to 21. So that's why we're talking about kicking it out further. Give yourself a little bit more time.
We don't really play around in the short end of the curve or the shorter end of the belly of the curve. ZF here, 33.4 IVR. ZN is up at what are we doing here? 13.2. ZB is nothing.
CT? Just curious.
ZT 48.3.
Okay, so that makes sense, right? 48, 33, on down.
What does short put vertical look like in here? This is a long put vertical. Why isn't that flipping over? Like, these numbers don't make sense to me. There we go.
I figured probably next to nothing.
This is really compelling because the Fed isn't raising rates anytime soon. Right? Do we think the Fed's really going to raise rates anytime soon? Probably not. 103.65. I don't know. 88% probability of profit, but you're risking 3 to make 1. That usually when you have that kind of probability of profit, you're not going to get that risk to reward. Maybe it's because of the thin volume today. I don't know, but this is something that's potentially worth exploring. The short end of the curve is going to be pinned, right? Right now, the lever, the fulcrum is the long end. If we're getting more cuts, it means that the economy's slowing, so growth and inflation expectations are going to get pulled out of the market. If we're getting fewer cuts, then the growth expectations are going to move up. But the twos we know the near-term path. We're getting 1 or 2. We're getting 2 or 3 by the end of the year. The timing of that, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. Journey matters more, or does the destination? The destination does for the twos. So this seems like it's an opportunity. We really don't trade 2 years, and the options market there are thin. So maybe it's better expressed through something like SHI, the short-term Treasury ETF.
Yeah, no, I see where you're going with it. And yeah, that's the thing, right? Like we're going to probably see, like you just said, a little bit more bigger swings in the long end of the curve versus this short end. I mean, we know exactly for the most part where this thing should be going, and it wouldn't be a terrible idea to explore the idea of a short spread. Because, I mean, yeah, it shouldn't be falling too much. Actually, I'm interested why it's falling today, honestly, but that's another story.
Jamal, even in ZF right now, it's a 33.4 IVR. The bond trade is mostly dead here, but you're now effectively as close as you can get to the midpoint of your recent trading range. The highs that you had in August, the lows that you had after the August move, 109 basically up to 111. 47% probability of profit, risking just over 1 to make 1. 29 days out. You could ride this into the ground. You could kick it out a little bit longer term if you'd like to. Let's go to say, will that give us better? Now you're risking a little bit more than 2 to make 1. Still, you could pull it in. I think that maybe ZF, the belly, is the place to look if you're looking for that trade right now in the bond market. Otherwise, I would use the lack of vol at the long end to think about those longer term long bond plays.
Totally makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I was looking at the curve recently, and this is the area probably the best concentration right now because, look at it.
Let's do 108, 108 and a half, 111, right? 111.
The thing you like about these two is it's not that much buying power. I mean, overall.
No, it's not. And I actually like the setup here. So Condor and ZF, maybe we can get filled in that today to do something different with bonds in the very short term. Let's talk about these metals. They still shine. I'm writing up something for the traders blog about the metals here, Jamal. I'm trying to expand on the thought that popped in my head. China stimulus makes metal shine. Burr, right? That's not really a cogent thought. And yet it's probably cogent enough because that's all that we're seeing here. The Fed stimulus, the PBOC stimulus, gold says, okay, see ya. 2694.90 here. We saw new all-time highs today. I feel like we've said that every day for the past week, as it were. 75.9 IVR. Still have to torture me to get me to sell calls in gold, even call spreads. I think this is still a directionally bullish play, and we still have our longer-term targets of 2740, and then for being cheeky here, we'll call it 2910. So I see no reason to adjust any positioning in gold. Ride the wave.
Yeah, I know. We talked about it the other day, and I closed my call spread just looking at the last few weeks. I see, there's sometimes where we've been up 3 weeks in a row, sometimes 5 weeks in a row. This could be one where currently we're up 3 weeks. We could be on its way to 5, but I just took the opportunity to close it now. Looking for a pullback. We've seen them throughout the year. However, this one could be headed, like you said, to your profit target and then pull back. Either way, that works for you. Eventually, maybe it works for me. But I still want to be long this again at some point.
I'm a Momo monkey, so I have no, I see line, it goes up. I latch on, I see line, it goes down, I go down. And then when there's a turn, there's a turn. MACD still has a buy signal attached to it. Stochastics are still overbought on the weekly. Same thing for the daily time frame. And so my very simple brain says, like the lizard that is on the very inner core says, buy, stay long. That's not the tasty way, right? But this is the overlay of the two. What's the most effective way to express this point of view? Well, buying gold calls, there's so much call skew in there in the first place. So you can't just buy the calls. You really got to do a long call spread if you're a retail trader. Well, and this is what kills me about, like Ilya, for example. He was like, yeah, I'm really confident in gold too. I'm like, oh, how did you structure your trade? Like, oh, I just bought a bunch of gold calls. I'm like, okay, cool. So where did you cap off your risk? He's like, oh, no, I didn't. I'm like, oh man, I wish I was that.
I didn't know Ilya rolled like that. Okay,
he did.
I mean, that's what I used to do. I used to do that a lot. That's the other thing that old Jamal used to do. I mean, he would have just gotten GLD, and I would have got like easily a bunch of long calls because those are fairly cheap GLD. So I would have definitely done that.
Well, they're cheap for a reason because they're not as great as futures. This is a future show, Jamal. Things that are good are worth the money. We see GC going up. We see silver. Hi-ho silver, 1.04%. It is off the highs, and that is, we go into the zone where we have the highs for the year carved out. It's still a nice advance. Silver's not at $43 yet, so I'm not happy yet. The momentum remains firm. You get a move down below, and I wouldn't even say the 5. The 5 really hasn't been that noteworthy here. If we go out to the 8, just going up the Fibonacci scale, that's odd. That's not really an important time horizon. And yet silver has been respecting the 8 EMA up its Fibonacci scale in recent sessions. And so if we get a close below there, which we haven't done so since September 10th, that would be a sign perhaps that we're due for a pullback And then you could look to capitalize on the vol with an iron condor. But we're not going to sell call spreads in gold or silver right now. At least I don't think retail traders should do that, because there's just the relationship between vol and price in these assets or in these particular products tends to be positive literally correlated. And that's just a train you shouldn't stand in front of.
Yeah, no, this is one you got to be careful for those who trade Tastylive. I mean, I think a lot of them probably already know. Maybe there's a few people out there listening who are new to the game, but yeah, I mean, vol goes up in these as they roll higher, and it really kind of, it's almost like it's the opposite of what we see in puts getting, more bid to the downside when markets fall down because it gets scared, right? Gold, silver, they crash up, and so that's one reason why you don't necessarily want to sell calls and call spreads in here. I'm certainly not interested in doing. I know Chris isn't. I'm not trying to tell you guys what to do, but just be aware of how these instruments work. So that being said, this is one now where it seems like it's starting to really have a better looking chart than it's had most of the year. Getting interested now in getting long this one.
Silver looks good. Gold looks good. Still copper. This looks great still.
Wow. Going again, huh? I didn't even notice this today.
3.41%. This is why I'm having such a difficult time believing the story about equities here. Equities to me aren't pricing in the fact that the market's disappointed with the Chinese stimulus announcement. It's disappointed in the fact that we're getting good economic data. Right? Okay, we're not going to get 50 basis points in November. Right? Hasn't the whole thing this year been, oh, sorry, markets, us at the Fed, we can't ease yet because things are just too darn good. The labor market's holding up more than we expected. That's the reaction to today's data. That's been the fundamental cornerstone to the equity bull run. It's predicated on an economy that's not as sick as people think it is. So when you look at the move in copper here, not to sound too indignant, but we have rallied into the highs that we had on July 8th. This could be a natural stopping point. It's an IVR of 100. Jamal, it's pretty darn close to the midpoint of the range. So if you've been short put spreads like I've been, I suppose the question is, do we use the recentering of the move here? Let's just get that 50 up on the screen. Do we use the recentering of the move here effectively? 50 was yesterday. We're getting up to 618 now. I stand corrected. But would you put on an iron condor here? It's an IVR of 100. That is like the juicy spot in terms of the tasty methodology. How can it get better?
Oh, geez. At 5, 10, and 4, let's take a look. How much do you collect for that? Sure, you definitely, it's interesting to put an iron condor on at those levels. The question is the, like you always say, is the juice worth the squeeze? How much are we collecting?
5, 10, and 4. Oh.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is, yeah.
I'm not even liking it as this is coming together. Listen, the deltas are real tight here. And let's just give us a little bit of upside movement here, right?
Sure.
We'll go 15 cents wide.
Upside, right?
Yeah, we'll go 15 cents wide. We'll go out of the expected move range. Let's bring this back down to 440. Let's just nuke you and see you later. So we'll do 425 and 440. That's a little bit more tolerable, right? Now you're talking about a 2-to-1, basically,
yeah,
with the 60.
Though. I mean,
that's the only thing. That's what you're saying, that we're basically going to hold the.
Yeah.
You're holding the 1 week, the 1 week moving average.
I'm not willing to sell that put spread, right? I mean, I'm willing to sell that call spread for sure. I don't know if I'm willing to sell that put spread.
415, 430, 68%, 3-to-1. That's a little bit more reasonable.
Yeah.
415,
but the people see
430.
now, like this is how you sort of analyze this whole idea of the condors, right? We talk about these all the time. We talk about the areas that, I mean, like when we talk about that Russell condor, it's so simple, dude. I put that thing on and go to sleep for like 3 weeks because I feel comfortable with those strikes. Something like this that's starting to make a move, you're just not sure, especially when it's making a move on stimulus, right? Like it's not even so much a technical move. It's making a move off of news. And that's a little more scary sometimes than just making a technical move.
I would posit that the low for the week arrives on Monday at $4.2740 in copper. That's probably the place where you could feel comfortable structuring the short put side trade of the call of the Iron Condor in here. And, about 9 delta spread between the put spread side. It's only 4 here on the call spread side.
The tough thing about this one too is what's open interest look like? I always think that's super heavily traded. Okay, that's better than I thought. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, it's again, but not great.
Oh.
Maybe it's better done through CPR or one of the copper ETFs. But look, the point is, you have to take a look. Anytime you get an IVR, you got to do your screens during the day. If you have high volatilities, if they're in the middle of ranges, what's the play? You got to sell vol. Copper for many months, though, has had a pretty high IVR. Yeah. No, this isn't going to be it. Copper Fund ET. See this. Yeah, CPR.IVR.
CPR? I've never even heard of that.
The U.S. Copper Index Fund.
Never heard.
Not a very liquid. I mean, look at the amount traded today. 165K.
Yeah.
Compared to something like XLK, 3.1 million. Or let's go to GLD. Let's just do it against another metal, 4.78 million. It's a small product.
I mean, for the longest time, it felt like FCX and SCCO were like copper ETFs, even though, again, they're actual equities, right? And those are there's always something. There's always a CEO that does something. But yeah, I mean, look at that move.
So a $44 stock a few days ago.
Right. Jeez.
The point is, copper still has a ton of vol. In terms of managing the position, this one perhaps draws into question, how much more juice can we squeeze out of it? There's 32 days to expiration? Yeah, I think that we may just want to take this off the table. We're getting pretty close to max profit. We're above 70%. We're a week plus out. Might as well make hay. But this looks directionally great. I mean, this is the tell, though. Copper's doing well. Silver's doing well. Gold's doing well. The cryptos are doing well. Liquidity, growth sensitive things are up when you get away from idiosyncratic reasons why they might be down, which is why we want to talk about oil here. What a total freaking mess. You were making me look so smart. So smart just 2 days ago. Positioning is in the negative 1.37 Z-score, Jamal. Never seen before in December 2011. Gotta get long. The 3.2% down today of put spread has it back to basically break even, which is pretty funny. But I will say the news flow today has been terrible for oil because Saudi Arabia comes out and leaks to the markets that they're abandoning their $100 per barrel target. The fiscal break-evens for some of these oil-producing countries in the Middle East are quite low, right? You're talking about like $20 or $30 a barrel. There are others where the fiscal break-evens are quite high, like in the $80 to $90 a barrel range. Why is that the case? Many OPEC countries don't have very high tax rates, and more importantly, they don't pay many benefits to their citizens, right? Like, we don't tax you because don't expect your government to do anything for you type of situation. And as a result, countries that do, they rely on oil revenues to keep those tax rates low. And so there are fiscal budgetary assumptions in some places where, the cost to get the oil out of the ground is $40 a barrel or $35 a barrel, but we need it to trade at least 75 to break even in our federal budget this year. Saudi Arabia is basically saying, good luck. We want market share. We're going to kill the price of oil, which means that these countries are going to be under a little bit more pressure, perhaps. And that means Saudi Arabia is going to have to tend this thing down. U.S. producers, they have a higher cost basis, but you're still talking about a cost basis that may be $10, $20, $30 lower from here. So if this is something Saudi Arabia wants to accomplish, it is a significant overhang. But if you want to bring this back to the stock story here, you're telling me we're going to get a bunch of global easing while the price of energy is going down or staying at least capped? That's going to be rocket fuel for global growth. And that makes the other risk-on reflation positions a lot more attractive because now, like, hey, we don't need to worry about $80 a barrel. We don't need to worry about inflation coming back, so to speak, in such an aggressive bite because the barrel of oil is still below 70. I don't know. That makes me actually feel better about the reflation idea elsewhere. But this sucks today. This is terrible for me.
Yeah, no, it's not great for me neither. And oil's been really unpredictable more recently, but I don't know. Maybe it's just I'm a glutton for punishment. I'm still deciding to remain long until proven otherwise. I mean, you could call this almost proven otherwise, but I'm sticking with it for the time being.
I'm seeing it for the time being too. We are back to break even. There's a lot of time left. There is more than a reasonable basis to think that the positioning is still going to rebuild. There seems to be a disconnect here, but look, if the methodology and the rationale is you're putting this on because it's a positioning rebuild, don't get wrapped up in the day-to-day. We're in until we get down to like 21 days to expiration. There's going to be bumps. And if the market decides tomorrow that Hezbollah Israel is not reaching a peace accord and these talks of Saudi Arabia flooding the zone are rejected, who's to say we won't be all of a sudden back to $70? Because, hey, whoa, the China stimulus is there. Let's recenter our attention on that.
You just helped me realize something I might have to fix, though, because I am in front month is X, right? November. I am in November, and I might as well go ahead into December. There's about 50 cents or so, 47 to 50 cents between that, when that roll market. It might just make sense to be in, because there's just going to be more of this foolishness, I'm sure.
Natural gas, we were about to step over the XV4 contract here. Pretty decent size reversal today. That not quite a bearish engulfing bar. Not a breakout. We go to our handy little drawing tool here. That looks like a pretty clear rectangle as far as I'm concerned. Decent range that's been carved out. The volatility is not great. If we get north of 290 in the NGX4 contract, you could have a case of a more significant bottoming effort. 40 cents we're talking about spread, 45-cent spread between the high and the low, and that gives you an upside target near 330, 335. Otherwise, if we move back to the middle of the range, perhaps something like an iron condor becomes more appropriate. But given how quickly we basically traversed from near the lows to the highs, that took 3 days, and the volatility is so small still, I don't know if this is a fantastic risk to reward, trying to say that we're going to stay within this 45-cent range in the short term, Jamal.
Yeah, I would agree. Again, I'm always more interested in that gas from the vol standpoint. If it's in the 40s or 50s, it is kind of. A 30 in that gas IVR. I don't know. I know IVR is universal across the board. It's not going to make sense what I say, but 30 IVR in that gas is like a 15 IVR in SPY or something like that, or ES for me. I mean, it's just not high enough, and because this thing moves around quite a bit, we know that, and so I think it's somewhat. It has been moving around a little bit, but it's not as an interesting trade idea for me right now, and I'm either, I'm much more interested in the metals, oil, even the dollar. This one, not so much. And again, this is highly uncorrelated to the rest, but I don't know. I'm just not as interested.
If we were talking about the specs around that particular trading range near 2.4 and 2.9, you could size up an iron condor right there around those technical levels. 60 days out, maybe a little aggressive. Perhaps you want to do a shorter expiry like 32. Either way, though, you're only looking at 24% probability of profit, right? So I don't even think you can rely on the technicals down here. And natural gas technicals, they don't find the same follow through you see elsewhere. Pass
also, too, go back to that one. I mean, that's also that 60 days is
also Z4 contract as well.
Yeah, right. So it's
a slight difference.
It's 317 and a half or whatever.
I didn't realize that ticked up there.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
Let's go to that. Thank you for catching that. That is important. Either way, I'm not taking a trade, so it doesn't matter to me. But you're talking about, what, 340 down to 290, so 50-cent range. And we can size that up here as well. I mean, 240 to 390. Let's go back this way.
I didn't want you getting any angry emails later.
No. I appreciate that. I didn't even recognize it there. Okay, 61% chance, 240 to 390. No, why do I keep saying this here? 290 to 340. I swear I'm going to get it right.
Yeah.
All right. Looking at those terms, 25% probability of profit. It's still the same exact type. You're getting compensated on taking the risk, but the likelihood that we stay within that range is so small, as it were.
Yeah.
It's not a great risk reward. I suppose some people could look at this and say, what about like a reverse condor?
Yeah. I mean,
like an
honestly,
iron fly.
I don't think we talk about those enough. And I know we talk about buying a lot. I'm sorry. I know we talk about selling a lot, and that's why we don't talk about these enough. But look, there's a case to be made for some of these sometime. I know I have, like a lot of you, I have a lot of short iron flies that didn't necessarily work. And if I had been long them, it would be a difference. So, and again, these are usually, I mean, this one is obviously a little more because it's Chris is widening it out, and but think about what you collect sometimes. Think about sometimes how you could get long a few of them every now and again. That's all I'm saying.
Interesting trade setup. Not my cup of tea. Natural gas has hurt me too many times. FX, still risk on here as we wind down the show. Why do we say risk on? Just take a look at your Australian dollar. And by the way, stocks are getting the message. Maybe the people are hearing us, Jamal. Don't get worried about a DOJ indictment against SMCI. It's not the market. 6A here, 0.98% higher.
Yeah,
yesterday was yesterday, elevator down. Today, just kidding. Rocket ship back up. Double 68, 98.5 right now in 6AZ4, 50.7 IVR. Look, a few days ago, I laid on an iron condor here, 0067, 0071 as the guts. And so we're moving up towards the upper band of that. I'm not thrilled about how this is behaving so far. I'd like to see volatility come in and not these big price swings. Same for the euro right now, where I likewise have an iron condor on. This one is not doing fantastic, but not doing terrible. We're still sitting in the middle of the range. The dollar here could end up doing well. I actually think the one to watch is the yen. Jamal, the carry trade's going to be back. We have a we have a Japanese politician who's leading the polls to be the front runner for the LDP nominee, who is explicitly against allowing the Bank of Japan to hike rates again. The next prime minister of Japan may step on the BOJ's independence. They can't raise rates anymore. They'll all be out of jobs. It'll be like the Saturday Night Massacre with Nixon. They'll just keep firing people until they find a BOJ governor, or they'll install a BOJ governor that will execute their vision. No raising rates. I think the carry, what we saw in the first part of this year, I think this is coming back. Why not?
Yeah,
if growth is hot.
Market's heading higher. Specific
right?
Nasdaq.
Why do you want to hold on to the yen in a world where stocks are soaring and commodity prices are going up? The yen is a currency of a country where they have to import everything. And it's all in dollar terms for the most part, particularly energy. So if the cost of commodities is going through the roof and you have politicians in Japan saying don't raise rates, what do we think happens to a currency in that situation? I don't know. The yen looks really, really vulnerable here. There's not really great vol, but deep out of the money, long put vertical. That's an attractive. You tell me that I can buy long put verticals here and get compensated more than 5-1, 43 days out, maybe even longer. Yes, that needs to be queued up and explored a little bit more as far as I'm concerned.
Because also, puts the other day looking at it might be interesting.
Those might be interesting. I still haven't done that yet, but the fact that we've seen the yen behave how it's behaved here in recent days. The Fed cuts. The Fed's cutting more than what everyone expected. The yen is one of the currencies that hasn't been able to capitalize on that significantly versus the dollar, which is a fascinating turn of development, especially when we think about what happened in early August. Calendar for tomorrow. It's thin. German jobs report in the morning. Could be impactful for the euro. US PCE, personal spending, retail and wholesale inventories. All interesting items to discuss. Will they move the market? Maybe not as much as weekly jobless claims today. The September U-Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report is due at 10 a.m. Eastern Time as well. As we typically do at the end of every one of these shows, we do a brief bit of education here. Futures expiration, Jamal, head over to tastylive.com, top banner, learn beginner futures, where you can find this great coursework put together by the fine folks on the Tastylive research team. Just like with regular options, futures themselves, and not just futures options, but futures generally have an expiration date. It's in the name. Less than 2% of all futures traded actually go to expiration, and these products have multiple months out in advance with multiple strikes, so that there are enhanced trading opportunities depending upon what you're looking for. You just got to keep those liquidity conditions in mind, which is why you hear Jamal ask me frequently, hey, Chris, check out open interest, check out volume. That way, if you're getting into a market, you know that you have the ability to get out of the market. Go learn more about futures expiration, tastylive.com, top banner, learn beginner futures. Click the link here on the bottom of the screen to go there directly. Jamal, we're done here today. You got engineering the trade later. I'll be back for overtime and the prediction trade, by the way. Just a quick little bumper here. The prediction trade today, Robert Cahaley, the founder and lead pollster at Trafalgar Polling, he's coming on with myself and Jeff Joseph to discuss the updates to the 2024 presidential election race. Trafalgar was the sole polling institute that had Trump winning in 2016. So perhaps he has some insight for how we can navigate betting markets. Join us later, 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Central, for the prediction trade here on Tastylive. Jamal, we're done. I will see you later, buddy. Good luck to everyone else trading out there. We're taking a brief break, 90 seconds or so. You're going to get Dr. Jim Schultz with From Theory to Practice up next.
Know someone who needs a better broker? Earn $250 for each qualified person you refer to Tastytrade. Because friends don't let friends trade on a bad platform. Terms and conditions apply. Join the club, genius. Tastytrade.
Move with the rhythm. Shake it up, stop when the clock hits 13. Sing 1, 2, 3, 4. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
All right, so I've got some good news, and I've got some bad news. Let's get that bad news out of the way first. You are going to have some losing trades. Like every trade you place, despite your extreme optimism that it's going to work out, is not going to work out. That's the bad news. The good news is at Tastytrade, man, we are ready to adjust and defend and roll our positions if that's what it takes. And that's what this entire crash course is all about. A 5-episode crash course all about rolling. So I will see you inside of episode number 1.
I started trading around 2018, as soon as I got out of college. Stumbled upon a couple of different YouTube videos and learned that way. Truth or Skepticism with Dylan Radigan was actually kind of what really caught me in the early stages, because Dylan was sort of the skeptic, and like I was a skeptic as well. And Tom was able to sort of convince him, and that was kind of my favorite show from the beginning. The fundamental principle that present fear of future uncertainty is fundamentally overpriced. In other words, volatility and selling volatility is the key to getting a statistical advantage in financial markets, is the biggest takeaway. And that's kind of just the overarching principle I follow.
I'm Jim Schultz, and this is From Theory to Practice. Welcome to the show today. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the Thursday edition of what it is we're trying to do, man. Welcome to the Powell edition of what it is that we're trying to do. Welcome to the Yellen edition of what it is that we're trying to do. The markets like it, maybe not as much as they did overnight and into the wee hours of the morning, but we are still green on the screen, and the bull market is intact, and it's just all-time high after all-time high. So thank you guys so much for being here. It is only because of you all and all y'all from my Memphis, Tennessee crowd that we can do what we do. So thank you guys so much. If you are watching over on the Tastylive network, then I would actually bounce on over to YouTube, because you can join the conversation. You can join the discussion in real time. You can communicate with your brethren that are also watching the show. And most importantly, you control all of my comments and stories and jokes and even trades in real time. It is a good time had by just about everybody. So let's go ahead. Man, let's take a look at what's going on in the old little thing called the stock market. Yeah, she's still here today. Even the S&P is up 17 on the day. Got the risk-free instrument, also known as the Nasdaq Futures Extraordinarily High Risk product, up 90. Boomers up 260. Getting ready to kind of slow it down for the weekend. Then you got the Russell 2000 Futures Index up 17 on the day. So pretty strong across the board, but again, not nearly as strong as it was in the wee hours of the morning. Got gold up again for now the 97th consecutive day. Gold up $8 here on the day. Got the pound is up. Got the euro is up. Got a little Bitcoin for my crypto bros out there, up another $1,800 at $65,000 per Bitcoin, or per fraction of a Bitcoin, or per cold storage, or wherever that's per, up another $1,800. So green on the screen. If we take a look at the where the market's been though. If we look at EMA S&Ps, so if I bring up my charts here, you can see that, if I look at the, we can just look at the daily chart. We don't even need the Errol Coleman settings to kind of, unlock what it is that we're trying to unlock here. You can see that, EMA S&Ps were all the way up here. This is very advanced, very, very sophisticated technical analysis. Look at the end of that candle. Look at that thing, man. We were all the way up to a high of 58.30 at one point. So that's 35 points higher. And, you've got EMA S&Ps up 17. Like, it's not like we're unchanged. It's not like we're down. Like, you still have a decent little day in the making here. Just a little something to kind of get you through to the next day, up 17. But they were 35 points higher at one point earlier in the morning before the market opened, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe right around the market open. And so EMA S&Ps are up to 58.30. Of course, that's going to be an all-time high. If you look at the NASDAQ, the risk-free instrument, this guy was all the way up to, let's see where this guy tops out. We were all the way up to 20,538. So just a crisp 260 points higher than we are currently at with the NASDAQ futures, still up 90 on the day. And so, things were really cooking. They had them cooking. They had them cooking with coconut oil back there. They were cooking with avocado oil back there. Now we just got your regular old canola, like your crusty old seed oils. That's killing everybody, of course. And so, NASDAQ only up 96, 97 on the day. Not as good as it could have been. Then, of course, you've got the boomers doing, wow. Look at the boomers, man. I've been sleeping on these boomers. I've been telling you guys this since day one. Look at that. It's been green the whole day for the boomers. That's pretty crazy if you think about it. Up 275, but if you look at the candle for today, it's like, man, it's just been nothing but strength. Just nothing but raw power. Just nothing but like boomer, yard work, like outside project, like it's start to finish. There's no breaks. Like there's no time off. We're not splitting this up into multiple days. Like it's getting done today. Like you guys know it, I know it, and all the boomers out there know exactly what I'm talking about because that's what y'all do. So boomers up 275 today. It's pretty crazy stuff. Then you got the Russell 2000 looking at somewhere between, an EMA S&P and a boomer type of situation where lots of green, of course. Russell up $18, but it was all the way up to a high of, I think it was 2250 something. 2253 was your high on the Russell here today. And so we'll have to wait and see what happens, of course, for the next little bit. But this morning was very strong. So everybody was kind of getting ready for I can't remember what came out at 8:30. Was it GDP? Was it GDP? Was it the GDP forecast? Or was it the GDP revision? Or was it the GDP estimate of the revised forecast that's coming out next week? I can't remember which of the four it was. Well, whatever it was, the market was waiting on that. Obviously, the market was waiting on Powell at 9:20. I have no idea what he said, but apparently it didn't do much either way. Obviously, we're down a little bit from the highs in the morning, but he didn't necessarily like solidify the bull market. He didn't necessarily like spook the bull market. Just kind of probably said all the same stuff he's been saying for 12 to 15 months or so. And then of course, Yellen, I think it was like 11 o'clock or 11:30. Where I don't know what Yellen said. I haven't been following Yellen too much as of late. So, all right, so there's your market commentary. It's pretty much on par with all the other market commentary that you'll find anywhere else on the internet. So it is essentially worthless. But let's look at. So what I want to do here today, man. Look at this. This thing is amazing. Look at the technology that we have unlocked inside of the Tasty Trade platform. Man, when you group by one mistake. This is not the order change. This is obviously the Allison chains. When you group by Allison chains, right, you get to see things so clearly, man. It's like, for my contact wearers out there, which us contact wearers, we got to stay, we can't let them tear us apart. We got to stick together. And my contact brethren out there, it's a whole new world. Like, y'all know what it's like, man. Like, I mean, there are very, very few feelings in this world that are better than putting in a fresh pair of contacts when you've been running the same pair for, like, I don't know, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 11 weeks. Like y'all know what I'm saying. You put in a fresh pair of contacts, man, there's nothing better. It's like the first day of spring. It's like cozying up inside of a warm blanket on like a rainy hurricane type of day. It's the same type of thing. And so when you look at the group by Allison Chains here, though, man, look at this. We got Strangle with a roll. Like, we got Strangle right there. We got Strangle with 2 rolls. I mean, look at this, man. Look at this. Now, right here, they don't know. Scott Sheridan and the boys, they don't know what we're trying to cook up here. Like, they're trying to figure it out. Like, what is he doing? We're going to have to call it a custom because we're not quite sure. But we know this is our 1-1-1 trade, which, of course, we're going to talk about here today because there have been some developments here in the 1-1-1 situation. So we're going to talk about that. But, man, when you group by the chains, it's amazing that it just kind of tidies everything up for you. It all looks pretty neat and clean, and it's very easy to follow. So, all right, so what I'm going to do, though, I do want to spend most of our time talking about these 3 positions that I have on. We've got our MCL Strangle, a Strangle with a roll. We have our MES. We're not really going to talk about the Strangle too much because that's still kind of just a wait and see. Really nothing to do there. We are going to talk about our 1-1-1 trade. And then, of course, we're going to talk about MNQ for just a wee tiny little bit. Maybe even make an adjustment in there. And then, of course, if you have a question for me, drop it in the chat box. I'll try to get to as many as I can, usually right around the halfway mark of the show or thereabouts. So, all right, so let's go into MCL first. So we're at 21 days to go in MCL. That's because the expirations in the oil markets are a little bit, they're a little janky relative to the regular expirations because we all know that like regular 21 days to go with equity options isn't until tomorrow. Right, so most of our positions, when we look at them today, if we're trading October, it's October 18th, and so that's going to be 22 days to go today, 21 days to go tomorrow, which isn't to say you can't adjust early. You certainly can. You can go and do it today. You could do it tomorrow. You can do it Monday. You can do it Tuesday. You can do whatever you want. But oil here, we're at 21 days to go today because this is an August 17th expiration. So what I want to do is let's go ahead and let's just, man, I mean, we've got the stock centered between the strikes. And the beautiful thing about group, man, I should listen to you guys more often. You guys have been telling me to do this for years. You guys have been telling me to do this for at least 15 months. You guys are like, Jim, it's so easy. All you have to do is change that to order chains and boom, you're set. You don't have to go over to the order chains. You don't have to find your favorite jam, which is tough because you got Rooster, you got Wood, you got I Stay Away, you got Dem Bones. Like, you got so many to choose from. You don't have to do any of that. You just click it. It's all right here. It's all very simple. And man, this thing is it's a piece of art. It's unbelievable. But if we look at this, you can see that we're right at about unched on the position so far. So we're in a pretty good spot. Like, we could take it off and just be done with it and move on, but it's like, I don't know, man. The MCL strangles and the MCL undefined risk positions don't require that much buying power. And it's like, now we finally have the stock in a pretty good spot. Let's take a look at what a roll might yield for us. Let's take a look at what kind of credit we can bring in if we do kind of roll this guy out. And then we'll just kind of, we'll kind of make up our mind from there. So let's go ahead and delete all that. We've got our 2 legs highlighted. We right click. We just go to roll to, let's roll it out to, November 15th. That's fine. It looks like, man, look at this, man. They're just giving these things away. Speaking of giving these things away, look at the NASDAQ. Now it's up 127. Yes. Let's go. Got the EMS up 23. And we are back. I mean, obviously we're going to close red today, but man, we are back for the time being. So if you look at the credit though, on the oil strangle roll, man, that's another $1.96. And if you went back to the positions tab, which I'm not going to move right now because I don't want to mess up what we have going on the screen currently, but we've collected about what, 225 or so, or thereabouts. It's like, man, we're going to be able to double our credits collected for essentially the same position that we have on now. Now, this is not the same position that we had on in the beginning because we made an adjustment. We rolled the puts up as oil kind of, continued to move higher. And I think we probably would have been better off had we done nothing on the put side. But again, I digress. We're only allowed to do nothing some of the time. We can't do nothing every day of the week, only on like Fridays and sometimes on Thursdays, which today is a Thursday. So maybe we should have tapped into that. But if we look at this roll here, we're $1.97. I mean, I like it, man. It's looking pretty good. We're able to kind of extend the duration on the trade. We're able to kind of soften the Greek, something I've just talked about recently here on the show, kind of working through what I mean when I say that. Essentially, just the Greeks are going to slow down for you in terms of the directional exposure and the directional risk on the trade. It's really more so the case when you have one side that's in the money and the other side that's out of the money, which is not the case we have here. That's the case that we had with MNQ, which we're going to talk about that here in just a few minutes. And so it's a little bit different when everything is out of the money. But, either way, we're getting a huge credit. And so this is a really, really nice byproduct of everything being out of the money. You're going to be paid. You're going to be compensated for, moving that trade to the next cycle because you're essentially taking unlimited risk for a greater duration, for a larger window of time. So you have to be paid for that. You have to be compensated for that. That's exactly what we're saying. So $1.96, let's go ahead and do it. Let's make the adjustment, and then I want to move on to our 111 situation because it's it's interesting. The 111 thing, it's like the gift that keeps on giving. It's been fun to say the least to have on the 111. But let's see here. If I do, let's try to get $1.92. All right, so the MCL markets are they are driving a hard bargain here on the roll. Go down to $1.90. Man, no takers at $1.90. Oil's usually pretty liquid. Pun intended. It's just not having it on this one though. $1.88. Let's see here. Oh, you know what? Oh, we just got filled. Rats. You know what? Man, this is a rookie mistake. Man, look at this. We're rolling into as I was waiting to just get filled and we weren't getting filled and whatever. The one thing I forgot, and I have lectured y'all on this. Like I have beaten this to a pulp and I completely forgot to do it myself. And so I forgot to look at the little letter here. Let's look at the little character on the quote, which reminds me what expiration is this, is this chain tracking to? Now we are currently trading, X. This guy is tracking to Z, which I think X is November, right? There you go. This guy's tracking, when I say this guy, I mean November 15th, the cycle that we're rolling to. That's tracking to the December oil contract, which the December oil contract is not selling for the same price as the November oil contract. And so you could make the case that maybe I should have adjusted my strikes a little bit. Let's take a look and see where December is here. Let me see. If I go in there, NASDAQ up 150 now. It's crazy. Did Powell come back? Like, did it give us an epilogue to his previous comments? Saying, just kidding, jumbo cut coming in November, 75 bips. And let's go. MCL Z4. Are they going to let me do it? Yeah, okay. So it's not. Okay, so MCL Z4. I could have looked at the chain and figured this out too, but I wanted to get it just on the screen here. It's not that big of a difference. We're talking about 45 cents, man. Like, we're talking about practice. Like, this is just not something we need to really be worried about. It would have been a bigger difference if it was like, maybe $1, $1.50 off or whatever. But it's like, all right, I don't know that I would have changed my strikes anyway had I even known this information. So I think we're okay. So that's MCL done and moving on. So now let's go to MES. I want to talk about 111 really quick, and then I want to do MNQ, and I want to do our diamonds position at least a little bit too, because there's a nice little roll that we could do in there. Let's go ahead and let's see here. So for MES, so it's crazy that, if you look at the total cost of the hedge, right, of the 111, it's like, man, we could take it off right now and we could bank our, 7 points, 7.5 points, which is not that bad. It's like $38 or whatever it is. But again, I want to stay true to the spirit of the trade in that, which is not to say you shouldn't adjust as you move forward through the forest and you shouldn't be, flexible and, willing to adapt and all those things. I certainly am, or at least I try to be. But when it comes to what I'm ultimately trying to accomplish with this trade, it was not intended to be a put it on, extract what you can out of the credit and then take it off. That was never the goal for this. The goal was to, find a way to leave that booby trap that we've kind of set, for the market at a lower price point, but do it in a way that's maybe, strategically advantageous to us, which would essentially be, can I buy back this extra short put for less than the cost that I put it on for? Which again, if I go ahead and just delete those circles, what I'm talking about specifically, I sold the 111 for $7.85 on entry. We grab our diet strawberry. The extra short put is currently marking at 11. So I am looking for, to make it very simple, I'm looking for the pink number to go below the yellow number. Isn't this what technical analysts do all the time? Like, you're looking for the pink line to be above the yellow line. I'm looking for the pink number to be below the yellow number. That's all we're doing. That's it. If that happens, then something interesting kind of unfolds where we could potentially take this thing off. By this thing, I mean the extra short put, and just be left with a big, long put spread that will have essentially paid for itself, where we can't possibly lose money on the trade. Okay, I'm going to leave this on because now we're heading into the weekend. We've still got some theta that could burn if we get a little bit more of a rally. What's interesting is I didn't look at this morning, but I wonder if if EMA S&Ps were at 58.30 like they were this morning, on the highs, this guy may have been marking at $7, $7.50. Like, that would have been interesting to have that happen on the show, because then it could have been, all right, we've gotten the situation that we've been looking for. What are we going to do now? And so we're not quite there yet, but it's, let's see what happens kind of going into tomorrow, going into next week. Now, again, I'm going to be out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So, that's interesting. That's autumn, man, planning these vacations. I've tried to get out of them. I've tried to stay home and work. She's like, I can't do it. Like, that's just not what you signed up for. I'm like, you're right. Well, we'll revisit this tomorrow. I may take this off tomorrow. I may buy it back tomorrow. Now, if I was going to be here like a normal Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, then I probably wouldn't do that. But we're going to revisit this tomorrow, assuming the hurricane allows for that. Although I think we're going to be okay here in St. Pete for the most part. I mean, rain and wind and whatever, that's just like a normal day. It's a tropical storm. I'm like, man, we have tropical storms 100% of the time. 108% of the time we have tropical storms moving through this region. Pretty much 13 months out of the year, so I'm not worried about tropical storm today. But when I think about this position, I'm like, man, if we bought this back right now, let's just say we bought it back right now, we would essentially have on, a long put spread that's 75 points wide. That's going to give a pretty decent amount of a hedge. I mean, relatively speaking, it's just one MES. It's not a huge position. We're just kind of testing the waters and doing those kinds of things. But it's like, man, we will have essentially, been able to put on a long put spread, far below the market, not super far to where it's totally out of, the question that it gets, in the money. But for only 3 points, that's really pretty good when you think about it. And so I don't know. I may go ahead and take this off anyway, but we will revisit this tomorrow. So that's MES. I'm not going to do anything today, but I do want to talk about that quickly. Now, MNQ, man, this is it just keeps pounding on us, man. Look at this. So MNQ at 20,330, which that's better than 20,530, I have to say, to be honest. And so I guess it could be worse. But I think now, I mean, we're 50 days to go. We're in November. We rolled out to soften the blow, to soften the Greeks. I mean, things we've talked about the last week or so. I think I want to go ahead and be a wee bit prudent today. I think I want to go ahead and maybe be just kind of like, all right, let's try to go ahead and let's roll the puts up. Let's see if we can pick up a few extra shekels to kind of improve our break evens, to kind of bring in a little bit more credits, to kind of follow the Tom Sosnoff approved adjustment protocols, and just kind of make sure that, our every other Friday checks continue to get signed by the Sosnoff estates. And so I think right here what we're going to do, because I don't want to roll out again. We're already in November with 50 days to go. I don't really want to go to December with, 75 days to go. I think I would rather go into the trade page, go into November, And I mean, let's just take a look and see what we can get. Like if I go from like an 18.9, like here you go. If I buy back my 18.9 and then I sell out, I mean, what if I sell like a 19.5? And I get another 113 points of credit, which again, the multiplier in MNQ is $2. So it's only, it's going to be a $230 credit that I'm able to collect on this roll. That's nice. That's really nice. I think we're probably going to go ahead and do this. That's going to be a big gimme that we can kind of put in our back pocket. Where's the gotcha? Well, it's kind of staring right back at us right on the screen here. If you look at this, we're going to be left with, and I don't love this. I don't love this at all. But it's, one thing you need to remember is that when you're making adjustments, when a stock has gotten away from you or is in the process of getting away from you, which I would say right now we're kind of, I don't know, probably somewhere between those two states. I wouldn't say this has completely gotten away from us. And I wouldn't necessarily say it's still in the process of getting away from us. It's probably maybe halfway between those two points. When you have a position like that, you have to remember that there's only so much you can do. Like nothing I'm going to do is going to feel amazing. Like putting in those brand new contacts. Nothing's going to feel like that. Like at best, we're getting 3-week-old contacts here. Like at best, we're getting, I ran out of contact solution and I got to run them dry. Right? That's the best case scenario here. And so you have to understand that. You have to know what you've signed up for. And so it's like, man, I'm looking at this. I'm going to roll up to this 19.5. I'm going to be left with a 19,500 put and a 19,800 call. It's going to be very difficult to thread the needle and get the stock between those strikes. But right now, I kind of want to batten down the hatches, bring in some credits, and improve my break even just in case you've got, NQ back to 20,400, 20,500, 20,650, 20,990, 22,100. Like, let's go ahead and try to, control the runaway risk to the upside here at least a wee little bit. Again, there's only so much you can do, but I do like this, leaving at least a little bit of distance between the short strikes as opposed to kind of straddling it off right now and then you have no distance between the short strikes. Obviously if we straddled it off we would get even more credit, but I like this adjustment. We're going to do this. We're going to roll from an 18.9 to a 19.5. We're still in the November cycle. And this is going to be the adjustment that we make. So 114 is the credit. I doubt it get filled on the mid price because MNQ markets are not that amazing, but hopefully we don't have to give up too much. So let's go ahead and all right. So no takers at 114. That's not a big surprise. Let me do this. I'll go down to 112.25. See if I get filled. All right, 112.75, so that's not too bad. All right, so we got filled on the MNQ adjustment, so just kind of controlling risk a little bit. And then DIA, I want to go ahead and we're going to do this really quick because I want to get to y'all's questions, and we're just past the halfway mark, so I really want to do that here forthwith. And so if you look at this Iron Condor, we're at 22 days to go. So we could adjust it tomorrow, but I was looking at this earlier, and I think it was when the diamonds were around the same price. Right now, I'm able to get a pretty nice credit for adjusting both sides of this Iron Condor. Like if I go ahead and if I go in and click on the puts, so this is going to be the 400 390 put spread. This is the put spread portion of the Iron Condor. If I right click, I go to roll expirations, you can see I'm just going to leave my cursor on that box. 62-cent credit for rolling the puts out. That's not that surprising. I would expect to get a credit for rolling the winning side. This is because remember, a lot of times with the strategies we do, whether it be Iron Condors, whether it be strangles, whether it even be a vertical spread, you can have one part of the strategy that's working and one part of the strategy that's not working. If you go in and kind of granularly inspect the legs and the components of the strategy, this is typically what we're dealing with the way that we trade, the selling spreads and, selling options, but spreading them off is kind of the key component here. So when I look at the put spread side of the Iron Condor, that's the winning side because the market has run up. If I go to roll that out, I should be compensated for that. And that is the case here, a 62-cent credit. Okay, that's not surprising. That's what I expected. What about the side that's being tested though? So you've got the diamonds at 422. What about rolling out the 420, 430 call spread? This guy, I mean, look at that, man. That's nice. This is also going to be a credit, and it's actually more than we're able to pick up on the put spread side. So this one is 75 cents. So that means net, I'm getting 60 some cents on the put spread side, 70 some cents on the call spread side. So I'm looking at $1.30 or a little bit over $1.30. That's pretty nice for a $10 wide iron condor. It's like, yes, I am kind of hitting the reset button. Things are going to slow down again. That's one of the big drawbacks of an iron condor. It typically takes a really long time, to make money. But because this is a wider iron condor, I definitely want to be a little bit more prudent with the risk management. If this were a $5 wide iron condor, would I be rolling this thing out today? Well, A, I don't know that I'd be able to even do it for a credit, maybe a small one. But B, I would probably consider holding it right now because I know that with a defined risk strategy, being further along the decay curve, i.e. closer to expiration, is more favorable, all other things being equal, and given the narrowness of that iron condor. This is if it were a $5 iron condor. It's like, all right, this is already going to be difficult to make money because I have all the friction on both sides of the strategy. So maybe I kind of try to sneak inside, the last couple weeks of the cycle to see if we can't, just kind of steal a profit from the position and then just get out of there before they even know what happened. And so since that's not the case, though, we don't have to worry about that. But I thought I would kind of wax poetic hypothetically there for just a minute. So let's go ahead and, all right, let me go ahead and I'm just going to roll the call spread side since I'm already on here. It looks like the mid price is 79 cents. There's kind of some wide markets down there, but that's okay. I'll try 79. I don't think I'll get filled. I may have to go down just to, oh, wow, filled immediately. Look at this, man. They're just giving these things away. That's amazing. All right, so we rolled out the call spread side. Let's roll out the put spread side. We just got 79 cents on the call spreads, or call spread, I should say. 61. Okay, no takers at 61 cents. Let's see. Let's try 59 cents. Boom. 60 cents. Look at that. So we got almost $1.40 on that roll for the diamonds. And yeah, and look at this, man. It's beautiful. Hold on a second. So I still have, let me double check. So if I look at the diamonds, yeah, look at that. Wow, hold on. Did they? Okay. So I still have grouped by chains up there. And now, because I'm surprised that doesn't say plus a roll. It should say plus a roll. But I think, Anton's doing all this by hand. So we got to give my man a couple minutes. Give him a couple minutes. He'll get caught up here. But that's an iron condor plus a roll, the roll that we just made. And this is what we've collected in total. This is what it's marking at. So obviously, we're down a little bit over $1. But the nice thing about the fact that we just picked up $1.40 is now, our total risk in the trade. Ooh, that's a K. It's supposed to be a K. That's a funky looking K. That's like a V and a K. But anyway, the risk in this trade is going to be the width of the spread. So $10 minus whatever we collect, which is now $5.33. So my risk in the trade is only $4.67. Whereas prior to making that roll, it was $1.40 greater than that. So we had, $6 of risk in the trade. Now it's only $4.70. So that's not too bad. So, all right. So let's go ahead and, man, that's awesome. All right. So we did the diamonds. We did all the other stuff. All the other stuff we'll talk about tomorrow, but we did the futures options. All right. Let's do it, man. Man, let's go. Where are you guys at, man? Where are you guys at today, man? I see you guys in the chat. Look at you guys, man. Wow. Overachievers. I just have to keep scrolling up. Unbelievable, man. Look at you guys. Let's do it. Where is no. Hold on. Where was I? Where is my comment? There it is. Beautiful. All right, so David Gelmore is in the house. Him and Bluff are buddying up and scalping some MNQ futures. I like it. Let's go, or SPX, I should say. That's some good stuff. Saba Bull's in the house. Saba Bull, Dr. J, please write letters to the editor or something and get Tua to please retire. Man, I'm going to do what I can. Someone needs to be responsible with him, and you are the most responsible guy I know. That's because you only know a certain part of me, the part of me that I let you know. If you knew the rest of me and the other parts that I don't want you to know, you would probably feel differently. But, it's hard, man. I mean, so, I played high school football, so I know exactly what these NFL guys are going through. Right. And so like when I think back to when I had to hang it up and I had to walk away, it's like, man, this is tough. I mean, we went, 1-10 our last season, just a really, really strong club. And I was like, man, it's hard to say goodbye. Like, it's very, very hard to say goodbye. I mean, Boyz II Men tried to warn us 35 years ago, but man, they were 100% right. It's very, very hard to say goodbye to yesterday. And so I know what this is like for Tua. And so it's easy for me to say, easy for, well, not even me, because I know what he's going through, but it's easy for like regular folks that don't know what it's like to be at that level of competition. It's like, man, to just walk away and say goodbye, it's really hard to do. And so I don't know they're solvable. Man, I don't know. But I'm feeling pretty good about Snoop Huntley, who's looking pretty good. I'm not even sure he's going to get the start, but man is looking good. So scramble everything. Stay safe there in St. Pete's, Dr. J, man. I appreciate you, my friend. I hear the rain outside the studio. When I walked in to do the show, when I came in 10 minutes before the show started, 15 minutes before the show started, there was no rain. It was just some wind. And you could like see the rain was coming like in the sky, but now I can actually hear it hitting the roof of the studio back here. So it's going to be a little something when I exit in just a minute here. But anyway, and I may not exit for many hours just because I kind of don't want to. And so let's see. David Galmore's back. I was looking at earnings trades in MU and ACN. There we go. The butterfly credit. Oh, I think that's for Bluff. That's good stuff, man. And then look at you guys. You guys are making friendships, making trading buddies. Right, man. I'll tell you what. So David and Bluff and the rest of you guys watching, Finn West and Anka's in the house, Harold's in the house, Saba Bull, everybody else watching. It's like, man, I know what it's like. I mean, I hear this from you. I mean, I know it myself, but I also hear this from you guys quite a bit at the live events, even emails and things like that. Is that you're like, man, I'm the only one in my circle that's doing this. I'm the only one in my kind of, my family circle, my friend circle, my coworker circle, whatever, that's doing what I do. And it can be very lonely. It can be very isolating. I love the YouTube chat just to be able to connect with you guys and to be able to see where you guys are at and help however I can. But one additional benefit of the YouTube chat, a huge gimme that I didn't quite see coming, is you guys. I mean, there's 500 people watching right now. There's 500 people watching the show right now. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. Well, it's like, man, you get some people that are active in the chat. Like you see the people that are active, you see, the people that are doing different things, and people are talking about the strategies they're using and their wins and their losses and their whatever. It's like, man, start syncing up with some people. Start figuring out a way to take it offline. And I don't know how you would do that without making it public to the whole YouTube world. I'm not sure. There's got to be a way to do it. To send like a DM on YouTube. I'm not even sure you can do that. Can you do that? I don't even know. You guys can figure it out though. Where it's like Bluff and David are doing it, and it'd be awesome to see some other kind of pairs kind of break off, and now you got yourself a trading buddy, and that's awesome, man. It's really, really awesome. And so Finn West in the house, aloha, Dr. Jim. Good to see you, since that means you're keeping safe and mostly dry. Yes, mostly dry, but again, when I open this door, it might be a little nasty. I'll be boarding a jet plane in a few hours back home to Bangkok. Here I come. Well, safe travels, my friend. I hope that you have very safe travels, and I really hope that it feels good to be back home, and it feels good to kind of be back in your homeland stomping grounds of Bangkok. And I appreciate you. Anka's in the house. Stay safe with Shoheen Healing, whatever that means. That's an inside joke that I am not on the inside of. But yes, I will stay safe. Thank you there, Anka. I appreciate you. And let's see. Harold says, did someone say technical analysis? Man, I've been a technician from day one. Y'all can check the tapes. 100% check the tapes. Harold says, that was my first financial book that I read. It lives in the garbage now. Yes, there you go. Let's see. Theta Trader, Dr. Jim. Here we go. Please receive these semi-random characters. Victor says it drives interaction. Apparently so. I mean, once you make the YouTube overlords happy, which now it's not even a person, it's just a group of robots. But if we can make those bots happy, if we can please them, then that sends us out to other humans and probably other bots. But at this point, it's like, man, I'll take whatever eyeballs you'll give me. Human, robotic, I don't care. Like, I'll take whatever you guys got for me. So thank you there, Theta Trader. I appreciate you. You say that you're helping, and I agree. Let's see. Perestroika and Glasnost, please advise. Ooh, can't help you on that one. That sounds like a couple of the conditions that Tom's battling right now, I think. So you might want to ask him about that. But Scramble says, I'm so glad you caved on that group by change. Yeah, it does kind of feel like I caved. It does kind of feel like I caved a little bit. But I know it's for the betterment of the show. And so I'm trying to set my ego aside, which I'm not very good at. I don't usually do a great job of that. But yes, this has been this has been a very nice addition And so I appreciate you there, Scramble Everything. I think you're one of the ones, if not the only ones. I think there was more than one who you guys were on me about this to go ahead and do this, and I finally did it. And so let's see. David Gallimore is hooking up Bluff with the secret sauce. That's good. Gilbert says, Dr. Jim, stay safe with Helena out there. Yes, I will try. Again, I think we're going to be very fortunate in that it's just going to be some rain and some wind. And since we're not that close to the water, like some of my friends and like Autumn's mom, like they live like on the water. And so that's a bigger deal. Like I think they were supposed to evacuate today. And so that's a much bigger deal with like storm surges and stuff like that. We're not that close to the water. I mean, we're only like a mile away, but it's not, we don't have to worry about like, the shore coming up or anything like that. Like I'm more concerned about my sod coming up. That's all I'm really worried about. But again, we kind of left the sod for dead about 4 or 5 months ago. And so let's see, Scramble Everything. Let's see. Scramble Everything's just Theta Trader. You reminded me to click the thumbs up on my way out. Yes, guys, if you want to help us out, man, click the thumbs up. If you want to help us out, click the thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe. That helps us too. You can obviously like share this stream with, one of your friends, one of your family members, one of your enemies. Again, just get clicks, man. We're just looking for eyeballs. We're not going to necessarily, I'm not going to be super picky. I'm not going to necessarily, discriminate against, friendly eyeballs versus evil eyeballs. I don't really care. And you shouldn't either. And so we appreciate you very much. And so Bill Buchanan's in the house. Harold, as it should. We all make mistakes starting off, but putting TA books in the garbage is a step to healing. There you go. Let's see. Scramble Everything says that oil will change contracts, so just be aware of the price. Yes, I missed that. I totally missed that. But again, it wasn't that big of a difference. Only a 50-cent price differential or thereabouts. And so our strikes are pretty much okay. Sergio says, hello, Dr. Jim. I hope all is well. Thank you for your explanations. I appreciate them a lot, man. I appreciate you, Sergio, very much. I'm so glad that it's helpful. And, man, it's only because of you guys that we can do what we do. Like, I know I say that all the time, but it's true. It's a fact. Like, it's not even my opinion necessarily. It's an objective fact. And so thank you guys so much for, supporting, my show, all the other shows on the network, and just the live events and just all the stuff, man. It's really, really awesome. And so let's see. Harold says it's an engagement tool talking about technical analysis. That's true. Let's see. Data Trader says, the first time with the Vecchio comment blackout. Yes, like I said, you guys need to keep the pressure on him, man. Like keep the pressure on him. Maybe he'll cave. Like if I'm caving to order change grouped by symbol or symbols grouped by order change or whatever, like he'll cave to the comment blackout period. You guys just got to keep the heat on him. I don't know how you're going to do that because you can't reach him because, you're in the comment blackout period. But again, you guys are smart, man. You guys are crafty. You'll figure it out. I know that you will. And so let's see. We're at Bluff said he was talking his book. Who, Chris? We all talk our books. I mean, I talk my book all the time. And that's the only way you can do it, man. I'm not going to talk somebody else's book. I'm talking about my book. It's the only book that matters. N equals 1 is the only N that matters. Like we can look at all the stats and we can look at all the research and whatever, but N equals 1 is the only N that matters. Don't ever let anyone else tell you differently. And so we got Andres, we got Theta. Let's see. Theta says he ain't need opinions from the peanut gallery. Poor is talking about Chris. See, I do though. See, I do because y'all are my people, man. Like we are together in this, right? Like we are the peasants, we are the plebes, we are the poorest. And so it's us against the Sosnos. Right? It's us against the Pobistas, right? And so we have to band together. We can't let them tear us apart. And so I need y'all support, man. And so Scramble Everything says, you got to readjust your strikes because of the MCL contract difference. Yeah, I think we're okay, but it was still a rookie mistake on my part, 100%. And so let's see. Data Trader says, but really, Vecchio was a Wall Street Bets mod. No, there's no way. That might be true, though. No, there's no way. I know you're trolling, but I'm like, is that true? That could be true. And that would probably make me never want to see chat from randoms ever again, too. If he really was, and I don't know much about, Chris's like full backstory. And so that might be 100. That might be true. If that's true, that's pretty awesome. I mean, if you were a Wall Street Bets mod on Reddit, man, that would be a brutal pull, man. Like that would be a real tough go. And so if that's the case, then yeah, I'd probably run a comment blackout period myself. And so, yeah, that's pretty funny. And so Dave S says, hey, Dr. Jim, are all micro futures low on volume? I don't know, actually. I don't usually check. I'm not a volume guy. Like when I look at like MES, Like I'm looking at like you can see like a volume number like 842. I don't even know what that means. I mean, I know what it means, of course, like in terms of the number itself, but I have no context. I have no contextual awareness. I don't really look at volume. I don't really look at open interest. I don't really look at, things like that, because for me, I don't really feel like I need to, because I'm playing in the same sandbox that everybody else is playing in. Like I'm not out there like trying to scalp lean hogs. Like I'm not out there saying, man, what does the frozen orange juice activity look like today? Right? Like I'm not too worried about, we're not scalping block cheese. Right. And so, by doing just MESs and MNQs and MCLs, and then obviously all the equity options, you kind of are pre-screening for liquidity. So Dave, I don't really know if this is low volume or not. But yeah, I mean, 843, it seems low, but I have no basis for that. So Theta Trader says 75 bips. It's a lock. You heard it here first, man. I mean, it's got to do something. Apparently, though, 50 bips is now it's now in the lead for November. Apparently now 50 bips is it's the favorite. It's the chalk for November. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like we're going back to QE Infinity, like real quick. And so, wow. So G Lama says, is that true about Vecchio being a Wall Street Bets mod? That sort of makes sense. Yeah, I want to know too. I'm very curious. I may have to reach out to him to see. But man, we're done with the show. It's crazy. It's so fast. You guys have no idea. And so let's see. E Machine's in the house. Argent Purr's in the house. Kimberly's in the house. Saying SPX incoming gravity. Man, I hope so. Just to get a little bit more activity working. That'd be kind of fun. We got Rickers in the house. Clarence is in the house. Man, I just appreciate you guys so much. Dan Sands in the house. I see you guys, but I got to run and get you guys to Jamal. If I missed you, come back tomorrow. Please come back tomorrow. Your boy needs the watch time. I need the eyeballs. I need the clicks. But also, if you have a question for me, drop it early in the stream. As you see, I typically move sequentially. So if you put it near the top, there's a really good chance that I will get to it. But I appreciate you guys. I got to run. If you guys want to email me, you certainly can. I'm jschultz@tastylive.com, or we can connect on Twitter. I'm at jschultzf3. I would love to hear from you guys on there as well. But stay tuned. We do have Jamal coming up next with Engineering the Trade. In the meantime, guys, trade them small, trade them heavy, and stay generous. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
90% goes to S&P index funds.
You got to double your
10% straight to buy.
Is 20th Century Advice driving your 21st century portfolio? Tastylive has joined forces with the CME and SIBO to offer the industry's first multi-exchange trading collaboration. Our new live event, Building a Complex Portfolio, puts active traders on the path to modern portfolio creation. Tom Sosnoff and other Tastylive personalities will cover strategies that'll help you integrate futures and options in your portfolio. Sign up at tastylive.com/events and see where we're headed next.
Move with the rhythm. Shake it up, stop when the clock hits 13. Sing 1, 2, 3, 4. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, 4 large, 4K, 4 grand. Get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Move with the rhythm. Shake it up, stop when the clock hits 13. Sing 1, 2, 3, 4. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
What's going on, everybody? Two tech names are going in two different directions. We'll talk about what's going on and why they're doing it. Swiss National Bank, third consecutive meeting. They cut rates. That's right. It's happening. Just look around. Look around. All the central banks, all of them are cutting rates. So it's global easing. You might as well get used to it. And then finally, God, Chinese stocks. Second time this week we're talking about them. Second time this week they're flying. What can you say? So we'll talk about those three things and more. We'll look at the few earnings that are left and sort of take a look at the landscape of stocks and see where things are headed right now. I have a bias. I'm sure you do too. We'll talk about that. Welcome to the most dangerous show on the Tastylive Network. Folks, it's Engineering the Trade. I'm your host, Paul Chandler. Guess what? I just saw something about Derrick Rose retiring. I know. It was so fun to watch him, man, when he was playing. It was so fun. I remember, I honestly, at the time, I wasn't living here when he was in high school, so I didn't know about his high school prowess. I mean, when you live here now, like, you know about everybody in high school. You know about the big players. The new kid the Bulls just drafted recently. Those of you who watched the show, I could tell you, I've known about him for a while. Didn't know he was going to the NBA. We'll see how he pans out. But he's around the same age. I think he's about younger, actually, maybe a year younger than my son. And we said when my son was playing high school basketball, they used to work out with a similar trainer. So I remember seeing that kid before. Plenty of them. I mean, the list goes on and on. You know, Jabari Parker, saw him in high school, and just a ton of them. Derrick Rose, again, I just officially moved here. Been in Chicago a ton of times, but it's one thing when you visit Chicago and you leave. When you live here, you know. And so I didn't know. I first heard about him when he went to Memphis, freshman year of college. And you saw it immediately. And that was an incredible Memphis team. John Calipari was coaching them at the time. They made it all the way to the championship game against Kansas. Kansas kind of gets them at the end. But that dude was something special. You could see it right away. Bulls picked him 1 overall, right? I think it was 1. And immediately out the gate, just not your average rookie. Incredible. I was actually looking at, not only did I see this early in why he's retired, but I saw something putting out some of his highlights. I don't know what number 1 is. I didn't get to it yet because I was preparing for the show and I had to finish. But I'll tell you, I assume number 1 has to be this one. I remember it was like late night. I think it was either his it might have been his second year. No, it might have been rookie year. I don't remember. Rookie or second. And it was a late night game because they're playing the Suns. So it's, West Coast, right? Just about. Gets the steal or something like that, comes on the break. I think it wasn't Nash. I forget I think he was Serbian point guard. He used to play. I actually might have played for the Bulls for a little bit too and played for the Heat. Dude catches it, boom, brings it back to the numbers. Just boom. It was like, oh my God. And he was like 6'3", man. And the one thing I liked about him too, he was strong finishing with the left hand. I mean, he could finish with the left hand really well. So yeah, he's gonna be he was incredible to watch, man. I mean, obviously this is players come and go. He had a 15-year career. I mean, that's pretty strong. 15 years is, that's pretty strong nowadays, especially for a guy who had injuries quite a bit. It would seem guys are starting to lengthen careers, even those who've had injuries. So that's pretty awesome. But yeah, I just saw that earlier. Dude's gone, man. Derrick Rose is always going to bring a smile to everybody's face, especially those of us here in Chicago. Before we get to the slides too, I got to tell you about this one show the wife and I are watching right now. Maybe some of you are watching it because it's number 1 on Netflix. That show about the Menendez brothers, God damn, that thing right there is that's a show. That's a show. That is a show, man. Yeah, it's a really interesting, fascinating. I always say I am like the perfect test case for these type of shows. That show, if you remembered when they did kind of the FX documentary on O.J. Simpson, I'm bringing those up because clearly those were very polarizing stories and very well-known stories. People were following them in the media big time at the time. I got to tell you, alive for both of them, very old enough for both of them, did not know the details. Sometimes when the media goes all in on a story, I pull away because it's like too much information from all different areas. It's like I just want to wait until the whole thing settles and let me get the facts, right? It's almost like all the news heading into an event. It's like, just get to the event and then let me know what actually happens, and then I can determine how I want to trade it. I know it's kind of a weird comparison, but my point being, I didn't know shit about the Menendez brothers other than they killed their parents. I didn't know any details, didn't know what else. I mean, I knew they're in California. I knew that they did this, horrible crime, and that's pretty much it. So it's just really interesting how deep this story goes. It's something fascinating. You got to check it out for real. I mean, it's that's all I can say. Let's pull up some slides. Let's take a look at what's going on in markets today. Very somewhat quiet day. Even though we've had some decent moves in the market. I mean, look at what we saw today, at least a 50 handle range. Markets were up 47 and change earlier in the early session, right before the open. And but like 2 hours before the open, they were up 47 and change. I know because I just happened to pull them up and see. And I thought it was just going to be one of those days. Well, wow, we're up here. Seems like we're going to continue to go higher because everything's seemingly bullish. Market seemingly happy with a 50 basis point rate cut. What could go wrong? What's bad? I'm not really sure why we ended up fading. And as you saw, and not only did we fade, we got down to flat for a little bit. As a matter of fact, that happened when Chris and I were talking on Futures Power Hour. I don't know. I'm not sure what to make of this market right now. I don't think you can trust money the moves that you've seen this week. It's been somewhat of a light volume week, not a whole lot of news outside of the few things we're talking about here, particularly with Chinese stocks. It's been probably the biggest news on the week, but it's been a really strange week in the wake of the Fed meeting a week ago. So I haven't been able to make heads or tails of anything, and thus I haven't traded a whole ton. Today, two tech names are moving in completely opposite directions. Micron gave a great sales outlook. Says a lot of it has to do with AI. Of course, chips have been a big thing for them. That stock has been really downtrodden and big move, biggest move in a while from Micron. Meanwhile, SMCI down move. It could be worse, honestly. I mean, usually when you see DOJ, you see bigger downside moves. They have a DOJ probe on some of their accounting practices. So really interesting things going on in that sector. Most of the names were trading higher earlier in the session. NVIDIA was up upwards of $127. SMH was doing well. I mean, most of the tech names are doing well throughout the day. So it would seem as though most of them were trading on Micron versus SMCI. SMCI, truth is kind of an isolated situation, right? That's on them. So I'm sure the market's going to sort this out one way or another, but kind of fascinating to see two names. Again, SMCI is not necessarily semis per se. They're servers, I think, if I remember correctly, but still kind of interesting. Swiss National Bank, SNB, they cut borrowing costs by 25 basis points. This is the third consecutive meeting they're doing it. They're trying to, they're another country that's trying to sort of get ahead of what they anticipate eventually is continuing lower inflation, which we're seeing. And this is just a global thing, right? I mean, we're seeing so many countries now that are continuing to cut rates. ECB wants to cut more rates, BOE as well. Obviously, we're hearing what's going on with the Fed. I mean, with the Fed, you wonder a little bit if how it's all going to play out. I mean, not only did we have 50 basis points last week, there's a little bit higher chance of 50 basis point rate cut, even though a lot of the data is coming in good, right? We saw weekly jobless claims, things like that. But I don't know. You wonder, is the Fed worried about growth at all at some point? I'm sure they factor that in their calculation, right? I gotta admit to you guys, I'm still a little bit shocked we did 50 basis points. Not a cut. A cut is understandable. 50 basis points. What does it mean? Does it mean that we're headed for trouble with the jobs claims? Or I should say jobs report. Only time will tell. As a matter of fact, a week from now, we'll really know that answer when we get the September jobs report. And then finally, Chinese stocks, they're headed for their best weekly gain in a decade, man. When you look at Baidu, you look at Baba, there's more pledges coming, there's more vows. China's like, hey, we're sick and tired of the stagnant economy. We want to get things to be a lot stronger. Well, seemingly it's working. And not only just for Chinese stocks, look at a lot of the metals. Look at what's going on with gold, with oil. With gold, with definitely not oil, with copper, with silver. A lot of the metals are on the move. This is definitely copper being the big one. That's a global growth metal if there ever was one. So this is a global growth story. And when you see Chinese stocks doing what they're doing as a result of what's going on with the Chinese government, it's a little hard to get in front of that. I don't think you want to necessarily short it. Be a little bit careful about that for sure. You might want to have a couple of different types of trades on, whether you got a couple long, couple short. It's been nice. I've had some, I haven't traded anything as a result of these moves, but I've had some long-term holdings. I had JD, I had Baba and the long-term account, and that's been a nice couple of day run. So that's all I got. I mean, that's always been the hope that eventually these stocks would sort of get some legs up under them. We'll see how long it lasts. Leftovers radio apparently still rules the road. Let's move to the next slide. So this is the share of U.S. drivers who use the following audio sources in their car. Shout out when yours comes up. I'm sure it's a combination of things, right? So AM, FM radio, I'm not going to lie. In my car, I do, when I first get in the car, I actually turn on the AM radio. I listen to talk radio just to hear what they're saying about the Cubs or even the Sox or the Bulls or the Bears, because it's highly entertaining, one. And just to kind of get the pulse of the city, right? I mean, that's always kind of interesting to do. Every now and again, it's FM radio if I'm like doing a quick trip or something, or I'm tired of my music for the time being, or don't feel like it's usually if it's a quicker trip, I'll listen to AM radio. I mean, FM radio. Longer trip or in the morning, I should say, usually AM radio when I'm heading into work. Online audio, whatever that may mean. I guess it could mean, when I look at this, I guess it could mean like you're listening to music on YouTube or something. I guess it's another way to put it. Podcasts, I do listen to a couple of podcasts. For me, All the Smoke is one of them. It's one with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson, who honestly, when they were players, I didn't hate them, but I didn't particularly care for either one of them. They got a great show, and they bring on a lot of good people. I listen to that. I listen to The Pivot, which is another sports-related kind of show a little bit. But they bring it, they start out in sports shows, but eventually they bring in a lot of people from all walks of life. I think you have to be somewhat interesting. Maybe that's what I could do. So it's podcasts every now and again. And then CDs. Can't say it's that. I don't really do that. I don't really listen to many CDs. I do have CDs in my car, oddly enough, but don't listen to CDs. Sirius XM, don't have it. Used to have it. There's a game you can play with Sirius XM every now and again where you can get your subscription price lowered if you just call in every so often. They do this weird thing. It's so weird. Hold on. Excuse me. Choking over here. They do this weird thing where every so often, like every quarter, they hit you up and check and see if you want to keep it going. And if you say no, they'll come in with a lower price. And if you say no, they'll come with an even lower price. It's the funniest thing. They did it for the longest time. MP3s, not a thing in my car. Maybe it is in yours. Apple CarPlay. Never used it. I don't see the point. Why just connect your phone? Use your phone. I guess online radio must include like Spotify or something like that, and probably YouTube as well. And then Android Auto, again, not a source that I use, but people still listen to the radio. Moral of the story. Who knew? Let's move to the next slide. I thought I was the only one. I really did. So when looking at vol here, we can see basically vol is in the middle of the road, and that's really not a surprise. I mean, if you look where SPY IVR is, you look where Q's IVR is, vol is not particularly high right now. That's why I'm not short a lot of names vol-wise. My biggest trades, as I continue to say, euro, bonds, was gold, trying to get back in, waiting for somewhat of a pullback, if there ever is one. And then I am short equities in being the form of short 1MNQ and short 1MES. So as you can imagine how I felt this morning when I pulled up like 47 handles. Jeez, 200 plus handles. Oh, God. But the pullback, again, still trying to figure out this market. I can't. But vol is pretty much low right now. I wouldn't say it's very low. I would just say it's somewhat low, right? Because you still have a VIX that's 15 and change, but you have the front month VIX future that's 18, expecting the election to bring a little bit of volatility. It is what it is. Let's move to the next slide. So this is a chart of skew in the SPX. And typically when skew is sort of elevated, it's a result of markets basically ripping higher and people basically buying upside calls in the SPX. That pushes skew higher. And eventually that comes to a halt. And typically sometimes it comes to a halt when there's a day where the VIX is up along with equities being up. You get skew up also. That's when you start to see a little bit of a turn. So there's a couple of times I highlighted here over the last 4 years. Skew was, oddly enough, skew was higher during around the time of the pandemic. But I mean, that had nothing to do with the market. Skew had nothing to do with the market fall. It was just what happened. You can see in Jan 2022, right before we started to raise rates, skew was a little elevated. Market eventually falls. You can see it again in, what is that? Probably around May, June of 2023. And then it's happened a couple of times this year already. That's probably April. And the other one is probably August kind of came out of nowhere. But now you can see where we are now. So maybe this is nothing. I really don't know. But something to keep an eye on. Just notice the skew is fairly elevated right now. Let's move to the next slide. So have you noticed the back end of the yield curve has kind of moved up a decent amount since we cut rates? And again, not bonds, the yield curve. So the 10-year yield, 30-year yield. Now, again, when we cut rates, you would expect, like you see here, the front end of the curve to be moving in. And that, makes sense as well. We're starting to get more of a normalized curve, I guess, if you will. It's just interesting to watch how much the back end of the curve has moved. And again, that's not necessarily good for growth when you think about the fact that bonds have fallen. 10 years and 30 years have fallen somewhat, right? You want bonds to be moving higher for long-term growth. Again, it makes sense that the ones and the twos have fallen. Well, yeah, it does. It makes sense that the ones and the twos have fallen over the past week or so, but kind of interesting to see the 10s and the 30s. So I think the market is still trying to digest exactly what happened with the rate cut and how much it means to bonds in general. But we'll see what this means. Something to keep an eye on, though. Again, this is the last 4 weeks of yield curve movements. Seeing the 10s and 30s move up, and the 20s, if you will, but just the back end of the curve moving up that much higher than a week before. I don't know. I don't know, Rick. Let's move to the next slide. So I was looking at correlations once again. I thought it'd be interesting to look at the S&P 500 versus gold. Now, technically, these really have no business being correlated at all. They really shouldn't be, right? I mean, there's no reason why they should. Not to say that they are now. I mean, again, a meaningful correlation is 0.5%. As you can see, it's around 0.3 or so. So these aren't necessarily correlated, but we do know that gold is going up most days recently, and so is S&P 500. That's why I thought it'd be interesting to pull it up and see how often this happens. And if there's any correlation in times, I can't say I see any. I mean, when you look over the last couple of times, it's very short-lived. Late last year, probably the middle to early of 2023. I mean, very short correlation. You clearly can't make much of heads or tails here. My point, though, is I think it's weird that gold and the S&P 500 are moving together right now. Typically, gold moves up when there's fear in the market, right? It's kind of a safe haven, right? Now, it's moving up right now because we've cut rates more recently. And, well, equities are still moving up because we cut rates. But I just wonder for how long. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. We'll see. Let's move to the next slide. Oil is, this oil is a beast, man. It has been still fairly volatile, particularly on downside moves. Another big downside move again after the news came out that the Saudis are committed to increasing the output in December. I'm still long. I really haven't changed my opinion. The only thing I did was I moved my trade further out. So I was long it was the X, I think it was the X contract. It's actually, oil is different, right? Like there's I think there's it's using X methodology for November, but it's really October. And then I moved it to Z, which technically should be December, but that's November in oil. Don't ask me why. That part I actually don't know, but it is what it is. I moved my trade further out in MCL, and I'm going to stay long there for the time being until things change. Let's move to the next slide. Last slide, in fact. Earnings. Costco has earnings. How about that? That stock has been so strong. I think we need to do a Costco run. Everybody says Costco run, right? Everybody says it. BB, remember when that was a stock? BlackBerry, that has earnings. Scholastic, I think it is. And then Vail has earnings. Does Vail earn? I've never paid attention to Vail earnings at all. Does it matter in the season? I would assume it does, right? Seasonal? I would imagine people have tried to create a algorithm to trade Vail earnings around the seasons. That sounds like something traders would do. Core PCE price index is on Friday. We'll see if it actually matters to the market or not. Powell speaks on Monday at some point. I'm not even sure when or why, but I saw he's speaking on Monday afternoon morning. Matter of fact, now that I told you, I got to look it up. I don't remember exactly the time period, but let's see. Powell speaks. That could be the name of the show. Powell speaks. He speaks at 12 p.m. Central Time on Monday. Jolt's report is on Tuesday. Of course, we get in the mode of all the jobs reports. Jolt's is going to be Tuesday. I'm guessing ADP will end up being Wednesday or something like that. And then, of course, we get the September non-farm payroll report on Friday. Number of S&P 500 stocks above the 50-day moving average, 403. This had actually dropped down yesterday, mostly because the Dow was down yesterday, if you noticed. And it was down to 74% of stocks, but jumped back up today with the move up in equities and also with the Dow and Russell back to 79, 80%. We've been hovering around that level. That's what it is. Let's move to the platform. All right, gang. I'm a little annoyed because I probably could have covered when we went back to the lows of the day. Interesting move in equities, interesting drop. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I think markets are trying to digest what this 50 basis point cut means. I think this has been the week to do it since there's really been no data. I don't know what to think about it. I'm not going to lie to you. This is one of those times where I'm like, am my eyes deceiving me, or should markets be pulling back some, right? Or is this where there's just a euphoria going on right now that the market actually got what it wanted in a 50 basis point rate cut? Typically, when the market has been clamoring for something so long and it's been rising on the idea of it, and it happens, we get the sell the news, right? Because there's been the buy the rumor for so long. But this time around, it hasn't happened. And to be honest with you, the S&P 500, this chart pattern right here, typically does say more higher prices, right? But I think it seems as though, again, new all-time highs is not a reason to get bearish. I will say that. And I'm not bearish just because it's all-time highs. I'm short-term bearish, by the way, at the fact that the 50 basis point rate cut is because they're a little more fearful of something else that they're not telling us. I don't know if we're going to get resolution for it, though, unfortunately, until after this PCE, after the quarter ends here. The month and the quarter ends next week on Monday, and or the jobs report, which is Friday. So sometime between these next three events, I feel like we're going to get some type of resolution on how the market really feels on a 50 basis point rate cut. But until that point, you got to trade what you see in front of you. A little bit of volatility pickup, but not nominal at all. Bonds are somewhat indecisive. We talked about that long end of the curve. As in the case of bonds, we saw it going higher in yields, obviously the reverse effect in these actual bonds, ZN and ZB. And gold is probably about the only thing that I can trust as far as the move. Again, I had a long call spread on, but just so many days in a row. At some point, you got to take a nice gain, which I had a great gain in it, over 75%. Decided to take it off the table for now, and I'll look to reassess if we do get a pullback. Again, we talked about the ugly move in oil. It continues 2 days in a row, but I don't know. I'm staying steadfast here. You see, it hit lows of 66.95 in the X contract, which is NOV. And then slash MCL is it 24? Crap. How about just 4? In the Z4, I just rolled out to further because I think as a matter of fact, it should have it here, but the X contract ends in about 26 days. It doesn't show it here, but I looked it up and I wanted a little bit longer exposure. I know this thing goes out much further, the Z contract, to at least 50 plus days. So I think it's like 56 maybe. So I decided to get in MCL. Again, I'm just in the actual future, not the options. But right now, really not much has changed overall in my positioning. Again, I'm long oil. I am long the dollar via being short a euro put spread. I also have this short condor. Short strangle in the euro, which I put on. I probably could take it off now at this point. But I put on a week ago and change, I think. What else? I got long bonds, as you guys probably know, long ZN, long ZB, long call spreads in here. Ball's fairly low. I feel like it's a good time. That's pretty much all I got. We'll see how these trades end up playing out. But I'll be honest with you, this week I really haven't been able to believe many of the equity moves that we've seen, because I feel like it's just been a light volume week. And when you have light volume weeks, things could get pushed in any one way direction or the other. So I am waiting for more concrete stuff to kick off with the jobs reports next week. Folks, that's my time. Thanks for watching the show. And as always, be smart, be patient, trade them small, and trade them often. See you.
$90% goes to S&P index funds. You got a double 10% straight to
Is 20th Century Advice driving your 21st century portfolio? Tastylive has joined forces with the CME and SIBO to offer the industry's first multi-exchange trading collaboration. Our new live event, Building a Complex Portfolio, puts active traders on the path to modern portfolio creation. Tom Sosnoff and other Tastylive personalities will cover strategies that'll help you integrate futures and options into your portfolio. Sign up at tastylive.com/events and see where we're headed next.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, 4 large, 4K, 4 grand. Get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. Tastytrade. Make your move.
Move with the rhythm, shake it up, stop when the clock hits 13. Sing 1, 2, 3, 4. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
Thinkorswim was a byproduct or derivative of 20 years. In our minds, the future of finance meant that we were going to move away from something that was very manual and move to something that was tech-driven.
What we did with Thinkorswim truly changed the industry. To do it a second time was a challenge that I just had to take. The platform is just leaner, cleaner, a little meaner, legitimately built from scratch.
We built Tastytrade's web platform for today's traders. See it, click it, trade it. Drill into data, find opportunity, and track the action with hundreds of indicators. Track your options profit and loss history over time per symbol. Note your progress and plan your tactics with a trading journal. Fund your account and start trading right in the app. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, click it, trade it. Join the club. Tastytrade.
Hello everybody, Tim Knight here. We've got a cool new camera, so hopefully we'll be jumping all over the place. We've done some testing, so I think things are rock solid now. No more jumping, Tim. We do have jumping markets though, and I think this is clearly China week. I had thought that the stimulus from a couple of days ago would be it. No, they, as the tired expression goes, they took it to 11. They have went gonzo stimulus now, and Chinese stocks are going blasting higher. We're going to see that in a sec. And it's having a positive effect on U.S. markets, though very, very watered down. And we'll see that in detail in a moment. So let's just jump on in. There's a lot happening right now. And of course, tomorrow, last day of the week, we get the PCE. We'll see what that does. Oh, I got to say, start in the big event this morning ostensibly was the Jerome Powell speech. And, we all turned on our videos and we're watching anxiously and edge of our seats. And it wasn't even a live speech. It was videotaped. And he basically said, "Hey, welcome to the conference. It's our 10th year. Have a good day. Bye." And that was it. So one of the weirdest major anticipated economic events ever. Just a hello speech. So nothing burger on that one. Anyway, here's the spider. We have a lifetime high intraday and probably almost certainly a lifetime closing high, which has been kind of the law of the land recently. But the FXI is where all the action is now. The ES is up 0.4%. FXI is up almost 8%. 20 times, literally 20 times as high percentage-wise. So look at that thing, just absolutely exploding. I'm at least glad I'm not a bear in China today, because this is just a massacre. Look at this, just explosion higher. This will run out of steam at some point. This is just nuts. Look how far it's gone in just a few days. Next major resistance is round about this red line. We've essentially matched the same level we were at the start of 2023. And we spent from all of 2023 down, and even until even until today it was below that. So, but yeah, they had an emergency Politburo meeting, and the world has forgotten that you cannot plan an economy. I guess 80 years of Soviet rule didn't really teach anybody anything, but they're still buying it, that you can just flood the system with government money and make everything great. Individual Chinese stocks, of course, are obviously thriving. JD.com, one example, up 14.2%. And Alibaba, up double digits also, over 10% right now. So it's just, they just squoze them. Everything's just blasting higher in the Middle Kingdom. But as I said, in the U.S., yes, things are up, but it's pretty muted. I guess with all the gains we've had, it's sort of, there's not too much. You're not going to jump 8% in a day. Here's the diamonds, for example. An inside day. I don't think we're going to get a lifetime high on this one. But yeah, this little doji right here, just banging around a very tight range on the diamonds today. EFA. The worldwide equities, except for North America, the patterns are pretty simple over the past several years. We had our top fell in a nice steady series of lower lows and lower highs, the sawtooth pattern down, bottomed, of course, around, on exactly October 13, 2022. And since then, it's all about this wedge, banging inside the wedge, sometimes getting up toward resistance, couple of times getting towards support. So we had a major bottom here last Halloween about, and then we had this swift drop, which we all remember, that terminated August 5th, which is really just a couple or three. It was 2 days and 1 minute, as measured by trading hours, falling. So we had a support here, and look where we're at, right back at resistance. The same resistance line that's been in place for over 28 months now. So there you have it. And I would just mention as an aside, Brazil still looks pretty vulnerable. It doesn't look anything like China or even EFA for that matter, so long as we stay beneath this price gap. This looks like an interesting setup for weakness. Now, the other big news besides China was Micron. Micron was the big earnings event last night. It was very warmly received. The stock went exploding higher by double-digit percent. It's faded a bit from those highs, but we're still up strong, up over 15% now. we've got a little block of overhead supply here that it's pushed up against and fading away from. I've never been too crazy by this chart. I haven't been in this at all, but that definitely got some energy back into the semiconductor realm. But it is facing its own from stock to stock overhead supply. AMD, for example, there's an important price gap right there at 174.53. With all the Micron excitement, it's certainly up, but 3.25% on this one, and that gap is still important. ARM Holdings also up a little more than 2%, and we're still below this little cute little top right here, which we've retraced to. And of course, the king of kings, NVIDIA, also up, but only 0.5%. It has been pretty much open at the high and pretty much is trading near the low right now. It's a red bar. It's still up just a little, but our resistance line still, we can kind of see this triangle going right here. We've just been banging around this triangle ever since the lifetime high back on June 20. So there's that. And the PCE report, I think, will resolve all this either to burst it above those resistance lines that I pointed out or start yet another lower leg. And so relatedly, this is not a semiconductor maker, but it has a lot to do with these fellas. Supermicro falling really hard, not based upon any economic data, but based upon scandal, because you may recall that Hindenburg released a report, I think back here, I believe on August 28th, accusing the company of some accounting fraud. And what happened was it fell hard on big volume, and it fell for a few days later. And then things settled down, and maybe there was there's denials by the company, and this is a bunch of nonsense, and things started to heal slowly. And we pretty much got back toward when it all went crazy, and then all of it gone instantly today, because it's not just Hindenburg coming out with another report, it's the federal government this time, an investigation happening. So not doing good things for SMCI. And just as a reminder, we peaked on this at $1,229 earlier this year, and it's barely holding on to $400 now. So it's lost like 75% of its value. So interesting stuff going on with Supermicro. The cubes are up. Amongst the big indexes, they're up the most. And we have sealed this price gap and then a little bit more. There was the price gap here. And what we'll do is we'll just anchor this to the price gap itself like so. So we did get a little above that briefly. We're below it right now. So it's done. It's sealed. We'll see if it matters or not. And again, not to make the PCE the all-important thing in the world, but I think by tomorrow it'll resolve whether or not we've exhausted this push, or if it's just going to be like to infinity and beyond. Within that, of course, there's some monster stocks, Amazon being one of them. This is down almost 0.6%, bearish engulfing pattern on this. And I will say that if we get any kind of meaningful selling, and we have not, September is historically the weakest month of the year. It has been nothing of the sort. It has been lifetime high after lifetime high after lifetime high. I think we've had 43 lifetime highs this year. But this is very, very high. And if we do get any kind of selling going, I think Amazon will help lead the way down because it's very sharp ascent in recent months. Gold. Another good day. I think with all this China stimulus, they're figuring like no one cares about inflation anymore. They're going to print as many trillions of dollars as they need to. And so gold is just thriving. Another lifetime high. We got above $2,700 for the first time in human history today. And yeah, go gold, go. GDX is also up about 1%. This rally is very long on the tooth. I know I'm saying every day, well, it's got to ease back at some point. It doesn't seem to, but it will. It cannot just go up in a straight line. You've seen a long history of ups and downs that can be totally acceptable in a bull market. Higher highs, higher lows. It's okay. Silver also up. Although I'll point out we are getting a little challenge here because we peaked on this back on May 20 and we've matched that high here. So we'll see if this double tops or not. But the whole precious metal sector is gone really far, really fast, obviously. One thing that has really helped me recently, then the only good news for me this week has been energy. My supposition that we would exhaust against the DBC has turned out to be nicely true. We got right up to that resistance and have turned tail south on that. So good. Crude oil down hard, just as I had hoped and anticipated. Biggest red bar we've seen in a while on crude oil. And so in turn, the oil index is falling nicely. And so I've had kind of a concentration in some energy shorts. And you've seen these day after day because it's basically the only good news going on for bear these days. Here's APA Corporation down nicely, almost 6% today, tumbling off of that right triangle pattern. ConocoPhillips, COP, down 3.2%. And as usual, in pink there, I've got the topping pattern traced out. I'm not in this one, but it's important to see anyway. Halliburton, down about 4%. And then our old friend Schlumberger down over 2% again, tumbling away from those resistance lines. So yeah, that was my salvation this week is energy. Tesla is worth a peek here because our pink line continues to hold. It's been in place since the top, and you know our old quartet here. So we've got our 3 Fibonacci's plus our trend line. It tagged it today and then turned tail. So we have gone above and then below that quartet of resistance. So we're below all of them now. So just to wrap things up, NASDAQ 100 NDX has sealed the gap. We saw it with the cubes, which is the equivalent of this. We're seeing it with the cash index itself. So we have finally, after all these months of work, sealed that gap. And one other cash index worth watching is the S&P 100. We've matched the lifetime high. This was a lifetime high back on July 10. Intraday, we got a little bit above it. We're probably going to close a little bit below it right now. So tomorrow is going to be very telling to see if there's any follow through to the upside on this or not. So I'm not going to wonder if China's going to stimulate anymore because it seems to happen every night now. So we'll see. But in any case, we'll wrap things up tomorrow. And I'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Shake it up, stop when the clock hits 13. Sing 1, 2, 3, 4. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
Your crypto needs a wallet. And crypto is better when it's tasty. You can now do more with your digital currencies with the Tasty Crypto app. We're proud to offer a
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tastytrade. Make your move.
Shake it up, stop when the clock hits 13. Sing 1, 2, 3, 4. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
Decision to build Thinkorswim was a byproduct or derivative of 20 years. In our minds, the future of finance meant that we were going to move away from something that was very manual and move to something that was tech-driven.
What we did with Thinkorswim truly changed the industry. To do it a second time was a challenge that I just had to take. The platform is just leaner, cleaner, a little meaner, legitimately built from scratch.
90% goes to S&P index funds. You got to double 10% straight to
Is 20th century advice driving your 21st century portfolio? Tastylive has joined forces with the CME and SIBO to offer the industry's first multi-exchange trading collaboration. Our new live event, Building a Complex Portfolio, puts active traders on the path to modern portfolio creation. Tom Sosnoff and other Tastylive personalities will cover strategies that'll help you integrate futures and options into your portfolio. Sign up at tastylive.com/events and see where we're headed next.
We built Tasty Trade's web platform for today's traders. See it, click it, trade it. Research with fundamentals, endless forecasts, and more. Drill into data, find opportunity, and track the action with hundreds of indicators. Track your options profit and loss history over time per symbol. Note your progress and plan your tactics with a trading journal. See probabilities, max profit, and Greeks in one click. Fund your account and start trading right in the app. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, click it, trade it. Join the club. Tasty Trade.
Beat the opening bell. Get trade ideas and market insights before the open. From the creator, Tom Sosnoff, and our chief market strategist, Tom Preston. Every weekday. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Ring the alarm. Hey, ring the alarm. Boys, turn up the charm. Listen up, y'all. Get out the damn stall. It's the last call. Hey, the last call. The last call. The last call.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with the closing bell, my friend. Why couldn't they just be good E-mini S&Ps and roll over when they were supposed to? I mean, they traded up to 58.30. Must we close here at 5,800? Could they just roll over and be a little bit lower today? NASDAQ got to be in the middle of its range. Two is up 300 today. Couldn't it just roll over?
At one point, they traded down on the day.
Yeah, for like a second.
Yep.
It was like a second.
Yeah, I was short some NASDAQ futures, and I didn't want to cover.
Foiled again.
I really thought they were going to be down like 200. When they go from up 300 to unchanged, or up 320 to unchanged.
Early in the day.
I know, but I thought that was going to be enough.
I tend to agree with you. Russell up 13 and change. Dow up 208. Just a regular day south. But you know what? Volatility up all day long, even when we were up, like you just said, 300 in the NASDAQ, up another 30 handles, almost 50 points in the E-mini S&Ps. Volatility was higher. Hasn't really expanded too much, but a lot of positions I have seem to have kept their premium to them. Bonds unchanged, down one tick. Bitcoin, 65,000, Sadnoff. We did it. Put on your hat. 65,100 and change, up $1,600. Oil down $2.30. It's a big move in oil, almost 3.5%. Gold continues its rally, up $11. It was about $10 higher than this, but still making new highs at just under 2,700, 26.96. Silver up 34 cents on a percentage basis, actually a bigger move than gold. Nat gas down 6 cents. But I don't know if this was an equity day, equity bull day all over the place. Let's take a look at what's been moving this market to the upside. I can't mention bookings.com, but it is a $4,200 stock. This is the NASDAQ 100, just to give you the top 100 stocks of the NASDAQ. PDD up 15 and change. AMAT up $13. Lulu up almost 9. Qualcomm, Amgen up. I don't know. Sadov, what else is there? Everything is up. I mean, you say, why don't we go down? I thought we were going to be down today. I thought the top was in for the day, the week, maybe even, longer than that. But when you've got moves like this, I mean, it's a pretty strong market. You got to give it credit.
Yeah, I mean, there was a point today when the NASDAQ had sold off 300 that I thought the NASDAQ was going to be down.
But it's like talking about yesterday. That was earlier this morning.
No, but there was a lot of stocks that were, Amazon was down, Netflix was down, Tesla was down, Reddit was down, Microsoft was down, Costco was down. I mean, they were across the board. There were stocks that were starting to give it up and roll over. Meta was down earlier, a couple of dollars. And so I thought there was a situation where, when you get stocks that open up $10 like Meta, then it's down $3 or $4, whatever it is, that's a pretty good intraday reversal.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to give it up, and they did not. They did not. There were other stocks that.
We had some of those buckers. You just mentioned Netflix a moment ago. Netflix still down $10. Lily's down $16. SMCI, got to mention it, Saz. I know it's going into a split, I think, on Friday, isn't it? I think on the 3rd, I'm sorry, not Friday, the 30th.
I don't trade SMCI.
I don't either, but it was halted a couple of times today. I think it actually, I mean, do you think it spurred that down move when they halted it? They said the SEC is looking, Fed looking into it for, I mean, I don't know.
What is it doing now? I don't even have it on my
400 and change. How about this range? 370 to over 470, 480 and change, $100 range. This was a $1,200 stock, don't forget, at one point.
Oh, I remember. There was a time I was shorted. There's never a time I've been long, but there's definitely a time I was shorted. But I haven't traded it since it was up around 800 or something. Yeah, I'm kind of mad at myself in SMCI. That was a layup, but you needed to have. You needed to basically have.
You need to short it and get hit over the head with a baseball bat because it was going to move a couple hundred points on you.
You needed to have steel in your body. That's the nicest way I can say it.
I'm not built that way. Maybe you are.
Yeah, you needed steel. I'm soft. So
me too.
But there was a lot of stocks today that you mentioned Qualcomm. I just look at a couple of these stocks that have been. The whole day kicked off with MU. I think MU was that
was last night even, right?
Yeah. Some of the stocks also, some of the weird volatility moves. One point today, they had 1 day vol in the VIX. That's when we were doing a little better, down to 820. And now it's over $10. So it's had a huge turnaround. I haven't seen an intraday.
$10, yep.
Yeah, I haven't seen an intraday vol move like that in a long time. That's why I gave up a little P&L. But
yeah, low under 8, high above 10, 10.5.
Yeah, that's a pretty big intraday 1 day move for vol. Don't see that too often. But MU was the whole story pretty much early on, set the tone for this market. But there were definitely stocks.
You don't think this had a lot to do with China too, though?
Obviously, China helped, but MU is big. And a lot of stocks kind of, a lot of stocks came along with that. What's weird is some of these airline stocks, I don't know what got into them today too either. I mean, UAL of $5. When the hell was the last time you saw UAL at $5? I don't have a position.
Not even be flying tomorrow with the hurricane going on, but sure.
UAL up $5. Are you kidding me?
Move. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Dell up $6. There was just a lot of stocks that were stocks that had crazy moves to the upside today.
Delta up $3. Yeah. What's Love doing?
Love was up $2 earlier.
Yeah, up $1.60 right now, but you're right. It traded as high as 31 and change, another $2.50 higher than this.
Yeah, there was a lot of stocks that never turned around today, never got ugly, and so when the market tried to sell off a couple times, I mean S&P's got up to remember they were up 50 on the opening, right?
Yes.
And then they got up less than 10. And I have a rule when they sell off like over 50%, I'm going to be very cautious to that point. Mm-hmm. When the NASDAQ sells off the entire move, I'm going to be really cautious. Rallying back to up 155 is a nice save by the NASDAQ.
Sure.
I'm not sure what to make of it, but I kind of feel like the bulls kind of strutted their stuff here today. It didn't help the good kids, that's for sure. This rally.
No, it didn't. Exaggerated move.
Up in volatility, exaggerated move to the downside. I locked in a lot of losses today by rolling. I made a lot of trades because I rolled a lot of stuff because I can't roll that much tomorrow because I'm going to be traveling. So it's going
to hurt the performance tomorrow.
Today's tape activity. Yeah,
can't help. I mean, you're a mere mortal man. I mean, this can't help for foliage weekend. This kind of P&L move, this kind of trade. I mean,
yeah, right.
This can't help.
Hopefully, she won't ask to look at my statements.
Well, if she's still looking at your statement, you have a lot of work to do after all these years. But okay.
Let me see those sheets.
Can you log into your account first, honey, please? What happened yesterday?
Yeah.
No, can't do it. Go back in there and do better. Come back when you're profitable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Going straight to hell.
Oh, lucky. Here we are going to hell. Lucky I'm past that point in my life.
Oh, man.
Anyway.
Yeah, so that's where we stand. I didn't do anything right today. I was funny. I was looking at my P&L across the board here today. And I was going to say, hey, you know what we do last call? I'm going to tell you what I did good in. And I can't find anything. I have a lot of bad positions. You know, like some days you have nothing but good positions, you know? Today.
Yes. Today's not one of them.
Today is not one of them. I don't have a single good position. From crude oil to the indexes, my worst is SMH, but MU, the earnings trade was a loser. All mine, I don't have a single good position. Coinbase turned out to be a loser today. Pairs trades, nothing. I don't have a single good position today. That's really rare.
I'm not sure about this market, but I do know that Tom is wearing a hoodie. I'm not sure why he's wearing it.
No, don't.
But it's definitely a curious choice. I'm not going to tell you who sent that, but I love you, man, and you know who you are.
I'm going to tell you right now, this, because of my performance today.
It's the last day. Please don't wear it this weekend either, okay?
This hoodie is being retired for good. You might see it in
2026,
2025, maybe on a freezing day in the middle of winter. But no, you're done. I'm done. The hoodie is being retired. I thought it would bring a little, joy to the show.
A little something. Yeah, a little something.
A little joy to the show, like a little, nice yellow color, a little light. And it didn't work. It didn't serve its purpose. Today was not pretty.
No, it did not.
So I will never be wearing this again. It's retired. I am superstitious in that regard.
Nothing wrong with that. I'm with you.
So yeah, the hoodie's gone. So just get your fill of it right now.
Yes, I am. Yeah. I know you. We talked for a brief second pre-show. Costco has earnings.
I did a small Costco trade. Even after last night getting whooped a little bit in MU.
What'd you do?
Well, I'm trying to make back my MU trade, which is always bad. My MU trade wasn't that bad, by the way. It's just not great.
Mm-hmm.
MU, I rolled to...
An MU Costco.
And I'm just telling you, MU, I rolled to November. I'm in the 100, 125, currently at 110.
It might take until 2025 to get it back over his head. That's true. It looks a little tight in there. I'm not going to lie.
It's not tight.
Prove it. Take it off.
No, I'm raw dogging you.
Oh, yeah. That's what I wanted to hear.
Costco.
Yes, sir.
Wrong one. Costco.
Yeah, it starts with a C, ends with a T.
Costco.
Just like this weekend. Go ahead.
Ooh, my position's losing money in there. What the hell happened?
Costco volatility has stayed bid.
7.
Ak or Nov?
Nov.
Nov.
I don't like what I just did in there.
What'd you do?
750, 1060.
1060?
1080. I'm sorry. 750, 1080.
Man, you really can't see. $4.46. Where'd you do it for?
435.
That's not as bad as my Baidu trade I did, so don't worry about it. You're fine. Delta neutral, 93% pop.
Delta neutral, 93% pop. Yeah.
Is there an echo in here?
I did it at 435. It's currently trading at
449 is the mid price. The natural bid is 435. I mean, you probably.
Well, I'm offering more at 450.
You ain't getting filled at 450.
No, I'm not getting filled. So far, nothing. I'm offering more at 450. But so, yeah, I'm out about 10 cents on it right now, I think, which is weird because I just did it like 20 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm. You wouldn't think it would move that much in your face so far.
I wouldn't think it would move that much, and I had trouble getting filled. I did 430, 435, 440. Mm-hmm. So 435 is my average. I did 3 tranches. I'm willing to do more at 450, but that's it. And I mean, I did it at 2 times the expected, a little over 2 times the expected move in November.
Yeah, $35 expected move tonight. I know you did it for November, which has this almost $70 expected.
And I did it 140. I think. Yeah, over 140. I did it 150, over 150 points out of the
free money.
Is definitely not.
I can't believe it's $400 and change per contract of free money sitting.
Last night was free money in MU. It turned out it was not. this is definitely not free money. But in Costco, my only fear to the upside is the stock splits.
Yes, and that would drive the price higher, you think.
I don't know how much higher.
Sure.
My fear to the
So why
down.
don't you just sell puts then? I mean, puts are schmutz. I mean, this market, everything goes higher.
I did sell a bigger put than a call. I sold a $2.50 put and a $2 call. I'm just saying.
Yeah. All right. It's de minimis.
I'm not.
Oh, you're in that mood?
No. I'm not taking a big shot in Costco today anyway. Just a small little earnings play. Hoping to come in 450, maybe 370, 360, and nothing move in Costco.
For what seemed like going to be a crazy day today, we really died after the show was over. Like 10-ish, 10:30. We just had that one down move, and then we just crept up all day long. And now we've been sitting here for hours.
I had a lot of rolls today, so I traded a lot. The futures traded.
You had almost 130 trades or something.
Yeah, the futures did not trade that much today. Yeah.
Good. Because you haven't been trading those well.
New high. So
800.
Bring out the fireworks.
Bring out all the fireworks, everything you need.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Talk to me some more, or are you done with me?
I mean, I'm not done. I'm just, I have nothing to do here. They just keep like pumping a little bit of premium in every second, every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is weird. Is there a number or something tomorrow?
Tomorrow we have personal incomes, PCE is coming out. I don't know.
I guess that's a big number.
My boys in about 5 minutes could tell you a lot more.
Let's see. I guess that's a big number. Let me just take a look. So the expected move tomorrow in the ES, let's see, 1 day. Doesn't look like that crazy. Doesn't look like that's crazy.
They're probably pumping up premium for the unemployment next Friday.
Well, the 1 day move in the SPX tomorrow is $24. It doesn't seem like anything.
You are correct. The ES is 25.80.
It does not seem like a lot to me.
No, it does not. No, it does not. Not after you had a 100-point move today, top to bottom all night long.
No, it doesn't seem. That seems like nothing.
Right.
So, yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. I'm not happy about my performance today, so I'm going to need a little bit of a performance booster tomorrow.
I'm sure you will.
I'm going to need a little help.
I'm sure you will. You want me to send her with an 8x10 glossy of me or something like that? What do you need?
I was hoping for something a little better than that.
You need even more help than that? Oh, man.
That'd be depressing.
Oh, sad. Sad but true. Feel like nibbling on any of these Chinese stocks now that they've gotten so high? I'm not saying from a directional bias.
Side?
Just from a premium side.
How high is the premium today?
Premium's pretty good in there. I mean, Baidu is up to 74 now. It was about 67 earlier today. You can see here this red and green line, how it's really spiked up.
How are the markets? They're not good.
Markets can be anywhere between 5 and 15 cents wide. 80, 191, 310, 320.
There's a lot of call skew in here.
A lot of call skew. Sets up for a nice call ratio spread, which I did, that you could do at a lot better prices than I did, because the stock's rallied about $1.50 and vol is expanded. You don't want a quick move with a call ratio spread to the upside, and you don't want vol to expand. You could only be doing it better than me, because I did it.
Call ratio spread did you do?
What's that?
Which call ratio?
I did 10-20, 1/3.
Ooh, I don't like that.
I could have said anything at that moment. You would have said, I don't like that. I already explained to the stock rallied over $1 on me and volatility went higher. I don't like what I did.
I don't.
I wanted to go $10 wide. Listen, it's a 90+% pop. No different than the trade that you just made in your stock. So it is what it is. I mean, the numbers are there. Now, you could do it better than I did it, maybe by 50 cents better, which is a lot.
I'm trying to get, no, I don't want the ratio spread anyway. Trying to get some fills here in shorts and premium, not filled on anything yet. And I was fairly aggressive, I thought, price-wise.
Fake bids by these Chinese stocks? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, these are fake bids.
Yeah, that's right. Put a little premium in your mouth. See what happens there. Baba, 80 IV ranks out off.
Well, the IV rank in Baidu was just 74. I just put one order and it went down to 72. So I don't know how real.
You're a big mocker. They said, hey,
Hey, Breaker 19, we got the yellow mellow marshmallow coming in here to sell a little strangle here, a little ratio spread perhaps. Let's lower that, Vol.
I just sold some premium in Baba, and I had to give up about a nickel to get filled. In Baidu, I had to give up a nickel too. But I sold your 72 and 80 IV rank, so we'll see what happens.
Did it both in Baidu and Baba. Good job out of you.
Yeah, put a little something.
Misery loves company.
Well, I didn't do anything else right today, so maybe you have an idea.
Yeah, my peeps tell me a lot of stuff. Like I said, personal income, PCE coming out, core PCE, advanced.
Today you could have 50 things coming out. The expected move is $24.
Federal Reserve Governor Michelle Bowman is speaking later in the day.
Okay. Do you know what bonds did today?
What did bonds do today?
Nada yada yada. Nada. Nada yada yada. The bonds did absolutely nothing. They were maxed today. They were up maybe 10. They were down probably 10. And they're closing unchanged, and they opened this morning basically unchanged.
Mm-hmm.
So nada yada yada bonds.
Yada.
Yeah.
Okay.
And with a $24 expected move today, only 1.1 million futures trading. I don't think that the futures were the play today. This was a day that was all about MU. I don't think tomorrow will be all about Costco.
I don't know. Today was all about MU. I think it started out early. You are right. But I think there's a lot of different things going on today. China, you already, everything we've mentioned already. I don't need to say anymore. Yes, MU started us. But even the S&Ps were only up about 15 handles or so after MU came up. I mean, there was plenty of time to do whatever you wanted.
Oh, last night?
Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm.
You had plenty of time.
Yep.
We're only up 23 now.
Yes. Yes. If you anticipate them being up another 50 tomorrow morning, yes, I agree.
No, I don't. What scares me tomorrow morning is they're down 50 because then they'll be up by the end of the day. I'd much rather I liked the scenario today where they opened higher. And
not like the scenario where they are closing up 20-ish. Are we going to be up 10 or are we going to be up 30 by the time we close the next 5 minutes? Closer to 10, closer to 30.
Can I take 22 right here? Because I don't think anything's going to happen the next 5
do
minutes.
that for sure.
I'll take 22.
Okay, you'll take unchanged.
I'll take unchanged right here.
Volatility is about to roar by about 20 cents. We'll be back.
I doubt it.
Hey, I don't care what you have to say. I'm going to see what these three guys have to say. Let me see my boy Ilya, Chris, and my good friend, Mr. Dylan Radigan. Hello, gentlemen.
How goes it?
You know what? I've had better days.
I've had a lot better days.
I get vertigo just looking at these ES and NQ charts. I was texting Chris in the middle of the night saying, you know what, this China news is crazy. These things are moving. I'm getting out of all my shorts. And then I wake up this morning, I look at it and I go, wait, what happened? Why? And I don't think there's anything that explains it other than that there was just a wall of sellers at the cash equity open, and they were and they said no. And that's curious.
Yeah.
Sounds like a man with short delta trying to find another reason.
Yeah.
I don't have any more short delta, but I'm so itching to put it back on.
Yeah, well, I still have some short delta, but it's not good short delta because it loses when the market goes up and it loses when the market goes down. That's what you call really bad short delta. when you know your positions are bad is when you lose no matter what happens. Today was one of those days. Well, what do you think, Mr. Vecchio? You got that little
Yeah, you're the only sane one of the group as of yesterday.
You're the only sane one.
Yeah.
But the tape action today wasn't, given the
Hey, he's got a mouth. Let him speak.
Right, go
ahead.
My best trade is my copper trade because that guy in Wall Street bets.
You still want?
Okay, you know what? I'm sorry.
Talk about.
All right, enough out of him. So,
Okay,
look, tell him what you
but
wanted to say.
I mean, my God, this is the problem with these young kids. They come in here. You're talking about markets. They're well, if copper was up another 6 cents, okay, 3 people in the world.
Copper's up 3% today. Hey, this is a good one. No, but look, the reflation trade's still on. The equity market pullback. You can time it to like 2 things this morning. We get great jobless claims data, and the economy is growing faster than we thought at 3% for the final reading for last quarter, and then a DOJ investigation against SMCI, which knocks NVIDIA lower. Look at the risk assets across the board here. Copper is soaring. Gold and silver continue to push towards new relative highs. Gold's with another new all-time high. And crypto, these are the liquidity gauges of the system. They are pushing to the upside. This is not a pullback in stocks to be scared of, folks. We're going to 22K in the NASDAQ before Santa comes.
Mr. Radigan, haven't heard from you. Not a peep.
Well, first of all, you introduced Vecchio as the sane one in the bunch, and his opening reference was a citation of copper and Wall Street bets.
Yeah, I know. That was a mistake. I was trying to throw him a bone. That's okay.
That's an issue. Okay.
That's fair.
My only listen, all I can offer, and I'm not sure whether this is useful, helpful, or not, but the entire concept of monitoring geopolitics as being relevant to oil prices, whether it's Russia, Ukraine, or the Middle East, has been reliable
That's working for me. That's the only thing I have that's working right now.
That's why I bring it up. It's everything. So why do you think I start with oil? It's the only thing I have that worked, which is every time there's a bid on oil on geopolitical. I mean, I just almost wonder if at some point it'll get sort of smooth out of the system, where basically whatever happens in the Middle East or Ukraine or when they're like, terrible, but won't affect oil.
Yeah, oil down $2.30, big almost 3.25%, 3.5% move.
It's the only thing Ilya and I have that worked today, which is why I brought it up.
Yep.
That's what I usually do when I'm working with Tom. I try to bring up something that's working because he'll bring up everything that's not working.
He'll bring up the other 7 things.
He'll bring up the other ones. That's correct. That's correct.
In the world of trading, real traders don't talk about their winners. Nobody wants to hear about your winners. People only want to hear
the misery.
They want to hear about your losers.
Pain.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't. I spent 20 years on the trading floor. I never heard one person ever say they made a winning trade.
Because you'd ask to borrow money. They knew how you traded.
Every single person, all they ever said was, I got killed. But somehow, they were driving nice cars.
They came to work the next day somehow.
Somehow, you're driving a nice car, you're living in a nice house, and you're coming to work every day. But you never, ever made money on a single trade.
Dylan, can you do me a favor? Can you just say, Cubs win, quickly?
I'm not sure that I feel comfortable just out of context quoting you for some reason that's not clear to me. I feel like that could be.
Because it's Harry Carey vibe.
It's a Harry Carey. It's a Harry Carey vibe. He likes your Harry Carey glasses.
I like to rock. I like this once in a while.
Good job, gentlemen. All right, I'm going to hug Tom after we're done here. We'll take a quick 90.
I don't know if this is. I don't know why you brought that up, Chris, because I don't know what it was, but they were doing all Harry Carey. Famous quotes. I don't know if it was an anniversary or some kind of Harry Carey thing, but all over my TikTok and YouTube page was just Harry Carey famous lines.
Oh, the Chinese probably don't know that baseball season's almost over. We're going to take a quick 90-second break. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, so you're right. Yeah, that's it.
We're going to take a quick 90-second break.
We're not going to talk about the mayor of New York while we're here. That doesn't matter.
No.
On the normal trading floor.
We will.
Indicted
on overtime.
Sitting mayor. Anyway, never mind.
All right, right after this. We'll take a quick 90-second break. Peace. Good luck, gentlemen. Overtime next.
Know someone who needs a better broker? Earn $250 for each qualified person you refer to Tastytrade. Because friends don't let friends trade on a bad platform. Terms and conditions apply. Join the club, genius. Tastytrade.
Gonna go to Florida. I got Rob. Florida, what's up?
Hello, Tony and Nick. I am a big fan. My wife and I watch you guys for hours and hours every day. You can be very, very proud of your son. He is doing a great job. I really didn't know anything about stock prices or options or anything until I started watching probably 500 hours of Mike and his whiteboard from years and years and years ago and learned all about it. And we've been trading actively since February and just couldn't be more pleased.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for the kind words. Really do appreciate it.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
We built Tasty Trade's web platform for today's traders. See it, click it, trade it. Drill into data, find opportunity, and track the action with hundreds of indicators. Track your options profit and loss history over time per symbol. Note your progress and plan your tactics with a trading journal. Fund your account and start trading right in the app. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, click it, trade it. Join the club. Tasty Trade.
S&P 500, new all-time highs. China opening the liquidity spigot. Saudi Arabia abandoning their $100 per barrel oil price target. Gold new highs. Oh boy, it was Thursday. This is overtime. It's the abridged version on Thursday. We do have the prediction trade coming up at the bottom of the hour. Stick around because Robert Cahaley, the founder and lead pollster at Trafalgar Group, will be joining myself and Jeff Joseph. But before we even get there, I'm Chris Vecchio in New York, Ilya Spivak's live in San Francisco, Dylan Radigan's in Milan. We're here to take you through the next 25 minutes or so until we get to the prediction trade. But the futures market's open for the rest of this hour. And what a day it was. Micron earnings blow away surprise competition yesterday. Market was looking for something a little bit weaker. No. Micron here, as we turn to the charts, leads the explosion to the upside in the NASDAQ. It's quite a day. We closed yesterday right around $94 a share. Here today, 109.88. Not bad if you can get it. The NASDAQ enjoying that ride, that 14.7% ride higher on Micron's back, closing here at 20,346.25. That is through the August 22nd swing high, that bearish engulfing bar key reversal, that capped price action. It seems like a new era of bullishness is upon us. And I say that because my good friend Ilya, welcome to the side of all that is good.
Don't get me any credit yet. I'm not long. But I absolutely exited my shorts overnight. I was texting you overnight saying, okay, the markets are reacting to this China thing. And I mean, I got out real early once China started to move. So I missed pretty much the entire wild ride because as soon as it started to perk up and I saw why, I was out right when I texted you about midnight Eastern.
Thank you for that.
And so by then, I was like, you know what? I'm washing my hands of this thing. I'm going to bed. I wake up this morning and I see screaming shooting stars on the indexes. And I can't figure out any good reason why this was met with such aggressive selling. Because actually what China said was flimsy, but very much in the right direction for what the markets have wanted to see out of them. And so, and not at all like the letdown from the monetary stimulus earlier in the week. So you'd think this was actually a tangible reason to go higher. And then as soon as the U.S. Cash equity open is upon us, this thing gets slammed back down. It's been digesting since, but I'm not really even sure what to make of this. But I'm not a seller again until fool me twice. The point is, you can't fool me again, as the great man said. So I'm gonna wait for a little confirmation. But this is not looking good for risk appetite that they can't make hay of this. This was legitimately good news.
SMCI is hit with this DOJ investigation. That news comes out at 10:40 a.m. Eastern time. If we go to the NASDAQ here, and we're going to just put another marker down on our chart for 10:40 a.m. Eastern time, it's yes, the selling has already started by that point, but that's when we kick into the next gear lower. We've erased that by the end of the close. The SMCI related selling pressure, 10:40 a.m. Eastern onwards, we've more or less knocked that out. So yeah, we were coming into today with a little bit of softness there. GDP report this morning came in at 3% for the second quarter, revision higher, clearly not recession. We're still guiding towards 2.5% to 3% if you look at various growth trackers for the third quarter. Jobless claims better than expected and actually starting to tighten more, which suggests recession is perhaps getting even further away. Maybe this is an unwind of 50 basis point rate cut odds somewhat. Beyond that, though, I think the liquidity gauges of this market are telling us really all that we need to know. You take out the news of NVIDIA, of SMCI, excuse me, it does weigh down NVIDIA. Crypto is having a fantastic session today. Gold, silver, the metals are continuing to push up. But this oil situation, you guys are doing well. I'm getting slugged now. 3.27% to the downside. Dylan, you said this is working for you today. I think this has been
it's the only thing, baby. It's
the only thing. The only thing. I mean, I guess the bonds stopped going down, which I look for me. The failure for the bond to continue lower was a victory. But anyway, yes, oil was lovely.
Yeah. So let's talk about this quickly. This has perhaps been the most efficacious trading strategy that has worked for a number of months now, particularly in the wake of us having benchmarked the Hamas Israel fighting since October 7th, right? War, whatever, incursion, special operation, as Russia might put it. You have been very effective at whenever there's a headline in here, you wait a few days, you fade at the news. We had headlines the last few days of Hezbollah, Israel, the pager bombings, yada, yada, yada. This is working again. When will this stop?
It is technically. I mean, it rebounded, retested the underside of the range from June, just ever so gently kissed it and came right off.
Dylan, when does this trade run its course, though? So you fade the oil move on geopolitics again.
I mean, I just take the winnings. I mean, the thing is, my whole thing with this is we've had this all the whole year. This is what the third or fourth time that this thing has cashed in for me. And you always ask me, well, what about this or what about that? Like, I have no idea when or how it's going to go up. I just know that when it or how far down it's going to go. All I know is when it gets a bid on geopolitical fears, if you sort of let it sort of settle into that for a day or two and buy some puts, you'll get paid. I think that I don't think it goes away. Because I was kind of comparing it in my head to the NVIDIA earnings, where NVIDIA had these monster earnings in their most recent quarter, and the stock didn't do much of anything. And our discussion was, oh well, the street finally has a handle on them, and so it's not that NVIDIA is not doing so well; it's that that the street's gotten better at anticipating what NVIDIA is and will be. Mm-hmm. And you would think that the street might start to normalize the fact that an oil bid on the back of geopolitical fears doesn't affect oil supplies, and as a result is not actually material to oil prices. And yet, I think this is at least the fourth time this year where you've got a really nice rally in oil on some humanitarian military abomination. I think all of it has been Israel. None of it's been Russia this year, but might as well be Russia in the other years. And every single time, I mean, I'm going to say this, I'm speaking with such confidence. Obviously, this is a recipe for a disaster, but it's been the most reliable thing. I guess the question is, how long do you let it run? I sold half, or I will sell half, I should say. Like I'm in my mind, I'm ready to go. Like it's already rolled over. Especially because I got so many losers around me. I don't want to be an idiot and not book something that's working, honestly.
I got to say, this feels like a total overreaction the past 2 days. And I know I'm talking my book to an extent, but the two headlines that we've seen that have really driven this movement, maybe three, Israel and Hezbollah perhaps trying to work on some sort of ceasefire for 21 days. Netanyahu, when he was leaving for the U.S. to go speak at the United Nations, said that he was partial to it. He lands in New York, bless you, says that, no, we're backing away from the U.S.-French deal that's currently being negotiated. So interesting that we're still staying lower after that. Secondly, Libya in the east resuming perhaps oil production moving forward. They have a unique situation where the government, the West recognized government is in Tripoli, but the non-Western recognized government controls most of the oil production. So they threatened to shut it down a few weeks ago. It looks like it's going to restart, adds about 1 million barrels per day back to markets. And then this news about Saudi Arabia potentially abandoning their $100 per barrel oil price target. Some of the reaction here makes it seem like OPEC Plus is just going to go haywire with trying to boost production moving forward.
You mean hasn't gone haywire already?
We heard that they were.
Do you mean haywire or do you mean hog wild?
Either way, We know that there's a bunch of spare capacity in these OPEC plus countries right now, unlike here in the United States. And the plans that, this is why today's so confusing. Yeah, Saudi's going to cut back on their oil price target. But in the very same report, citing the same officials that leaked this information to FT, they made mention that the December production hikes will go through and will account for about 180,000 barrels per day additional per month. So the net news that we've heard this week is that we may be getting, if we want to be generous here, 1.2 million barrels per day added to supply per month moving forward. Is that worth $6 to the downside or $4 to the downside on oil? I don't know if that's really relevant here, especially with the backstop of China. Ilya, this China thing needs to be unfolded, unrolled a little bit more here, because this is different than what we heard earlier.
It is different.
What is different about the announcement today than what we heard on Monday, and why this actually could be something that sticks around for a little while longer?
So before we get excited, let's keep in mind that China did not say anything substantive as far as specific policies, numbers, indicators, nothing like that. But it issued a statement of intent that marks a very significant rethink from the people that you want to have that happen with, essentially. So for years now, we talked about this in light of what China tried to do earlier in the week. For years, China has attempted to revive its economy by making money cheap. So various credit easing measures, be it reducing banks' reserve requirements so they have more money available to lend, or outright cutting the benchmark interest rates, which they did again this week, the 7-day and the 1 year, or providing extra liquidity facilities for buying stocks. All of these things basically meant to dump cheap credit and get economic activity encouraged higher, and all of it failed. One round after another. And it failed because there's no demand. You make money cheaper, people still have to borrow it and spend it. And if they're borrowing it and stuffing it into their bank accounts, which is exactly what's been going on, and state-sponsored, private sector investment basically stops because nobody's spending, not households, not businesses, not regional governments, the economy is dead in the water, which is where it's been for the past 5 deflationary quarters. And then you get overnight here Xinhua, which is the official government news agency, reporting that apparently Xi Jinping and the Politburo, which is essentially a committee of 24 of the people that really run China, they went into a room, talked a bunch about the economy, came out and said, we're ready for fiscal stimulus. Mm-hmm. And that's really what everybody's been waiting for, because that actually creates demand. If the private sector isn't spending, the way you get the economy to move is somebody has to spend in their stead. And in the West, we've learned this. This is why COVID saw such aggressive fiscal stimulus, which ultimately held the whole edifice together. When people looked at China earlier this week and they cut rates again and blah, 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 they said, well, more of the same. None of this is going to work because nobody's spending and nobody wants to. This is different because apparently somebody does. There was a Reuters whisper number out there that the Ministry of Finance is going to sell a 2 trillion yuan special bond this year. That's about $285 billion at the current exchange rate. So not a small amount if it's real. Nobody's officially confirmed it. There's no knowing what this means in practice. But Xi Jinping has been resistant to this for years, and it's his call. And now that he's not resistant to it, apparently, that's a big head change.
I've done my fair share of kvetching in recent days on Twitter here on Overtime, saying yeah, this is great. But Xi Jinping's allergic to fiscal stimulus. They don't like the Keynesianism. They don't want to do the direct aggregate demand. The whole supply side reform is reducing barriers to the facilitation of the exchange of services and goods. You can lower the barriers all you want, but if people don't actually want to exchange the services and goods, then the barriers could be 100 feet high or 0 feet high. No one's walking over them. It's a confidence game, which is why we talk about those surveys, Ilya. 56% of people are saying that incremental yuan that comes in for, potential disposable income is going right into the bank account for savings. So perhaps these are the efforts that provide that spark to get things going on. And Dylan, you want to talk about Superglide, my friend? Let's paint a very bearish picture of the world. Oil prices are cratering. The Eurozone, the world's open air museum, is in the tank now. If you look at the PMI data, is because people don't have money to spend. They can't afford to fly there and buy luxury goods and go to museums, right? Certainly that's the case in China. In the United States, the economy's been running hot and consumers are feeling the heat. So if you're thinking about how Europe's going to grow moving forward, you're not looking too well right now. But you know what? The U.S. is holding up. And now we have a gigantic macroeconomic stabilizer coming down the pipeline. The world's second largest economy is pouring gas on the dwindling embers of their fire to try to resuscitate them. So if demand is falling in the US because of consumers losing purchasing power and growth is receding in Europe, I'm not going to say Europe's not going to go into recession, but Chinese consumers spending more money and, more importantly, using that money perhaps outside the bounds of their economy would help reduce a European slowdown. I think this is something that's going to keep the global economy on more stable footing for a good chunk of 2025 now. The fiscal stimulus from China was like the missing piece of the puzzle. How effective it is yet to be seen. But you now have a window of probably a few months where the market's going to buy this narrative, just like it's bought the narrative previously. We bought it in 2022? We're reopening. Took us 3 months to work through that. Even this year, we're getting all the stimulus measures. Took 4 months to work through that before we realized nothing was there. There was no meat on the bone. This is still week one. I don't think people should be trying to fade an asset pump when the central banks are really all operating in unison right now.
I mean, and that was the point that I was edging towards yesterday. And obviously the price action today is much more convincing than anything that we saw yesterday. But it was really, it's sort of the classical don't fight the Fed kind of a simplicity, which is if China says they're going to back up the truck, believe them. Yeah. I mean, understanding, I don't think it diminishes the integrity or insight of the fact that the spend is grossly inefficient because of the hole in the bucket, because a lot of the money gets trapped into savings. But at the end of the day, free money, trillions of dollars in effectively new free money changes the value of assets to the upside. I mean, I guess the question I would say to you, Ilya, and is after seeing the reaction now, would you be willing to get long or longer metals, commodities in general, Chinese equities, Australian dollar, like all the sort of linear or sort of one standard adjacent China proxy long type situations?
Well, so I think that's really the key here, because I exited my my shorts when this news hit. So I covered my ES vertical, I covered my NQ vertical, and just got out. So as I look at this now, would I go long here? I don't think so. Would I go short? No. And here's why. When you look at the heavy selling that met all of this at the open on Wall Street, you sort of go, well, what didn't you like about this? And yeah, of course, the indictment for a major chip maker is not helpful, but that came later, and as Chris has mentioned, we've retraced those losses, but there's still a big chunk in there. So for whatever reason, Wall Street didn't like this. And then when you look at the Aussie dollar, it didn't break out. It rallied. There's no question. But it's failed to make a higher high. It's failed to close above yesterday's aggressive reversal. And that makes very little sense at face value because you go, well, the RBA just was very hawkish earlier this week. They're resisting the call to cut rates. Now you get this news out of China that this is an unadulterated good thing for Australia. This should be a higher Australian dollar. It's not rallying. It's not clearing any key levels. It's back up to the top of its 2-3 day range. That's really it. That's very eye-catching that there is this level of circumspect reaction to news that should be generally good by any stretch. And so I'm going to need to see some confirmation one way or another.
I just made a position adjustment because I didn't like the days to expiration on the NASDAQ trade there. But now 96 days, long the 22K, short the 22.5. It's actually in the NQH5 contract. Ilya, last night I peeped that you had a long MES trade on.
I bought a short. I bought a put vertical and then got out.
Oh, it was a cover. It was a cover.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, oh, he came over to the light side. Finally.
No. I was getting out. I got in and then rapidly got out once the China news was there because clearly things were on the move, and they were on the move for reasons that made sense. They should have been on the move. This is a big thing.
I like trading to 22K by the end of the year because the head and shoulders pattern breaking out of our symmetrical triangle.
I could be with you in this overnight here.
Water's warm. The water's warm.
I'm watching exactly what this does. We have the PCE tomorrow. That should not be that big of a deal, although it is expected to have a rise in core inflation. And if you were to shake loose some rate cut expectations for next year, market looks kind of shaky. That wouldn't be good for a shaky market to digest.
We don't need as many rate cuts as we previously assumed because the economy is better than anticipated.
I think you get news like you got today, which is unadulterated good, and you can't make a global rally stick. That makes you question how much risk appetite there is in this market. And as you know, it's the Italian elections indicator, right? Does the market care about the regularly scheduled collapse every several years of the Italian government? And if the market is risk on, no. And if the market is risk off, yes. Because it's about overall sentiment.
Sure.
Should we care that it goes from 4 cuts to 3 for good reasons? Maybe not. But will we? If the market is risk off? Yeah.
We will. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the economic data is bad or like it looks like inflation's heating back up, which maybe gold's telling us it is. New record high close today, 2694.9. Don't get tired of saying that as long as I'm still long.
Yeah.
It feels pretty good to say. Same thing for silver, not a record high close, but higher by 0.94% now. Interestingly enough, we still end up closing lower than yesterday's open. That is a pretty ugly looking bar. I don't know if it means that this is done just yet, but I would point out here if we're trying to see a potential swing in the metals, the 5 EMA in silver is not really where you want to look. Just go 1 tick up the Fibonacci scale. And if you hop on over into the 8 EMA, you'll see that we actually have been holding that on a closing basis going back to September 11th. So 8 EMA in silver is your guiding line in the sand. It's the 5 EMA in gold, the 1 week moving average. These are momentum markets, and I'm a momentum monkey, right? I see lines that are going up. I'd use my crayon and technical indicators to say which way the line's pointing. When there's agreement like this, I see no reason to adjust positioning. I've made mention before that, the most comfortable way that I sleep. To quote David Tepper here, actually, he said this morning. He doesn't pay attention to VAR. He puts on value at sleeping at night. He knows his risk levels are good when he can go to bed at night. And the way that I go to bed at night is if I look for a trend, and the trend is still up. And so there's no reason to be anything other than long right now when the $27.37.60 target has yet to be reached. And then we have to ultimately then extend our goals towards 29.10 moving forward. If this remains in a big upswing, metals look good, Dylan. Copper looks great. I know I come across as a joker, although if you're going to tell me that I'm the sane one, I'm going to make you look like a fool for calling me the sane one. So we have $4.63.09 here right now, a 3.54% rally. This is also one of the reasons why I look at oil with a bit of cynicism. Copper and oil are not in agreement, but copper is in agreement with most other things. I think that if you are short, Dylan, you've had a really nice run fading the geopolitics here. I'd be very, not that I need the help, but I would be very pensive about holding on to short oil after the last 2 days move.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm happy to close mine out just on the maneuver. But can I make a segue in the last 2 minutes of this program as a setup to your political program? Forgive me.
Yes, let's talk about this.
All right, thank you. Finally. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 words. The next mayor of New York, Andrew Cuomo. 100% chance. I would say it's 100% chance. 99.9% chance. The biggest political story of the fall will not be who wins a presidential election. It will be that Andrew Cuomo will be the mayor of New York by the end of January. By the time the next president is inaugurated, Andrew Cuomo will be the mayor of New York City.
Ilya, there's no betting market for the next mayor of New York City just quite yet. But I texted you something last night about who the next mayor of New York will be if the betting market goes up. Does it comport with anything Dylan just said here?
Pretty much spot on. I believe as I was frantically exiting my equity shorts, the next thing we talked about was, look at this Eric Adams situation. And your assessment was indeed that Mr. Cuomo is up next. I don't know what to make of that from a practical perspective. But
we will on the prediction trade.
Heyo.
Which is coming up next because overtime is now out of time. We'll be back on Monday, every Monday through Thursday here on Tasty Live, 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 Central, right after last call. Stick around, though. Robert Cahaley of the Trafalgar Group, founder, lead pollster, coming on to talk with myself and Jeff Joseph about the state of the 2024 presidential election, how it's impacting betting markets. Maybe there's some insights for how we can figure out how to make a buck. Join us after a brief break. For Ilya Spivak in San Francisco, Dylan Radigan in Milan, I'm Chris Vecchio. See you on the other side.
Regulation time may have expired, but the conversation is just getting started. Regulation time may have expired, but the conversation is just getting started. This is Overtime, the post-market scrimmage for market junkies. Join Chris Vecchio, Ilya Spivak, and me, Dylan Radigan, as we analyze the X's and O's for everything from earnings to politics to macro events and more. Nothing's out of bounds on Overtime. We break down the news to provide you a playbook for your trades. Watch Overtime Monday through Thursday only on Tasty Live.
Welcome in Tasty CEO Tom Sosnoff, also founded Thinkorswim. Some call him the godfather of retail options trading. Tom, it's good to have you on. How would you be reacting as a startup founder to this news?
I'd be really pissed.
Yeah. As you should be, brother. I'm glad you said it because I can't.
And this is how we think as traders. You're much better off, instead of trying to follow the trend or follow the fundamentals, you're much better off playing the role of a contrarian.
And what I really want to do today is kind of break it out of that box and make it what it really should be, which is about understanding and thinking about probabilistic, predictable outcomes, about quantitative strategies. True financial literacy is about taking risk.
There's a very thin line between opportunity and risk, but where there's the most noise, there's the most opportunity.
The second you believe that somebody knows something and it's not you, then
you're dead.
Are you on a quest for trading enlightenment? Driven by an unquenchable need to find the twin flame to your chosen strategy?
Our Where's Bat live event is the search for trading's ultimate holy grail.
Do you have what it takes to find the elusive bat as we visit 3 cities?
Join 6 Tastylive speakers
as they present 6 unique strategies
and 6 unique clues using games and probability
to lead to the ultimate prize. Sign up for this free event today at tastylive.com/events.
Putting on strategies? That's easy. Taking off strategies? That's also pretty easy. But what do you do with everything in between? Well, in our Options Crash Course Strategy Series, we're going to show you how to handle the winners. We're going to show you how to handle the losers. But most importantly, we're going to show you how to handle everything in between with simple and clear guidelines and reference points. We'll see you guys there.
What happens when 2 titans of trading come together to harness the power of their prowess? Let's watch these 2 master the precision of the short game. Wow, I've seen better putting at the mini golf in the Dells. Tom, do you see holes where there aren't any, mate? Well, lucky for us, Tom and TP are better at writing than they are almost anything else. Subscribe to Tastylive Cherry Bomb to get piping hot takes on the market delivered right to your inbox. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Crypto is better when it's tasty. The Tasty Crypto Show, hosted by me, Ryan Grace, and Frank Caberna, will help traders of all levels learn DeFi trading. We'll provide our insights on altcoins, crypto industry news, and blockchain education. And we'll have you swapping, staking, and trading using derivatives in no time, all using the Tasty Crypto Wallet app. So don't fork up your chance to become a crypto master. Watch Tasty Crypto only on Tastylive.
Hi, my name is Liz Deerking. The beautiful brunette next to me is...
What an intro. Jenny Andrews, and we are about to play a very exciting game. No. Hold on.
No, you're wrong.
Hold on.
She's wrong. I'm right.
High school party, high school condo.
Yeah, because it wasn't in school.
I had friends at my high school who were mutual friends of Liz, and so we were all at the same party.
And then parties for the rest of our
lives. Same thing with college. She went to a different college. I went to a different college, but we both ended up at the CBOE together.
Yep.
You hear it all the time. Spoos up or spoos down. What exactly does that mean? Spoos is a slang term for the S&P 500, specifically the S&P 500 futures contract /ES. It's the world's most liquid asset. In the S&P 500, billions and billions of dollars trade hands each day. The S&P 500 represents the top US stocks, all in one basket, traded through one contract. The S&P 500's movement day to day gives you a good overview of the market as a whole and what it's doing.
Beat the opening bell. Get trade ideas and market insights before the open. From the creator, Tom Sosnoff, and our chief market strategist, Tom Preston. Every weekday. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Don't die like squirrel.
I think I've always been interested in finance. I have a degree in management and I took a lot of heavy finance classes, and I've always loved it, but I've always done passive investing. And so as I went through life, I decided that I needed to have a bit more control over my finances. I started to dabble in the options world when I opened up a brokerage account in probably 4 different companies, and none of them worked really well in terms of education until I got to Tasty. and Tastylive in particular because of the educational background that they tie in every single day on how to learn how to trade options. It started with the Where Do I Start series. It's outstanding. Tasty Bites, market measures from theory to practice. I don't think there's a show that I don't like, to be honest. That education piece is highly important. I found that Tasty offered that.
Dear Braden, big thanks to you and the nerds for the wonderful tech support. Of course I back everything up to cloud, because I'm 60 years old and I know what a cloud is. Yours truly, Larry.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
No, your office is right near a different. You're like closer to the.
Near what?
This is English. You should watch him read.
From the smart mouths at Tastylive.
I'm on the road for work quite a bit. In fact, I've been on the road crisscrossing the country for much of the last 25 years. Yeah, I've logged a lot of miles and met a crazy number of people along the way. Strangely, I remember emails and trades better than names and faces. So, when walking through another airport this past weekend, someone with a familiar face stopped me to say, "Hi." He said he was a longtime Tasty fan who met me years ago at Traders Expo. Before I could say, "You look familiar," he told me his email address, and it was like we were old friends. I even remembered the last trade he emailed me about over 3 years ago. I'm not sure if it's a feature or a bug, but my brain is just wired differently. At Tasty, we have worked really hard to make finance fun and engaging for our clients and our employees. Much of our success has come from turning a generally perceived negative industry into a positive and challenging experience. So why does it seem that nowadays everyone is so angry and so negative? And it's not just in the financial world. People are angry everywhere, whether it's social media, politics, sports, news, entertainment, and even travel. People are mad about something. I always wonder why more people and more companies don't try to use more kindness, humor, and smarts. It's not that complicated. People think angry sells, but it really doesn't. Nasty is not a feature. What I've learned from years of traveling is that angry doesn't make you smart or rich. Angry just makes you into an insecure fool. Contrary to the mistaken old adage, nice people do finish first, and that is our lifeblood at Tasty.
Golf putt, normal distribution, reduce speed, increase standard deviation for a wider angular strike. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
On today's Trader Taste Test, Tom has a fever, and the only cure is the KFC pizza. What?
2.7.
Okay.
Because the chicken's good. Yeah. I mean, the chicken's not bad.
Welcome back. This is the Prediction Trade. I'm your host, Chris Vecchio. My colleague, Jeff Joseph. Join us for the ride as we talk about the latest twists and turns in politics and political betting markets each week. This is the episode for Thursday, September 26, 2024. We're going to be having on a special guest in a few moments' time. We're ironing out some technical difficulties, but we should have Robert Cahaly, the founder and lead pollster of the Trafalgar Group, on, a Republican polling group, in just a few moments' time. Jeff, before we get to introduce Robert, how are you doing today?
All good. Looking forward to seeing Robert. You know, we had him on about 4 years ago when we had the prediction trade back then. And you know his claim to fame. He was the only pollster who correctly predicted the battleground state outcomes in 2016, specifically Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And that set him apart from the polling community. He started a big dialogue about polling and what's wrong with polling and how to do polling right. But some subsequent analysis that Real Clear Politics did showed him as the most successful pollster in terms of margin of error with a 2.45 rating, which was at the top of their charts in an independent analysis that Real Clear did. So we're looking forward to having Robert on because he's kind of an outlier in his polling, and outliers are essentially what we look for in the prediction trade to try to identify pockets of opportunity in the markets. So we'll see if we can get that worked out and have him on shortly.
Well, it looks like he just flashed in, and he's going to pop back in a quick moment here. Before we get there, of course, Jeff, this has been another interesting week in politics. Betting markets are tightening up. We can go back to the screens here, gentlemen in the production studio. 50-49, Harris over Trump right now. A little bit different than what you're seeing in predicted, of course. If you look at the differences in the market, the presidential prediction, a little bit of a wider margin. In fact, that's not the right one. This is 56 cents to 48, but still a further tightening within that gap. Ultimately, some of the polls in recent days have perhaps given a more mixed picture of the race. Harris has a bit of a lead in some of the battlegrounds, but they're all within the margins of error.
That's right.
Jeff, you and I have frequently talked about, when looking at predicted at least, that there's probably a ceiling for either candidate right around 60 cents. Is this the start of the fade away from that 60-cent ceiling?
Well, we got close to it. Harris was up to 58, and that's exactly how you and I have been calling this. I think you could expect at this point that those numbers are going to tighten more, and that, you know, someone looking to pick up 3 or 4 cents might buy nose on Harris at 44 right now and expect that to migrate a little bit more to the mean, somewhere closer to 49 or 50. That's the only incremental trading opportunities there are right now. I think what's more interesting perhaps is looking over at the electoral college markets, if you could pull that up for a second, because that's where you're going to start to see the most activity going forward. That's over on predicted, and that's what you had up earlier. I currently have positions in 2 tranches in that market, if you can go back to that main page. And that was the, if you can, there we go. So that would be looking at the 15 to 34 tranche. I bought the GOP 15 to 34 at 7 cents. I bought the Dem 15 to 34 at 8 cents. I've got a penny profit, that's all. But you're going to, expecting a tight outcome that, based on my own calculations of the Electoral College, and particularly looking at the impact of what happens if Pennsylvania goes either way, 15 to 34 electoral votes as a swing margin is where I think the sweet spot is. But a more prudent approach would be to buy the adjacent tranches as well, 15 to 34, 5 to 14, and 35 to 64 on both sides. We approach this pretty agnostically. We're not approaching prediction market trading ideologically. So either one of those 2 outcomes would have a nice payoff. They're both in the 10 to 11 to 1 range right now, and I think that's where the value is in these tranches, because you'll start to see a tightening here as well. If you were to add up all the total costs here, it comes out to about 130, whereas it really should be 100%, right? Not 130%, which means this is a very inefficient market right now. And that's where the opportunities are on predicted right now to expect this to tighten. The other commentary would be back to the markets over on Polymarket, where you acknowledge that it's much tighter. You're looking at a 1-point spread right now between Harris still in the lead and Trump. Because that market is vastly more liquid than predicted's market, with materially more dollars invested than the predicted market. Some estimate is close to $1 billion have been spent on this outcome on Polymarket. That's the market that's more meaningful. The more liquid market is more meaningful, and that should be how tight this race actually looks to be right now.
Well, it appears that we're going to be trying to get him in, and it looks like we got Mr. Robert Kahalian from the Trafalgar. Yes, we can.
How you doing?
I'm doing well.
Can you see me?
Well, Robert,
we can hear you.
We've got voice right now. This is Jeff Joseph. It's been It's been 4 years, I think, since we talked, and it was in front of the last election. So it's great to have you back on with us. I'm sorry about the technical issues that kept us apart, but there he is. Nice to see you. How are you?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Good. Well, we'll cut right to the chase because we have limited time with you now. Well, I'll let you kick off, Chris. I know you had a question queued up for him.
Robert, it's great to meet you. It's great to have you on the prediction trade. Sorry for working through those technical issues, but we have our time with you, so we're going to use it as best we can. You first appeared on the scene back in 2016. Your first public polls were released, and you were one of the pollsters who had Trump winning that race. Other groups, even Nate Silver has pointed out that your polling errors have been fairly tight. You are a reliable pollster. So what have you seen change from 2016 now? And more importantly, has the polling overall become more or less reliable when we start to think about betting markets?
Well, when we look at the difference between 2016 and 2020, it really was a matter of just, a few, literally half a point in a couple of states. But that I'm not saying that to say they did a good job in 16. I'm saying that they were almost as bad, if not worse, in 2020 on error rate. I mean, the fact is you had all the major, TV networks and cable stations. I mean, their error rate was over 5. I mean, it was terrible. I mean, we had the number one error rate besides a group that did I think they did like 8 polls and we did like 20. But, and our error rate was below 2.5. And so they were really off in 2020. They were kind of predicting a Biden landslide that just didn't happen. I mean, they were predicting big victories in a lot of those swing states, and they didn't materialize.
To jump in there real quick for context, I believe some of the final polls for Pennsylvania from some of the news agencies had Biden +8, +10 in Pennsylvania when the actual margins were right around a point.
Right. And Wisconsin, for example, which we called exactly to the 10th of a point, you had news organizations saying it was going to be a 10-point margin, and we said it was going to be a half-point margin for Biden. So it was just, they were really wrong again as far as the error rate. They were just saved by the fact that they got the winner right, but that it wasn't really a success for the polling industry. And so I'm not sure they've learned a lot about what I would call like a Trump era turnout. It's actually very different in the years that he's on the ballot than even the other years. I mean, he has an effect, but it certainly is a little different when you look at the presidential compared to any other elections.
Well, we have short time with you, so I think we want to cut to the chase. Let's talk about, focused on the battleground states right now. And well, first of all, let me back up. Chris and I have been discussing the premise that Pennsylvania, this is not new analysis, but that the winner will win Pennsylvania. Is that the way you're seeing it right now? Do you see a reasonable path to victory in the Electoral College without Pennsylvania? Or is Pennsylvania most likely going to be the keystone state?
I would say the winner has to win North Carolina. Because if you win North Carolina, let me restate that. There's no Trump victory without winning North Carolina, and there's no Harris victory without winning Pennsylvania.
There's no Trump victory without North Carolina. There's no Harris victory without Pennsylvania. North Carolina, of course, is 16 electoral votes. Pennsylvania is 19. In your most recent poll, which your office shared with us a moment ago, in North Carolina, you have Trump up by 2.4%, 48.4 to 46. We've seen other recent North Carolina polling by your peers that suggests an opposite spread. So what is it that you're doing differently, and what do you think is the reason you're seeing a different result here that is favorable for Trump in North Carolina?
Well, I'm trying to remember what Emerson had, but I feel like Emerson was in line with what we said. But I'm not looking at it right now, so maybe not. But most of the new polling I've seen in North Carolina does show it back moving toward Trump. So I can say that one of the things that may very well be different is that we've been polling North Carolina a long time, even before we were on the national scene. There's nothing, I started doing politics in South Carolina, so doing North Carolina races isn't really new to me. And there's a lot of strength in North Carolina, especially in eastern North Carolina, that I think is underestimated. Let's look at 2022. I mean, it was supposedly a bad year everywhere, but in 2022, the Republicans, one of the Senate seats they did win that was open, and the North Carolina House and Senate expanded their majorities larger. So that was the new census and new data. So I think we're probably more in line with what's going to happen in North Carolina as we have been in years past.
If Trump is to succeed in North Carolina, what segment of the voting population there will be most responsible for that victory? Will it be the shift apparently in Hispanic voting, Hispanic and Latino voting? Would it be the shift among the African American community that's been noted? Where do you think, what's going to most materially move the needle in Trump's favor if he were to succeed in North Carolina?
I'd say both, the Hispanic and the Black votes certainly are going to be better for him than they have been in years past, and certainly kind of record-setting for any Republican in the modern era. But what I would also say is there are going to be voters in eastern North Carolina who don't usually vote, who haven't voted since 2020, who come back. And the other group, and this is one of those, you be careful what you ask for, you might get it. There's been a huge effort on these campuses to register young people, the Gen Zs. And Gen Z males, they probably wish they had registered them, because I think they're going to break in favor of Trump to the point, again, that they might wish they hadn't registered them to vote.
Gen Z males are definitely going towards Trump. And it's one of these understandings of politics that Democrats are going to win certain demographics, Republicans will win other demographics handily. And so shifting along margins within those demographics can actually make a material difference when it comes to turnout. When we talk about these polling numbers, though, Robert, we see the national polls, and it's always, or typically in recent years, giving the Democrats a more favorable spread. Part of the common understanding of that is because California is just so darn big, and it gives Democrats such an advantage that maybe you got to shave off 2.5 to even 3 points from national polls just to account for California's influence. Is there a line in the sand that you look for, a number for the national polling average that informs you if one candidate or the other has a greater chance of winning? Which is to say, does Kamala need to have like a 3 or 5 point spread above Trump to be the winner? Or if it's within 3 to 5 points, Trump's more likely to be the winner?
Yeah, I would say that I'd go with that 3 marker, that, she has to be 3, probably 3.5, just to make sure, because you also have to consider the enthusiasm gap in some of the states that matter. Like,
right.
When we measure that, when you look at the entire nation, you're looking at 43 states who are not being inundated with TV ads, and 7 that are. So those are 2, and all those ads drive up turnout. So you have to consider that those states have a disproportionate weight to them in the overall national turnout beyond what that 7% would represent normally.
Where are you?
Go ahead, Jeff.
Where are you seeing the biggest surprise in your polling that you're not seeing reflected in other polling?
Well, and we say other, I mean, there's certainly polling groups that I have a lot of respect for. Obviously, my fellow co-host of the Polling Plus podcast, Matt Towery, and Insider Advantage, a lot of his stuff seems to be very in line with what we're doing. And then, Emerson seems to be very in line with what we're doing in most cases, just a few points away. But I do see, I would say North Carolina, and the other I would say is Pennsylvania. We feel stronger and stronger that Pennsylvania is moving. Is that there's actually begun a little possible separation there when we measure the Senate race and the state, and the fact that that is a competitive Senate race tells you a lot about where those people are. And it also tells you, we talk about hidden vote and the social desirability bias. If that race is tied, or even better, that means that there's people who are saying undecided or saying Harris that are probably voting for Trump in the other race. So that's a low watermark for Republicans that's probably going to be higher in the presidential. So I would tell you, I think Pennsylvania is, we're feeling like it's going to be stronger for Trump. The last time it was polled, Matt Towery was doing it, and I was polling Georgia the same night of Trump's second attempted assassination. And we both saw in that last day of polling a significant uptick for Trump in that afternoon and evening once the news broke. And so a lot of the polls that are dragging that average down in a lot of these states were started before that, and very little post-Trump second assassination attempt numbers. And so I think that's why the averages don't reflect where it really is, because there was a little bit of a change there.
Robert, you mentioned the second assassination attempt, and that's one of a number of events that we've seen, obviously, over the course of this race have really presented a new twist and turn. It feels like there's not many significant events outside of perhaps an October surprise that could come down the pipeline that represent a potential turning point. Maybe the Walz-Vance debate that we have this coming Monday or Tuesday, October 1st. Do you see that as something that's going to be a needle mover here, or something more substantive is going to have to appear out of left field for voters?
Well, I think it really depends on what happens. I mean, if somebody hits a real knockout punch, quite possibly that thing could have a huge impact. Just either one of them just kind of really lands a good zinger, it could make a difference. Otherwise, I think that right now, one of the things that we see in all the polls is that people know who Trump is and they don't know who she is. So it's always like when we talk about, in a race, we say, all right, generic candidate versus Jones. And generic tends to win because there's lots of negative stuff known about Jones, but generic is undefined. Well, she really she gets the benefit of the doubt until she's defined. So the more she gets defined, she's likely not going up. And so I think that the more she is defined, the worse for her, because there's nothing no revelation about Trump that's going to go, oh, I would have never thought that. That's just not going to happen.
As a New Yorker, he's been in the news my entire life. So when Trump does this, well, my dad's from the same neighborhood from him in Queens. My grandpa used to play golf with Fred Trump. So this is nothing can surprise me, right? I'm no one's shocked. So one more question here, Jeff, before I pass this over to you. Do you find that political betting markets influence public perception of campaigns? Is this a tail wagging the dog situation at all?
No, I don't know that they influence it. I think that it's one of those things that's kind of something that when you think your candidate's winning and the betting markets say it, you throw it out there. But when you think your candidate's winning and the betting markets don't say it, you just don't talk about it. But what I will tell you, the one thing I like about the betting markets is the betting markets are not full of nonsense, because these are people with their money on the line. And so all the BS polls and fluff and all the stuff that networks do with a thumb on the scale to try to make somebody look good, the kind of pump and dump stuff, they don't fall for it. And so these are people who have done a lot of studying and really understand which polls they should ignore, which ones they should pay attention to. And that's why I think that they're just like a more educated group of people. And again, when you have your money on the line, you take it more seriously.
We're down to the wire with time. If you were forced to wager, not based on your ideology or preference, but based on the numbers that you see in your polling business, who is most likely to win Pennsylvania if the vote was today, and who is most likely to win North Carolina if the vote was today?
I would say if the vote was today, no question in my mind, Trump wins. Pennsylvania is still tight. I think it is trending. Oh no, the vote was today. All right, if the vote was today, I think Trump would win it, but I don't know that that will continue. So if you ask me,
Is that from winning Pennsylvania and North Carolina? Is that the way?
as of today,
As of today.
I think in a month, in a week, Trump's going to win North Carolina, and I don't know about Pennsylvania.
And without Pennsylvania, Trump's path to victory with North Carolina makes Arizona and Nevada a must. Is that correct?
I think it puts a lot of pressure on Michigan and Wisconsin because, frankly, I've just got to be honest. I have had my butt kicked on Nevada 3 elections in a row. It's the only state I've ever gotten wrong 3 times. I will not predict Republicans are going to win in Nevada. I just won't do it.
And you have Harris ahead by 1.8% in Nevada right now. That's on your most recent poll.
I'm telling you, that effort that the unions do of getting those voters out is unbelievable. And usually they do quite a good job on the Saturday before the election, which makes it very hard to capture in polls. But like I said, I'm not calling Nevada red, even if I'm wrong, because my butt's been kicked 3 times on that one.
Jeff, I get that. There are sometimes I find products to trade, and if I take a bunch of losers on the nose, that's it. Doesn't matter what it's doing next. I'm not trading that market.
Got to know when to fold them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's right.
Jeff, we have run out of time here on the prediction trade. Robert, it was a pleasure to meet you. We really appreciate your time helping inform our audience about how the state of the race is shaping up here. Hopefully we'll have you back again in the future. We didn't even get to talk about the craziness that is the New York City mayoral race now, but that's I don't know if we want to touch that here. But for myself and Jeff Joseph, thank you.
I'm not a big fan of Turkish Airlines first class, so I don't even understand what he's getting.
If you read the indictment, it's pretty funny because it's like, hey, are we going to do some crime here? And everyone's like, yeah, don't worry about it. Just carry on. Crime as usual. Just delete the text messages. In any event, for Robert, no, it's not how it works. For Robert Cahaley, for Jeff Joseph, and myself, Chris Vecchio, this has been the Prediction Trade. Remember, trade smartly, trust the math, and remember, come back next week for the next edition of the Prediction Trade.
Take.
How much does it cost you guys to do simultaneous hair?
Years of practice.
Everybody wanna be like me, yeah. Get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tastytrade. Make your move.
90% goes to S&P index funds. 10% straight to
Is 20th Century Advice driving your 21st century portfolio? Tastylive has joined forces with the CME and SIBO to offer the industry's first multi-exchange trading collaboration. Our new live event, Building a Complex Portfolio, puts active traders on the path to modern portfolio creation. Tom Sosnoff and other Tastylive personalities will cover strategies that'll help you integrate futures and options in your portfolio. Sign up at tastylive.com/events and see where we're headed next.
We built Tasty Trade's web platform for today's traders.
See it, click it, trade it. Research with fundamentals, endless forecasts, and more. Drill into data, find opportunity, and track the action with hundreds of indicators. Track your options profit and loss history over time per symbol. Note your progress and plan your tactics with a trading journal. See probabilities, max profit, and Greeks in one click. Fund your account and start trading right in the app. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, click it, trade it. Join the club. Tasty Trade.
Rock, paper, scissors? He just played paper. He'll do it again. No, rock. Men statistically play rock, but he played paper and lost, and the mind works in patterns. He's going scissors. He knows I know he'll go scissors, but knowing I know he knows.
Scissors, shoot. Thought we were doing rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
It's always rock, paper, scissors. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius. Golf play, normal distribution, reduce speed, increase standard deviation for a wider angular strike. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
People are always asking, where can they find my podcast? There it is, son. Look at that. Option Trades Today. You can listen here.
And everybody's waiting for my podcast tomorrow. Option Trades Today, every Tuesday and Thursday around noon. If you want to learn, sir, every Tuesdays and Thursday, Option Trades Today. You can find me on YouTube or wherever you find your podcast.
Option Trades Today. You listening to me? Option Trades Today comes out every day around noon, every Tuesday and Thursday. You too can stick with the bat.
Hey Doc, your tips on diet and exercise have been illuminating. I'm sure busting my ass at the gym 5 days a week is gonna be way quicker than just giving me the skinny shot.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
Batten down the hatches, everybody. He's going on the skinny bitch diet. He's gonna be hangry.
From the smart mouths at Tastylive.
Got trader's block? We've got the cure. Get data-driven trade ideas with Cherry Picks, our weekly newsletter that gives you insights into the market. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
China finally embraces stimulus and Wall Street shrugs for some strange reason. So if they can't make hay of that, what are they going to do if U.S. inflation goes back up? That's the question we are asking ourselves here as a very eventful, very dense macro week starts to wrap up, and we start to consider what we are looking at here exactly. This is Macro Money. I'm Ilya Spivak, head of Global Macro here at Tastylive, and we are going to unpack all of it here as things heat up finally with a little bit of macro data risk on top of the otherwise dense news flow, and see if we can't make sense of this very convoluted, very tricky situation that presents here. And we begin with the news overnight out of China. We, of course, had earlier this week an announcement of monetary stimulus, yet another bit of monetary stimulus from the People's Bank of China. And we shrugged here at Macro Money. If you're watching this as a recording on YouTube, I'll link the episode earlier this week. You'll see it just above me there. And we were joined in our shrugging, as it were, by most market observers, it would seem, because, of course, China has attempted monetary stimulus for a long, long time, and it hasn't really worked. Overnight, we have seen the announcement that Chinese President Xi Jinping and a core group of Politburo officials are prepared to embrace fiscal policy support. They're prepared to do some spending out of the government's coffers to revive the economy. And needless to say, this is a massive rally then that happens in Chinese stocks that then pulls with it a whole host of markets. Markets in Asia Pacific rally, markets in Europe rally. This, of course, is China's CSI 300 index, their equivalent of the S&P 500 or so. And we can see here absolutely blistering gains of over 4% today. But then the Wall Street Cash Equity Open happens. And the response is a bit strange. So here is again that ETF that is tracking China's CSI 300 right here. And I purposefully looked at US ETFs here rather than China's index and the US index because the timelines here are going to line up. These are both instruments listed on US markets. And we can see here massive spike in Chinese markets, seemingly the same thing from overall US equities as they pick up from the global lead, and then we erase more than half of the advance and limp into the close. This is a strange response because the news out of China really is, by all accounts, positive for risk sentiment. And we'll review very quickly why from our conversation earlier in the week. The global economy is basically powered by three core growth engines: the US, the Eurozone, and China. The remaining 50% of global GDP is made up of countries that are, for the most part, vendors that depend on demand from the former three. So think Canada and Mexico for the US, think Central Europe, Nordic Europe, Switzerland, UK for the Eurozone, Southeast Asia, Australia, New Zealand, the commodity exporting parts of Africa and Latin America for China. And so Russia for China, of course, as well. And so you have most of the world powered directly or indirectly by these three economies. And the lay of the land isn't looking very rosy. These are composite PMI numbers from S&P Global in the case of the US and the Eurozone, and from officialdom in China, CFLP, in that case. And we can see here that whereas the US has seen steady growth since about May of this year, that's the green line right there, and we can see that in May, US growth jumped and hit the highest level in a year back from May 2023. Just a reminder, of course, these numbers operate around a scale where 50 is neutral, above 50 is growth, below 50 is contraction. The further you go above 50, the faster the growth. The further you go below 50, the faster the contraction. So the key takeaway here is U.S. economic growth ramped up in May and hit the fastest rate in a year and has held there. Numbers are earlier this week confirmed. We just did it again in September. Meanwhile, the situation in Europe and the expected situation in China over the same period look abysmal. Europe is shrinking, and China, having hit standstill in August, is expected to be shrinking when its numbers come out next week. That's obviously not good news because it leaves you with just one major engine of global growth working as you might want it to, and the other two misfiring. So when you get the announcement of stimulus from China that maybe could revive the second largest economy in the world and one of these key engines, well, that's good news. We got monetary stimulus earlier in the week, and as we mentioned, that was met with shrugs because what China's economy needed was demand. Making money cheaper is an inducement, but it doesn't create demand. It encourages people to borrow, but if they don't want to, they're not going to. And what we've seen in China is bank accounts deposits have hit a record high. The pace of inflation from state-sponsored and private sector enterprises has ground to a halt. As we can see here, for the past 5 quarters, the economy is without demand completely, it would seem, because real GDP growth is outpacing nominal GDP growth, giving us this deflationary economy-wide situation where the price of things at an economy-wide level is falling, and falling by a significant margin, on average close to 1 percentage point of GDP growth, which is a situation that basically says everything is on discount because there is no demand, and so the price for all of the economy's output has to be falling just to clear inventories and try to find some semblance of demand. This is why monetary easing hasn't worked. Without demand, people just stash the cheap money under the mattress and nothing happens. So what has occurred overnight here is China has basically said, okay, we are prepared to put demand through the system by government spending. The same thing that governments did, for example, in Europe and the US during the COVID-19 pandemic, and what really held them together when essentially everything shut down. So this is huge news. It is a very significant head change for Xi Jinping and the sort of core officialdom actually running China, because they've been very resistant to fiscal stimulus so far. Made lots of speeches saying we don't want frivolous growth, we want quality growth, and we don't want to just juice the economy with spending. Well, the economy has needed somebody to be spending something for 5 consecutive quarters now, and the private sector isn't doing it. And neither are regional governments, and neither are businesses. What's needed to happen is somebody has had to generate demand. And now it looks like we're finally going to embrace that. Now, the announcement was thin on details, but Reuters circulated some whisper numbers suggesting the Ministry of Finance was getting ready to issue a special bond this year to the tune of 2 trillion yuan, or 285 or so billion US dollars at current exchange rates. And so seemingly a sizable number if it's real. But the much more important thing here is the head change at the top in China. So really, this is seemingly straightforward risk-on news. If you can remedy this situation such that if the U.S. were to stall, there would be some amount of safety net, as opposed to the current situation where there isn't one, that would significantly diminish global recession risk, and really ought to be very good news for markets. So this response here is a bit of a head scratcher. And it comes at a time when we get the first real bit of critical U.S. economic data about to cross the wires. We are going to get the Fed's favored U.S. PCE measure of inflation. And this is the benchmark that the Fed likes to look at. CPI, of course, is already out for the month of September, and we've already had the producer price index out as well. So it's relatively straightforward to figure out what these numbers are going to be once those things are there. And that means that we're going to register pretty close to forecasts most of the time on this index. But what does that mean, to register close to forecasts? Now, the headline is seen cooling to 2.3% year on year. That would be the lowest since February 2021. We know that. But the core is where the action is, because, of course, this is where the central bank has agency to do something. Housing is pretty much locked up until the rate cut cycle really takes full effect. and filters through into the economy so that mortgage rates decline enough for sellers that have been holding off on wanting to refinance to something new actually sell. That is going to, one would think, generate inventory, which then pushes prices down, which attracts buyers, and ultimately unsticks the bit of inflation that's trapped in housing. But the other big thing here is, of course, core services. The Fed can't do much about global food and energy costs. Those are determined on global markets. But it's this core services bit that's important. And when you see that going up, as captured in the core year-on-year rate, that's a little bit eye-catching. As a matter of fact, the rise that is expected here would be the highest reading for core inflation in 4 months, and the biggest 1-month rise in this year-on-year rate since September of 2022. So this is an interesting step in the wrong direction here if you're the Federal Reserve and you've locked in for a whole host of rate cuts on the idea that there is already a clear pathway toward your 2% inflation target, and you're starting to get some indications from the labor market that maybe you need to act. And of course, the Fed has been signaling this since July. And as of last week, they embarked on a rate cut cycle with a 50 basis point cut. Not only did they do that, which of course the markets wanted to see, they wanted to see the larger cut, but the Fed basically endorsed all of the market's own prognostications. So we can see here the markets expect a further 50 basis points in cuts this year. That's another 50 basis points on top of the 50 that they already did last week for 100 basis points this year, exactly in line with expectations for what Fed funds futures had before the Fed policy announcement. The Fed also projecting another 100 basis points for next year. Markets were already there and even a little bit more dovish, but very slightly so. And so you can see that through all of this, basically going back to the lows in August, the outlook for Fed policy has hardly moved. Because really what the Fed has done is endorsed what the markets already had there. And that is a very expansive rate cut cycle to the tune of another 175 basis points if you ask the markets, and another 150 if you ask the Fed. So as the markets have digested this, and they see an economy, which as we just saw is doing reasonably well. The PMI numbers this week still showing anemic manufacturing, but the buoyant service sector is holding overall growth, again, for a fourth consecutive month, near this yearly high we set in May. And the growth nowcast from the Atlanta Fed that markets pay very close attention to is running at a hot 3% for the third quarter. Even as we get final revised numbers for the second quarter earlier today that shift us into the direction of still higher growth, that those numbers revised to show that we grew at 3% in the second quarter as well, which was, of course, an upside adjustment. We get the sense that we're looking at a U.S. economy that is generally well supported. And so the markets looked at this vast amount of stimulus being offered and said, well, this is going to be inflationary. And so what we've seen is measures of inflation in the bond market, break-even rates. We've seen those go up. They're at this point at the highest levels since June for the 5-year and the 10-year. And of course, market measures of inflation expectations have behaved accordingly. The yield curve has steepened with long end rates rising, mainly because of expectations for higher rates in the future in response to this inflation. Gold is surging It is a typical beneficiary of rising inflation expectations, not surprising, as a kind of alternative store of value to paper currency. And of course, in the wake of falling interest rate expectations. So we have the market saying, okay, the economy is doing fine. We're going to get all this easing. It's going to boost inflation. And then the PCE number is coming as though to say, yeah, and inflation may already be starting to perk up before all of this even comes to a head. That makes for a serious question about not necessarily whether the Fed is going to cut again in November and December. That much seems pretty much locked in, but whether the Fed really has the bandwidth to cut with the kind of aggression that the markets want to see next year. And incidentally, with the kind of aggression that the Fed has all but fully endorsed. Now, we see here that U.S. economic data has marked something of a turn relative to expectations. It is still somewhat tending to underperform relative to forecast, but we can clearly see an upshift here. So there's clearly been a level of revising of benchmark expectations at the same time that we've started to get these chipper adjustments in the data. We just mentioned the GDP revision. Jobless claims also came in on the strong side. And there's this sense that maybe U.S. economic data is starting to mend, at least relative to expectations. So we're relatively close, it seems, to outcomes that are tending at least to meet forecasts, and maybe even in the realm of expecting the PCE could surprise a bit higher, which would be consistent with leading indications here. This is the ISM non-manufacturing index, services sector, essentially, index of prices. And we can see it tends to lead the PCE by about 2 months or so at the big inflection points here. And if that indication holds here, then we're in a period of somewhat sideways consolidation, and more of that with a little bit of an uptick bias seems to be ahead. So we're lining up perhaps for a PCE number that says to markets, yeah, maybe the Fed isn't going to do quite this much easing. Maybe we have a bunch of gasoline, inflationary gasoline, being poured on the economy at the moment. Here's your confirmation that it is already something that's materializing in the data. The Fed is probably less likely to really rain rate cuts on everyone next year in that kind of an environment with inflation expectations rising. They still want to hit that 2% number and to hit it before long. So as we look at how stocks behave here with unadulterated good news out of China and their inability to make good on it, they appear very vulnerable, and risk appetite appears quite shaky as we get another source of potential concern from a less generous Fed rate cut tally. And that, of course, raises an important question. If the markets are so soggy in their risk-taking that China cannot cheer them in a lasting way, what happens if the Fed outlook disappoints? And that, of course, makes for a palpable risk as we enter the final hours of the trading week. That is Macro Money for today. Thanks very much for joining. We are here Monday through Thursday, right after overtime, a show I co-host with Chris Vecchio and Dylan Radigan, looking at the Wall Street close and what may happen thereafter. I'm back with Chris for Futures Power Hour tomorrow, on with Victor Jones for The Price of Truth on Wednesday, on with Victor and Tom for First Call on Sundays, writing for the News and Insights portion of Tastylive.com, and commenting on the platform formerly known as Twitter, @IliasPback. Thanks very much for joining. Macro Money's back next week.
Hey, Doc. Your tips on diet and exercise have been illuminating. I'm sure busting my ass at the gym 5 days a week is going to be way quicker than just giving me the skinny shot.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
Batten down the hatches, everybody. He's going on the skinny bitch diet. He's going to be hangry.
From the smart mouths at Tastylive.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
Oh my God, I forgot to tell you something. Hold on 1 second. My last day, early in the morning, I'm washing my hands in this place, like this communal shower, bathroom area. And the guy in the stall is listening to the show.
You're in the shower in a campsite in Missouri.
There's showers and there's stalls to do number 2 in.
I got it. And you're telling me that somebody.
And a guy starts laughing. He's laughing, so I stop washing my hands and I'm grabbing like towels to clean. And I'm listening to, and I hear your voice.
Why didn't you go knock on the door and say?
He's taking a shit, all right?
I know. Well, why didn't you knock on the door and say, "Hey, Tony Batista here"?
What am I doing? Hey.
Right, autograph session happening right now.
In the world of options, somebody once said, for every gimme, there's a gotcha.
It's all about generating positive expectancy in your portfolio.
Welcome to Option Trades Today. I'm Tony the Bat Batista, and I've got not 1, but 2 trade ideas for you today.
Exploring zero DTE. We promised you we would take a look, and here we go.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, 4 large, 4K, 4 grand. Get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. Tastytrade. Make your move.
Don't die like squirrel.
Are you on a quest for trading enlightenment? Driven by an unquenchable need to find the twin flame to your chosen strategy?
Our Where's Bat live event is the search for trading's ultimate holy grail.
Do you have what it takes to find the elusive bat as we visit 3 cities?
Join 6 Tastylive speakers
as they present 6 unique strategies
and 6 unique clues using games and probability
to lead to the ultimate prize. Sign up for this free event today at tastylive.com/events.
Shake it up, stop when the clock hits 13. Sing 1, 2, 3, 4. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
You hear it all the time. Spoos up or spoos down. What exactly does that mean? Spoos is a slang term for the S&P 500. Specifically the S&P 500 futures contract /ES. It's the world's most liquid asset. In the S&P 500, billions and billions of dollars trade hands each day. The S&P 500 represents the top US stocks, all in one basket, traded through one contract. The S&P 500's movement day to day gives you a good overview of the market as a whole and what it's doing. Here's what your buddies mean when they say to catch a falling knife. Ever seen a stock make a huge move lower and maybe you had the thought, I'm gonna buy that stock, but then it just keeps going down? That's a falling knife. A falling knife is a stock that makes a big move lower and then continues to move lower. The contrarian trader has the idea to go long that stock in the hopes for a bounce, catching that falling knife. But you gotta be careful trying to catch those falling knives.
Golf putt, normal distribution, reduced speed, increased standard deviation for a wider angular strike. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to Tastylive. I'm here on Bad Taste. My name is Julian. Joined with me today is my regular co-host on Bad Trader, is Luis. Luis, thanks so much for joining me. How you doing today?
Awesome, Julia. Thank you for having me here. Excited to be here with you and a lot to talk to about the markets today.
Yep. No, there's a whole lot to talk about. Yeah, hopefully he's staying dry. We'll see how he does next week. So yeah, thank you for joining me here today. Yeah, we had it was an interesting day in the market, and then we also had a very fun day just like on Bad Trader. We do trivia every Thursday, and we had 3 viewer suggested categories. We're going to bring some of those questions here today. So that was actually a really good time. And yeah, otherwise in the market is certainly marketing. Again, we're kind of seeing the indices close pretty flat. How are we feeling about today? I know we already talked about it a bunch, but if you want to just share your thoughts on some of the major points we talked about.
Well, we're actually closing, Julia, for the S&P, the 42nd straight record high this year. I was surprised we actually closed green. At one moment, I think they actually ended up they were a little bit red when you and I were actually streaming, and they were basically flat, but still below from the highs of today. I was very surprised when the Nasdaq was up 1.5%. Just at the open, but ended up a little bit weaker, but still with record highs. So I don't know about you, Julia, but looks like maybe the Nasdaq might want to actually push to all-time highs. The SPY is already there. Also, the Dow Jones already at all-time highs. But the Nasdaq still looking strong. And even with today, SMCI wasn't able to take down NVIDIA.
It was or was not? Because when we were streaming earlier today, it wasn't. No, actually, no. NVIDIA just ever so slightly closed green today. And we talked about Mind Power. It's awesome to see you. Thank you for joining us. It was, really interesting to see that because we talked quite a bit about these sort of like mutual dependencies that these two companies have on each other. SMCI, a big part of their business, right? They link most of their business, from what it seems, is to build these sort of like customized server stacks that are optimized for NVIDIA technology, depending on what the specific customer's sort of needs are. And then they also have like agreements outside of that sort of like standard business process. So that is bad news bears for seeing some of this news in SMCI. However, it was not reflected in their stock price, which I'm honestly really surprised about. But yeah, no, my AMD position, AMD was a very big mover today as well. That's something I did have a position in. It looks like it sold off a tiny bit since the open from its peak, kind of like, where we opened, but it was a very big move. So my position was not super happy about that. But yeah, again, with this news about SMCI, I mean, it halted, I think it was only twice, right?
I saw it was actually halted 3 times.
Was it 3 times? Did it already go up to 3 times? Yeah.
Yeah, ended up being 3 times, but 12% down. Let's see what happens, because they were supposed to give out their 10K filing on August 30, so they're almost 1 month away. So let's see what happens with that. The Nasdaq is also not happy with that. So it seems like Hidden Moon Research is not that wrong with the report they actually launched about a month ago as well on Twitter about accounting fraud, because that's what the DOJ is actually saying. The probe they actually launched today, according to the Wall Street Journal, that there's supposedly some accounting, not fraud, but some problems there with SMCI. And let's see what happens with that probe.
Yeah, that's not great. But certainly something interesting to see. Really big move in SMCI today, down $55, but it did recover a little bit by the end of the day compared to sort of like, where it opened and how it moved right on the open. So I don't know. Keeping an eye on this, especially as like now we're starting to kind of like roll back into earnings for some of these semiconductor stocks. I know NVIDIA is going to be more towards the tail end of that. Let me see. NVIDIA, I believe, is outside of the 50-day cycle. So that is, it's November 19th is when they're going to be reporting. But SMCI, when are they reporting? They're reporting November 6th. So there's still a little bit of time. Nice little spike in here as well. SMH, let's see how that was moving today. It was actually green today, up $7 dues, which I'm assuming is mostly driven by Micron, which was up $14 after a very, very promising earnings report. If you wanted to elaborate on that a little bit.
Yeah, huge move there on Micron. I wasn't really looking into that stock very much, honestly. But I think it actually went double from the expected move on Micron. So really good push. That might actually have been one of the responsibles for the futures to be up so much at night yesterday. But today we also got a report from Costco. Costco basically flat for today's report.
Costco, I saw that it was down like a little bit, but usually the donks or the stonks are a lot more dramatic than that. So Costco just reported and it looks like down a couple bucks, but really not as much as I was expecting. This one has been just like an absolute beast throughout the year. It's been consistently in the S&P like one of the best, or one of, I don't want to say best because there's, asterisk on that word, but one of the strongest performers as a percentage, but also from a risk adjusted reward perspective. So looking at like Sharpe ratio, for example, Costco's been very strong. So I think, the open might have more to tell us, I guess, but I'm surprised to see such a muted move following earnings.
It was a little bit of a mixed results. The revenue, they missed it by $200 million, 79.7 billion in revenue versus a 79.7, sorry, in revenue actual versus the expected of 79.9. Adjusted earnings per share, actually, they beat there, 5.29 versus a 5.07 expected. And I was seeing the report a little bit there. I don't know if you saw the video, but they opened a Costco in Okinawa. Now they have 35 Costcos in Japan. But the videos there when they opened, it was crazy how people were actually piling there. I saw the sushi in the Costco. Oh my God, made my mouth water.
Is it $1.50?
The $1.50. No, I don't know if it's $1.50, but I'm expecting it has to be. Here in Mexico, we still have the very cheap hot dog, but now they have around 891 stores, warehouses around the world, and seems like they're really bullish in Japan from what I was reading on the report. So a little bit mixed. That's why maybe not moving so much right now. Let's see tomorrow what happens with Costco.
Yeah, interested to see what's happening on, or what's going to happen on the open. Chinese stocks are continuing to do very well on my watch list. We have BABA up another 10% today, PDD up another 13%, FXI, so the relatively diversified large cap Chinese sector ETF up almost 8%. So yeah, very very big move again, 2 days in a row for some of these Chinese stocks.
Yeah, and today David Tepper actually came in very bullish. On CNBC, he said, buy everything. It's very weird to see him actually give an interview on TV, but he's a CEO and founder of Appaloosa hedge fund. So he's a really renowned investor in Wall Street, and he being so bullish overall in China, I think it's a double bullish sign after what the People Bank of China did on Monday.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see it. I kind of want to, give it a little bit more time to see if I buy it, quite literally. Because even though we've had a really strong rally, it's still like so far off of like Alibaba's highs, but also like a lot of other Chinese names from the highs that they had, a couple of years back now. So it's just it's a little bit of a blip. But yeah, we talked about this earlier today about how it seems that a lot of the stock price action seems to be more so driven by investor considerations around like the geopolitical conditions, political conditions around like U.S. China relations and CCP sort of like larger or broader economic decisions, as opposed to sometimes what the company is actually doing, or, like the actions that they're taking or the programs that they're creating. So I guess we'll have to see. This is another kind of instance of that. Yeah. But yeah, I've been waiting for Chinese stocks to finally rally again, and maybe this will continue.
Yeah, I agree. We missed the rally. I think you and I were actually talking about Chinese stocks for a few weeks and never pulled the trigger so much on being bullish there. I just hope it's not too late to do that.
They got a long way to go. They've been, again, beat up for a very long time, so they got a long way to go. And it seems like, I would not be surprised if a lot of other investors were kind of feeling the same way, kind of giving time a little bit more time to develop, because we even saw this sort of like earlier in 2023, even in periods throughout 2024 when we had like kind of nice promising rallies off of some seemingly good news that just kind of didn't go anywhere. So it's gonna have to take a little bit more, I guess, for me to buy it, I guess. But the little pop would have been nice to sort of capitalize on, I guess.
True.
But otherwise, we had Micron that did really well today. Chinese names are doing very well. CEG having a little bit of reversal. That's been, but that being said, like this popped like a lot. So that calling this as a reversal is like kind of not No, that's an accurate description. CEG doing very well. What else? Let's take another look at the market real quick, and sort of how things are moving before we hop into some of our slides. We got airlines actually did very well today. Not very well, but like American Airline, well, actually that is pretty well. 7.2% is looks like how the day ended. Up 6% for Delta. What else is going on in here? Yeah, airlines are doing kind of well today. I wonder what happened. What happened? Is there news about airlines?
I was wondering the same. I don't know, maybe it has to be related with oil prices going down a little bit, or why are they up so much?
Yeah, potentially. I was looking through because we had again such like a strong open. Was looking through sort of like across the different sectors in the S&P, sort of how things were moving. It was like energy was the one that got hit the hardest today, and XOP was one. So a position on finally got filled, and this one was down pre-market. It looks like it kind of stayed down a little bit. So yeah, some of the energy products, it seems like, were some of the few that were down today. In terms of just kind of broad sector trends. So that was one thing that we noticed and talked about. To the downside, obviously, like SMCI is bad news bears, but 12%. It was at 16% earlier today.
Yeah, it recovered a little bit, and it brought down a little bit the Nasdaq with it, but actually ended up green. So seems I'm just surprised whoever it was who had the decision to add SMCI to the S&P 500 more down than 70% after it got added to the S&P.
Yeah, and yet the S&P is still just smashing all-time highs these days. Let's see if the Russell finally catches up. We also have VST Vistra. So one of our sleeper builds was actually down 4% today. That being said, I'm not surprised just based on how it's been moving in September.
Yeah, and I think it's the best performing stock year to date, actually overpacing Nvidia as well, and overthrowing Nvidia with the best on the S&P.
Year to date, it's up 200%. Year to date, it's up 200%, while Nvidia is rocking a mere 157%. So it is actually outpacing Nvidia, at least in terms of just like overall growth, which like we've actually kind of seen from a couple of our sleeper builds. Some of them have actually been energy stocks. So VST down a little bit today, but that being said, like I'm not surprised there was a little bit of a correction, is maybe the term I'll use here. Again, how it's been moving throughout September. What else? Yeah, we were talking a bit as well today about some of these like crypto mining companies had pretty nice pops. Bitcoin is over 65 again. Let me just double check the price real quick before we look over at Mara. Yeah, it's over 65. It's like 65.2 right now. And yeah, some of these crypto mining companies, and Mara was the one that we were kind of looking at the most, although I'm not trading it. I got my Beto shares and I'm waiting to see what the dividends are like on those. But yeah, we had a nice little pop today in some of these other firms. So that was interesting to see.
Yeah, I'm excited with Beto. I was going to say that we went a little bit small in Beto. But
yeah, we got a little baby trades.
Helping Bitcoin's move for Vito shares that we have. And we're going to have Starbucks money for Vito dividends once we get them in around 2 weeks.
Don't jinx it. A lot can happen with Beto. Yeah, apparently Beto's dividends rates are 75%, 79%. So Louise and I each bought 20 shares and we're going to see what happens. Not really much of a dividends investor myself, so this will be a nice little experiment, although Louise did a great piece on dividends investing that we'll put on the Bad Trader YouTube channel if y'all want to go check that out. So yeah, I think those were like the big movers and shakers that we were talking about today. We do have some trivia that I'm excited to get into. You want to hop in?
Yeah, me too. Let's hop in, Julian.
Let's do it. Okay, so first things first, we do have an app. We made some sick updates over the last couple of weeks, and we're about to make some very sick updates in the next release. I'll talk more about that next week, but if you want to go download the app, we'd love to have you. For badges, points, stream, and chat, you can find us over in the App Store and the Google Play Store. And then as well, if you're watching over on the Tastylive website and you want to come through your answers to trivia in chat, you can find us on the Tastylive YouTube channel at Tastylive Show. And Luis does an amazing job of managing our Twitter. So if you want to go check that out, it's at Bad Trader App on X, formerly known as Twitter. I know you got a little bit of news that you wanted to kind of recap. I think we've talked about it a little bit, but if you want to just kind of go through it quick.
Yeah, US. So the record close, the 42nd record close for the S&P 500 today. So yesterday it was the 41st. So I was surprised to see that on 2023 we had 0 record close for the S&P. Prior to that, just looking in 2021, 2022, 7 in 2021. So let's see what happens this year if we can see more. Seems like banks are very bullish overall. The highest price target for the SPX actually 6,100 for the end of the year. And the lowest one from JP Morgan, 4,200. Obviously, they missed that. That's why his analysts actually quit it. And also some price from August 5th versus today from the Max 7, some of the Max 7 Julia. Amazing how they actually recovered, how the market has recovered since August 5th, the worst day so far for the year. Look at NVIDIA, lows of 90 and now high of 24. I actually remember buying NVIDIA shares on Friday prior to the August 5th Monday, and ended up closing with a little bit of a loss, but I'm very surprised, especially with Meta. Seems like Meta's going to be the best performer for the week on the Max 7, along with Tesla as well. But yeah, some just cool data to see from the Max 7 stocks.
2021, I'm not looking, I mean, this is obviously relative to a specific metric, so not looking at overall growth, but is like 2021, according to this, like at least like the second strongest year since 1929. As I'm seeing like 95 was a really strong year, at least looking at this, like, you know, surpassing all-time highs, not necessarily looking at a percentage growth, but like 2021, damn, dude. All-time highs. It wasn't just like, it wasn't even just like the COVID recovery, right? Because that was like, that wouldn't have been surpassing all-time highs. It just blew through all-time highs 70 times. That's wild. Holy crap.
This is a bully market for the bears, Julia.
Yeah, bull market for the bears. That's like a third of the year was SPY passing all-time highs. That's crazy. Really interesting stat, though. Thanks for showing it. Yeah, we're definitely, the neutral people are feeling it. I'm feeling it a little bit. But super cool stat. Let's go on to the next one.
Also, for the top sectors, you and I were also discussing about utilities a little bit on our stream today. They're about to have utilities their best quarter since 2003. Right now, around 16.8% of gain. It also, utilities is the best sector year to date, surpassing the S&P overall with a gain of 27%. So the companies that have provided electricity, water, and gas have been actually the best performers. We just mentioned with Vistra up 200% year to date. So it's actually pretty interesting to see utilities with real estate also being the best one. But utilities, as we mentioned also earlier, they tend to be one of the worst performing sectors after the first rate cut. So they have actually been helped a lot by a lot of demand from electricity, by AI servers and AI, all of this energy needed for them. But it's actually looking pretty good for them. I know you mentioned trying to maybe discussing of putting a position in utilities. So I thought it was a cool data to show.
Yeah, that is cool. For trades from the research team this morning, it was between XLU and XOP. I ultimately went with XOP because of the liquidity just seemed a little bit better. But yeah, and then when we were talking on stream later today, Luis brought up the statistic, which is that utilities tend to perform, at least historically, one of the worst sectors, I guess, after a rate cut. So maybe not bullish on utilities, but we're going to have to see. Super interesting stat either way. And then we got one more, I think, before we hop in.
Yep.
Let's do it.
This is the price action of SMCI after the Wall Street Journal report came out from the DOJ probe for them, for the accounting irregularities they actually discussing. So supposedly I was watching in Twitter some big orders, put order flows like around 15 minutes prior the report came in, which was also interesting. So yeah, really big impact that the Wall Street actually report had on SMCI today. I remember being impacted by one of the Wall Street Journal reports. It was, I think, Viking Therapeutics. They falsely said that they were about to be acquired by Novartis Group a few months ago. But I remember that. So taking this with a grain of salt with Wall Street Journal, because they've made mistakes also this year. But
good point. You got to be mindful about reporting.
Yes. And to me, it was surprising that we also discussed it, that SMCI is NVIDIA's third largest customer. And basically, NVIDIA ended up the day green.
So yeah, interesting to see the decoupling there. Oh man, what a tumble! And this is after it's already been kind of tumbling. But yeah, no, this is a great graphic. I actually really like it. But yeah, I always do want to take reporting with a grain of salt for that very reason. Super cool stats, Luis. Thanks so much for putting it together. Are we ready to get into some trivia?
I'm ready.
Okay. So this is one of our trivia questions. We got 3. This is a viewer suggested category. We did it today when we were going through trivia. We do that every Thursday at 12 Central. And so this was it's not one of the questions, but it's one of the themes. I actually rewrote it. So this is called When I Was a Kid. So when I was a kid, we loved watching Columbo and eating Pop Rocks. Led Zeppelin was on every radio and people wouldn't shut up about Watergate. What decade did I grow up in? That's the when I was a kid category. So we had a couple questions about that. This is a new one. But when I was a kid, we loved watching Columbo and eating Pop Rocks. Led Zeppelin was on every radio and people wouldn't shut up about Watergate. What decade did I grow up in?
You put it harder, Julia. The only Colombo I know is a bodybuilder that was competing with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Well, this is
Frankie
also
Colombo.
like very unfair to you because this is very American centric trivia. So, but I happen to know this show because my dad was obsessed with it. If that helps, we got Grumpy Mike and we got Bob, who also killed trivia today. We got 70s from both of them. Luis, if you want to give an answer,
I'll actually have to piggyback once again. Bob Salas was actually so spot on today that I'll piggyback from him. 70s, also with Grumpy Mike.
From Diesel Dork as well as Grumpy Mike, that was 70s. And it is, in fact, the 1970s is when he would have grown up with Columbo. And I didn't know Pop Rocks was 70s. I was actually very surprised about that. So that was kind of fun. Good job, guys, who got it over in chat. Jay Wright, very close 1980s, but 1970s is what we were kind of aiming for with Watergate a little bit. I'm sure a lot of that bled into the 80s, though. But very good guesses either way. A bunch of people got it. Pop Rocks sounds very 80s. That is super true mind power. But yeah, they're a 70s thing. I kind of knew that or learned that, I guess, when I was putting this together. Okay, and now this is a Julia-defined category, which I'm kind of excited about. Do you want to get into it?
Yes, let's get into it.
Okay, in bad taste, I wanted to do a kooky entrepreneurs section. So mostly ones that were arrested for something usually not great. So this one I was pretty surprised about when I was putting it together. Let's see how we know our kooky entrepreneurs. But this businessman who developed one of the most iconic cars of the 1980s caused his automotive company to file for bankruptcy after being charged with cocaine trafficking, allegedly worth $24 million. If you tell me the name of the entrepreneur or the car, I will take it.
So it went bankrupt in 1980.
I believe it was the 1980s, but the car was really well known from the 1980s. Grumpy Mike might know this one.
I love cars, but I think my old car, classic car knowledge is very rusty.
If you think of, just don't even look at the chat yet. Just okay. Yeah. When you think of the 1980s, if you think of a car, what's the first thing you think of?
I'll go with like Mercedes, but
okay.
I might actually be wrong because they're actually still in business.
This one I don't believe is in business, but I have seen in very rare circumstances this car floating around the streets of Chicago. I don't know how because it seems you can peek at chat now. I think a bunch of people got it.
Let's see it. The DeLorean. The DeLorean.
The DeLorean from Grumpy Mike, Back to the Future car guy, but from Bob, DeLorean from Absolute Beginner. Thanks for joining us, Diesel Dork DeLorean.
I never seen one in Mexico.
Delirium from D-Chat, that's awesome. You've never seen, well, it's really rare to see them these days. But I've actually seen like one or two on the road in the wild. First, actually, Bob, that's a very good point. The first 1980s car I think of as Knight Rider car. Yeah, Knight Rider is what I was very tempted to use for the television show for the 80s. But that was huge. But I guess maybe the car I think of is a DeLorean. But Luis, do you want to go ahead and give your guess?
Yeah, I'll go with the DeLorean. I've never watched the movie or even seen one in person in Mexico.
You've never seen Back to the Future? Okay, this is a little unfair because, again, very American media centric. But it is, in fact, John DeLorean, apparently, allegedly trafficking cocaine. And he was dealing with the case, which kind of caused his company, apparently, to file for bankruptcy. So a bunch of people got it in chat. Let's see if you know this other kooky entrepreneur. We'll try to go through it quickly since we don't have a ton of time left. Also, D-Chat, when you said delirium, that was hilarious. So that was a great typo from Siri. So kooky entrepreneurs, this is our last question. So this businessman, programmer, and two-time presidential candidate created the first commercially available antivirus software. He left Belize in 2013 while being investigated for murder and was arrested in Spain for U.S. tax evasion in 2020. He was ultimately found dead in his cell just outside of Barcelona. Does anybody know who this kooky entrepreneur could possibly be?
I have it on the tip of my tongue. He's not the founder of Oracle. He's the founder of this big company as well.
It's maybe like the most notorious antivirus software.
Yeah, yeah, I know it. McAfee.
Is that your guess?
Yeah, I'll go with I forgot his first name, but with McAfee software, or that his last name.
Yep, the documentary is kind of cool. Man, this guy is absolutely out of his mind. It is in fact John McAfee, our second kooky entrepreneur. It looks like everybody got it. John McAfee, also Flower Power got the previous question. Really good job. Yes, John McAfee, who left Belize after being, people looking at him for murder potentially and looking to get him questioned, went to Spain, got, arrested on charges of U.S. tax evasion, and then unfortunately died in his cell under maybe suspicious circumstances. But yeah, he was a 2-time presidential candidate under the Libertarian Party. I learned that while putting this question together. But wild. Yeah, no, he's wild, man. He has a video that I'm not going to say, but if you know the video, you know the video, because this is supposed to be a family-friendly network, so I'm not going to say. But anyway, Luis, I think we're just about out of time. Yep. Is there anything that you want to kind of leave on?
No, just thank you for having me here, Julia. Always excited to be here, and let's see what PCE brings tomorrow.
Yep, we got a whole lot of stuff to look forward to for next week. Interesting, maybe day on the open tomorrow. Certainly keeping a look at Costco. But thank you so much for joining me today. I had an awesome time. Thank you for everybody for joining us over in chat, over on YouTube chat. It was awesome to see everybody here. Thank you for participating in our trivia. We'll catch you next Tuesday. So everybody be careful out there. Good luck trading. Peace.
Rock, paper, scissors? He just played paper. He'll do it again. No, rock. Men statistically play rock, but he played paper and lost, and the mind works in patterns. He's going scissors. He knows I know he'll go scissors, but knowing I know he knows.
Scissors, shoot. Thought we were doing rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
It's always rock, paper, scissors. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
I'm on the road for work quite a bit. In fact, I've been on the road crisscrossing the country for much of the last 25 years. Yeah, I've logged a lot of miles and met a crazy number of people along the way. Strangely, I remember emails and trades better than names and faces. So when walking through another airport this past weekend, someone with a familiar face stopped me to say, "Hi." He said he was a longtime Tasty fan who met me years ago at a Traders Expo. Before I could say, "You look familiar," he told me his email address, and it was like we were old friends. I even remembered the last trade he emailed me about over 3 years ago. I'm not sure if it's a feature or a bug, but my brain is just wired differently. At Tasty, we have worked really hard to make finance fun and engaging for our clients and our employees. Much of our success has come from turning a generally perceived negative industry into a positive and challenging experience. So why does it seem that nowadays everyone is so angry and so negative? And it's not just in the financial world. People are angry everywhere, whether it's social media, politics, sports, news, entertainment, and even travel. People are mad about something. I always wonder why more people and more companies don't try to use more kindness, humor, and smarts. It's not that complicated. People think angry sells, but it really doesn't. Nasty is not a feature. What I've learned from years of travel